NHRA 4-Wide Nationals this weekend. It was the PGA Tour's only team event. Here's Graham Agars.
The last-minute pairing of Nick Hardy and Davis Riley have produced a come-from-behind win at the Zurich Classic, the only team event on the PGA Tour. Hardy and Davis pulled out of a late three-way tie for the lead with crucial birdies at 16 and 17 to post a final round 65 in the alternate shot format. That lifted them to a record tournament total of 30 under, good enough for a two-shot win over the Canadian combination of Nick Taylor and Adam Hadwin. It was a significant victory for both the 27-year-old Hardy and the 26-year-old Riley, securing for them their first PGA Tour victory. I'm Graham Agars.
In Major League Baseball, the Nationals fell to the Twins 3-1. Braves on the short end to the Astros 5-2. Orioles beat the Tigers 2-1. Tony Rixby, NCN Sports.
As our economy gradually reopens, remember to support local.
Know you're doing the right thing and stay proud.
Be a part of the greatest comeback of all time with Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
Appliances and more, now open at the Old Sears location in Aberdeen. Hi, this is Katherine Phelps. Joe and I are the owners of Appliances and More. We're creating relationships and helping you make an informed buying decision is our business. All home appliances are up to 20% off, and we have an in-stock Take It Home Today program. We also offer delivery and installation. So please come by and see the new changes at Appliances and More in the Town & Country Shopping Center, Aberdeen.
Ever wish you had a local store which beats online prices on guns, cases of ammo, factory accessories, and magazines? Now you do. Proven Arms and Outfitters, the retail arm of Quantico Tactical, offers an awesome selection of modern sporting firearms from leading manufacturers like SIG, FN, Smith & Wesson, and Israeli Weapon Industries at better prices than online. Proven's knowledgeable, experienced, and friendly staff will help you with all of your firearm needs. Proven Arms and Outfitters is open Tuesday through Friday from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. and is co-located with Quantico Tactical east of Aberdeen on Highway 211 or online at ProvenOutfitters.com.
Hey honey, we need to update our patio. Isn't there a new patio shop in Pinehurst?
Yes, Olmsted Village Patio. It's a one-stop shop with patio furniture and accessories by all the premier manufacturers.
Oh, I know where that is. It's right next to Olmsted Village Hardware and Lowe's Foods. It's very convenient.
We can go today. I'll bring my patio wish list and meet you there after my class.
When outdoor living season begins, visit Olmsted Village Patio to transform your space from average to amazing. Learn more at olmstedvillagepatio.com.
It's 1955, and a guitar-playing young man rides into a square little town in a square little state and changes everything and everyone he meets. In Temple Theater's final production of the 22-23 season, All Shook Up, on stage April 13th through the 30th. This hip-swiveling, lip-curling musical fantasy will have you jumping out of your blue suede shoes with classics like Heartbreak Hotel, Jailhouse Rock, Don't Be Cruel, and Hound Dog. The story is all singing, all dancing, loads of fun, and the hits are all Elvis. In Temple Theater's All Shook Up. Tickets are just $29 and available at templeshows.org. All Shook Up, on stage at Temple Theater, April 13th through the 30th. Sponsored by West Financial Strategies.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free.
Pride Plumbing is proud to serve Moore County with superior workmanship and dependable plumbing service, including 24/7 emergency service. Like the name says, we take pride in our work and your safety. Our employees must pass background and drug tests and share Pride Plumbing's reputation for quality service. From simple leaky faucets to new water heaters and sewer lines, backflow testing and installation, drain cleaning, plumbing repairs, and, if necessary, replacement and remodeling. A family business with over 50 years of prideful service. Go online to callprideplumbing.com and check out our 5-star customer reviews. We offer a 10% discount to all veterans and active military. Call Pride Plumbing of Moore County at 910-295-0152. 910-295-0152. Serving with pride since 1965.
The greatest comeback of all time is underway. Remember to shop local businesses. A reminder from Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
The Zumwalt Zone is brought to you by Quality Sheds. Get a quality shed with 1 month down payment, no credit check, monthly payments, free delivery, and deals if you want to pay cash. Visit Quality Sheds at 5200 U.S. Highway 1 in Vass or call 910-638-8907.
Hello, I'm John Zumwalt, and you're in the Zumwalt Zone. I can't help but wonder how long John Nagy's going to be able to hang on to his job as the editor of the pathetic pilot. Our last school board was voted out. They weren't just voted out by a little, they were overwhelmingly removed, and that's true for the last 2 elections. That means that most of you are unhappy that half the kids in Moore County schools can't read the standard. That means you're not happy with the fortune and tax money that was wasted. It means that you're sick and tired of all the fights and all the assaults that occurred on campus. You hired this new board to fix those problems, and the board's fixing them. They're fighting this battle while also having to try to overcome the negative and frankly ignorant rants of John Nagy. Nagy's upset about every single move by this board. He's not happy that kids will now be required to read 4 books a year. 4 books. He says, let teachers teach. Nagy, are you that ignorant? Are you choosing to ignore that for at least a decade, that's what's been happening, and still half the kids at any grade level can't read? Or Nagy, are you really not ignorant, but you just choose to ignore facts because you dislike anything at all that's done by a conservative board that kicked all your candidates' butts in the election? Why don't you try supporting education, Nagy? My guess is the less skilled a person is at reading, the more likely they are to take your 5th grade level newspaper. Anyway, I hope everyone has a wonderful day and a very safe one. From the Zumwalt Zone.
A weak disturbance continues to move across the state. We will see a few sprinkles in our southern and eastern counties early and then gradual clearing into the afternoon. Highs today will reach the mid to upper 60s. Temperatures will be below normal for this time of the year. Tonight, we're down into the upper 30s and lower 40s. Tomorrow, temperatures will reach the mid 60s and lower 70s. I'm meteorologist Peter Sherwood in a weather center.
And now, the Sandhills' #1 morning show. Mornings with the LeaderMan. Here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. And heard and seen around the world at talk973.com.
The best part of waking up is waking up with us.
Finally. It's here. It's here. It's finally here.
Monday. Yep. Nothing to get excited about.
Mondays suck.
Well, look at you. Back at it, huh?
Another day, another dollar.
Work.
Waits for no one.
Let's get back.
Let's get back to it.
Let's get this show on the road.
It's showtime.
Don't pour your love out on me, baby. If you do, then I think that maybe I'll just lay me down right for 100 years. Don't pour your love out on me, honey. Take my heart, my soul, my money, but don't leave me drowning in my tears. You say you're gonna leave, gonna take that big white bird, gonna fly right out of here without a single word. But you know you'll break my heart when I watch you close that door, 'cause I know I won't see you anymore. Don't pour your love out on me, baby. If you do, then I think that maybe I'll just lay me down right for 100 years. Don't pour your love out on me, honey. Take my heart, my soul, my money, but don't leave me drowning in my tears. Haven't I been good to you? What about that brand new ring? Doesn't that mean love to you? Doesn't that mean anything? If I threw away my pride and I got down on my knees, would you make me beg you pretty please? Don't pour your love out on me, baby.
Good morning, Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. Welcome back to the most listened to program in all of the Sandhills. It's time once again for Mornings with the LeaderMan. I am Steve Leader Adams, along with the Colonel, retired Marine Colonel Jeff Drummond. Good morning, Colonel.
Good morning, Moore County. Monday morning, so much
so much to talk about. You had the school board things. You have lots of things. National politics. You have we found out the cops in Raleigh at the Reopen NC rally were hypocritical and nasty and filthy and name calling against about civilians there, calling the people out there protesting language that I can't use on the radio. That was really interesting. That's out there if you can find it. Lots of things to talk about, and we'll see what we get to here.
All right. Don't forget, of course, we're being heard and seen around the world on a live video stream. That's available to you at our website at talk973.com or talk1041.com or WEEB990.com. All three get you to the same place. Top middle of the page is where the video link's located. If you go to the upper right-hand corner of any of our web pages, there's another link, audio link, where it says on the air, listen live. Click that once, and you're listening that quick to our broadcast signal. Weather for us today here in the Sand Hills area. Well, you're never going to notice a big dip in the temperatures. Look for partly cloudy skies today. 68 will be the best we do. Tonight, clear skies, chilly, 42 for your low. Tuesday, mostly sunny with a high of 68. Tuesday night, partly cloudy, a low of 69. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Got chances of rain each day, mostly cloudy with scattered showers. Wednesday, 68 for a high. Same for Wednesday night, a low of 51. Thursday, partly cloudy, scattered showers, high of 69. And a 60% chance of getting wet. Friday, got a 50-50 shot at rain, otherwise a high of 67. Saturday, over the weekend, our warmer temperatures and sunshine reappears. Partly cloudy Saturday and Sunday with a high both days of 75. Right now around the Sand Hills, winds are north at 2, pressure is 3011, dew point 41, humidity 73%. It is sunny and 50 degrees currently here at Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB.
But I'll never use a girl if I don't have you. Don't pour your love out on me, baby. If you do, then I think that maybe I'll just lay me down right for 100 years. Don't pour your love out on me, honey. Take my heart, my soul, my money, but don't leave me drowning in my tears. Don't pour your love out on me, baby.
Yeah, you can see Casey Kasem saying now, another big hit from Hamilton, Joe Frank, and Reynolds. Oh, that was their only hit. Okay. 7:34, 34 past the hour on this Monday. You have a good weekend, Colonel?
Oh, yeah. Except for Saturday when you brought some rain in.
I was out at the dog park, and I looked at my radar now picture, and it's looked like about 50-50 shot of some rain coming. I said, well, if it rains, I'll be under that tent that's out there in the dog field. And sure enough, it rained. Fortunately, I brought my own umbrella in addition. And opened that sucker up. I stood in the middle of that thing, opened the sucker up, and I was still getting pounded. Had hail coming down, a little bit bigger than BBs, splattering everything. And anyway, you're going, when are you going to quit? It was just like
all day.
Somebody opened the dam and left it on. Oh, this was just a heavy period. I walked out when it was lightly raining. And by the time I got to my car, it was not raining. But my dog was wet, so he had to get in the heat. But other than that, that was the big event of my weekend. Oh, the other thing was, they moved, well, they didn't move, but they added Peacock Channel, which is NBC. You can get a lot of new programs on there, commercial free, including On Patrol Live, which you used to be able only to get on Reels app. But now you don't have to have the Reels app if you have the Peacock app you can get it. And they got all 75 issues there, and each one's 2.5 hours. So if you like the show, you just hit heaven. If you don't like it, well, your husband's going to make you miserable for a long time. Just saying. Okay, these book reports. Our Board of Education, the recently elected Board of Education, said that each student will now, for every semester, or trimester, I guess it is, they got 3 9-week periods, will have to read a book age appropriate. That means 9th, 10th, 11th, not 11th. 2nd through 10 grade level book. In other words, See Jane Run is not going to work in the 10th grade. But you got to read an age appropriate book and write a book report on it. And I hope they put it so they got to write it in class.
Oh,
they can bring the book in whatever they want, but they got to write the book report in class. So they're not getting help off of chat.
I don't know. I don't think it said. I don't think it said to do. Well, it just said handwritten. But yeah, they can copy something. I got it.
Yeah.
There's issues, I suppose. But the thing is, you have to start on the little end there at the 2nd, 3rd grade level. If you start there and say, "Hey, here's a book, you got to read it," then by the time they get to 10th grade, it's not an onerous requirement for them. When you throw that book report out there and say, "Hey, you 10th graders, especially the ones that can't read, you got to read one and write one now."
Yeah, it's going to be Shakespeare.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I'm not all that familiar with the requirement. Is the teacher handing you a book and telling you to read it and write a report, or are you allowed to pick your own book, read it, and write a report? 2 totally different kind of things.
I figured you get a list to pick from.
I don't know. Mm-hmm. I mean, if it's age appropriate, maybe you go. When I had to do it, and I don't know that we had to do one. I don't know. I just remember from early on in grade school, you had to pick a book, read it, and we would have discussion. We'd have our little school circle, and here's the book. What did you think about it? And what did you get out of it? And everybody's talking. And it became painfully obvious if you didn't read the book.
Yeah.
You're sitting there like,
Well, I like the subtle expression that the author put into his adjectives.
Well, you can make light of it, but the point is, if you don't get these kids reading early on, 2nd, 3rd grade, they're never going to be good readers. That's all there is to it. And you have to do it, and you have to start early. Now, should it be a paragraph? Hey, the book was about this, and this, and in a couple of sentences. I don't know. Those are all things teachers are going to have to decide. The pilot thing. Let the teachers teach. Yeah. How about make the teachers teach? Make the teachers sit here. And it's not all the teachers anyway. It's some of the teachers are going to do their math or whatever in the upper grades. They're not going to be focused on, making the kid read a book. And, I just, like I said, in grade school, I remember, hey, pick a book. You showed the teacher the book you were going to read, and you got the nod. Okay, fine, go ahead and read that. Because you didn't necessarily have to get it out of the library. You had the book clubs. You had books at home, etc. So you... all you had to do is, okay, the teacher knows what book you are reading, fine, and then you wrote a report on it. And I remember doing that in grade school all the time. I can't think of how many times we had to write. And I hated it sometimes because we did occasionally. You had a teacher, so everybody got the same copy of the same book, and everybody had to write a report on the same book. And you get the book, and it's like, I don't want to read this book, but you wrote the report. And I didn't have computer. I didn't have the magic fingers there. Like
that's
some
one of the
kids,
reasons.
So.
That's one of the reasons I would stipulate you got to write it in class, because shouldn't have been a stipulation when we went to school because you didn't have the computer and the internet and all that stuff. This way, it's the best thing we could get with Monarch notes. But you get them to write it in class, and you give them a week to read it. Come to class. I'm going to ask some questions on the book, and you make a paper out, a book report out of it.
Yeah, I don't know.
And this way, you can bring the book in too, but you can't have any help from your computer.
Well, that's fine. But
this way, they can punctuate correctly and all the other little things that go with writing a report.
Yeah, and we were writing tests and answering questions and things in class on a variety of other subjects. So that evaluation was always there. Do they need to write the book report while they're sitting in class? I would say no, but yeah, they need to sit there and read a book and then be able to demonstrate that they have some knowledge about the book. That's what the requirement is. And if that's through a book report or a school circle or however you want to do it, they got to have some method of showing that little Jimmy Jackanapes there actually read the book and understands what was going on. Or whatever. I mean, you just because when you look at these stats and I'm not going to get specifics, but you have in some cases overwhelming majority of the kids in a grade level can't read to that grade level. That's a disaster. It was 10 years of that old school board, those old individuals that destroyed did their best to destroy this school system, and I'm sorry, there's a lot of folks out there that are it didn't happen enough, and blah blah and this and that, and why haven't you hired, and why haven't you? Yeah, it's going to take time. You can't take 10 years of dismantling a school system, an educational system, and then fix it in 3 or 4 months here, people. So you're going to have to, number one, you're going to have to be a little patient while some of these things get in place, and you can hire the people, you can hire the teachers, you can hire the resource officers, you can do this. This thing where snap, we've got it now, and boom, 3 months later it's all fixed. No, you got 10 years of kids not being educated properly that's got to be addressed, and it's going to take a long time to implement some of those policies and things to make sure these kids get the education they need, and it's just not going to happen. If you have a 10th grader who can't read to his grade level, who's reading at the 2nd or 3rd grade level, you think by the end of the year that kid's going to be reading at the 10th grade level? I would suggest to you that isn't happening. It may happen in some isolated cases. You got kids that are, that'll turn on and understand they need to get on the ball. But by and large, you're just not going to fix it overnight. So you had 10 years of these creeps that that'll be the nicest thing I call them, that destroyed this educational system, and now you're going to have to take some time to fix it. And I think the group that got elected here, they're taking a nice swing at the ball, and you don't like the 4 reports, and you don't like this, and you don't like that. Well,
too bad.
Your option is to let your kids get to 10th grade and not being able to read. So you got to start somewhere, and there it is. And yeah, does it need to be? They'll look at it. They may need to adjust it. Maybe it's 2 reports a year. Maybe this. Maybe write the report in class. Maybe not write. Yeah, there's going to be some things they'll look at. It's not just these guys aren't going to be a static board or a destructive board like we had before. They'll look at things. They'll make adjustments, and they'll get things on track. And like I said, my emphasis would be on the small end there, at the 1st, 2nd, 3rd grade. That's where if you want kids to learn a second language, that's where you start a second language. You want kids to read and be avid readers and love to read, that's where you start to develop that love for a book. You can't wait till they're in 10th grade and expect all this stuff to happen. it's just going to take some time. It's going to take some time. And then you have the ding-a-ling over there up the street here on Pennsylvania Avenue. He just needs to go away. Anybody, I understand you got your subscription to the to the fish wrap up there, but anybody else that's reading that thing, I don't know why.
You don't see me pick it up out of the driveway, do you?
No, I drive over it every morning when I come in. I notice it lays there 3 or 4 days sometimes. But if anybody else reading that thing, I
got a salesman to pick it up on Monday to look for the ads. To go after.
Yeah. Anybody reading that is doing it out of idle curiosity, because there's nothing of value in that at all. Particularly the editorial and opinion is, I can't say that on the radio.
Opinion's always opposite what it should be.
Well, it's just it's trash. It's trash. So, it's going to, you might think things are chaotic right now in the school system. They aren't. It's just going to take some time to adjust. A lot of people aren't going to like it. A lot of people will like it, and there's a ton of things. Everything from the outlandish amount of money that was wasted here in the last 4 or 5 years under the old school board. Just outlandishly stupid spending. The only thing that you could waste your money more on would be a subscription to that jerk thing up the road here. That's throwing money in the toilet. And the old school board did the same thing, and it's going to take time to get that back on track. And they've made great strides in doing that already. They're going to they're opening up the curriculum so that everybody can actually read it, instead of the lie that they told you that it's out there, you have to go. No, it wasn't. If you were just average citizen out here and you wanted to see the curriculum, it was almost impossible for you to see it. And they're opening that up, and they're just doing a lot of things. They've given pay raises to people. They've recognized that we need a school resource officer in each school. They're working towards achieving that. I know that's not happening fast enough for some of the people here, but you just don't go hire Joe Blow off the street and put him in a school with a gun. It takes some time to get the right people in there, evaluate those people, interview those people, and get them in there. And it's going to take more. It takes more than 3 months to do that. Yeah, I know there's plenty of qualified people out there, that have been sworn officers, but they, now you want them in a school. You're gonna have to change some attitude, etc. From maybe state trooper on the highway to walking around the school with kids. A little bit different things that you're going to have to focus on, etc. So it takes some time to find those people. They'll get them in there, and they'll do their best to make our schools safe. And then there's just loads and loads of other things that they're trying to address on a daily basis, and you're going to have to give them some time. And I know it's not going to happen fast enough for some of y'all. I got you, but it'll come. It'll come. Took 10 years to get where we are. Took 10 years to turn schools into chaotic, fist-fighting places where kids couldn't even go to the bathroom. Took 10 years to get to that, and you're just not going to turn it around in a couple of months. It's time-consuming.
Well, we'll see what the reaction is off of the book reports. As time goes on, you get more reaction.
I know there's a lot of negativity about that, and should we even? For crying out loud, some of these school systems in the cities, we're going to do away with the homework requirement. And some of this stuff is just laughable.
Yeah,
it's laughable to listen to some of this liberal baloney.
We hate for our kid to work when he comes home.
It's just. An age-appropriate book. You're going to be able to see in just a couple of years. Hey, the kids that start out second grade. Boom. Here's pick a book. Hey kid, you pick a book, open it up and read it, and then give me a couple of shots and groups of your thoughts on the book. And the second graders, the majority of second graders will pick up on that, and it won't be it won't be an issue for them. When you tell an 8th grader or a 9th grader today to do that, they haven't done it or never done it, and yeah, that's going to be a that's going to be a steep hill to climb for a lot of them. I got it, and there's going to be dissatisfied parents because they're going to get the kickback at home, etc. Oh, my kid's got to write this report. He's never had to do this before. Why does he have to do it? Oh, yeah, I've seen the hair fires. I've gone through that on a different level for different kinds of things. And you know what? He's going to have to read a book, and he's going to have to put a pencil on a piece of paper and
think.
write.
That's the thing. He has to think once for
well,
change,
yeah,
and not let Chat GPT do it for him.
Yeah. Now, and like I said, now the structure of it, should it be for a year, et cetera. I think the school board is smart enough to sit down and discuss that and see where it's going and adjust as things move along. But that's huge. Starting right at the bottom, second, third grader to read and write a report. See, and then you take the majority of your second graders here today, and by the time they're in 10th grade, if you tell them to read a book and write a report on it, they won't even blink. They'll just do it. And many of them will enjoy doing it. And there's always going to be a few that'll, no, I can't have it, can't stand it, don't like reading, etc. But by the time those second graders are up there at 8th, 9th, 10th grade, you'll see a world of difference in attitude towards reading and writing and those and like you say, logical thought. My wife's was a teacher in this school system here. Been discussing this all along, and yeah, maybe this, maybe that. I'm not gonna get into the nitnoids of what exactly the policy should read or how it should read. But by and large, she's like, yes, get them started on reading, get them started young, and then things move forward. It's going to take years to get this right.
All right, I covered one question. All right, 7:53 past the hour. Well, we'll make the next school board a little more exciting, I believe.
Well, they passed the policy, so.
Huh?
Well, if you didn't watch the last one, it was interesting. It's out there on YouTube. You can go watch it. But it's just, I spent 30 plus years in the military. And I had, in this one instance, I had a sergeant. He was my admin chief, and he couldn't read. I mean, he's supposed to be doing my administration in my office, and it took me. I got him. He showed up. It took about a week, 2 weeks, and I'm like, what is this stuff that you're doing? And sent him over to the educational department, because every base will have one. And he was basically at the 3rd, 4th grade reading level, and he was my admin chief. And now he didn't come from Moore County, but it was bad. So
from Chicago, was he?
Philadelphia. Well, at any rate, and that's where it falls out. You get into the military, you get into business.
You gonna live here?
You got to have people. Able to read. That's all there is to it.
You need a minute?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
All right, well, let's check out a couple of sound bites this morning. Let's kick it off with the best of the over the weekend, Unique Boys. This is the best that they can come up with this morning. So we shall, let's see, where is it? Okay, it's right there, Steve. Here we go.
How about a bear in Canada broke into a truck and drank 69 cans of different sodas, but would not touch the diet soda? Authorities must return this bear to America because he's obviously an American bear. He won't drink diet soda, he sleeps half the year, and he shows up at Walmart not wearing any pants.
Carnival banned 2 cruise passengers because they were caught fishing from the balcony in their room. Unfortunately, their room overlooked the pool.
Yeah, the last one wasn't bad. You can't fish off the side of your boat.
Yeah.
Must be too many lures getting stuck in the person below's eyes. All right. On Friday, on the Drew Barrymore show, which I know you watched, Ben Affleck made the audience swoon, not because of his looks and charms, but because of what he said about his wife, Jennifer Lopez.
Jennifer just eats whatever she wants. In whatever she wants. Pizza, cookies, ice cream, everything.
Is it the working out?
She works out. I mean, I work out too. But I don't magically appear to be 20 years old. You know what I mean? With perfect skin and the whole... There's no taking away the work ethic. The work ethic is real. The discipline is very real. But also the superhuman thing is real.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some people got the genes, look young until they're 60, 70 years old.
And everything sags at once.
And then there's others that don't have that gene, and they start looking old. A friend I went to college with, boy, I'll tell you, he looked like he was about 45 by the time he left school. He's bad.
In Kansas City, Missouri, a small puppy was rescued out of the engine, out of a car engine after traveling inside it for 30 miles. Here's the vehicle owner, Ashley Newman, and her co-worker, Dennis Miller, talking about rescuing the little pup.
Someone thinks there's a dog in your car, and I'm like, in my car? So I come outside, I rush in to unlock the car, pop the hood, and we look for a few seconds, and sure enough, there were just two little eyeballs just looking up at us.
The dog was in a really tight spot, and we were able to just take the under trim off and get her free.
I cried instantly, and the little puppy is back home with mom. She went on a 30-minute commute with me to work, and I didn't even know it. It's one of those stories that it's, unless you have a video, I don't know if anyone would ever believe it.
Believe it? I'm Valley Girl.
Yeah, talking.
Yeah.
Not my favorite thing. Yeah, but animals are known to do that. They climb up there because it's warm, especially
snakes,
squirrels, snakes, all kinds of things. And next thing you know, they're popping out in weird places.
Birds. This happened at a pep rally last month at Desert Hill Middle School and Kennewick, Washington. Students and teachers competed against each other in a contest where they licked marshmallow cream off a plexiglass. So you imagine a plexiglass set up kind of like a chalkboard out there in the field. And there are two sides to it, obviously. So it would make it look like the teachers and students were licking each other through the plexiglass because they put a spot of marshmallow on one side, spot on the other
continues
side.
to move across the state. We will see a few sprinkles in our southern and eastern counties early and then gradual clearing into the afternoon. Highs today will reach the mid to upper 60s. Temperatures will be below normal for this time of the year. Tonight, we're down into the upper 30s and lower 40s. Tomorrow, temperatures will reach the mid 60s and lower 70s. I'm meteorologist Peter Sherwood in the Weather Center.
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sandhills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Greg Clugston in Washington. There's no sign of a truce taking hold in Sudan as foreign governments, including the U.S., evacuate their diplomatic staffs.
Sudan's capital, Khartoum, on the order from President Biden, who was advised that there is no end to the fighting between rival military factions. On ABC's This Week with George Stephanopoulos, military analyst Steve Ganyard says the airlift was dangerous, but it appeared to go well.
3 special operations Chinooks flying 800 miles at 100 feet at night on night vision goggles, having to land halfway, get gas, come into Khartoum where there's active combat that going on.
But for U.S. civilians, an estimated 16,000, the military said it was too risky to get them out, but the White House vowed to do what it can to help. I'm Jackie Quinn.
On Capitol Hill this week, House lawmakers will vote on the Republican debt limit bill. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy has proposed a plan that features $4.5 trillion in spending cuts. The White House opposes the bill. It wants a clean debt ceiling increase with no strings attached. In Texas, 9 teenagers were shot in a home at a prom after party attended by hundreds. The shootings took place late Saturday night. Deputies in Jasper County said they found 9 victims with gunshot wounds that were not life-threatening. As President Biden prepares to announce his 2024 campaign launch this week, another national survey shows little appetite for his re-election. According to an NBC News poll, 70% of Americans, including half of Democrats, do not think Mr. Biden should run again. About half of them say the age is a major concern. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Inflation is pushing up the cost of just about everything: food, gas, clothing. But life insurance, which thanks to inflation you need now more than ever, actually costs less today than it did a few years ago. Now is the time to get the insurance you need at a price you can afford. Call SelectQuote now and we'll help you save more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, same-day coverage with no medical exam. That's right, get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam in under an hour.
Call SelectQuote now at 1-800-507-2266. That's 1-800-507-2266. Or go to SelectQuote.com now and get up to $2 million in instant same-day coverage with no medical exam. That's 1-800-507-2266.
Full details on example policies at selectquote.com/commercials.
Across the U.S., downtowns are being revived with office buildings being converted into housing.
The real estate firm CBRE reports downtown office building vacancies continue to rise from over 12% at the end of 2019 to nearly 18% in the first quarter of 2023. Across the country, office-to-housing conversions are being pursued as a potential lifeline for struggling business districts that emptied out during the pandemic and haven't recovered. Downtown residents tout easy transportation and fun hangouts, but the plans are not without challenges. The neighborhoods still typically lack affordable grocery stores, green spaces, and businesses that people need after hours. I'm Jennifer King.
A bird strike sparked an engine fire on a plane shortly after takeoff from Columbus, Ohio yesterday morning. The Phoenix-bound airliner safely returned to the airport. No injuries were reported. Firefighters quickly doused the flames. News and analysis at townhall.com. The Drug Enforcement Administration plans to roll back online prescribing of potentially addictive drugs, and that's not sitting well with some patients.
During the COVID-19 pandemic, the DEA relaxed rules for controlled drugs, allowing them to be prescribed to patients online. Now the DEA wants to reinstate the previously long-standing requirement that doctors see patients in person before prescribing narcotic drugs such as OxyContin and amphetamines such as Adderall. Hospice patients and their caregivers say an exception should be made for them because the rule that's expected to be finalized May 11th has forgotten about patients who are dying and are too ill to see a doctor in person. I'm Donna Water.
Bed Bath & Beyond filed for bankruptcy protection, but the struggling retailer says its stores and website will remain open for now. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Thanks for help bringing the economy back. One local purchase at a time.
Kind of uplifts you and you feel better.
It's the greatest comeback of all time. With Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
My name is Ward Rowland. A good insurance agent has to put the needs of his clients first. As a law enforcement officer, I spent 11 years protecting and serving my community. It is my honor and privilege to serve Moore County and North Carolina residents with their insurance needs. Come in today or call 910-725-0915. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Cooper Ford in Carthage has done it again. Your hometown dealer has won the prestigious President's Award from the Ford Motor Company for an unprecedented third year in a row. This exclusive award is given only to dealers who exemplify exceptional customer service and who exceed customer expectations. That's why Cooper Ford is the dealer of choice for new and pre-owned vehicles. Come experience for yourself why Ford Motor Company and thousands of more Countyans choose the locally owned, award-winning Cooper Ford. Just off 15501 in Carthage or online at cooperford.net.
When you're ready for your next painting project, there's only one place to go for high-quality products. JB Short Carpet 1 in Southern Pines carries premium Benjamin Moore paints for any type of project. Benjamin Moore offers unmatched color and durability, so color will last for years to come. And when you shop JB Short Carpet 1 in Southern Pines, you're not just improving your home, you're supporting a local business too. Benjamin Moore, for everything that matters. JB Short Carpet 1, Highway 1 North between Southern Pines and Vass, or on the web at shortcarpet1.com.
Jump into the fire at Brick's Wood Fire Pizza in the Cole Shopping Center and enjoy your famous wood fire pizzas and the Brick's Wood Fire wings in several flavors. New menu items and fresh food is made daily. A fun place for family and friends. Dine in or sit on the outdoor patio, so jump into the fire at Brick's Wood Fire Pizza, Kohl's and Hobby Lobby Shopping Center in Southern Pines. Brick's Wood Fire Pizza is open every day at 11 a.m.
This is Bob Bonville at Griswold Home Care Pinehurst, and this is Linda.
It's so frustrating not to be able to pick up the phone and call somebody that can say, yes, we can help you. It's great to have Griswold Home Care to help you with the things you need. I'll pick up the phone and say, hey, I need help. And Griswold Home Care says, okay, what can I do for you?
Call me, Bob Bonville, at Griswold Home Care Pinehurst, 910-420-2360. That's 910-420-2360. We've been keeping the heart at home since 1982.
Sandy Ridge Memory Care provides all the amenities of home while providing personalized resident care and a dedication to a safe, secure, and comfortable environment for your loved one. Providing care for dementia and Alzheimer's population has been our specialty for over 20 years. Research has proven that a loving, structured, and intimate home environment successfully fulfills the needs of both the one affected by dementia and Alzheimer's, as well as the family caregivers. As one of the largest memory care facilities in North Carolina, we feature 3 separate secure units within our community. Each wing is designed for individual needs and preferences. Call for an appointment or just drop in to tour our facility and discover for yourself the care that sets us apart. Located only minutes from Moore County and surrounding areas, Sandy Ridge Memory Care is the right place at the right time. On Bowman Road in Candor or online at sandyridgeliving.com. Call 910-974-6000. Did you know 80% of Americans think pre-planned funeral arrangements are a good idea? At Pines Funerals, we encourage our community to have a plan in place to take care of those you love so that your final wishes are observed. Call 910-947-2224 or visit us at pinesfunerals.com today to request free planning information and see why more families prefer Pines. Pines Funerals, in association with Fry and Prickett, Kennedy, and Powell Funeral Homes, serving Carthage, Robbins, Southern Pines, and surrounding communities.
Fire is continuing to spread through the Croatan National Forest near Newbern. Public Information Officer with the Forest Service, Lisa Parker, said the fire has burned more than 35,000 acres since Wednesday.
So right now, the firefighters are on ground working. There is some containment lines that they're putting in.
Abortion rights activists are celebrating a Supreme Court decision that temporarily blocked a lower court ruling restricting access to mifepristone, a widely used abortion pill. Former Vice President Mike Pence reacted on CBS's Face the Nation.
I think the American people would welcome a minimum national standard in Washington, D.C., 15 weeks.
The U.S., France, Germany, Italy, and Spain have been evacuating diplomats and other nationals from Sudan, but thousands of Brits say they have been stranded. CBS's Vicky Barker's in London.
At least 4,000 British nationals remain trapped in Sudan's capital, Khartoum, as warring forces battle for the city. If they want help from their embassy, they've got a bit of a commute. All diplomatic staff have been evacuated to neighboring Ethiopia. The Brits say they feel abandoned.
Attorney General Josh Stein is claiming Google has harmed consumers by creating a 15-year monopoly in digital advertising technology.
There's less innovation. There's less. There's just harm to the marketplace in its entirety. We want there to be competition on online advertising and think that it's wrong for Google to have essentially taken over the entire marketplace.
High Point is known as the furniture capital of the world. Now there's a new museum in Guilford County in the city to tell the industry story. Karen McNeil, CEO of the American Home Furnishings Hall of Fame, tells WGHP.
You will be able to see why High Point is the home furnishings capital of the world, and you will be able to see all about this $150 billion industry.
You're listening to NCN News.
April is Fair Housing Month, and North Carolina's 56,000 realtors proudly honor our commitment to ensure everyone gets a fair chance in today's housing market. From the country crossroads to urban centers, realtors across North Carolina are working to open doors to anyone who is striving to attain the American dream of owning their own home. We believe fairness is worth fighting for because that's who we are. Paid for by North Carolina Realtors.
Getting older and wiser is a part of life. But like all things, aging has its challenges, and it's often hard to know where to turn for answers. Listen to the AARP Without Limits podcast to get the best information to navigate the challenges of aging in North Carolina. Learn how to live your best life after 50. You can find the latest episodes of AARP Without Limits wherever you listen to your podcasts.
Russia has a bully pulpit at the UN this week with its foreign minister gaveling 2 UN Security Council meetings.
Russia's foreign minister, Sergei Lavrov, presides Monday and Tuesday at the UN Security Council. The trip comes as Ukraine seeks NATO membership, and Finland took part in its first NATO exercise as a full-fledged NATO member. Finland's Undersecretary of State Kai Sauer spoke with CBS News Radio.
The Finnish NATO membership was a reaction to an action by Russia, and the action was Russia's aggression on Ukraine.
NATO's chief Jens Stoltenberg traveled to Ukraine.
Ukraine's rightful place is in NATO.
Russia invaded Ukraine, saying that it feared NATO expansion, but it got the opposite. Pamela Falk, CBS News, United Nations.
A new bill aimed at disaster relief program Rebuild NC could help storm-displaced North Carolinians. Hurricane survivor Sonia Black says,
we want to see results. And how can you really give back to these people who have lost?
With summer travel set to start, airlines and other aviation officials are signaling there's trouble ahead. CBS News' Elise Preston is at Los Angeles International Airport with more on what you need to know.
Unlike lower food and gas prices, inflation is still hitting travelers hard. The cost of an airline ticket has climbed 17% from last year. A hotel stay, 8%.
10 vehicles were involved in 3 separate crashes within a couple of miles on Interstate 40 in Orange County on Sunday afternoon. The 3 crashes were reported just after 3 p.m. and were spread from mile marker 263 to 261 on I-40. Mike Rayleigh, NCN News.
Pleasantly cooler temperatures will persist for this Monday. Keep in mind a few early sprinkles to the south and east will gradually clear out. We will see sunshine move in for this afternoon. Our highs will range in the mid to upper 60s today. Still going to be a nice one to get outside. Then tonight we're down into the upper 30s and lower 40s. Highs will be a touch milder tomorrow in the mid 60s and lower 70s. I'm meteorologist Peter Sherwood in the Weather Center.
Right now here in the Sand Hills area, sunny skies, 50 degrees, humidity 69%, 2.40. Winds are east-northeast at 2 and pressure 13. It's 8:14. Let's take a look at your Sand Hills news for this Monday morning. Town of Southern Pines Utility has an emergency road closure for East Morganton Road between Southwest Broad Street and South Bennett Street to facilitate water system repairs. So you might want to avoid that area today because it will be very slow going. An 18-year-old man is in serious condition after being struck by a vehicle while running along US 1. The accident occurred just south of Aberdeen near the intersection with Pinehurst Avenue around 8:30 p.m. on Friday. A motorist said he saw the young man running down the side of the darkened road and turned around to go back to check on him. As he he came upon the area, he saw the man lying on the side of the road after being struck by a Ford F-150 pickup truck pulling a large trailer. According to the Highway Patrol, as the pickup driver passed the man, the side mirror struck him. The driver pulled the truck off the road and returned to check on the injured man. When emergency crews arrived on the scene, they found him face down on the side of the road with traumatic injuries. A helicopter from Valley Air was dispatched. Paramedics transported the patient to a field at the corner of Highway 211 and Indiana Extension, where a landing zone was set up. The helicopter transported the patient to the trauma center. Highway Patrol is still investigating. And the school board passed the new reading requirements for promotion to rising grades, policy number 5525, which reads commencing in grade 2 and ending in grade 10 during the time covered by each report card, approximately 9 weeks. Each and every student must read an age-appropriate physical book in the English language and submit a handwritten book report to the student's English language arts English teacher, summarizing the content of the book. Each book report shall be due prior to the issuance of any report card. If a timely book report is not delivered to the teacher prior to the report card being issued, the report card shall carry the statement, "Student has not completed reading requirements. Contact teacher immediately." This statement may be in the language of students' households. Chairman Robert Levy said this will shrink the gap. Roughly half our students are not reading on grade level. This policy is aimed at students in the middle and below. The vote for policy 5525 had 4 in support, 3 in opposition. Members Shannon Davis voted against the reading requirement and said she did not support the policy as it was written, but liked the idea. She said the policy placed too much pressure on teachers. Vice Chairman David Hensley voted against the reading requirement policy also. That's your latest Sand Hills news this morning from the WEEB News Desk and the Sand Hills Sentinel. And if you need more information, it's simple. Just go to sandhillsentinel.com for that information. 8:17 now, time for sports right here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB.
The Morning Sports Report is brought to you by Hughes Supply of Pinehurst. With over 50 years' experience, Hughes Supply can handle all your plumbing project needs from start to finish. Call 910-295-5541 or visit them online at HughesSupplyPinehurst.com.
NCN Sports, good morning. I'm Tony Rexby. The Carolina Hurricanes have now moved to within 1 game of closing out the Islanders after a Game 4 win on the road in the first round of the Stanley Cup playoffs. Mike Mancuso reports from Long Island.
The Hurricanes have grabbed the 3-1 lead in this opening round series with a 5-2 win over the Islanders. Carolina took advantage of sloppy Islander play when Seth Jarvis scored the first of his 2 goals on a 5-on-3 power play.
It was huge on the power play. To be able to capitalize on that was huge for us. I mean, 5-on-3 you have to score. You don't get many of those, so you have to take advantage of them. And then we're finding ways, and it's nice to get rewarded.
Sebastian Aho added a goal and 2 assists. Antti Ranta 27 saves for the win. Game 5 Tuesday night in Carolina. Mike Mancuso, Uniondale, New York.
The Bruins beating the Florida Panthers 6-2. Bruins left winger Brad Marchand.
That's their game. They've had a lot of success doing that. But we've had success playing the way that we play, and we just have to remember to stick to that.
To the NBA, where the Stars came through for the Celtics in a win over the Hawks. Here's Jim Hart in Atlanta.
Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown each poured in 31 points as the Celtics extended their series lead to 3-1 over the Hawks with a 129-121 victory. Brown started the game shooting 1 for 7. He took off the protective mask he's worn since February and then knocked down 11 of 15 the rest of the way.
I just needed something different. I don't know what it was. I needed to change my shoes, wipe my hands off, take the mask off, whatever I needed to do. I just needed to help my team get a win, and that's what I was trying to do.
Marcus Smart added 19 points for the Celtics, while Trae Young led the Hawks with 35. Jim Hart, Atlanta.
Kyle Busch won his second race of the season since joining Richard Childress Racing, snatching victory in double overtime at Talladega. You're listening to NCN Sports.
STIHL professional-grade battery-powered tools. Whether you're looking for the performance to take on residential and commercial landscaping, or the power to get the job done in the forest or at the construction site, STIHL has battery equipment built with pros in mind. From low noise operation to relentless performance, STIHL Pro battery tools are built for you and built for work. Real STIHL. Find yours at stihldealers.com.
Join PBS North Carolina as we explore the world around us through stories that illuminate and moments that inspire. From PBS favorites like Masterpiece to local programs that celebrate our state and people. From educational resources for kids to emergency briefings that keep us secure, PBS North Carolina offers endless possibilities for discovery and wonder. Follow your curiosity at pbsnc.org.
It was the PGA Tour's only team event. Here's Graham Agars.
The last-minute pairing of Nick Hardy and Davis Riley have produced a come-from-behind win at the Zurich Classic, the only team event on the PGA Tour. Hardy and Davis pulled out of a late three-way tie for the lead with crucial birdies at 16 and 17 to post a final round 65 in the alternate shot format. That lifted them to a record tournament total of 30 under, good enough for a two-shot win over the Canadian combination of Nick Taylor and Adam Hadwin. It was a significant victory for both the 27-year-old Hardy and the 26-year-old Riley, securing for them their first PGA Tour victory. I'm Graham Agars.
In Major League Baseball, the Nationals fell to the Twins 3-1. Braves on the short end to the Astros 5-2. Orioles beat the Tigers 2-1. Tony Rixby, NCN Sports.
The greatest comeback of all time is underway. Remember to shop local businesses. A reminder from Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
Hey, this is Steve Leader Adams. You know, for many years I've had arthritis in my right shoulder. I was at the point that surgery was the only option. Then I discovered pressure wave therapy, available at Wright Chiropractic in Seven Lakes. Pressure wave therapy is a machine that concentrates pulses of pressure waves into your joint at a rate of 2,000 pulses per minute. The treatment is non-invasive and there is no downtime. Pressure waves help your body restore blood flow to your damaged joints and can even remove bone spurs and works on almost any joint in the body, including knees, hips, feet, and elbows. I've gone to only being able to raise my arms from 90 degrees to a full 360-degree motion. You can live pain-free too, without going under a surgeon's knife. Give Dr. Sharon Wright a call at Wright Chiropractic in Seven Lakes. 910-673-2225. That's 910-673-2225.
The all-new Appliances and More is located at the old Sears location in Aberdeen. Hi, this is Katherine Phelps. Joe and I made the decision to invest in our community as an independent appliance store where we pride ourselves in creating relationships and help our customers make an informed buying decision. We have a lot of new changes coming and invite you all to visit our new Appliances and More in the Town and Country Shopping Center, Aberdeen.
Proven Arms and Outfitters, the retail division of Quantico Tactical, is once again open to the public, offering the best price and selection of modern firearms, accessories, and ammunition. Proven Arms is open Tuesday through Friday from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. and is co-located with Quantico Tactical on Highway 211 east of Aberdeen and on the web at ProvenOutfitters.com.
One of my favorite memories growing up was having strawberry shortcake. And nothing makes it better than fresh-picked, locally grown strawberries. Get your fresh strawberries today at White Hill Farms. Open 7 days a week. White Hill Farms is located on 15501 in Cameron at the Lee County line. So hurry and don't miss the peak of strawberry season. Can't get to the farm? You can find White Hill Farms at the Farmers Market in Pinehurst. To learn more, visit whitehillfarms.com. New York Deli is a slice of the Big Apple in Pinehurst. Located in Olmsted Village, New York Deli offers authentic New York bagels and a full breakfast menu until 11 a.m. Looking for lunch? There are 33 signature sandwiches to choose from. New York-style pizza on Wednesdays and Fridays, and now offering Meatball Mondays. New York Deli is open weekdays from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. Visit Moore County Takeout and Delivery Options Facebook page for our menu updates. Call 295-2264 for takeout, or have your order delivered via DoorDash, Grubhub, or Easy Bites.
Contractors, stop wasting time looking for tile. Go straight to the local experts, the ones who have it all. Meadow Creek Tile. They've got upscale porcelain, ceramic, glass, stone, marble. It's your one stop for materials. And they offer special services for contractors. No more running all over town dealing with amateurs. Meadow Creek Tile, start to finish for any job. Located on 15501 next to Zaxby's. 910-693-7711.
If there was a better way to handle your finances, when would you want to know? Tune in to White Horse Financial Solutions every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m. here on WEEB.
As our economy gradually reopens, remember to support local.
Know you're doing the right thing and stay proud.
Be a part of the greatest comeback of all time with Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
The Zumwalt Zone is brought to you by Quality Sheds. Get a quality shed with 1 month down payment, no credit check, monthly payments, free delivery, and deals if you want to pay cash. Visit Quality Sheds at 5200 U.S. Highway 1 in Vass or call 910-638-8907.
Hello, I'm John Zumwalt, and you're in the Zumwalt Zone. I can't help but wonder how long John Nagy's going to be able to hang on to his job as the editor of the pathetic pilot. Our last school board was voted out. They weren't just voted out by a little, they were overwhelmingly removed, and that's true for the last 2 elections. That means that most of you are unhappy that half the kids in Moore County schools can't read the standard. That means you're not happy with the fortune and tax money that was wasted. It means that you're sick and tired of all the fights and all the assaults that occurred on campus. You hired this new board to fix those problems, and the board's fixing them. They're fighting this battle while also having to try to overcome the negative and frankly ignorant rants of John Nagy. Nagy's upset about every single move by this board. He's not happy that kids will now be required to read 4 books a year. 4 books. He says, let teachers teach. Nagy, are you that ignorant? Are you choosing to ignore that for at least a decade? That's what's been happening. And still, half the kids at any grade level can't read. Or Nagy, are you really not ignorant? But you just choose to ignore facts because you dislike anything at all that's done by a conservative board that kicked all your candidates' butts in the election. Why don't you try supporting education, Nagy? My guess is the less skilled a person is at reading, the more likely they are to take your 5th grade level newspaper. Anyway, I hope everyone has a wonderful day and a very safe one. From the Zumwalt Zone.
A weak disturbance continues to move across the state. We will see a few sprinkles in our southern and eastern counties early and then gradual clearing into the afternoon. Highs today will reach the mid to upper 60s. Temperatures will be below normal for this time of the year. Tonight we're down into the upper 30s and lower 40s. Tomorrow temperatures will reach the mid 60s and lower 70s. I'm meteorologist Peter Sherwood in the Weather Center.
And now, the Sandhills' #1 morning show. Mornings with the LeaderMan. Here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. And heard and seen around the world at talk973.com.
The best part of waking up is waking up with us.
Finally. It's here. It's here. It's finally here.
Monday. Yep. Nothing to get excited about.
Mondays suck.
Well, look at you. Back at it, huh?
Another day, another dollar.
Work.
Waits for no one.
Let's get back.
Let's get back to it.
Let's get this show on the road.
It's showtime.
Good morning, Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. Welcome back to the most listened to program in all of the Sandhills. It's time once again for Mornings with the LeaderMan. I am Steve Leader Adams, along with the Colonel, retired Marine Colonel Jeff Drummond. Good morning, Colonel.
Hey, good morning, Moore County. It was a little breezy with the sun. What do we got? Clouds this morning? I don't know. I was outside. I enjoyed it. It was nice weather.
It's mostly cloudy, yeah.
Took a little walk, but, some of you might have to bundle up, I guess. But if you can, get outside, because outside's better than inside. It's healthier for you. Kill the COVID, kill those other germs, etc., with a little ultraviolet light, and enjoy your day.
All right. Don't forget, of course, we're being heard and seen around the world on our live video stream. That's coming at you from our website at talk973.com or talk1041.com or WEEB990.com. Top middle of the page is where the video link's located. Upper right-hand corner of every page is a different link where it says On the Air Listen Live. Click that one once, and you're listening that quick to our audio link. Weather for us today here in the Sandhills area, it's going to be a little cooler than yesterday. Look for partly cloudy skies with a high of 68 tonight, mostly clear, a low of 42. So as the day progresses, more and more sun will be seen. Tuesday, mostly sunny with a high of 68. Tuesday night, partly cloudy, 49. Then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Last hour, Saturday and Sunday, wasn't included. Now it is. Well, don't expect this forecast to hold up all the way, but we'll see. Right now, they're saying chance of rain each day with highs 68 to 74 range for highs. Right now, around the Sandhills, winds are east-northeast at 1, gusting to 1. Pressure is 3014, dew point 38. Humidity 63%. It is mostly cloudy and 50 currently here at Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. All right, come and get your love, Redbone. It is, what time is it? It is 8:34, 34 past the hour. Sitting here, thought I had something. I lost one of my little things to do today. I got to relocate it. But anyway, we'll do that in a few moments. Let's work on these sound bites for this morning, I should say. We did that. Okay. New York City is experimenting with a robotic trash can that prompts you to use them. Do you need a toilet to prompt you to use it? I thought they had their own calling when you had to go. Come here. You're glad I'm here. They're mobile and equipped with cameras. They roam public spaces persuading people to use them instead of leaving their trash. Here's one of them now coming up here. Hello.
Pick up your trash. I'm standing right here. Yeah, I'm talking to you. You see another talking garbage can standing there? Come on, slugger. Reach down, pick it up, and toss it over. You call it trash, I call it lunch. There, was that so hard? Now get lost, you filthy jamoke. And speaking of trash, say hi to your mother.
Yeah, that sounds like New York.
An Indiana town is sad to see their iconic pharmacy close their doors after 71 years. What's the name of the pharmacy? It's called Butt Drugs, B-U-T-T Drugs. It's true. We do have a reporter on the scene here.
Butt Drugs is closing after 71 years. People in the town are bummed. We heard the owners were behind and must have really been feeling the pinch. Having a bad location also wrecked them. One thing for sure about Butt Drugs, they always had your back. They no longer had a booty, and it hurt their bottom line. The remaining employees got canned and were forced to go out the back door. They'll probably knock down the building, and the only thing left will be asphalt. And as the old saying goes, when one butt closes, another one opens. Reporting from the rear entrance of Butt Drugs, I'm Ben Dover.
Well, I'm glad that place closed. I really am.
They even had their own jingle, Colonel. Listen.
They got butt drugs. They love butt drugs. Ba-ba-ba butt drugs. Ba-ba-ba butt drugs.
I love butt drugs.
There you go.
Oh, dear.
All right, well, we've covered all the headline news, but what about that not headline news?
This is not headline news. SpaceX described the rocket explosion as a rapid, unscheduled disassembly, which ironically was also a band playing last night at Coachella. The Oakland A's will move to Las Vegas, which explains the new Vegas tourism slogan, "What happens here, sucks here." The team behind Stranger Things is working on a show where residents of a retirement community have to band together and fight an enemy from another world. Episode 1, I've fallen into the upside down and I can't get up. And rapper Afroman is running for president. When asked why, he naturally responded,
Because I got high. Because I got high. Because I got high.
This is not headline news.
Mm-hmm. A dad entertained his toddler son by pretending to be a traffic cop arresting the little fella who's standing in the front seat as if he's the driver. What you're hearing is the dad miming, and he's running alongside the car as it pulls away, and then he climbs onto the roof so he can reach inside and grab the wheel. He even crawls into the car to have a fist fight with the boy. Obviously, the kid is loving every second of it.
Hey, undercover, Agent Sanders. I've been telling you for a while. Sir, please. No! Pull over the car. Pull it over now. Hey, look at the car. I'm not gonna ask you anything. Yeah, we got it. He's rolling down Interstate 15. He's northbound. Pull over the car. Hey.
That's going to be one screwed up kid. Even if it wasn't National Skipping Day, you'd enjoy this clip from a mom teaching her young son how to add. She puts on 3 pairs of sunglasses and asks him to count the number of lenses, which he does. And when she's asked him to skip count by 2s, well, he has his own version of how that goes.
Count them.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Good. Or you can skip count and you can say 2, 4, 6. Skip count. Can you skip count?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Good job.
Okay. We did that one. Did we do the thing, or did we just get to it about the marshmallows?
Oh, you were talking about it at the end of the
okay, then the
thing.
news
He got
came on.
jumped on by the weather or whatever.
Okay, this happened at a prep rally last month in the Desert Hills Middle School in Kennewick, Washington. Students and teachers competed against each other on a contest where they licked marshmallow cream off a plexiglass window. The plexiglass window kind of set up like a two-sided blackboard where you could see through it, but there were two sides to it. And it was in a upright position off the ground. The strips of cream were placed at the exact same location on either side of the window, so it looked like the teacher and the students were licking each other.
Yeah.
This 10th grade age appropriate stuff here.
I don't know.
Here's some of the students who filmed it reacting with utter disgust.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they ought to press a book up against the glass and ask them to read it or something. We used to have field day, one day out of the school year, at the spring, pretty much done with all your academics, and you go outside and, they had competitions for various things and, just fun stuff, but athletic kind of things to do, just to get out of the classroom and get a little bit more exercise than you normally would. Licking, what was it they were licking off of the plexiglass?
Marshmallow cream.
Yeah, that wasn't part of it. I don't remember any.
They could have done pass the egg under the chin.
Yeah, I think we did that. The egg toss, all that kind of stuff. Just a general, it was just called field day, and everybody went out and who could throw who could kick the ball the farthest, who could throw the softball kind of thing. And, depending on what grade you were in, I mean, the girls were out there, in second, third, fourth grade. They were competing pretty much with the boys. But by the time you got up to 8th, 9th grade, that separated the things out. But, everybody was having fun and nobody was there licking anything that I remember.
Yeah, there were times, let's see, where you could do the old pass the paper routine, and that is,
yeah,
you could take a folded piece of paper and pass it with your teeth, or you could put suction on a piece of paper,
right,
to hold it to your mouth, and then if you're lucky enough to have the prettiest girl there that you're passing to, oops, it fell on the ground and you kind of fell into her lips. There you go.
Yeah, there you go.
Cheap kiss. And she won't get mad at you.
Mm-hmm.
She does, you don't care. Let's see. I don't care about that one. They have the 21 most overrated movies of all time listed here on BuzzFeed.
There's only 21 of them?
Yeah. Number one, most overrated movie of all time, and I probably could agree with this, Avatar. The first one.
Oh, that's some science fiction thing. Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
The Notebook was second, that comes out of a girl's fantasy treasure there. Number 3 was Black Panther. I agree, that was way overrated. Shakespeare in Love, number 4, way overrated. This one I disagree with wholeheartedly because it's Forrest Gump, number 5, came out in 94. And if you weren't living in the era in which this movie covered, which was the 60s and 70s and early 80s, you didn't really appreciate it.
Yeah, well,
and I guarantee the review writer here probably still can't grow a beard.
Well, that's true with many movies that just don't age well because, they're focused on a particular time and place, and they just, I don't know, they don't carry on. A lot of them do, some old westerns, there's plenty of old movies that, you watch them today and they still, they can still grab you and hold your interest, but a lot of them don't. Forrest Gump, I could see where somebody today watching that would just shake their head and turn away. I mean, I wasn't all that interested in it when it first came out. I'm not sure I watched it all the way through. I've seen the little vignettes from it, the feather thing. I mean, you can hardly, go anywhere or do anything and not see some of that kind of stuff.
Well, that's in the beginning and end of the movie.
Yeah, well, whatever. But I if I watched it, I don't remember watching it all the way through, and at this point, I'm not going to sit down to watch it. Well, I've missed a lot, according to some people. Yep, I would offer that some people have also missed a lot that I've done. So,
Jurassic World came in 6th. I'm only going to do the top 10.
Jurassic World
came in 6th, most overrated.
That's the dinosaur movie.
Yeah. The first one.
Yeah.
The 2015 version. Then La La Land.
Never watched
which
that.
won Best Academy Award. It's a musical dancing thing. Stupid. But it's way overrated. The Reverend. That's the one with Leonardo DiCaprio gets attacked by a grizzly bear. Chews the crap out of him and leaves him for dead, and he goes through to survive all the brutal beating because he got beat up twice. It wasn't a big elaborate storyline there.
Well, there's not much. You get in fact, if I'm not mistaken, that's based on a event that happened to a mountain man, back in the day, got left for dead kind of thing, and had to basically crawl and drag himself to, back to wherever the home base was. But yeah, if you're into that kind of thing, survival movie, that's what it was, really. And of course, if you're going to make a movie out of that, if you think about it, you got about 30 seconds to a minute of sheer terror while the bear works you over, and then the rest of the event is just survival, dragging yourself back, trying to find water, trying to find something to eat, and that would make a very boring movie, to be honest. But it was quite a survival feat for. I can't remember the name of the guy that actually happened to.
Yeah, well, that's when he first gets tore up by a bear, and then as he's trying to escape back to his fort from the bear, he runs into Indians. He goes, "This just isn't my day," and he has to crawl into ice cold water to hide from them. Number 9, the most overrated movies of all time, Gravity, with Sandra Bullock. I can't disagree with that. And number 10, Crash.
I don't remember that.
I don't either.
I don't remember Gravity either.
Well, that was the number 1 picture of 2004.
Oh, all right. I got it. I was busy.
And number 11, I'm going to stop with 11, was Frozen. Way overrated. Man, it was a cha-ching to the box office there.
Frozen?
Yeah.
Which one is? What's that?
Disney's animated movie. With all those songs they pulled out of it for the kids, and like, do you want to build a snowman? No, go away. Alrighty. Let's see here. Back to my things. You never get what I want. All right. care about that. Did that. All right. Last one. Soundbite. Sam Kinison. Today is National Scream Day. It's meant to be a day of releasing pent-up pressure and pressure with a scream. That reminds us of a classic comedy bit from Sam Kinison, of course, 1985.
What's your name? Lou? Lou, you ever been married? You do me a favor? If you ever think you want to get married, if you ever think you've met the right woman, you want to settle down, you want to get a house, you want to get a car, maybe raise a family, do me a favor, will you, Lou? Remember this face. Because it's the face of hell, Lou. It'll be your face every day. I'm trying to help here. I'm trying to do a good thing. I was married for 2 years. My life was so boring, I actually worried about my yard. The rest of my friends had goals, careers, visions. They were doing things with their lives. I was out there looking for crabgrass, weeds and stuff, going, I have a responsibility to the neighborhood. There is a weed here.
Yeah, he had some good stuff.
Yeah, he was one of the greats that we lost way too early in a car crash.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, he, what was he driving? He made a big deal about the car he was driving.
He was actually passenger.
He was a passenger.
I think it was. Yeah. Anyway, the last thing he said was, but I don't want to go. And like he was talking to someone, then he said, okay. And that was it. Yep. Like to hear after saying, you got to go come with us, Sammy boy. But I don't want to go. All righty. Okay. Do you wish you were taller?
I don't know.
This is a lot of pain and suffering for just a few inches. Ever wish you were taller? Well, having your legs surgically lengthened is more popular than ever.
Yeah, there you go.
NBC News just profiled a 26-year-old guy named Alex who had it done last year. He was 5'7", and now he's 5'10", but it was not an easy process. They basically break both legs up around your thigh and insert a rod on each one. The new bone slowly starts to grow. The rod works on a remote that lengthens them up to 1 millimeter per day for the next 3 to 4 months. At that point, Alex was able to get around again using a walker. Then he switched to a cane. So you're basically disabled for a while with lots of physical therapy. Regardless, he's happy with the results. He says he's never wanted to be tall, just tall enough for people to stop making comments about his height. He says making fun of some people's height is still acceptable for some reason. So how much does it cost? Well, short guys, remember this. He says it costs around $100,000. And most of that wasn't covered by insurance.
Yeah, why would it be? It's elective surgery.
The surgeon who did it says he expects to do around 50 leg lengthening procedures this year, up from 20 a year ago. It sounds like most of the patients are men, but not all of them are young. He says even guys in their 60s have expressed interest.
No, I don't want to be taller that bad. I guess he can make all the rides at Disney World now, unless Disney World closes.
I guess you could always wear thicker soled shoes, get you half an inch that way.
Yeah, I don't know. Hey, it's the world we live in. you got so much stuff, other interests, etc. You're not concentrated on just surviving. You get all this leisure time and excess income, and some of the things you can do amaze me. Add 3 inches to your height. Okay.
I despise this thing sometimes. Windows. All right, 5 random facts today. In 1949, 75% of Chinese women were illiterate. Today, China has one of the lowest rates of female illiteracy in the world, and the highest percentage of self-made female billionaires. Queen's original title for Bohemian Rhapsody was the Cowboy Song. The only person with a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame that's not on the sidewalk is Muhammad Ali.
What's this now? He's the only one. What?
The only person with a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame that's not on the sidewalk is Muhammad Ali. Is actually on the wall of the Kodak Theater because he didn't want people walking on his name, on the name Muhammad.
Oh, interesting. Okay, I got it. I'm surprised they accommodated that.
Karaoke is a Japanese word that translates to empty orchestra.
Empty orchestra.
And Helen Keller's father and grandfather were both officers of the Confederate Army during the Civil War. And her second cousin, twice removed, was Robert E. Lee.
Really?
Yes, the Confederate general. Get over it. Don't have much time left.
We'll have to cancel her out now because she was related.
Oh, yeah, I'll take down all the Helen Keller statues. I mean, here's a woman that couldn't hear, couldn't speak.
See, she was blind.
Blind and deaf. But she overcame it all to be able to write books. I say that's a pretty good accomplishment, and understood what she was writing. All right, so it goes for this Monday. You have yourself a great, safe day. We'll see you back bright and early tomorrow, 7 to 9 for a titillating Tuesday. Until then, be sure to support the mom and pop businesses you hear on our airwaves. Why? Because they're the core group of our economy here in Moore County. When you give them first crack at your spending dollars, your money stays here in our economy, not China's. So give them that first crack. And if you'd like to be a part of the winning team, well, consider talk radio the most effective way of advertising that actually delivers customers to your door. Call us today and we'll tell you how affordable it really is. All right, that's it for me. I'm Steve Leader Adams, and the LeaderMan and Nick and Colt the dog will all see you this afternoon at the dog park.
When I come back, you'd better be laughing.
So, what have we learned? Heck, I don't know. But this is one crazy show. Bye now.
Cut! That's it. Go home, everybody. None of this ever happened.
Well, y'all come back now, you hear?
I think we're through here.
Yeah, man. Thank you very much, man. That's pretty much all I got, man.
Okay, class dismissed. Rock on!
Well, let me tell you something. Everything comes to an end.
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sandhills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
News
Southern
this hour
Pines,
from
Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
townhall.com. I'm Greg Clugston in Washington. About 70 U.S. diplomatic personnel were evacuated from Sudan's capital city over the weekend as fierce fighting continues in that African nation. On ABC News this week, military analyst, retired Marine Colonel Steve Ganyard, said it was a risky operation by American Special Forces.
3 Special Operations Chinooks flying 800 miles at 100 feet at night
on night vision goggles, having to land halfway, get gas, come into Khartoum where there's active combat going on.
Jury selection begins today in the federal death penalty trial of a man accused of killing 11 people at a Pittsburgh synagogue 4.5 years ago. Tree of Life congregation Rabbi Jeffrey Myers survived the shooting.
It's primarily to help my congregation and community heal. To me, that's really the biggest one. But beyond it is to speak out, to be a voice to say, no, this isn't okay. It's not acceptable. It never was, and it can never be.
The synagogue mass shooting was the deadliest anti-Semitic attack in U.S. history. Most Americans don't want to see President Biden run for re-election in 2024. 70% of those surveyed in an NBC News poll don't support another Biden candidacy. Nearly half of those respondents cite his age as a major concern. The president, who is 80, is expected to announce his re-election bid this week. The poll also shows that voters are not enthusiastic with the idea of a 2020 rematch between Joe Biden and former President Trump. Bed Bath & Beyond is starting to wind down its operations after filing for bankruptcy protection. The move comes following years of dismal sales and numerous failed turnaround plans. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Relief Factor, pain relief, it's natural pain relief.
Governor Mark Robinson announced over the weekend his intent to run for governor in 2024. He did that at the Ace Speedway in Alamance County.
Today, we make it official. I am running for governor of North Carolina.
Abortion activists are celebrating a Supreme Court decision that temporarily blocked a lower court ruling restricting access to mifepristone, a widely used abortion pill. CBS News legal analyst Jen Crawford.
I think these conservative justices will join with the liberals and say the challengers don't have a right to sue in this case. It could be 8-1. Possibly even unanimous.
There was a dramatic rescue of the U.S. Embassy personnel from Sudan late Saturday night. John Kirby, the National Security Council's coordinator for strategic communications, spoke to CBS from the White House and says the capital, Khartoum, is a very dangerous place.
We're advising all Americans, those who didn't take the warning to get out, to shelter in place, to stay safe. This is not the time to be moving around the city.
Passengers on a flight that was about to take off from Charlotte Douglas International Airport over the weekend got a view that nobody wants to see when they look out the window. Flames shooting from the wing. Frankie Leggington shared video of the incident and tells WSOC.
We were taking off like normal. You know, when the wheels go up, you feel a little bump, and then all of a sudden you hear an explosion.
Organizers at the 3rd annual Asheville Hemp Festival took place in downtown Asheville from April 20th through the 22nd. Hope their event catches the attention of state lawmakers as lawmakers are actively deciding on whether to legalize cannabis in North Carolina. Event organizer Bo Ballard told WSOC.
To me, it feels like we're moving in the right direction. And I think that the state's finally realizing that not only can it help the citizens of North Carolina, it can help the tax revenue in North Carolina.
You're listening to NCN News.
If you or a loved one have been a victim of crime, the North Carolina Department of Public Safety Office of Victim Compensation Services provides programs to help you find peace of mind. They are here to help you apply for benefits that you may qualify for to recover from hardships such as lost wages and medical expenses. To learn more, visit ncdps.gov/4victims. That's ncdps.gov/4victims.
Getting older and wiser is a part of life. But like all things, aging has its challenges, and it's often hard to know where to turn for answers. Listen to the AARP Without Limits podcast to get the best information to navigate the challenges of aging in North Carolina. Learn how to live your best life after 50. You can find the latest episodes of AARP Without Limits wherever you listen to your podcasts.
Australia will undergo its biggest
appliances and more, now open at the old Sears location in Aberdeen.
Hi, this is Catherine Phelps. Joe and I are the owners of Appliances and More. We're creating relationships and helping you make an informed buying decision is our business. All home appliances are up to 20% off, and we have an in-stock Take It Home Today program. We also offer delivery and installation. So please come by and see the new changes at Appliances and More in the Town and Country Shopping Center, Aberdeen.
Pleasantly cooler temperatures will persist for this Monday. Keep in mind a few early sprinkles to the south and east will gradually clear out. We will see sunshine move in for this afternoon. Our highs will range in the mid to upper 60s today. Still going to be a nice one to get outside. Then tonight we're down into the upper 30s and lower 40s. Highs will be a touch milder tomorrow in the mid 60s and lower 70s. I'm meteorologist Peter Sherwood in the Weather Center.
97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
The president is facing serious headwinds when it comes to the public perception about whether or not he should run. And chief among those concerns are the president's 80-year-old age. Now, if you take a look at a recent poll that was out from NBC News, the majority of the American public does not believe Biden should seek a second term. And within his own Democratic Party, half of Democrats do not believe the president should run for re-election.
Yeah, but that's not going to stop him or the Democratic Party or the news media from peddling this decrepit Grandpa Simpson, Abe Simpson character on the American people one more time. That was CNN over the weekend. Didn't Joe Biden already announce to Al Roker? He announced to Al Roker, and now we're pretending that he didn't announce that he's running for re-election. When we all know he already has, but, you know, the world is a world of make-believe, and we're all living in it. Happy Monday to you and welcome. I hope that you had a wonderful American weekend. Had some beer other than Bud Light. That's in the news. You see the Bud Light lady, she's on a leave of absence. She's still collecting pay, negotiating her exit package. Can you say exit package when you're talking about a lady executive? Can you say lady executive? Because, you know, the left is here, and according to Bobby Kennedy, I said, you see this Robert F. Kennedy Jr. What do they call him, Bobby? They call him Bobby Jr. They call him, what do they call him? I'm not sure. RFK Jr. He says he's running for the presidency of the United States, and he said what he's running against is the marriage between corporate and political powers, which is the way that Benito Mussolini defined fascism. So he's running against fascism, and he's obviously talking about his own party, the Democrat Party. And I've been talking about this for quite some time now. The marriage between the information oligarchs. They don't need steel and railroads and, you know, airplane engines right now. They need to control information, and that's what the Democrat Party, also known as the left, has been so effective at doing here in the United States. And the way that Robert F. Kennedy Jr., RFK Jr., described it in his announcement speech, I mentioned this last week, but I never got to it because the Democrats give me way too much stuff. They're too crazy, and there are too many of them. And so I have the audio for you of Robert F. Kennedy, and then I don't have audio of Benito Mussolini. He'd be talking Italian anyway, but you know, defining what RFK Jr. is talking about, and he's talking about the Democrat Party, and it sure sounds like he's calling him fascist. Not that we have anybody in the news media that's paying attention to anything ever, but I'll do what I can. So we've got that for you today. And Joe Biden, he's not so bright. His brain, she's a broke. She's a no good. That brain of his, that's a no good. But we'll get to that. And his whole family is corrupt, it turns out now. Congressman James Comer, who is in charge of the Oversight Committee on Capitol Hill in the House of Representatives. It's very good that the Republicans control the House of Representatives now, because we live in very corrupt times. We have a very corrupt government and an even more corrupt news media in 2023. I'm sorry to have to report, but I got to tell the truth, and I'm not sorry about that. And here's James Comer saying now over the weekend, at least 12 members of the Biden family were involved with the foreign business dealings and cashing in on the Biden family name with no-show jobs and not having to do anything. And it's amazing. You know, the Chinese communists, they're communists in China, and the news media is fine with this. The New York Times and the Washington Post, they're just fine with this. Millions of dollars into the Biden family coffers, and then everything the Biden administration does is beneficial to the Chinese. Well, everything that could possibly affect the Chinese. For example, now there's, I've mentioned this before too. A big word these days is crackdown, because the left loves cracking down on things. They crack skulls, they crack heads, they break banks, they break economies. And now the word is, and the news media loves this word crackdown. They do. This is, if you haven't picked up on this, you'll start noticing now. The media loves crackdowns because they're little fascists. Are fascists communists? Are they? We'll talk about that in a minute too. But amazing stuff. They're going to crack down on our energy sector, on power plants, because they're going to slow the rise of the oceans. And as Barack Obama said, under his plan of cap and trade, electricity costs would necessarily skyrocket. And of course, the fundamental transformation of America very much underway right before our very eyes. And without the fascist coalition between the information sector, that would include the news media and social media and entertainment media and Hollywood, as Benito Mussolini described, they wouldn't stand a chance in the United States of America of 10, maybe 15 years ago. You'd probably have to start the clock before Barack Obama came along, because he was the pointy end of the commie spear. He was mentored and effectively raised in his formative years by a card-carrying member of the Communist Party. And then he picked a communist voter to head the CIA, and then the communist voting head of the CIA, the Gus Hall fan, penitentiary face Brennan, was one of the guys, along with Mike Morrell, spearheading that the felonious 51 with their letter lying to the American people, the information campaign they ran against us, the information operation that our intelligence community ran against the American people on behalf of the Democrat Party and the Joe Biden campaign. Talk about fascism. And now we learn over the weekend that it's not, the number of the Biden family corruptniks keeps growing, and the news media still couldn't care less. They're still in a hot tub with Joe Biden, breaking out the copper tone and passing it around. At least 12 Biden family members now. We call them the Dirty Dozen, because they love putting these labels on things. And what was their thing? The Disinformation Dozen, and there were 13 of them, right? And then we have the Felonious 51 with that disinformation operation they ran against the American people on the lead up to Election Day. Amazing stuff. So that's an update. And Hunter Biden's lawyers, I guess, are going to Delaware this week. They won't say when. They don't have to tell anybody anything if they don't want to, because our news media just can't wait to give them a tongue bath, another tongue bath. You know that they shave their tongues once a week, the news media, to make their tongue smoother for giving the Democrats tongue baths. It's interesting. And not like cat tongues at all, not like that. But the Hunter Biden, there's a lot of stuff on the Hunter Biden, because his lawyers, and the walls are closing in. The walls never close in on Democrats, however, because of the information dominance and all that good stuff. But there is a lot of news on Hunter Biden today. His attorneys going this week to meet with the U.S. Attorney David Weiss, who the news media keeps insisting is a Trump appointee. He's a Trump person. And I explained last week what the news media's lie is on this, and that David Weiss was selected by Barack Obama to be the acting U.S. attorney in Delaware, and was recommended. President Trump didn't come to town with thousands of lawyers that wanted government jobs in his back pocket. He had never been in politics before. And so the two left-wing Democrat senators, one of them a wife beater, that is to say he beat his own wife. He didn't beat other people's wives. And and Chris Coons, who ran against the witch in Delaware. Those are the two Democrats that recommended David Weiss to Donald Trump, to President Trump, and President Trump selected David Weiss based in large part on the recommendation of the two Democrat senators who are party hardliners, And so in any event, that's one of the big lies that they tell us. It's like Goebbels lives, honestly. Or as Al Sharpton would say, NBC News journalist, Gurgle lives, because he's a historian in addition to everything else. But Hunter Biden's attorney is going up to Delaware to meet with David Weiss on his many crimes, money laundering, tax evasion charges, the FARA violations, foreign agency violations, the gun charge where he lied on the form to get a firearm. And then you remember he was having sex with his brother's widow, and his brother's widow stole the gun from him and threw it in the garbage can behind their high-end grocery store. The news media described it as a high-end grocery store because the Bidens wouldn't shop at a low-end grocery store because they got all this Ukrainian and Chinese money rolling in, but pay no attention to that. We have the IRS whistleblower who is explaining that the Attorney General, Merrick Garland, is engaged in a cover-up and for the Biden family and for Hunter Biden, because it's a third world country right now, and I'd like to see that get fixed. But we're getting the slow roll at best from the crooked Attorney General, who's a bitter Democrat who thought he should have been on the Supreme Court. Thank God he wasn't. I'm signing the cross. Pretty amazing stuff. And I saw Kellyanne Conway this morning call it the Scandalabra. Pretty good, like a candelabra. It's a Scandalabra, the Biden family Scandalabra. There are so many scandals at this point. Oh, and by the way, he's apparently, according to the New York Post, which is right about everything, and nobody else is, the Hunter Biden is hiding out in the White House. He's living in the White House so that process servers cannot get to him to serve him with papers, because he's refusing to pay child support to the baby mama, the stripper baby mama, who seems like, the most high-quality person in the Biden family orbit. But the child support process servers can't get to Hunter Biden because he's holding up in the White House. So let's see an FBI raid there. Shouldn't we have an FBI raid? They could parachute in over that little toddler crawled in through the fence. Maybe they could get tiny FBI agents to go in and raid with little miniature AR-15s. And of course, the Attorney General, according to the IRS whistleblower, the Attorney General lied under oath as well, but all of this is okay. What the news media is excited about and touching themselves over is Joe Biden's going to announce tomorrow that he's running for president again. I mean, he's going to announce again because he's already announced repeatedly. Amazing stuff with Bud Light, the dim-witted woman, the vice president in charge of really bad marketing ideas, which should be on her business card, Alyssa Heinerscheid. I think she's wanted at The Hague. But Alyssa Heinerscheid is now on a leave of absence from Anheuser-Busch and Bud Light, and they've moved someone from corporate over to her position to try to save the company from this loser that went to Harvard and Wharton. But never mind that. And they also put her boss, Daniel Blake, at Anheuser-Busch at Bud Light, has also been put on leave, a leave of absence. They're both on. See, once they did it to Alyssa Heinerscheid, they had to do it to a white guy. Otherwise, they'd be in trouble with the left again because she's a lady and she's got lady parts, so you can't hold her accountable. See how that goes? Because she put that Dylan Mulvaney, speaking of lady parts or no lady parts, on there, the Bud Light. Hey, here's our new promotion campaign. Anheuser-Busch presents the Queen of Beers. And it was the dumbest thing ever. People compare it to New Coke. This makes New Coke look like a pretty good idea, this whole thing. Pretty amazing. But they put the white guy on a leave of absence, her boss too, because it doesn't look good if you just boot the white lady. And they got to go. But for the sake of the company, billions and billions of dollars. I was out with friends yesterday at a rooftop place in D.C., and they were getting buckets of Bud Light in bottles, which I would ordinarily do with them. But I was having D.C. Brow instead, local D.C. beer. I don't think they had, but not the biggest choice in the world, but I got the D.C. Brow. and I still haven't had a Bud Light. And I'm happy to see the leave of absence. That's not complete enough. It should be like public guillotine in St. Louis under the arch. Would probably be a good. And then Daniel Blake, because he's the white guy, you gotta get a white guy too. So that happened. And this kind of goes together beautifully with this amazing story about the legendary NBA basketball player and coach who was, what does he have, 11 rings as a coach, I think. And he's an old-time hippie kind of guy, Phil Jackson. And he, over the weekend, he was doing a podcast, being interviewed on a podcast. He doesn't watch the NBA anymore because they lost him as a fan because they politicized the heck out of the National Basketball Association and NBA basketball. I got to say, we're in playoff time, and I could care less because they lost me a long time ago. And football keeps trying hard to lose me. They've done a pretty good job, too. Amazing stuff. Yeah, this Phil Jackson story is remarkable. Bill Maher made a little bit of sense one more time over the weekend. And I got the craziest story about a father that, teachers can sever your boy's genitalia without telling the parents. But police raided a home in Arkansas because the family pierced their son's ear. So there was a police raid on their home. Now, if he had severed his son's genitalia, he'd get an award from the Democrat Party and an invitation to the White House. We're at 888-630-9625.
There's only one Chris Plant. The Chris Plant Show.
Hey, it's Chris Plant. You know I like to speak the truth and to offer solutions. Well, if you have high blood pressure or know someone who does, I want to tell you about some friends of mine. 120 Life. 120 Life, they're a Chicago-based company that developed a juice drink that can help lower your blood pressure naturally. 120 Life is a natural juice drink made from pomegranates, tart cherries, cranberries, hibiscus, beetroot, and magnesium. It can help lower blood pressure without the side effects. I'm drinking it, and I love it. It helps keep me energized and helps keep my blood pressure in check. Check it out and tell them Chris Plant sent you. Visit 120life.com. That's 120life.com. You can order a 2-week trial pack of their juice drink. There's a money-back guarantee, and you can use the code CHRIS to save 15%. Visit 120life.com today and start seeing the benefits in just 2 weeks. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. The product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
Angie's List is now Angie, and we've heard a lot of theories about why.
I thought it was an eco move. Fewer words, less paper.
No, it was so you could say it faster.
No, it's to be more iconic.
Must be a tech thing. But those aren't quite right. It's because now you can compare upfront prices, book a service instantly, and even get your project handled from start to finish.
Sounds easy.
It is, and it makes us so much more than just a list. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
Retired or retiring soon? How much money do you need to live comfortably? Retirement Planners of America is here for you. Would you like to have financial peace of mind? Here's how. Step 1. Find out the amount of money you'll need to retire. Step 2, have a plan to get there. Step 3, make sure that plan can take advantage of market gains but protect you from market losses. Discover how to do all three with a free consultation at 800-508-6108. That's 800-508-6108.
All investments involve risk, including losses. Past performance does not guarantee future results.
Finding great people to hire is like trying to find a needle in a haystack. It's pretty difficult, right? Well, ZipRecruiter has mastered finding a needle in a haystack. So they take it to the next level. They make hiring so simple that it's like finding a needle in a needle stack. And that's why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Here's what it's like to use ZipRecruiter. They have so many qualified candidates that it's easier to find the right ones for your roles. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's a lot of needles. So how do they do it? ZipRecruiter's powerful technology sends you candidates who are a great match for your job, and you can even invite your top choices to apply. So if you want less hay and more needles, head to ZipRecruiter.
And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. At ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/FREE. ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. Hire.
You look out the window. It's dark. You lock the doors. Maybe you set an alarm. You take every precaution. Do whatever it takes to keep your home safe. But it's not. In fact, termites may be destroying your home right now. You may not see them. You may not hear them. But by the time you see the damage termites cause, it may be too late. So don't wait, because now there is something new. Introducing Termidor, the unique treatment that wipes out 100% of the termites in your home in 3 months or less. They'll never see it coming. But you can't get it from any store. So ask for Termidor by name from your pest control company. Because if you're not asking for Termidor, you're asking for trouble.
Termidor is available at Aberdeen Exterminating. Call 944-2474. For service, that's 944-2474.
From start to finish, we get the job done right. Professional and caring, you're comfortable day or night. We're the local family, you can count on us. Right there, right on time, the ones you come to trust. 4 Seasons Heating and Air. Get comfortable with us.
4 Seasons in West End on Highway 211, 910-235-0606. Jump into the fire at Brick's Wood Fire Pizza in the Cole Shopping Center and enjoy your famous wood fire pizzas and the Brick's Wood Fire wings in several flavors. New menu items and fresh food is made daily. A fun place for family and friends. Dine in or sit on the outdoor patio. So jump into the fire at Brick's Wood Fire Pizza, Cole's and Hobby Lobby Shopping Center in Southern Pines. Brick's Wood Fire Pizza is open every day at 11 a.m.
WEEB, we've got you by the ears.
I gotta say, the Phil Jackson story is NBA. It speaks to much larger realities in our culture, and Phil Jackson's always been kind of a cool guy. He's famous for being an LSD head and a druggie and a hippie, and then he became the greatest NBA coach in the history of the NBA. But I'll get to that. And the kid who got his ear pierced at home and then a police raid dragged his father out, cuffed him, beat him up because, if he had severed his genitalia, it'd be okay. But ear piercing, that goes too far. All right, let's go to the telephones, Michael. Let's go to Jeff, calling from Hagerstown, Maryland. Jeffrey, you're on the Chris Plant Show.
Good morning, Chris. Thank you for taking my call. I'd like to tell you a story about my late grandfather of Italian descent. He passed away in the late 70s. I think I was in my teenage years. But when we would visit on Sunday mornings, I know that he would watch the news shows and very intently. And after the segment, he would always make a comment of what he thought he saw. And I'll just grab a random politician out of the air. He would say something like, God, at the Spiro Agnew, that guy is a full of beep, like something like that.
Sure.
And
I'm running out of time on you, though, so I want you to get to your thing.
Okay. So here's my thoughts on Joe Biden, what my great-grandfather would have said about Joe. Well, oh boy, that's a Giuseppe Biden. He is a one-up stupid, that guy is. He's a dunce, this and that, the other thing. It could have gone something like that. But any case.
Well, your grandfather sounds like he was a wise man paying attention. As I like to say, it's, kind of the Italian in me, too. That brain of his, she's a broke, she's a no good. That brain of the Joe Biden, that one's a no good.
This is the Chris Plant Show.
Thanks for help bringing the economy back. One local purchase at a time.
Kind of uplifts you and you feel better.
It's the greatest comeback of all time. With Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
Ember's Smokehouse is now open in downtown Southern Pines. Looking to satisfy your barbecue craving? Well, step up to the counter and order classic barbecue like pulled pork, ribs, briskets, or chicken. Ordered by the platter with classic sides or by the pound. Your barbecue craving will be satisfied. Check out their menu and other delicious items. They're open Monday through Friday, 11 to 7, Saturday, 10 to 7, and Sunday, 10 to 3. That's Ember's Smokehouse, 130 Southwest Broad Street in Southern Pines.
Garage door broken? If it is, your home is not as safe as it could be. Call Superior Overhead Doors today. Whether you need repairs or full replacement, you can count on us. With over 20 years of experience, no job is too big. Active duty military receive $20 off repairs and $50 off installation. So call Superior Overhead Doors today at 910-992-6227 or visit us online at superioroverheaddoorsllc.com for a free estimate. Lee Christian School is now enrolling for preschool through 12th grade, an alternative to public schools. Lee Christian takes great pride in teaching quality academics while instilling biblical principles in students' lives. With a 16-to-1 student-teacher ratio and a 95% college acceptance rate, Lee Christian School is committed to your child's future. Tuition assistance is available, and for more information on enrollment, visit leechristian.org or call 919-708-5115 today.
Hey, there are hundreds of restaurants in Moore County. Some are unique, but only one has Zaxby's. Zaxby's on 15501 in Southern Pines. Zaxby's has the most chicken options in town, whether you want it hot or not. Zaxby's can do it all. Their vast menu has something for everyone, no matter if you're dining in or driving up to take it home. Zaxby's has the cure for your chicken craving. Located on 15501 in Southern Pines near Holiday Inn Express.
Wilkinson Chevrolet Buick GMC in Sanford has been selling and servicing Buicks in Moore, Lee, Chatham, and Harnett counties for 70 years. Just a short drive from anywhere in the Sandhills, Wilkinson Chevrolet Buick GMC currently has 36 new Buicks available for purchase. To see the full list of new Buicks or to schedule your service appointment, visit wilkinsoncars.com or call 919-775-3421. We are professional grade.
Are you interested in protecting your assets from market volatility, rising taxes, and economic uncertainty? Then tune in to Retire 360 with Dwight Mejan to learn how you can protect and grow your hard-earned money. Retire 360, Sundays at 3 p.m. right here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. Protect your hard-earned money today at retire360show.com.
For more than 30 years, Kubota of Sanford has offered sales, service, and parts for all your needs. Come join them at their spring open house, April 14th and 15th. See their wide selection of Kubota and Gravely tractors, mowers, utility vehicles, construction equipment, and trailers from brands like Big Tex, Master Tow, and Diamond Cargo. That's April 14th and 15th at Kubota of Sanford, located at 4217 Jefferson Davis Highway in Sanford, or call them at 919-292-6464. Looking to buy or sell military uniforms, tactical gear, boots, or bags and packs? Then head to Black Sheep Surplus, where they have a wide selection of turning gear and packing list items. Awarded a certificate of appreciation from the 1st Special Forces Warfare Training Group for their support of the military in Moore County. Black Sheep Surplus is your destination for all things military surplus. Check out Black Sheep Surplus on Facebook or visit them at 125 Murray Hill Road in Southern Pines and mention this ad to receive 10% off your purchase.
Your local weather forecast is brought to you by Sunbelt Service Pros. For professional service, call 910-944-2044. Anytime, day or night.
Pleasantly cooler temperatures will persist for this Monday. Keep in mind a few early sprinkles to the south and east will gradually clear out. We will see sunshine move in for this afternoon. Our highs will range in the mid to upper 60s today. Still going to be a nice one to get outside. Then tonight, we're down into the upper 30s 30s and lower 40s. Highs will be a touch milder tomorrow in the mid-60s and lower 70s. I'm meteorologist Peter Sherwood in the Weather Center.
97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
Yeah, the vice president of marketing at Bud Light with the worst idea in the history of marketing. Wharton called. They want their degree back. Harvard is fine with it, though. She went to Harvard and Wharton and learned how to be dumb. A lot of people, you notice they go to the best schools and they come out dumber than your average ditch digger. It's pretty amazing. But it's the politics, isn't it? And Phil Jackson, from LSD to record number of NBA championships to now telling the truth. This is a great story, the Phil Jackson story. I don't think the media's invited him on anywhere. Was he on? Do you think he was on the ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN, MSNBC this morning anywhere? Think they, that they want to interview him and say, well, what do you mean the left-wing political zealots have destroyed the NBA even for you, with one of the most extraordinary NBA careers in the history of the world? But never mind that. We're going to get back to that. And it does go with the Bud Light story. Hand in glove, flipper in mitten. But let's go to the New York Post first for a quite remarkable story as well out of the great state of Arkansas. The headline is, Police Bust Into Arkansas Family's Home, Arrest Dad for Piercing Son's Ear in Viral Video. Now, there's video of the arrest inside the house, and Dad is being dragged away, and Mom is there. I think Mom might be a nurse. She's got a T-shirt on, says she's a pirate nurse, so I'm thinking she's probably a nurse. And their kid is there, and the kid's got a pierced ear. And the kid is yelling, I wanted a pierced ear. I wanted my ear pierced. And the police are dragging Dad away, threw him against the wall in his own home, cuffed him in front of his child because the child has a pierced ear, and that's the cause, that's the offense here. Imagine if you started enforcing laws in Chicago, how many arrests, how many raids there'd be. In Baltimore, Bodymore, Murderland. Amazing. And we've got some audio that I want to share, and it's kind of fun because we looked at the video. There's video. I'll share the audio portion with you since we're on the radio. But the video, we watched the video, and there's an arrest, and there's rough stuff going on, and the police and Mom and the kid and Dad is being dragged away and dragged down the street because of the ear piercing incident, and doing body art without a license. It's just completely nuts. And there's no cursing. And we were kind of amazed that because normally Democrats are being arrested, and of course they swear all the time in every sentence. But never mind that. An Arkansas father is facing a felony charge after his arrest on Thursday for piercing his son's ear. The chaos began during a Tontiltown Police Department welfare check after a Springdale High School resource officer reported a student telling classmates his drunk father, quote, put him in a chokehold and shoved the piercing in his ear, cops said in a statement. Now, so here's the kid at school, allegedly, according to a school resource officer, saying his father, quote, put him in a chokehold. Now, this is according to the school resource officer. Was his father bracing his kid because they're about to pierce the ear? This is how high school kids used to pierce ears all the time, girls and boys. When I was in high school, people, you just get some ice, probably a shot of whiskey from your dad's liquor cabinet or something, and they would pierce each other's ears. I'm not pierced my ears or any place else, and I have no tattoos, no tattoos of any kind. Nobody in my family has any tattoos. Of my 6 brothers, and we grew up, nobody got a single tattoo. I think one wife now has one tattoo. So the chaos began then, and Jeremy Sherland, 45 years old, admitted to piercing his son's ear, but refused to let officers speak to the boy. See, that's, constitutional rights and all that stuff. And would not answer any further questions. Well, the cops showed up at his house in force. Police later returned. See, first the police showed up and they're like, hey, we want to talk to your kid and we want to talk to you about piercing the ear. And he said, I don't think so. Later, police returned in numbers. In force, you see, probably an armored vehicle, helicopter, FBI rappelling down fast ropes and stuff. With an arrest warrant that was issued by the Washington County Prosecutor's Office. There was an ear piercing going on, had to deal with, which sparked the mayhem captured on video. And the mayhem captured on video sounded kind of like this, with the police bursting through the door and throwing Dad against the wall and handcuffing him.
Why are you in my house? Guys, I'm asking a question. Why are you
For what?
You're piercing, okay? In your home. He was not unlawful.
Body art without a license.
That's Dad. Body art without a license. That's what he's being charged with.
What is really going on here?
Dad's being dragged away.
Yes, I got all of it.
Guys, you're in the cameras. This is ridiculous.
You're in the cameras. This is ridiculous. And the kid...
Piercing his son's ear without a license.
That's it, piercing his son's ear.
Takes 3 cops, 4 cops, coming into my house without permission. No permission. They busted in my front door. This is the boy right here. He got a pierced ear by his dad. These cops busted in my door.
So he admitted he pierced his son's ear, and pretty amazing. In the TikTok video posted by Sherlin's son, by the kid with the pierced ear, 4 stone-faced officers, the story actually says stoned face. I think that meant to write stone-faced officers, were seen inside the Sherlin's home, pinning the father against the wall and slapping handcuffs on the man. Pretty amazing stuff.
I wanted my ears pierced.
Cuffs on this boy for nothing.
There's the boy. Sounds like a teenager. I wanted my ears pierced. All right. So he wanted his ears pierced. Dad helped him pierce his ears and probably bracing his son. Then he either told a dramatic story at school or it became a game of telephone, and what he said was exaggerated, and then maybe the school resource officer exaggerated. Maybe the school resource officer heard it secondhand. Who knows? But now you hear the kid who sounds, old enough to have teachers sever his genitalia because, at school, if the Democrats are in charge, they can sever your boy's genitalia and give him puberty blockers without notifying the parents. And then take the genitalia, put it in a mayonnaise jar, put it on Funkin' Wagnall's front porch since noon today. As confusion set in, Sherlin's wife stormed over to the officers and repeatedly asked why they were in the house and demanded to know what cause they had to arrest her husband. And again, the key is the son yelling, "I wanted my ears pierced." Now, so what are we doing now? Yeah, during the chaos, an officer explained to the woman the father is being arrested for performing, quote, body art without a license, end quote, to which Sherlin lets out an exaggerated laugh and sarcastically repeats to the officer, seemingly baffled by the charges. Officers then attempted to escort the father out of the home, but were met with a brief struggle by Sherlin, forcing police to shove him out the door in handcuffs in front of his wife and his son, who wanted his ears pierced, so he helped him. The officers marched the irate father away down the suburban street. Here's the video, here are the pictures. As the wife and son followed, both in total disbelief at the situation. And, it takes 3 cops, 4 cops coming into my house, no permission, and the kid yelling, "I wanted my ears pierced." That, don't you think the police at that point should say? But then they got a warrant, and it's the judge is involved. And in Arkansas, it is illegal for artists to perform body art on a person under 16. What about genital mutilation and puberty blockers? Or what about that? Under the age of 16, regardless of parental consent. Violation of that law is a Class D felony. See, now, you can argue about whether this is a good law or not, but if you think this is a good law, then you should probably be against genital mutilation for minors. And just saying. We have that lady, the audio of the lady today who's talking about the transgender stuff as well. And everybody's in trouble. Everybody's in trouble for everything. It's a country where everybody's in trouble. Since Sherland is not a licensed artist like Hunter Biden, it's also illegal for him to perform body art in any unlicensed facility. He's not got a lot of licensing going on here. The dad was also charged with endangering the welfare of a minor, refusing to submit to arrest, for piercing his son's ear, obstructing government operations. That's like January 6th all over again. Sherland was released on $1,500 bond on Saturday after spending 2 nights in the Washington County Jail, according to online records. Officers told Jeremy he was under arrest and explained the probable cause for the arrest. Jeremy refused to comply. Officers then took him into custody. There it is. That's you got your America 2023, because were it not for double standards. No, it's Arkansas. It's not California. But we've got, I'm telling you, you are just crazy, just crazy. There's also this transgender, every day we've got a bunch of transgender stories because the Democrats, also you see Netflix is in hot water for making Cleopatra black in their latest production. And it's Jada Pinkett Smith who started that fight between Will Smith and Chris Rock because of that thing. But there's this lady. She's a lady. She is a lady, right? I think she's a lady. With Democrats, how sometimes it can be hard to say. But this lady who is now an advocate. She's a transgender health center whistleblower. Goes by the name Jamie Reed. That's a gender-neutral name. Jamie Reed is also gender neutral. So it's fully. And Jamie Reed, Transgender Health Center, now a whistleblower, saying, listen, these puberty blockers, we go around telling everybody that we have to help them with their gender transition when they're minors, because otherwise they'll become mentally ill, right? So if for the sake of their mental health, we have to help them become girls when they're boys and boys when they're girls, and puberty blockers and genital mutilation, and keep it a secret from the parents. And so here is the Transgender Health Center whistleblower, Jamie Reed.
Mental health was getting worse once they started the blocker. And that's against what the narrative tells us. The narrative says these interventions are supposed to make people better. We were pretty much putting anybody on testosterone at 13.5 if that's what they wanted. It was getting to the point where we were harming more patients that we were helping, just by the numbers.
Just by the numbers. So wait a minute, all these treatments are harming more we're talking about children now, 13 years old, and you're engaging in making them eunuchs. And we had that transgender doctor who does the surgeries on other people, and the transgender doctor used to be a man and now says he's a lady. And that transgender doctor, we played the audio a couple of weeks ago for you, saying that when you give the puberty blockers to boys who are prepubescent or pubescent, that they will never know sexual pleasure. They will never have a normal sex life. They will never achieve climax. They will never achieve orgasm. And that's your Democrat Party. Here is Jamie Reed of the Transgender Health Center.
What I am not in agreement with is this push to rapid medicalization of children. And it got to the point in the center where there was an actual directive that we were no longer allowed to use the phrase, I have concerns about a patient. And in medicine, that should scare anyone.
Scare the bejesus. So Jamie Reed, this is Jamie Reed's career. This is Jamie Reed's life. And Jamie Reed is saying, and what is the phrase that you're banned? I have concerns. You're not, that's banned. That's a banned phrase. You're not allowed to say that because the fascistas are banning the truth and sanity and rational thought. Pretty amazing stuff. And now people are coming out and telling the truth about this, and they get in trouble for it. Isn't the left amazing? Yes, they are. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. They're crazy. So you're actually increasing the incidence of mental illness, and it's intended to reduce the incidence of mental illness, but instead it is doing the opposite. And if you were to say, I have concerns about this child, well, then you're the one that's in trouble, because that phrase has been banned. By who? By the authorities. By the authorities. These are not normal times we're in, and these are not normal people. And I believe that people are beginning to speak up more and more. You know, boys are boys and girls are girls, and you should really leave the children alone. And who put these people in charge of the schools and in charge of the children? What can we do to stop them?
You're listening to The Chris Plant Show.
Paid for by government.com.
The 1878 to 1921 Morgan silver dollar, a true American classic and one of the most iconic silver dollar coins in history. It's been 100 years since the last Morgan silver dollar coin was struck for circulation, and now, for a limited time only, full pound bags of original U.S. government struck Morgan dollars are being released to the public. That's right, you can own a full pound of 1878 to 1921 classic American Morgan silver dollar coins, all in very good collector condition with fully visible dates and mint marks. Guaranteed. Call 1-800-969-0689 now to secure collector-grade U.S. Morgan silver dollars by the pound, struck during the Wild West and the Gilded Age. Plus, receive a bonus American Collector's Pack valued at over $25, free with every order. Call 1-800-969-0689 now to secure your full pound bag of Morgan silver dollar coins before they are gone. 1-800-969-0689. That's 1-800-969-0689.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
You know they're out there. You know. You can't see them.
Can't see.
You can't hear them. But you know they're there.
They're there.
Termites. You know they're hungry.
Starving.
And you know your house is their main course. So you know you have to do something.
What can you do?
It's really quite simple. You ask for Termidor, the unique treatment that wipes out 100% of the termites in your home in 3 months or less. Every last termite dead.
Bye-bye.
For a long, long time. Now you know. Only Termidor is 100% effective against termites in 3 months or less. So ask for Termidor by name from your pest control company. Because if you're not asking for Termidor, you're asking for trouble.
Termidor is available at Aberdeen Exterminating. Call 944-2474. That's 944-2474.
Jump into the fire at Brick's Wood Fire Pizza in the Cole Shopping Center and enjoy your famous wood fire pizzas and the Brick's Wood Fire wings in several flavors. New menu items and fresh food is made daily. A fun place for family and friends. Dine in or sit on the outdoor patio. So jump into the fire at Brick's Wood Fire Pizza, Kohl's and Hobby Lobby Shopping Center in Southern Pines. Brick's Wood Fire Pizza is open every day at 11 a.m.
This is Bob Bonneville of Griswold Home Care of Pinehurst. Over the past several years, we have grown substantially. Here's one of the reasons why. Dorothy of Pinehurst wrote, quote, "After Dad died, I talked to Mom about moving to a retirement home, but she wanted to stay in her own home. After calling the office, the meeting with you, Mom, and myself, we all agreed on the care that fit her needs, and it worked out beautifully," end quote. Call me, Bob Bonneville, at 910-420-2360. That's 910-420-2360, or go online to griswoldhomecare.com/Pinehurst.
It's no surprise, Pinehurst Toyota has done it again, a third award. And this one is the Golden Carfax top-rated dealer, based on Toyota and Hyundai ability to consistently provide the best pre-owned vehicles and service. Pinehurst Toyota also has the Pilot Best of the Pines Service Department and the Sandhills Magazine Best Dealership in Moore County. The Pinehurst Toyota Advantage Plan is our goal to make you 100% satisfied with your visit to Pinehurst Toyota. The first 2 years or 25,000 miles are covered by the Toyota Care Program, and you get 5 years of roadside assistance regardless of miles. That's why with a major service at Pinehurst Toyota, you will receive a complimentary loaner for all qualified warranty repairs. Call Pinehurst Toyota at 910-692-2424. That's 910-692-2424.
97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
All right, a great deal of stuff to get to. Biden family corruption, Phil Jackson telling the truth, and maybe starting a trend. I thought I had already started it, but I don't really talk about it much. And I'm not Phil Jackson, so we'll get to all of that. And the Bud Light stuff, crime and mayhem because of the Democrats, gender calamity because of the Democrats. Cleopatra wasn't Al Sharpton. We'll get to that. But right now, let's go to the telephones. Let's go to Andrew. Andrew calling from Bristow, Bristow, Virginia. Andrew, you're on the Chris Plant Show.
Yeah, Chris, I'll tell you what, that's amazing to me because I've been married into a Salvadoran family for 30 years now.
You're talking about the ear piercing.
Yes. And I've watched my sister-in-laws pierce their daughter's ears as babies. I remember the first time I saw it, I'm like, what the? But they would never, the authorities would never even consider coming after them, piercing their daughters as babies, young girls, because they would say, oh, well, it's cultural,
Maybe the father in Arkansas's real crime was cultural appropriation.
I have to tell you a joke about cultural appropriation real quick. I love Cuban shirts, right? Uh-huh. And my daughter came to me and she goes, Pop, that's cultural appropriation. I said, no, ma'am. I was in Little Havana. This man sold this shirt to me for $60. Trust me, he was happy for me to appropriate his culture for $60.
The Guayabera, you're talking about the Guayabera shirt?
Yeah, Guayaberas.
Yeah. I have two of them myself, the Guayaberas. The Cuban shirts. They're also called Mexican wedding shirts, right?
Yeah. Well, if you can wear a long sleeve Cuban shirt to any formal event, as long as you don't roll the sleeves up, and it's the same as wearing a suit and tie.
Yeah, they're good shirts.
Perfectly acceptable as formal wear.
Yeah. Well, we went to a friend's wedding in Mexico City. We started in Mexico City and ended up outside of Mexico City. Several days of stuff, and we're all wearing Guayaberas, and I had a couple of different Guayaberas. Our friend is Brazilian, but grew up in Mexico mostly, and his wife is a nice New York girl, and we went to their wedding in Mexico. A great, incredible wedding. An amazing wedding. They had burros walking around at the reception with backpacks packed with bottles of tequila and really good first-rate tequila. Good stuff. And I still have my 2 Guayaberas, you know. I don't wear them all the time, but I have them just in case. A white one and an off-white one, you know, to mix it up a little. A lot of crazy coming up.
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sandhills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Greg Clugston in Washington. Over the weekend, the United States joined several other countries in evacuating its embassy personnel from war-ravaged Sudan. U.S. Special Operations Forces removed several dozen diplomats and other staffers by helicopter. Military affairs analyst, retired Lieutenant Colonel Robert McGinnis, tells the Salem Radio Network that the war in Sudan will likely have a ripple effect on the African continent.
The struggle in Sudan could have an impact on Chad to the west, Egypt to the north, and Ethiopia, which is already reeling from its own internal struggles to the east.
Jury selection is set to begin in the federal death penalty trial of a man accused of shooting to death 11 people at a Pittsburgh synagogue. It was the deadliest anti-Semitic attack in U.S. history when it took place back in 2018. 50-year-old Robert Bowers faces 63 counts in the attack on the Tree of Life synagogue. A Florida prosecutor has ordered an investigation into shots being fired at a couple who mistakenly turned onto the wrong property. A Broward County state attorney says he wants police to turn over their reports. No one was charged or injured in that shooting. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is in Japan meeting with the Prime Minister and other officials. It's part of his four-nation trade mission, seen as an attempt by the expected Republican presidential candidate to bolster his foreign policy credentials. In Iowa over the weekend, several likely GOP presidential hopefuls gave speeches at an event that was hosted by the Iowa Faith and Freedom Coalition. U.S. voters tell NBC News in a poll they're dissatisfied with the idea of a Biden-Trump rematch in next year's presidential election. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Hi, this is Jason Hansen. I'm a
Fire is continuing to spread across the Croatan National Forest near Newbern. Public Information Officer with Forest Service, Lisa Parker.
They are out there assisting the other local fire departments. I would say right now, smoke in the general direction. Right now, I know that it's covering a little bit of Newbern with smoke, and the Highway 70 is a little bit covered as well.
Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson announced over the weekend his intent to run for governor in 2024.
I'm running for governor because we, the people of North Carolina, need someone who understands us. We don't need another politician who spent their life climbing the political ladder.
CBS News confirms President Joe Biden is expected to launch his re-election campaign as soon as tomorrow. CBS News White House correspondent Weizhu Zhang has more.
CBS News has confirmed that President Biden is expected to choose Julie Chavez Rodrigo to serve as campaign manager. Now, right now, she is the director of the White House Office of Intergovernmental Affairs. That's one of the few Latinas who hold a top position in the West Wing.
Passengers on a flight that was about to take off from Charlotte Douglas International Airport got a view that nobody wants to see when they look out the window. Flames shooting from the wing. Frankie Leggington shared a video of the incident and tells WSOC.
Nobody knows what's happening, so that's the first instinct is the plane's going to blow. So everyone's grabbing their bags, trying to get up and run in the aisle.
There was a dramatic rescue of U.S. Embassy personnel from Sudan late Saturday night. John Kirby, National Security Council's coordinator for strategic communication.
Putting naval assets in the Red Sea near Port Sudan to help with any evacuation or assistance that American citizens might need. We're going to do everything we can to help guide people, get them the information they need to get out safely.
You're listening to NCI News.
We as a community, we should also do our part and protect not only ourselves, but the people around us.
It's nice to have one less thing to worry about.
So I decided to get my vaccine to be able to go back to work.
I got my updated vaccine because I want to protect my community, my family, and those at risk around me.
Get your updated COVID-19 vaccine.
And please make sure you have a routine checkup.
Life is calling.
Don't let COVID get in the way.
Get vaccinated.
Get your updated COVID-19 vaccine. It protects you against severe illness. Find yours at myspot.nc.gov.
April is Fair Housing Month, and North Carolina's 56,000 realtors proudly honor our commitment to ensure everyone gets a fair chance in today's housing market. From the country crossroads to urban centers, realtors across North Carolina are working to open doors to anyone who is striving to attain the American dream of owning their own home. We believe fairness is worth fighting for because that's who we are. Paid for by North Carolina Realtors.
People who are nervous about where to put their money, but
want to add a little luxury to your kitchen and feel more like a chef? Right now, Monogram Appliances has a one for you, one for free rebate offer where you can receive up to 3 free eligible Monogram appliances. There are lots of eligible models to choose from, so head on down to your local appliance experts at Keys Appliance Center in downtown Aberdeen. Visit with any Keys sales associate for complete rebate details and a list of eligible models. Keys Appliance Center, located at 104 East Main Street in downtown Aberdeen.
Pleasantly cooler temperatures will persist for this Monday. Keep in mind a few early sprinkles to the south and east will gradually clear out. We will see sunshine move in for this afternoon. Our highs will range in the mid to upper 60s today. Still going to be a nice one to get outside. Then tonight we're down into the upper 30s and lower 40s. Highs will be a touch milder tomorrow in the mid 60s and lower 70s. I'm meteorologist Peter Sherwood in the Weather Center.
The Chris Plant Show is sponsored by Sandy Ridge Memory Care and Assisted Living in Candor, a place for compassionate care. Call 910-974-4162.
And they hipped me to something and a phrase that I had not heard before. They talked about climate anxiety. Climate anxiety. The emotional, the psychological, the mental toll that the knowledge about this crisis is taking on our young people.
That's right. It's the knowledge about the climate crisis that is causing anxiety among children across America. I wonder who's driving that. I wonder how that could have happened. You know, childhood depression, childhood mental illness skyrocketing, childhood self-harm skyrocketing, suicide attempts, thoughts of suicide skyrocketing, climate anxiety. That was, of course, Kamala. And, the Democrats, they create this anarchy. They create the anxiety, and then they're shocked to learn that what they've been doing has had an effect. You remember Democrat Congresswoman Katie Porter from California, who's planning on taking Senator Dianne Feinstein's seat when they hit her in the back of the head with a shovel and bury her in a shallow grave outside of Las Vegas, torturing her 9-year-old child, while talking to Greta von Thunberg on Capitol Hill.
I told my 9-year-old daughter that I was going to be speaking with you, and I said, what do you think about the climate change? And she said, the earth is on fire, and we're all going to die soon. And I asked her how that made her feel, and she said it made her feel angry.
Naturally, because what other emotion is available, really? That's amazing. Yeah, and Kamala, just amazing. Kids are suffering from a climate mental health crisis, and it's inflicted upon them by the Democrats. And you know what the cure for this climate crisis, this mental crisis, the anxiety is? Changing genders. It turns out that puberty blockers and genital mutilation ought to clean that thing right up there. That's Kamala. She's not a bright one. Boy, is she not bright. Well, happy Monday to you once again, and welcome. We are, as you might expect, at 888-630-9625. And have you seen, it's not being widely publicized, but NBC News, the fake news organization called NBC, they've got a story, at least online. I don't think they put it on the television, but maybe they did. Who watches them now? Possible links between COVID shots and tinnitus. Tinnitus is when your ears ring all the time, and it affects your hearing, and it's not good. People who have developed life-altering ringing in their ears after COVID vaccinations demand deeper investigation into this potential side effect. Now, I've had ringing in my ears, and I'm not sure if it's related to or timed to the vaccine for the Wuhan Red Death out of Wuhan, China, and the Wuhan Institute of Virology. One thing I do know is that there have been so many lies surrounding this whole thing that it's completely crazy. So we've got a lot of stuff for you. A Democrat is now threatening to put journalist Matt Taibbi in prison because of a typo in a tweet. This is where the Democrat Party has gone. They're demented. They really are. And wasn't it Matt Taibbi, Michael, that described himself as an ACLU liberal? Wasn't that Matt Taibbi? And I got to tell you, I think they're going to beat the ACLU liberal out of Matt Taibbi because he's getting a good master's degree course in what's wrong with the Democrat Party today. A lifelong Democrat, a self-described liberal, naturally a journalist, Rolling Stone magazine and a journalist, Matt Taibbi. But then he went with Elon Musk to expose the lies and the corruption and the rigging of the 2020 election by way of the FBI and Twitter and Facebook. And then it was an instant fall from grace with the people on the left, and that means the American news media and beyond. Matt Taibbi.
I'm a traditional sort of ACLU liberal. Like, I grew up in the news media, and what offends me about this story is that it's just not true.
He's the bad guy. Now they were calling him a right-winger. He's this right-wing journalist, and he's like, what? Because I told the truth? And that's pretty much the line of demarcation, isn't it?
No, of course not. No, I actually wrote a book called Insane Clown President about Donald Trump.
Right. Not a Trump supporter, but they're accusing him of being a Trumpy, right-wing, because that's what they say about everybody, right? And now you got a Democrat who is not even a real member of Congress. She's a non-voting delegate from the U.S. Virgin Islands, and she's a radical and a leftist and an extremist, and she's threatening to put Matt Taibbi in prison, literally, because that's what the left does all over the world before they start killing everybody. That's the left. It's the history of the 20th century. And we didn't leave it behind. We thought we had won the Cold War when the Berlin Wall fell and the Soviet Union collapsed. We were wrong. I will admit I was wrong. I thought we had won. I was, hey, isn't this great? It was totalitarianism crushed. Well, it's back, and it's here. And you have Putin and Xi Jinping as well, and the Democrat Party and academia and the news media. House Democrats, now Matt Taibbi wrote a story, House Democrats have lost their minds, he's now writing. Representative, she's not really a representative, she's a non-voting delegate, Stacey Plaskett, who called Michael Schellenberger and me direct threats to people who oppose them. She said that journalists who are ACLU liberals are a direct threat to the Democrats because they might tell the truth about something. Now threatening to put me in prison, Matt Taibbi writes, over Mehdi Hasan's uncorrected error. Isn't Mehdi Hasan an MSDNC radical left-wing anti-American extremist? And Matt Taibbi writes, wow, when I think this iteration of the Democratic Party can't sink any lower, it does. He writes, I learned yesterday Virgin Islands delegate and ranking member in the House Subcommittee on the Weaponization of Government, Stacey Plaskett, is threatening me with prison over her own error. Just after I ran a piece called The Press is Now Also the Police about the New York Times and the Washington Post boasting of their roles in delivering a leaked suspect to the FBI, MSNBC's new attack caster, Mehdi Hasan, got his wish, inspiring first Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and then Plaskett to trumpet his incredibly vicious and mistaken claim that I lied to Congress. And it goes on from there, but these radical left-wing Democrats who are completely out of their minds are threatening to put self-described ACLU liberal journalists in prison because they've accused them of being right-wing Trump supporters, which is everything they hate, while they burn and sack and loot and plunder our cities and so on. Pretty amazing. Journalist Matt Taibbi fires back at Democrats after threatening letter, and he asks, have they all gone mad? Democrats police state tactics won't stop reporters like Matt Taibbi, Jonathan Turley writes in the New York Post. And it's an extraordinary episode in American political and journalistic and legal history. We are really becoming a fascist state. And you know, you may recall Ronald Reagan saying that fascism comes to the United States of America, it will come under the guise of liberalism. Jonathan Turley writes, every elementary school student is told a single letter can change an entire thought. Leave off an S and your dessert turns into desert. Right? And as a missing R turns a friend into a fiend. For journalists, self-described ACLU liberal Matt Taibbi, a brief and accidental addition of an A may not only have changed the identity of a group, but according to a ranking Democrat, put the convict into the meaning of conviction. Delegate Stacey Plaskett, ranking member, Judiciary Committee on Weaponization of the Federal Government, and then she demonstrates no sense of irony whatsoever, issued a letter that accused Taibbi of possible perjury because of an error that he made, not in testimony, but in a tweet that he later corrected. And it is too ridiculous to even get it, but this radical left-wing extremist, fake journalist, anti-American Mehdi Hassan should probably be deported if possible. He should be in a Netflix version of Cleopatra, though, don't you think? At issue, Taibbi referred to CISA, the Government Cyber Security Infrastructure Security Agency, when he meant to refer to the Center for Internet Security, the CIS, see? So they're trying to charge him, this radical left-wing Virgin Islands, U.S. Virgin Islands, non-voting delegate. I live in Washington, D.C. We have a non-voting delegate also, and that's for the best, I can assure you. Her name is Eleanor Holmes Norton, and she can't drive, she can't think, she can't speak. She's bad at everything. I had a story shared with me recently by a police officer. Tell me about Eleanor Holmes Norton driving onto the plaza on the east front of the Capitol and bumping into other people's cars and taking 6 maneuvers to back into a parking space and bumping cars, then getting out and knowing that it's so crooked and not in the space, she throws her keys at U.S. Capitol Police and tells them to fix it for her. Because, really, you know, who are these people? Speaking of the fascists, let's go to soundbite number 2 first. This is the great Ronald Wilson Reagan, President of the United States, and one of the greatest leaders of the 20th century.
If fascism ever comes to America, it'll come in the name of liberalism. And what is fascism? Fascism is private ownership, private enterprise, but total government control and regulation. Well, isn't this the liberal philosophy?
Yes, it is. And now Ronald Reagan is not only the greatest president of my lifetime, but the seer of seers, the prognosticator of prognosticators, like Punxsutawney Phil, but better. He could see the future. Pretty amazing stuff. Now, I was reminded of this because Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who announced that he's running for president as a Democrat against Joe Biden, from obviously his father was naturally Robert F. Kennedy Sr., who was shot in the head and murdered by Sirhan, and his uncle John F. Kennedy, who was shot in the head and murdered by a communist named Lee Harvey Oswald, whose ex-wife and children still live peacefully in the United States of America, as they should. Robert F. Kennedy, in announcing his candidacy for the presidency, listen carefully to the language, to the words that he uses.
My mission over the next 18 months of this campaign and throughout my presidency will be to end the corrupt merger of state and corporate power.
To end the corrupt merger of state and corporate power. Now, we could be talking about the intelligence community and the fascist 51, the felonious 51, and their disinformation campaign, the letter that they used to block the media and the public from, the media didn't want to report it anyway because they're corrupt as hell. And Twitter and Facebook blocking the true stories about Hunter Biden's laptop and the emails, and Joe Biden, the big guy, getting a 10% cut from the Chinese business. And now President Biden is announcing today or tomorrow that he's they're going to wage war against our energy sector, which is great news for the communist Chinese, but remarkable stuff. So there he is, Kennedy Jr. He says, that he's going to fight against the corrupt merger of state and corporate power. Now, because I read about these things, I went and I looked up Benito Mussolini's definition of fascism. Benito Mussolini was something of an expert on fascism, and Benito Mussolini described it this way. I went to the Chicago Public Library, the Bibliocommons. Fascism, according to Benito Mussolini, corporatism, because it is a merger of state and corporate power. That's what Benito Mussolini said about fascism. Fascism in a nutshell. And he was fascism in a nutshell. So, and a lifelong socialist, by the way, just by the way. And the pillars of fascism, it's a remarkable thing. Now, fascism is coming, as Ronald Reagan predicted, in the guise of liberalism, veiled as liberalism. Robert F. Kennedy Jr., obviously a Democrat from the Democrat Kennedy family, says that he is running for president to fight against the corporate merger of the corrupt merger, rather, of state and corporate power, which is Benito Mussolini's definition of fascism, according to the Chicago Public Library, the way that they summed it up. That's today's Democrat Party. For how long have I been saying this? For how long have I been talking about this? And how this really echoes fascism more than Soviet communism. It is much closer to the fascist model. And the merger between the Democrat Party, not the Republican Party when they're in power or when they're not in power, but the Democrat Party, whether they're in power, whether they're not in power, with the corporate titans who are the information oligarchs. They're in charge of controlling, distributing, and limiting the distribution of information in the information age. The Democrats recognized very early on that that's where the power resided, and they seized that power very early on. Silicon Valley, academia, the big social media titans and giants. Hey, listen up. Have you heard about the Fed's sinister plan to control our money? It's called Executive Order 14067, already signed by President Joe Biden. Biden and his cronies are looking to implement the digital dollar. This could be the biggest attack on our privacy and freedom in decades. And now the government can track your spending and determine what you can and can't buy, switch your spending on and off electronically. Time to act is now. Protect your retirement savings with physical gold. This timeless asset, gold, will protect your privacy and ensure the government can't track and control your wealth. With this simple IRS loophole, you can convert your retirement savings into gold and silver. So protect your wealth today, tax-free, by the way. I trust American Alternative Assets, and you can trust them too. American Alternative Assets has an A+ accreditation with the Better Business Bureau. I checked that out first before I started speaking for them, so give them a call at 877-3USA-GOLD and get your free wealth protection guide. Act now to protect your retirement savings by calling American Alternative Assets at 877-3USA-GOLD. That's American Alternative Assets, 877-387-2465 to secure your free gold and silver guide today. Individual results may vary. There's no guarantee that past performance will be indicative of future results. Yeah. Anybody smell a fascist anywhere? And the Democrat member of Congress, non-voting delegate, threatening to put ACLU liberal Rolling Stone journalist Matt Taibbi in prison over nothing because, well, I smell a fascist.
There's only one Chris Plant. The Chris Plant Show.
I studied Spanish in college and never got fluent. But then I tried Babbel.
Want the most effective way to learn another language? In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's bite-sized lessons will have you learning another language in as little as 3 weeks.
Babbel is all conversation-based, so it gets you speaking quickly about things you actually talk about in the real world.
You'll really see a difference in how you can speak and how conversational you can be in just a few weeks.
Babbel isn't just lessons. You can listen to podcasts, play games, watch videos. You can even take live online classes with a language teacher. There are so many ways to learn with Babbel.
The lessons online and in the app make it easy to learn from pretty much anywhere.
University studies have shown that using Babbel for 15 hours is equivalent to a semester of college Spanish. If you want to learn a new language, there's no better way than Babbel. Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-353-9057. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance to buy $1 million of affordable term life for you. All you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-353-9057. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-353-9057. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-353-9057. 800-353-9057.
Ad paid for by the Sentinel Group. Attention veterans, active duty military, civilians, and contractors. If you were issued earplugs between 1999 and 2015 and were diagnosed with hearing loss or ringing in the ears, you may be entitled to compensation. The manufacturer of these military earplugs recently paid $9.1 million to resolve claims that their earplugs were defective, potentially exposing service members to damaging sound levels that could have resulted in hearing loss or tinnitus. If you or a loved one were issued earplugs and were diagnosed with tinnitus or hearing loss, don't wait. You fought for this country, and our attorneys want to fight for you. Call 800-783-2402 now for a free legal consultation and to see if you may be eligible to file a claim. Time restrictions may apply, and you pay nothing unless there's a recovery in your favor. So call 800-783-2402 now. Again, 800-783-2402. That's 800-783-2402.
I really don't know anything about insurance except that I need it. I wasn't even sure I had the best coverage for my money. Was I glad I found FCIG, First Casualty Insurance Group in Southern Pines. They did a search among about 36 different companies and found just what I needed. You know, if you haven't taken a look at your insurance in a while, maybe it's a good time to call FCIG, First Casualty Insurance Group, Southern Pines. 910-692-8303. 910-692-8303.
When you sit in your home, do you realize how outdated it looks? You've got tired carpeting, mismatched furniture, and unusable spaces that need updating. Don't waste time driving for hours looking for ideas. Stop by the Home Center. See the professional staff at the Village Design Group. Let them guide you. Want to redesign, remodel, or renovate your place or need new furnishings? They put over 40 years experience to work to transform your home from ordinary to awesome. Check them out on the web at villagedesigngroup.com or go by the showroom at 15501 South, next to Zaxby's.
Looking for ideas to update your home's tile work? Come to Meadow Creek Tile in Southern Pines. They are a locally family-owned business that's been here for over 35 years. Call and set up an appointment or come in and browse their showroom from 9 to 4, Monday through Friday, and select from the finest ceramic, marble, glass, and stone tile materials in hundreds of styles to suit your taste and budget. They're located on Highway 15-501 South near Zaxby's. That's Meadow Creek Tile, 910-693-7711.
Want to experience what an award-winning pizza tastes like? Excite your taste buds with Rudino's Pizza. Voted #1 by Spectator magazine. There's always something exciting happening at Rudino's. From family night to wing night, trivia to karaoke. You can even come out and watch a game with us. Enjoy our daily food and drink specials. Need your order to go? We've got you covered. Or we can deliver. Rudino's Pizza and Grinders on Pinehurst Avenue. Call 246-2446 or visit us online at rudinossouthernpines.com.
97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
Yes. Let's go because on Friday, Bill Maher was talking about fascism too. And the people on his panel and the audience just kind of pinched up. They puckered up. They didn't know what to say because they're not sure which side he was talking about.
Is there really an emerging fascist movement? Well, yeah. Don't you watch the news? Come on, you're watching CNN. Yes, there is. But no? All right, next question.
Come on, you're watching CNN. Yes, there is. There's an now. What is he actually suggesting there? I don't know who's looking to put all their political enemies in prison for thought crimes and adding a letter to an abbreviation in a tweet. Which team is lying to the American people on an epic, historic scale on a daily basis? The felonious 51, Joe Biden.
This is the Chris Plant Show.
This is Chuck from Sunbelt Service Pros. Are you just not feeling it anymore with your AC service provider? Are you calling those guys because that's what you've always done, or because there's a sticker on the thermostat with an old phone number on it? How about this? Take a chance and you'll be thrilled to find that you're getting real value for your heating and cooling dollars. When you call Sunbelt Service Pros, you are dealing with a professional and reliable service provider. Our technicians are highly trained and certified and can quickly address any issues. Our customers find our technicians and office staff courteous, friendly, and professional throughout the whole process. We're doing something right here. You need to check us out, find out what you've been missing, and call us today. Sunbelt Service Pros at 910-944-2044 or go online to sunbeltservicepros.com.
Pines Funerals, Fry and Prickett, Kennedy, and Powell Funeral Homes, serving Carthage, Robbins, Southern Pines, and surrounding communities. Have you thought about pre-planning your final arrangements? At Pines Funerals, we're here to guide and assist our community's families through the pre-planning process. Visit pinesfunerals.com today to schedule a no-pressure, no-obligation appointment to ensure all of your questions are answered. That's pinesfunerals.com to see why more families prefer Pines.
Everybody knows that Mac's Breakfast Anytime is the best spot to eat breakfast or lunch in Moore County. And now Mac's is serving dinner on Friday and Saturday evenings. Enjoy a great meal and check out the classic cars at their cruise-in every third Friday evening of the month. All military receive a 10% discount, all first responders receive a 50% discount, and there's a discounted menu for seniors. Mac's is open every day from 6 to 3 and until 9 p.m. Friday and Saturdays. Dine in or take out, that's Mac's on US 1 North in Aberdeen.
Wilkinson Chevrolet Buick GMC in Sanford has been selling and servicing Buicks in Moore, Lee, Chatham, and Harnett counties for 70 years. Just a short drive from anywhere in the Sandhills, Wilkinson Chevrolet Buick GMC currently has 36 new Buicks available for purchase. To see the full list of new Buicks or to schedule your service appointment, visit wilkinsoncars.com or call 919-775-3421. We are professional grade. Is it finally time to upgrade that aging PC? Visit veteran-owned Silver Knight PCs. Bring in any old PC component to trade in for credit towards the purchase of a new component. Is doing it yourself too hard? Purchase any new pre-built computer from Silver Knight PCs and a 3-year warranty is included. They also offer diagnostic and repair for any PC or Mac. Contact Silver Knight PCs at 910-500-0015 or online at silverknightpcs.com for all your computer needs. For more than 30 years, Kubota of Sanford has offered sales, service, and parts for all your needs. Come join them at their spring open house, April 14th and 15th. See their wide selection of Kubota and Gravely tractors, mowers, utility vehicles, construction equipment, and trailers from brands like Big Tex, Master Tow, and Diamond Cargo. That's April 14th and 15th at Kubota of Sanford, located at 4217 Jefferson Davis Highway in Sanford, or call them at 919-292-6464.
American Water Treatment has grateful customers, and this is one of them, Allison Burlingame in Southern Pines. Allison, what was the problem that caused you to call American Water Treatment?
After a water analysis purchasing our farm, they were able to give me an economical and corrective solution to adjusting the water quality at my home.
So how did that work out?
Great. The water quality in my home is better than the bottled water from the store. My laundry is cleaner, my skin and hair is softer. I've even become a bit of a water snob because I prefer to bottle my own water at home, which saves me time and money. I would not hesitate to recommend American Water Treatment to anyone who has issues with their water.
Call American Water Treatment at 910-944-3140 and ask for the Water Guys, or check the yellow pages underwater. 910-944-3140.
Pleasantly cooler temperatures will persist for this Monday. Keep in mind a few early sprinkles to the south and east will gradually clear out. We will see sunshine move in for this afternoon. Our highs will range in the mid to upper 60s today. Still going to be a nice one to get outside. Then tonight we're down into the upper 30s and lower 40s. Highs will be a touch milder tomorrow in the mid 60s and lower 70s. I'm meteorologist Peter Sherwood in the Weather Center.
WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
My mission throughout my presidency will be to end the corrupt merger of state and corporate power.
The corrupt merger of state and corporate power. It's interesting that he used that turn of phrase, since Benito Mussolini himself described fascism as a merger of state and corporate power. Those words in that sequence, according to the Chicago Public Library in their item on Benito Mussolini. I continued looking. I went to McGill University, which is in Canada, very liberal, very left-wing university in Montreal. And if you go to there, this is kind of funny because I was looking at it this morning with Michael, and I pulled up fascism and from McGill University. Mussolini defined fascism as being a left-wing he was a lifelong socialist, Benito Mussolini. Mussolini defined fascism as being a left-wing collectivistic ideology in opposition to socialism, liberalism, democracy, and individualism. Well, the Democrat Party is against individualism, and their idea of democracy is pretty funny. And liberalism, as Ronald Reagan warned us, is the veil that is being used to introduce authoritarianism. And it's kind of interesting because I found this online, and then I clicked on it, and you get an error. You get an error message. You go, oh, let's go to McGill University's fascism. And hey, wait a minute. I got a 505 error there. How did that happen? Completely crazy. But there it is. What do you say, Mike?
I have some new Taibbi, if you want. Matt Taibbi was on Fox.
Matt Taibbi talking about the left-wing Democrat non-voting delegate in the House of Representatives who was given the lead position on this weaponization of government because she's disposable for the Democrat Party. The non-voting delegate from the U.S. Virgin Islands. And here is journalist, self-described as an ACLU liberal, who is getting a quick lesson in what his party has become.
I know this is a cliche, but can you imagine if something like this had happened in the Trump years, if Republicans had threatened somebody like Jim Acosta with 5 years in prison over a minor error that he didn't even make in testimony before Congress? You would have had every human rights organization on earth complaining about it, but not a peep from my so-called colleagues in mainstream media over this outrageous abuse. It doesn't matter what journalist it is, they should be upset about it because it could be them next.
He didn't leave the Democrat Party. The Democrat Party left him. Those were Ronald Reagan's words way back when the Democrat Party started losing its mind. And I got to tell you, the Democrat Party is not democratic. One of my many phrases coined by none other than me, the Democratic Party isn't, which of course goes with friendly fire isn't, common sense isn't. There are more. But the Democratic Party isn't. And Matt Taibbi is learning that the hard way, I guess. This woman is she's a member of the House of Representatives, a non-voting member. Nonetheless, she's a member of the Congress and a Democrat. And the threats and the abuses of government power are just extraordinary. And of course, the coalition between the Democrat Party and the information oligarchs, the news media, is why they're so furious about Twitter and Elon Musk, because they own Twitter. And that controlled the public discussion, the public narrative. They could define in and define out elements of the public discourse, of the public conversation. And a great old saying, not of mine, he who controls the terms of the debate controls the debate. And in the 21st century, he who controls the information controls everything. The left, again, recognized that very early on. They're the evil party, and the Democrat Party is the evil party. The Republican Party is the stupid party. I'll go ahead and give you that, but you choose one now. I'll take the stupid party over the evil party. And again, Benito Mussolini. A left-wing collectivistic ideology in opposition to socialism. The Socialist Workers' Party of Adolf Hitler. They've defined that right out of the discussion, haven't they? Because academia and the publishing houses control the terms of the debate. So how can you say that Hitler's party was a Socialist Workers' Party? Well, because that's what he named it. The National Socialist German Workers' Party. We know they're in Germany, the National Socialist Workers' Party. Then the Democrats say, yeah, national. Like that somehow changes Socialist Workers' Party when it does not. They were fascist authoritarian. Now let's go to the telephones, Michael. Let's go to Christian calling from Fayetteville, North Carolina. Christian, you're on the Chris Plant Show.
Hey, Chris. Love listening to you. Thanks for having me on.
You betcha.
When you were talking about Mussolini, I just thought about it, and really Mussolini was a marketing genius. He was a socialist, but he knew that he wouldn't be able to call himself a socialist, so he just rebranded himself. It was just like a little bit of a change, but really it's the same end goal. You're a fascist, you're a communist, whatever. It's all about getting control. The Communist Chinese Party, they're more fascist than communist. I mean, they have companies there, so to speak, but they're controlled by the Communist Party.
That's right.
So that's really more fascist, but it wouldn't play as well.
That's exactly right. And look, and the Soviet, you see, the collapse of the Soviet Union led to revelations, light bulbs going off in Russia and in communist China. North Korea didn't get the memo, but they recognized that really President Reagan used our economic power against the Soviet Union, and they were teetering, they were wobbling. We used our economic power to build up our military, our economic power to hem them in, the Soviet Union. And President Reagan, Margaret Thatcher, Pope John Paul II, Lech Walesa, were there to give the push, and the Soviet Union fell. And it was largely, they recognized in the Soviet Union and in communist China because of the economic power of the United States. If we had not possessed that economic power, we likely would not have been able to conquer everybody says without firing a shot. That's not true. But to topple the Soviet Union. It's about the economic power. And the Ruskies are not stupid, and the Chinese are not stupid. They recognized that they needed economic power if they were going to compete and make a comeback. Right? So you have these Russian oligarchs. It's a corrupt form of crony capitalism, but they took all the state-owned industries and gave their cronies control of these various industries, the energy industry, the railroads, airlines, everything else, and they become pseudo-billionaires with their big yachts and the hookers. They're like living like Hunter Biden, and the Chinese said, well, hey, we got 1 billion slaves over here. We can knock their teeth out with a rifle butt, stand on their necks, and make them work for us, and we will become an economic powerhouse. And they're becoming an economic powerhouse. Their goal is still the same, of course, which is to topple the United States and the West and capitalism. The old Lenin phrase, Christian, the capitalist will sell you the rope with which to hang them. And Putin is a KGB, Soviet-era, communist Russian. Xi Jinping is a Mao Zedong-era Chinese communist, and they're coming for us. And Joe Biden is so not up to the job that we are wobbling, and the debt, for example, 23 trillion. Have we hit 23 trillion yet? Greater than our annual economy, our GDP, which everybody knows is the zone where you get into flashing red lights, danger, danger. Will Robinson, but nobody's doing anything about it. And Christian, we live in a crazy time. And you're right about Mussolini. He was a lifelong socialist, big leader in the Italian Socialist Party. The Socialist Party was going nowhere. He saw the fascist, or kind of same thing, but with a new brand, and he jumped on that train and, became the jawbone in charge of that. And then later he was beaten to death and hanged upside down in a square so people could come by and spit on him and throw things at him. Because fascism, and I don't know if you heard me tell this story before, Christian, but on one of our sea cruises, Chris Plant Sea Cruise, there was a great couple on the sea cruise, and the man's family, Polish American, and his grandmother came from Poland, and she was there living under the nice Polish regime when the Nazis invaded. And then the Soviets invaded and drove the Nazis out, but they didn't leave. They stayed because they're both, different forms of militaristic totalitarianism. And the great story, he said, he asked his mother what was the difference between living under the Nazis, the Nazi Germans, and the Soviets, Joseph Stalin's Soviet Union. And her answer was the flag. Now, Christian, that's all you need to know about fascism and communism.
Hey, I do have a question for you. Do you think that we are actually becoming a client state of China? That's kind of like a slow-moving process that will eventually just kind of ease into that role, and we don't even realize it, really?
They that's their goal, certainly.
Like their goal too.
Yeah, and it's working. Yeah, China is winning the 21st century. And I've spoken to liberals here in Washington who shrug and say, well, the 20th century was the American century. That means the freedom century, the liberty century. We smashed fascism and imperialism, and we created economic prosperity, the likes of which the world has never seen, lifted more people out of poverty by the hundreds of millions, by the billions, and well on our way to spreading freedom, liberty, and prosperity to the world. But the left here is not with us. They're not with us on this. They were pro-Sandinista, pro-Castro, Cuba. I mean, this includes the likes of Barack Obama and, the left wing of the Democrat Party. But the liberals here will shrug and say, well, so the 21st century is the China century. Last century was the American century. This is the China century or the Chinese century. Well, the difference is between freedom and slavery. Right? That's right. I mean, that's the deal here, Christian. And liberals, people that call themselves liberals, they're not liberals, they're leftists. They shrug, like, what's the difference? Like, there's no qualitative human difference between living under an authoritarian or totalitarian state, communism, fascism. What's the difference? And honestly, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., describing what he's fighting against in the United States in exactly the way Benito Mussolini defined fascism is quite fascinating. And Ronald Reagan warning us decades ago that when fascism comes to America, it will be under the guise of liberalism.
Well, you always said that JFK would be closer to the Republican Party than the Democrat Party today. Say maybe RFJ or RFK maybe have some kind of inroads into the Democrat Party. I don't know. I hope so. I mean, I like him. I like what he says so far. I mean, he's a Democrat, but he's closer to an American Democrat than I'm used to than what we have these days.
I'm nodding. I'm just sitting here nodding and letting you finish because I mean, I'll take as Democrats go. I'll take. And he's been a big anti-vaxxer. He was anti-vax before anti-vax was cool, and. At least he's a thinking Democrat, and he's challenging the party doctrine and dogma, and what we've all come to accept as being perfectly normal. Again, Benito Mussolini's definition of, and I don't know how long you've been listening to the show, but I've been talking about this for a long time, that Benito Mussolini's definition and anybody's definition of fascism is very close to the Democrat Party's model right now. And you look at the communist states, Putin's Russia and Xi Jinping's China, they've adopted capitalism because they know that socialism only destroys wealth. It devours wealth. You need capitalism to create wealth if you're going to devour wealth. And they recognize they had this slave labor force in China, And, LeBron James loves it, too. He's getting rich off the little kids working their fingers to nubs making tennis shoes so he can buy fuel for the Gulfstream jet that he flies around on. And, who are the fascists here? Who are they? And, Christian, they've always said, the Republicans are the party of corporations and of billionaires and elitists. And, again, the Democrat Party has adapted like the Soviets, the Putin Soviets, and the communist Chinese, where, you need capitalism. I guess Hitler was maybe the first to recognize this with his Socialist Workers' Party. Keep the corporations intact as long as they're serving the interests of the party, right?
That's right. Well, Chris, I really appreciate the time you've given me. Thank you so much. I'm going to be visiting Heritage this Thursday, so maybe you can drop by and I'd love to see you.
Maybe I will. Yeah, I'll bring some Yingling. I'll bring some Yingling to drink. Thank you, Christian. Good. And going to Heritage. That's great stuff. You see, Tucker Carlson spoke at Heritage the other night and had some quite fascinating things to say as well. Thanks, Christian. Great call. And yeah, I mean, what is it that we should be detecting here? And what if we had a news media? I wonder what they'd be talking about. That you can purify the air in your home and get healthy, clean, fresh-smelling air, eliminate odors, kill mold, spores, mildew, bacteria, and viruses with the Eden Pure Thunderstorm Air Purifier. The Eden Pure uses oxy technology that naturally sends out O3 molecules into the air, your home and your office, seeks out odors and air pollutants in your home and destroys them. It doesn't mask or cover up bad odors and pollutants like a spray can. It eliminates them. It's called the Thunderstorm because it purifies the air in your home and provides you with pure, fresh air, just like after a thunderstorm. And right now, you can save $200 American because you hang out with me on an Eden Pure Thunderstorm 3-pack for a whole home protection. Maybe a gift, maybe the office. You're going to get 3 units for under $200. That's a fraction of the cost compared to other air purifiers that can go for more than $600 each. You can put one in your bedroom, your family room, your kitchen, any place that you might like to breathe clean, fresh air. And with this special offer, you're getting 3 units for under $200. All you have to do is go to EdenPureDeals.com. You put in the discount code Chris, that's me, to save $200. That's EdenPureDeals.com. The discount code is Chris, and shipping is free. Yes, sir. Man, oh man, a Shevitz, I'm telling you. Yeah, and when Robert F. Kennedy is sounding the alarm, and it's funny, he said that and everybody heard him say it in the media, and nobody noticed that he was talking about a fascist model. I guess they all went to Harvard and the Wharton School.
You're listening to The Chris Plant Show.
Paid for by government.com. The 1878 to 1921 Morgan Silver Dollar, a true American classic and one of the most iconic silver dollar coins in history. It's been 100 years since the last Morgan Silver Dollar coin was struck for circulation, and now, for a limited time only, full pound bags of original U.S. government struck Morgan dollars are being released to the public. That's right, you can own a full pound of 1878 to 1921 classic American Morgan Silver Dollar coins, all in very good collector condition with fully visible dates and mint marks. Guaranteed. Call 1-800-969-0689 now to secure collector-grade U.S. Morgan silver dollars by the pound, struck during the Wild West and the Gilded Age. Plus, receive a bonus American Collector's Pack valued at over $25, free with every order. Call 1-800-969-0689 now to secure your full pound bag of Morgan silver dollar coins before they are gone. 1-800-969-0689. That's 1-800-969-0689. Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, forhims.com/joy. That's forhims.com/joy for your free online visit. forhims.com/JOY.
You found it, your dream home. The perfect square footage on a quiet street. The midtown condo with the amazing roof deck. The country house on some acreage. Or maybe it's a little bungalow on the beach. Whatever your dream looks like, First Bank offers personalized loan programs. Great rates and exceptional service every time for everyone. Dreams happen at First Bank. Learn more by visiting a local branch or go to localfirstbank.com/mortgage.
Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Cooper Ford in Carthage has done it again. Your hometown dealer has won the prestigious President's Award from the Ford Motor Company for an unprecedented third year in a row. This exclusive award is given only to dealers who exemplify exceptional customer service and who exceed customer expectations. That's why Cooper Ford is the dealer of choice for new and pre-owned vehicles. Come experience for yourself why Ford Motor Company and thousands of Moorcountians choose the locally owned, award-winning Cooper Ford. Just off 15501 in Carthage or online at cooperford.net.
John Cole's Plumbing Professionals wants to remind you about the importance of knowing where your shutoff valve is. Whether you're buying a new home or have lived in the same place your entire life, knowing where the shutoff valve is and maintaining it can help you avoid a catastrophe in the long run. To find your shutoff valve or to have it inspected, call the John Cole's Pros today at 910-639-4933.
John Cole's Plumbing Professionals.
Serving more people, more places, 24/7. If your AC breaks down, we'll restore your indoor heaven. Installation or repair, one call, we'll be there. It's your family, don't delay. Comfort's just a call away. We're Comfort Services. Comfort Services.
Come to Comfort Services in Aberdeen to get a free estimate on a new Carrier system or heat pump, and you may qualify for a rebate up to $1,800 from Carrier. Get in on the savings and purchase a qualifying heating or cooling product before the Cool Cash rebate ends May 26th. You may also qualify for financing options as well. Stop into Comfort Services on Highway 5 near the Habitat store in Aberdeen, or call 910-695-2665. Carrier and Comfort Services, a great team.
Comfort's just a call away. Comfort Services.
Is it finally time to upgrade that aging PC? Visit veteran-owned Silver Knight PCs. Bring in any old PC component to trade in for credit towards the purchase of a new component. Is doing it yourself too hard? Purchase any new pre-built computer from Silver Knight PCs and a 3-year warranty is included. They also offer diagnostic and repair for any PC or Mac. Contact Silver Knight PCs at 910-500-0015 or online at silverknightpcs.com for all your computer needs.
WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
I believe I misspoke a little while ago. I had a slip talking about the national debt, which according to the national debt clock, the U.S. debt clock, our national debt right now is $31.7 trillion. And the gross domestic product, our GDP, is $26.3 trillion. So our national debt far exceeds our gross domestic product, and that is danger zone for any economy, big time. $31.7 trillion. And if you look up the Cloward and Piven strategy, a couple of radical left-wing extremist professors, one of whom, Francis Fox Piven, was very involved out in the street during Occupy Wall Street and so getting the little zombies to chant like Maroons. And they came up with this strategy, the Cloward and Piven strategy, to destroy the American economy, to bankrupt capitalism worldwide in the name of communism, of course, and the utopia of socialism. They're like Venezuela and North Korea and Cuba, countries that you have to escape. But that was their plan. And you do that by by swamping the economy and making sure that we can no longer pay for the things that we need to pay for, national defense. And at the same time, we've got Joe Biden crack down. Here's the headline today. Biden administration preparing to crack down on power plants that fuel the nation's grid. This is great news for communist China, which has funneled millions of dollars into the Biden family coffers. And you remember when Hunter Biden, the crackhead, went over to China on Air Force Two, and they lied to us that he didn't do any business there, and then later we find out that he did, and then millions of American dollars funneled to the Bidens.
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sandhills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Greg Clugston in Washington. U.S. Special Operations Forces successfully evacuated the American Embassy in Sudan over the weekend. After personnel were airlifted out of Khartoum, the United States closed its diplomatic mission indefinitely. Military affairs analyst, retired Lieutenant Colonel Robert McGinnis, tells the Salem Radio Network the Sudan conflict is about power and money.
This was disappointing because this year was supposed to be the year transition to civilian control. Well, that's not going to happen at this particular point.
Thousands of private American citizens remain in Sudan, but U.S. officials say it would be too dangerous to carry out a broader evacuation operation. Americans continue to have access to the abortion pill mifepristone following the Supreme Court's Friday night announcement. Correspondent Mark Sherman reports the Fifth Circuit Court will be the next venue to take up the Texas case that questions FDA approval of that drug.
It has scheduled arguments for May 17th. There's no timetable for when it might issue a decision. And then it's entirely possible that the losing side in the Fifth Circuit will go to the Supreme Court. That wouldn't happen probably until late summer at the very earliest, and it could be months after that before the justices even decide whether to hear the case.
Those higher prices that we've been paying for a bottle of Coca-Cola have helped the soft drink company's bottom line.
Coke said its revenue rose 5% to $11 billion for the January to March period. That beat Wall Street's expectations. The Atlanta-based beverage giant said it also earned 68 cents per share. That also beat analysts' forecast. Coke said it expects to see slower growth this year as prices moderate.
That's correspondent Jeremy House. On Wall Street, the Dow is up by 15 points. More at townhall.com.
People ask me sometimes, Lance, I'm worried about my finances.
CBS News has confirmed that President Joe Biden is expected to launch his re-election campaign as soon as tomorrow. CBS News political director Finn Gomez says the president has some headwinds to deal with.
According to an NBC poll that was released this weekend, 70% of Americans think he should not run, including 51% of Democrats. For those surveyed saying he should not run, they point to age as a major part of their position.
Organizers of the third annual Asheville Hemp Festival, which took place in downtown Asheville from April 20th through the 22nd, hope their event catches the attention of state lawmakers as legislators are actively deciding on whether to legalize cannabis in North Carolina. Event organizer Bo Ballard told WLOS.
Hopefully, police and lawmakers can see that there's nothing to worry about here with cannabis.
The police officer convicted of killing Dante Wright during a traffic stop just 2 years ago in Minnesota is out of prison. Kim Potter will serve out the last 8 months of her 2-year sentence in Wisconsin under supervised release. WCCO reporter Pauline Ling.
Minnesota uses a determining sentence. There really is no parole board here. Another way to look at it is parole supervision. That period is enforced by a parole board, whereas supervised release, that's enforced by the court.
Combating gun violence was a theme as members of Goldsboro's community rallied on Sunday afternoon. This came less than 2 weeks after a 15-year-old girl was killed. 5 other teens injured in a mass shooting. This teenager told the crowd
that went this far for us to realize that the guns need to be put down.
Convicted felon and disgraced R&B superstar R. Kelly is currently being held in a federal prison in North Carolina.
The prison's website says Robert Sylvester Kelly, the Grammy Award-winning singer's legal name, is currently an inmate at the Federal Correctional Institution in Butner. Last year, Kelly sentenced to 30 years in prison.
You're listening to NCN News.
Did you know that Mayola milk hydrates better than water? With 8 grams of protein in every serving and 13 essential nutrients, Mayola is the perfect drink to stay hydrated, especially after a long day of hiking trails. This year, North Carolina is celebrating Year of the Trail, and with hundreds of trails across our great state, you can find a trail at greattrailsnc.com and support local sustainability while celebrating the outdoors.
Make the move to Mayola, the sustainable milk from around the corner.
Hi, Darcy the cow here for Black Cow, the mature manure. It's time to start getting your flower and vegetable gardens off to a great start with Black Cow. Prepare new plant beds with a 1.5-inch layer of Black Cow in the area and then mix it in with the soil 6 inches deep. Black Cow is organic. Pick up the bright yellow bag and get growing.
Black Cow, the mature manure. Black Cow.
A third person has filed a lawsuit against NC State.
Want to add a little luxury to your kitchen and feel more like a chef? Right now, Monogram Appliances has a 1 for you, 1 for free rebate offer where you can receive up to 3 free eligible Monogram appliances. There are lots of eligible models to choose from, so head on down to your local appliance experts at Keys Appliance Center in downtown Aberdeen. Visit with any Keys sales associate for complete rebate details and a list of eligible models. Keys Appliance Center, located at 104 East Main Street in downtown Aberdeen.
Pleasantly cooler temperatures will persist for this Monday. Keep in mind a few early sprinkles to the south and east will gradually clear out. We will see sunshine move in for this afternoon. Our highs will range in the mid to upper 60s today. Still going to be a nice one to get outside. Then tonight we're down into the upper 30s and lower 40s. Highs will be a touch milder tomorrow in the mid 60s and lower 70s. I'm meteorologist Peter Sherwood in the Weather Center.
This hour of the Chris Plant Show is sponsored by John Cole Plumbing Professionals. Need a plumber? Call the professionals at John Cole Plumbing Professionals, 639-4933. 639-4933.
The 2 people who I got involved and engaged with was Cesar Chavez, because I got not involved, but I supported verbally the farm workers union. They were trying to organize in Delaware when I was running as a 29-year-old kid. His granddaughter works for me. And then Rosa Parks, who's over here.
And then Rosa Parks, who's over here. Yeah, bring me the head of Rosa Parks. Joe Biden in the Oval Office. He's got Cesar Chavez over here. You know, boycott grapes. Cesar, union organizer, very, very, very left-wing. Very left-wing. And now the granddaughter of Cesar Chavez has been named, or will be named, to manage Joe Biden's presidential run for 2024. The granddaughter of the grapes boycott guy. I guess there will be no grapes on the charter planes and so on, right? Biden to name senior White House advisor to manage his re-election campaign. The senior White House advisor is Julie Chavez Rodriguez. Julie Chavez Rodriguez. President Joe Biden is poised to name Julie Chavez Rodriguez a senior White House advisor to oversee his re-election campaign. 2 senior Democratic advisors tell CNN, they're anonymous, of course, because nobody's allowed to talk about anything because they might go to prison. A decision that paves the way for his announcement as early as this week. They're saying it's going to be tomorrow, but he's already announced repeatedly that he's running, so it's all pretty stupid. It's just that he's so stupid, he announced repeatedly and then forgot. So they're going to do it all over again. Got to get him a TV dinner, you know, maybe a Swanson turkey dinner with stuffing and the remote control so he can watch an episode of Hazel, and then he'll come out and announce that he's running for president. Announce again. Well, Rodriguez will formally manage the campaign. Wink, wink. See, now it's just because Cesar Chavez, no grapes, right? The effort will also be largely guided from the West Wing, where top aides Anita Dunn, do you remember Anita Dunn? And it was since we've just been talking about communist China and Putin's communist Russia and the Sovietization of the United States. Here's Anita Dunn when she was working in the Obama administration.
Two of my favorite political philosophers, Mao Zedong and Mother Teresa.
Mao Zedong and Mother Teresa was the punchline. That's the funny one. See, Rodriguez, the granddaughter of labor icon Cesar Chavez, has been a longtime Democratic advisor who is close to Biden. Well, sure, she's got the head of her grandfather in the Oval Office. And then you may remember the other Obama, Ron Bloom from the Obama administration also.
We know this is largely about power. We kind of agree with Mao that political power comes largely from the barrel of a gun.
There you go. That's your Democrat Party today. In case, I don't think they're teaching this on college campuses anywhere you go, are they? No, they're not. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. You guys. It's your Democrat Party. It's funny, that Cesar Chavez was in favor of legal immigration and was an opponent of illegal immigration because, you got to manage the unions and the jobs and things. But he was an opponent of illegal immigration and of open borders. So the Democrat Party, you know how the Democrat Party is. Pretty amazing stuff. Crazy. Crazy, man, crazy. We've got a lot to get to, as you might imagine. And before we get back to the many, many things that we have today, because of the crazy Democrats, let's go to one more phone call for the moment. Let's go to Neil calling from Brooklyn, New York. Neilio, you're on the Chris Plant Show.
Good morning, Chris. Good morning to your audience. I just want to throw this out there for people before they get overly tumescent about Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Mm-hmm. While I personally do agree with him on some of his stances regarding the pandemic and the danger of the vaccine and stuff, he is virulently in favor of throwing people in prison if they do not agree that there is a man-made anthropogenic global warming in play. He's on record in 2014 and probably for the last 20 years as saying that any politicians who deny it or any people who suppress or who dispense skepticism they're war criminals, basically, is what he has said, and that they should get 3 hots in a cot. So, a broken clock can be right once or twice a day.
Yeah.
And, take him with a grain of salt is all I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I agree. As a Democrat, when I hear him coming out and pointing to the unholy alliance between the party, and he's really talking about the party, and the corporate information titans, I'm with him on that. But he's been kind of a fringe case for a long time. And Neil is a very smart man. And I just did a quick thing at the Heartland Institute from 2014. Climate change, quote, deniers, and, quote, should be jailed, RFK Jr. And they have the story that Neil's talking about here. That's that's 9 years ago, but it's not so long ago, right, Neil? And when it comes to the Democrat Party, we're talking about the least crazy person in the asylum, aren't we?
Yeah, I was able to find video of this too. I don't think he can run from this. I am interested to know if he can get up on stage and define what a woman is, though, because I think if he can correctly do that, he'll actually cleave off even more of the whatever he's got now, 14%. I think he'll really give Vegetable Joe a run for his money and really open the door for other challenges. And I really don't see Biden making it to, this primary.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to happen.
He's not going to be the nominee, you think?
No.
Yeah. Yeah, these are interesting times we're in. Thank you for that refresher course, Neil. A great point. Yeah, I don't think Robert F. Kennedy is the hero who's going to save the day. But when he comes out and he starts talking about the party using the terms that Benito Mussolini uses to define fascism, I've been making the same case for years now, so I'll take what Robert F. Kennedy Jr. of the Democrat Kennedy family said and say, see, because he's making the same point that I've made. It's not entirely selfish. I believe that it's true. I'll take his observations because I believe in this case he's correct. And he's always been, I'm not an anti-vaccination person for children and for known viruses and known well-established vaccines that we've had for generations and so on. This one, the COVID vaccines, obviously rushed to the marketplace and produced in a miraculously brief period of time. And now, but we're still finding out, what about the blood clots? What about the myocarditis? What about all the died suddenlies, which, again, if we had a news media, they might be looking into this stuff, but they don't. The New York Times might want to look into this sort of stuff. They could have David Brooks look into the New York Times, look into this. But I shared with you the NBC story from earlier today, possible links between COVID shots and tinnitus, ringing in the ears, right? People who have developed life-altering ringing in the ears after COVID vaccinations demand deeper investigation into this potential side effect. NBC News. Then they brought a government official on to CNBC this morning from CDC, Centers for Disease Control and Prevention in Atlanta, Georgia. And that person said, oh, no, there's no connection. And so now NBC is backing off the story because they take their marching orders from the party, the Democrat Party. They're in charge right now in the government. So whatever the government tells the media, which, again, Deutschland über alles, thousands of people are saying they've developed tinnitus after they were vaccinated against COVID. NBC Fake News initially reported, while there is no proof yet that vaccines cause the condition, theories for a possible link have surfaced among researchers. Wait a minute, you're spreading unproven theories? This is, they need to be canceled. They need to be barred from distributing this because they're spreading unfounded conspiracy theories, according to the CDC, which is an organ of the government under Joe Biden. So NBC News must be decredentialed from all government buildings, crushed, maybe jailed. Maybe they should be jailed. Xiaowen Bao, an associate professor in the physiology department of the College of Medicine at the University of Arizona, Tucson, believes the ongoing inflammation, especially in the brain or spinal cord, may be to blame. So wait a minute, he's saying quite casually that the vaccine has caused inflammation in the brain and the spinal cord, and that may be causing tinnitus, and that's caused by the vaccine. Bao, a longtime tinnitus sufferer and a representative of the American Tinnitus Association. There's an association for everything, isn't there? Huh? Can you imagine what the meetings are like at the American Tinnitus Association? Huh? I said my ears are still ringing. Huh? Me too. That's the American Tinnitus Association having their annual conference. It's like News for the Hard of Hearing on Saturday Night Live. But that's, why would that be a problem? Yeah. Pretty amazing stuff. Let's get, because Joe Biden is attacking the power grid now. And that's, hey, wait a minute, there was a thing there. Actually, before we get to Joe Biden attacking the power grid, let's go to David Brooks of the New York Times, appearing on the Panhandler Broadcasting System, the television version of National Panhandler Radio, suckling on the taxpayer teat. And David Brooks is New York Times. He's an award-winning New York Times journalist. And he was on the Panhandler Broadcasting System. And he was spreading misinformation. And he has to be barred from Twitter and Facebook and promoted by the New York Times and win many lucite blocks and small golden statuettes for his outstanding journalism. Here's what David Brooks said, summing up the first couple of years of the Biden administration.
In the polling, there's still a lot of Democrats who think he should not run, but that's mostly an age issue, not an ideology issue. But the midterm election sort of silenced all that. And he's been looking strong. We give a strong State of the Union. There hasn't been any obvious gaffes, big scandals, or anything like that.
Yeah, there haven't that strong State of the Union address. There haven't been any obvious gaffes or any scandals. There haven't been any scandals. There haven't been any obvious gaffes. See, they get their news from each other. You know, the Hollywood people make movies that nobody wants to watch, and when you ask them, well, why are you making all these stupid movies that nobody wants to see? They say, well, we don't make movies for the American people or for the audience. We make movies for each other. This way, you know, we're more likely to be nominated for Oscars and things, and we have to make movies that we all agree with because that's what we do.
Thank you all. God bless you all. Let's go lick the world. Let's get it done.
Let's go lick the world. That's the job of the New York Times. There it is. No obvious gaffes. No obvious gaffes of any kind. No scandals. No scandals of any kind. Hunter Biden's lawyers will be visiting with the U.S. Attorney in Delaware about the money laundering, the bank fraud, what about the millions from China and the millions from Ukraine and the millions from Russia and now, China couldn't be happier with our policies. But it's just no scandals and Hunter Biden and the bastard children and honestly, it's good to be a Democrat, isn't it? And that's the New York Times, America and the world's leading newspaper, with the taxpayer-funded, suckling on the taxpayer teat PBS television. And if you get your news from left-wing sources, you think everything is great, and he's a great president. Great State of the Union. No gaffes, he said. No scandals. That's the New York Times and PBS. In the hot tub. You know, I like to tell the truth, and I like to offer solutions. Well, if you have high blood pressure, or maybe you know somebody who does have high blood pressure, I want to tell you about some friends of mine, 120 Life. 120 Life is a Chicago-based company that developed a juice drink that can help lower your blood pressure naturally. 120 Life is a natural juice drink made from pomegranates, tart cherries, cranberries, hibiscus, beetroot, magnesium. Can help lower blood pressure without side effects and do it naturally. I'm drinking it, and I love it. You will, too. I'm waiting for a new shipment, actually. It helps me keep energized and helps keep my blood pressure in check. Blood pressure? The truth is, there are easy, natural ways to keep your blood pressure in check, and one of them is 120 Life. So check it out and tell them Chris Plant sent you. Visit 120life.com. That's 120life.com. You can order a 2-week trial pack of their delicious juice drink. There's a money-back guarantee. Use the code Chris, and you're going to get 15% off because of the good crowd that you travel with. The natural approach to blood pressure management. Visit 120life.com today and start seeing the benefits in just 2 weeks. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. The product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition. Yeah, our Democrat Party. It's amazing. Yeah, and David Brooks, he's the Democrat Party. The New York Times, no scandals, no gaffes. Great State of the Union? Really? It's going great in New York Times land.
More than half the women in my cabinet, more than half the people in my cabinet, more than half the women in my administration are women.
There's only one Chris Plant. The Chris Plant Show.
Finding great people to hire is like trying to find a needle in a haystack. It's pretty difficult, right? Well, ZipRecruiter has mastered finding a needle in a haystack, so they take it to the next level. They make hiring so simple that it's like finding a needle in a needle stack. And that's why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Here's what it's like to use ZipRecruiter. They have so many qualified candidates that it's easier to find the right ones for your roles. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's a lot of needles. So how do they do it? ZipRecruiter's powerful technology sends you candidates who are a great match for your job, and you can even invite your top choices to apply. So if you want less hay and more needles, head to ZipRecruiter.
And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. At ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/FREE. ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
How long does it take to tackle a home project? With Angie, you could cross it off your list before this ad is over. Just tell us what you need, indoor or outdoor, repair or redesign, and we handle the rest, sending a top pro to get it done. You don't have to lift a finger, except to tap the screen or click the mouse. Plus, Angie is free to use. So bring us your next home project, and we'll bring it home. Download the app or go to Angie.com. That's ANGI.com to get started.
Ad paid for by the Sentinel Group. Attention veterans, active duty military, civilians, and contractors. If you were issued earplugs between 1999 and 2015 and were diagnosed with hearing loss or ringing in the ears, you may be entitled to compensation. The manufacturer of these military earplugs recently paid $9.1 million to resolve claims that their earplugs were defective, potentially exposing service members to damaging sound levels that could have resulted in hearing loss or tinnitus. If you or a loved one were issued earplugs and were diagnosed with tinnitus or hearing loss, don't wait. You fought for this country, and our attorneys want to fight for you. Call 800-783-2402 now for a free legal consultation and to see if you may be eligible to file a claim. Time restrictions may apply, and you pay nothing unless there's a recovery in your favor. So call 800-783-2402 now. Again, 800-783-2402. That's 800-783-2402.
We expect our information in real time. U.S. Med carries continuous glucose monitors, which provide real-time readings of blood glucose levels. U.S. Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 500 private insurers. So call 800-730-8405 today for a free insurance and Medicare benefits check. As easy as, that's 800-730-8405.
Dell. It wasn't long ago when residents in the Sandhills had to call 2 different companies for plumbing or heating and air conditioning service. But Fields Plumbing and Heating and Air Conditioning was the first to offer all 3 services and still do. At Fields Plumbing and Heating and Air Conditioning, it's our goal to offer customers fast, dependable, and creative solutions to your home and business needs. Experience counts. Call Fields Plumbing and Heating and Air Conditioning 910-949-3232. 910-949-3232.
Ember's Smokehouse is now open in downtown Southern Pines. Looking to satisfy your barbecue craving? Well, step up to the counter and order classic barbecue like pulled pork, ribs, briskets, or chicken. Order by the platter with classic sides or by the pound. Your barbecue craving will be satisfied. Check out their menu and other delicious items. They're open Monday through Friday, 11 to 7, Saturday, 10 to 7, and Sunday, 10 to 3. That's Ember's Smokehouse, 130 Southwest Broad Street in Southern Pines. The Billy's Design Group has been helping homeowners create stunning living spaces right here in the Sandhills for over 40 years. Their 12,000 square foot showroom has everything you need: wallpaper, flooring, carpet, kitchen and bath cabinetry, and much more. You would have to travel hours to find anything comparable. Come take advantage of their professional services from furniture selection, interior design, or remodeling. They're located right there on 15501 next to Zaxby's, or you can find them on the web at Billy'sDesignGroup.com.
This is the perfect time of the year to bust out all your Echo tools and equipment from Beaver Equipment. Thanks to all the storms, my new Echo chainsaw from Beaver Equipment has been getting a good workout. Beaver Equipment is the place to go for rough and rugged Echo equipment for real men. They offer 5-year warranties and are locally owned and operated. So men, get out there and enjoy your Echo Power equipment from Beaver Equipment, Highway 211 in Aberdeen, 910-944-0402.
WEEB, we've got you by the ears.
You know, the Democrats love transgenderism, especially with children. That's their focus. There is a Republican in the state of Utah. He's a state senator, and he seems like a perfectly normal person. His name is Kennedy, too, no relation. And his home was attacked over the weekend by the left, vandals threatening terrorist group, you know, the usual thing, red spray paint, and and they attacked his home. His neighbors are up in arms. Utah State Senator Mike Kennedy's home vandalized after sponsoring transgender bill. Democrats are, I think, all trannies at this point. A Utah state lawmaker's home was vandalized this week in retaliation. Strange use of the word retaliation for introducing a bill to prevent minors from receiving transgender medical treatments, according to the police. Garage door at the Republican State Senator Mike Kennedy's home in Alpine, a suburb of Salt Lake City. Covered in red spray paint with messages of FASH, F-A-S-H, because, the Democrats also like Americans to be illiterate. It's better for them if everyone's illiterate. We assume that's supposed to be an abbreviation for fascist. And there's more, and he's responded to it coming up. Phil Jackson, the NBA, and more.
This is the Chris Plant Show.
Sandy Ridge Memory Care provides all the amenities of home while providing personalized resident care and a dedication to a safe, secure, and comfortable environment for your loved one. Providing care for dementia and Alzheimer's population has been our specialty for over 20 years. Research has proven that a loving, structured, and intimate home environment successfully fulfills the needs of both the one affected by dementia and Alzheimer's, as well as the family caregivers. As one of the largest memory care facilities in North Carolina, we feature 3 separate secure units within our community. Each wing is designed for individual needs and preferences. Call for an appointment or just drop in to tour our facility and discover for yourself the care that sets us apart. Located only minutes from Moore County and surrounding areas, Sandy Ridge Memory Care is the right place at the right time. On Bowman Road in Candor or online at sandyridgeliving.com. Call 910-974-6000.
When you're ready for your next painting project, there's only one place to go for high-quality products. JB Short Carpet 1 in Southern Pines carries premium Benjamin Moore paints for any type of project. Benjamin Moore offers unmatched color and durability, so color will last for years to come. And when you shop JB Short Carpet 1 in Southern Pines, you're not just improving your home, you're supporting a local business too. Benjamin Moore, for everything that matters. JB Short Carpet 1, Highway 1 North between Southern Pines and Bass, or on the web at shortcarpet1.com.
Serving more people, more places, 24/7. If your AC breaks down, we'll restore your indoor heaven. Installation or repair, one call, we'll be there. It's your family, don't delay. Comfort's just a call away. We're Comfort Services. Comfort Services.
Come to Comfort Services in Aberdeen to get a free estimate on a new Carrier system or heat pump, and you may qualify for a rebate up to $1,800 from Carrier. Get in on the savings and purchase a qualifying heating or cooling product before the Cool Cash rebate ends May 26th. You may also qualify for financing options as well. Stop into Comfort Services on Highway 5 near the Habitat store in Aberdeen, or call 910-695-2665. Carrier and Comfort Services, a great team.
Comfort's just a call away. Comfort Services.
Hey, we've all been there. You're in the middle of something important. And then, boom, the power goes out. But what if it didn't? What if you skipped the candles and flashlights and just carried on with your day? With a Kohler generator, your power stays on, even when the utility power goes out. So your food stays fresh, your home stays powered, and you stay happy.
Call Premier Power Generation at 910-295-3188. Is it finally time to upgrade that aging PC? Visit veteran-owned Silver Knight PCs. Bring in any old PC component to trade in for credit towards the purchase of a new component. Is doing it yourself too hard? Purchase any new pre-built computer from Silver Knight PCs and a 3-year warranty is included. They also offer diagnostic and repair for any PC or Mac. Contact Silver Knight PCs at 910-500-0015 or online at silverknightpcs.com for all your computer needs. For more than 30 years, Kubota of Sanford has offered sales, service, and parts for all your needs. Come join them at their spring open house, April 14th and 15th. See their wide selection of Kubota and Gravely tractors, mowers, utility vehicles, construction equipment, and trailers from brands like Big Tex, Master Tow, and Diamond Cargo. That's April 14th and 15th at Kubota of Sanford, located at 4217 Jefferson Davis Highway in Sanford, or call them at 919-292-6464.
If there was a better way to handle your finances, when would you want to know? Tune in to White Horse Financial Solutions every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m. here on WEEB.
Your local weather report is brought to you by Heavenly Pines Jewelry of Pinehurst. Call 910-235-9086 for all your jewelry and design needs.
Pleasantly cooler temperatures will persist for this Monday. Keep in mind a few early sprinkles to the south and east will gradually clear out. We will see sunshine move in for this afternoon. Our highs will range in the mid to upper 60s today. Still going to be a nice one to get outside. Then tonight we're down into the upper 30s and lower 40s. Highs will be a touch milder tomorrow in the mid-60s and lower 70s. I'm meteorologist Peter Sherwood in the Weather Center.
97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
Now, the Democrat Party is a violent party and a criminal party. And they attack people. They attack their homes. They're violent. They harass people. And Sarah Huckabee Sanders in restaurants years ago. And what was that place called? The Lonely Dead Rooster? Something like that. There is a Republican state senator in Utah where the average person is nicer than the average person in Washington, D.C. by a long shot. Utah State Senator Mike Kennedy's home vandalized after sponsoring transgender bill. And it was attacked. He introduced a bill which disallows minors under the age of 18, school children, from receiving transgender medical treatment, which the Democrats insist we do, particularly on children. The garage doors of his home outside of Salt Lake City spray painted with FASH, F-A-S-H, because they're illiterate, short for fascist, presumably, but from illiterates. And these trannies bash back. You think there are really trannies in Utah that attacked his house, or just they're allies, tranny allies, a lot like old commies. Earlier this year, State Senator Kennedy sponsored SB 16, which banned treatments such as gender-affirming surgery and puberty blockers for youths, children, school children. The legislation passed the state legislature's general session in January, signed into law soon after by Governor Spencer Cox, right? And the state senator, who is also, by the way, a medical doctor, just by the way, tweeted out, "To those who seek to use violence, vandalism, and intimidation to deter me from standing up for what is right, let me be clear, you will not succeed. I will not be deterred by your cowardly actions. The recent vandalism to my family's home was not just an attack on me, but on the very principles our state stands for. We will not let fear and violence control our destiny." This is the Democrat Party. "As Utahns, we will always stand up and push back against radicals who seek to push their agenda in our state. I'm more determined than ever to work with the good people of Utah to make our state a better place for all, especially our children, and I won't back down." So good for him. And State Senator Mike Kennedy was also on the Fox News channel early this morning, and I was there watching it for you.
This session alone, I passed a legislation to ban vaccine passports as well as promote parental rights in education, and in addition, to ban the radical and irreversible damaging surgeries with transgender transitions. And for that, in an effort to intimidate and silence me, these violent messages were left on my garage door. And you'll notice that they're in blood red, dripping blood red spray paint, which I find to be frankly shocking. And this is an effort to silence me, and I will not be silenced.
The permanent and irreversible damage to children is the Democrat Party's favorite kind. That's what they advocate, and they do so violently and often with violent mob actions. And they threaten your family, so the missus and the kids live in the house, and they love this bash the fash. They are, of course, the fash. They're the fascists. And these trannies strike back. They bash back. It says they bash the fash. These trannies bash back. Now, you're not being bashed. We're protecting children from creeps like you. You see how that works? I know it's a little confusing because of your low IQs. State Senator Mike Kennedy.
This kind of behavior, this violent effort to promote their agenda instead of using civic discourse that we would all expect, is entirely inappropriate, reprehensible.
Entirely. And but that's the favorite kind. That's the Democrats excel.
We banned the surgical procedures for minors, which the most important thing that we can do in our society generally, and in Utah specifically, is my purview, is promote the health, well-being, and safety of our children. And so we banned the surgical approach to transgender transitions, and we put a moratorium on puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones. And our effort there is to study, and we've actually, with the legislation that I helped to pass, is that with that legislation we're going to study the effects, but the irreversible nature of many of these decisions that these children are making at times they can't even give consent for many other procedures it's stunning that the health community has risen up to support these sort of things.
It is stunning. He's a medical doctor, again, as I said, and boy, he's standing up, and then the left attacks because these trannies bash back, threatening at home. Spray painted all over his two garage doors and on the concrete surface of his driveway with the red spray paint. And, your Democrat Party is not a good group of people. I played the audio earlier today for you of the employee at the Child Gender Affirming Clinic who has come out and said, well, the puberty blockers actually worsen child depression. And they tell you the big lie that it's supposed to avert childhood depression because you're doing what they really want to do and changing their genders and rendering them eunuchs so that they will never have a normal sex life. And the male targets of the left will never have an orgasm. And I apologize for the language, but that's what the Democrats are doing to children. They're permanently, for a lifetime, damaging them physically and psychologically and emotionally, and they're entirely in favor of all of this because, boy, oh boy, oh boy. There's another story over the weekend because Democrats are everywhere. Man who identifies as transgender exposes penis to 4 freshman girls in Wisconsin high school locker room. A Wisconsin school district is under fire for allegedly doing nothing after an adult man, 18 years old, exposed his penis to 4 freshman girls at a high school girls' locker room. The incident occurred at Sun Prairie East High School on March 3rd, and according to a letter sent by the district, the Wisconsin Institute for Law and Liberty will 4 freshman girls at EHS, the high school, participated in a swim unit as part of their first-hour physical education class. After the class, the girls entered the girls' athletic locker room to shower and change for class. Upon entering, they noticed a senior male in the area containing lockers and benches. And it is our understanding, the legal group said, it was a male, 18 years of age, at the time of the incident. According to the girls, the student was not in the first-hour PE class they were participating in. While the girls were surprised to see him in the locker room, they had a a general idea that this student identifies as transgender and had used the girls' bathrooms before. While they were uncomfortable, they proceeded to the shower area without interacting with the student. But this is your Democrat Party. And look, this goes to junior high school and to grammar school, and you know how they are. Also, a story in the Daily Caller.
Sorry, this is off topic, but there's some breaking news.
Breaking news.
Fox News and Tucker Carlson have parted ways. His last program was Fridays, April 21st.
Tucker Carlson's last program.
We thank him for his service to the network as a host and prior to that as a contributor. Starting tonight, there will be a new show called Fox News Tonight in the 8 p.m. time slot, helmed by rotating Fox News personalities.
Rotating. That is fascinating news. In fact, this was just sent to me. I'm looking at my text threads now, and from Pat, Terry, and Marty. Tucker Carlson leaves Fox News in wake of Dominion defamation settlement. Isn't that fascinating? Boy, from Ginny, Tucker Carlson leaving. From Jim Robinson, Tucker Carlson leaving. From Michael, Randy, and Kevin, Tucker Carlson leaving. Shocking news from Tucker Carlson. He is out at Fox News, Tucker Carlson. The most successful show on the network, the most successful show in cable television. He has been targeted at his home. His family has been targeted. His wife has been targeted by violent mobs. They also showed up at his home in Washington, D.C. I don't think they have anymore. While he was on the air, so the mob knew that he wasn't at home. The mob attacked his home. Boy, this is quite fascinating news, I've got to say. Shocking news. Fox News Media and Tucker Carlson part ways. The statement out in New York, Fox News Media and Tucker Carlson have agreed to part ways. We thank him for his service to the network as a host. Wow. And prior to that, as a contributor. Mr. Carlson's last program was Friday, April 21st. Today is Monday. Wow. That is pretty amazing. The 24th. Fox News will air, as Michael was just reading. Interim show helmed by a rotating Fox News personalities. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Now, what explains all this? Nobody knows. We don't have an explanation at this moment in time. Is he running for president? Let me be the first to throw that out there. Is Tucker Carlson, maybe it's already been thrown out there. I'm not glued to the Twitter machine, but wow, that is really out of the blue, I've got to say. The most successful host on cable television anywhere. Not just in cable news, not just at Fox, but anywhere on cable television. Very handsomely compensated for the role that he plays there. And I was hanging out with some people yesterday, as a matter of fact, who were hanging out with Tucker Carlson recently, and they were talking about what a great guy. I've been on the Tucker Carlson show not for quite some time now, and I've known Tucker. We don't go out to dinner together and hang out together, go on vacation together, but I've known Tucker for years, and I like him very much, and I respect him. Now, he's been the target of the radical lefties for so long, and his family and his home or homes targeted by the crazy lefties, where he basically evacuated Washington, D.C. because of the crazy violent mob. And I wonder if it's the mob that drove him out. I wonder if he has political aspirations. I think given his family background and the compensation that Fox News has provided him, he doesn't have to worry financially, and that is right and that is good. But Tucker Carlson has been a great force and a great power in media for the truth, and that, as I'm fond of saying, nothing gets you in trouble like the truth. But boy, that is big breaking news, gigantic. Man. And boy, take a look at this. The Fox News stock just dropped through the floor. I'm holding up the graphic from the Fox News stock ticker. The Fox News stock just dropped through the floor. Wow. It is a straight line going up and down. Fox A, Fox Corporation stock. Boy, boom. You know, Fox News has been taking a beating for a lot of reasons lately, and this is not going to help them at all. And may I make, I've been doing work with Newsmax lately with the Biden Chronicles, and I really like the people at Newsmax. I really do. Chris Ruddy, who's the big boss there, and all kinds of good people at Newsmax, where they're fighting to tell the truth. This is a big story. Unless there is an announcement about his going someplace else, then fascinating. Then there are more shoes to drop on this. There's more to this story. It may just be personal because he's been the target, as I said, for a long time, and putting up with this stuff is pretty awful. And he may have just decided to clap his hands and walk away. So I'm out. I'm going to go live a life like a normal person because it's such a toxic environment. And he has been such a target of the vile, repugnant, very often violent left, the threatening left. Just gigantic. Boy. Now, we have the Fox News channel on a monitor in our studio here. And it's not their lead story. It's not up on the screen now. Tucker Carlson leaving. That's not here. Boy, the woman who made the really bad decision at Bud Light takes a leave of absence, and they send a white guy out with her who is her boss because you can't just, bump a woman out. The left would come spray paint your house. So leave of absence so far. The Wall Street Journal. Have a cold Bud Light, not a woke one. Anheuser-Busch blundered badly. They really took a big hit, and everybody's on it, so she should be out. John Oliver doing not comedy, attacking Kid Rock for his position on Bud Light. I haven't had a Bud Light since all this started, and I would have been their biggest promoter. And you hear about Phil Jackson, the NBA hero, saying he no longer follows the NBA because it's too woke. I'm with Phil. And the left just poisons everything with their politics. The NBA, high school athletics, grade school athletics, the NFL. The left is destroying everything.
You're listening to The Chris Plant Show.
Finding great people to hire is like trying to find a needle in a haystack. It's pretty difficult, right? Well, ZipRecruiter has mastered finding a needle in a haystack, so they take it to the next level. They make hiring so simple that it's like finding a needle in a needle stack. And that's why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Here's what it's like to use ZipRecruiter. They have so many qualified candidates that it's easier to find the right ones for your roles. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's a lot of needles. So how do they do it? ZipRecruiter's powerful technology sends you candidates who are a great match for your job, and you can even invite your top choices to apply. So if you want less hay and more needles, head to ZipRecruiter.
And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. At ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/FREE. ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, it's so great to finally be able to get together again.
Oh, it sure is. And I really appreciate you picking up the bill.
I'm happy to. I've got the extra cash. Since we've all been driving so much more again, I've been using Upside, the free app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes. I get real cash back just for buying the gas I was going to buy anyway.
But is it a hassle to use?
No. It's It's super fast and easy, and I can cash out whenever I want.
That's a total no-brainer. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code PUSH for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code PUSH. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code PUSH for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code PUSH.
Ember's Smokehouse is now open in downtown Southern Pines. Looking to satisfy your barbecue craving? Well, step up to the counter and order classic barbecue like pulled pork, ribs, briskets, or chicken. Order by the platter with classic sides or by the pound. Your barbecue craving will be satisfied. Check out their menu and other delicious items. They're open Monday through Friday, 11 to 7, Saturday, 10 to 7, and Sunday, 10 to 3. That's Ember's Smokehouse, 130 Southwest Broad Street in Southern Pines.
Garage door broken? If it is, your home is not as safe as it could be. Call Superior Overhead Doors today. Whether you need repairs or full replacement, you can count on us. With over 20 years of experience, no job is too big. Active duty military receive $20 off repairs and $50 off installation. So call Superior Overhead Doors today at 910-992-6227 or visit us online at superioroverheaddoorsllc.com for a free estimate.
Serving Moore County since 1960 and continuously owned since then by the Parker family, Aberdeen Exterminating's goal has not changed since that first day nearly 60 years ago: to provide prompt, courteous, dependable services at a fair price. Services include termite inspections and treatments, household pest control, flea and tick control, yard treatments, mosquito control, crawl space protection, new home pre-treats, real estate inspections, installing moisture barriers, bed bug treatments, and more. Pests are a part of life in the South, especially termites. That's something you can depend on, so choose a service company you can depend on. Call Aberdeen Exterminating for a free inspection. 944-2474. That's 944-2474.
John Cole's Plumbing Professionals has been voted Best Plumbing Company in the 2022 Best of the Pines competition, making them the area's best plumber for the 4th year in a row. And they'd like to sincerely thank each and every person who voted. They'd also like to renew the promise of exceptional customer service, quality workmanship at a fair, on-the-level price. That's the winning formula at John Cole's Plumbing Professionals.
John Cole's Plumbing Professionals.
Skateboarding isn't just a sport, it's an art form and a lifestyle. And now skaters of all ages have a place to unite at Into Flow Skateboards and Arcade in Southern Pines. Find the decks, wheels, bearings, trucks, grip tape, protective gear, skate shoes, and apparel for that skater in your life. And it's not just for skaters. Check out Into Flow's Classic Arcade in the back, or their collectible Funko Pops for sale. Open 6 days a week. Find Into Flow online at flowskateboards.com and get your flow on.
97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
Well, this is obviously bombshell news. Let me tell you, know who it's great news for? Newsmax. It's great news for Newsmax. What's going on at Fox? Tucker Carlson is out? Are you kidding me? That is completely nuts. There is no other network that has anyone on the air that's even comparable to Tucker Carlson at Fox. It's like Oprah firing Oprah. Their stock dropped like a rock. I mean, it's you'd never see it. It's like Biden's approval rating. It's just amazing. Tucker Carlson, it was this weekend, Friday, Saturday, National Harbor, just outside of Washington, D.C., Tucker Carlson was speaking at the Heritage Foundation gathering, where he was talking about debates and politics.
It might be time to start to reassess the terms we use to describe what we're watching. So when I started at Heritage, the presumption was, and this is a very Anglo-American assumption, that the debates we're having are kind of rational debates about the way to get to mutually agreed upon outcomes. Right? So like we all want the country to be more prosperous and free and people to be less oppressed or whatever, and so we're going to argue about tax rates, and I think higher tax gets us there. I'm like Keynesian, and You disagree, you're an Austrian or whatever. But the objective is the same. And so we write our papers and they write their papers and may the best papers win. I don't think that's what we're watching now at all. I don't think we're watching a debate over how to get to the best outcome. I think that's completely wrong. And I've come to this conclusion, and I should say at the outset I'm an Episcopalian, so don't take any theological advice from me because I don't have any. I grew up in the shallowest faith tradition that's ever been invented.
The 10 Suggestions.
It's not even a Christian religion at this point, I say with shame. But I'm just saying this as an observer of what's going on. There is no way to assess, say, the transgenderist movement with that mindset. Policy papers don't account for it at all. If you have people who are saying, I have an idea, let's castrate the next generation. Let's sexually mutilate children. I'm sorry, that's not a political debate. What? It has nothing to do with politics. What's the outcome we're desiring here?
Now,
an androgynous population? Is that really what are we arguing for that?
Does that sound like someone who might be interested in a future in politics at the Heritage Foundation this weekend, just outside of Washington, D.C., talking about how more Americans need to stand up to the insanity of the left at the Heritage Foundation Gala. Boy, the battle for America today. Tucker Carlson. Tucker's father, who's a great guy, was a U.S. ambassador, has been in politics in the past Reagan administration and so on. Tucker Carlson grew up in that environment, that atmosphere. Washington, D.C. Is that possible? Or is he just going to, take a break and throw some bait in a fishing hole and mind his own business? I kind of doubt that.
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sandhills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM, WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
Breaking news this hour from townhall.com. I'm John Scott. Most Americans do not want to see President Biden run for re-election in 2024. White House correspondent Greg Clugston reports.
An overwhelming 70% of those surveyed in an NBC News poll, including 51% of Democrats, don't think the president should seek a second term. Nearly half of those respondents cite his age as a major concern. The president, who is 80, is expected to announce his re-election bid this week. The poll also shows that voters are not enthusiastic with the idea of a 2020 rematch between Joe Biden and former President Trump. Greg Clugston, Washington.
Also at townhall.com, there is no sign of a truce taking hold in Sudan as foreign governments, including the U.S., evacuate their diplomatic staffs.
Some 70 U.S. Embassy staffers have been airlifted from Sudan's capital, Khartoum, on the order from President Biden, who was advised that there is no end to the fighting between rival military factions. On ABC's This Week with George Stephanopoulos, military analyst Steve Ganyard says the airlift was dangerous, but it appeared to go well.
3 special operations Chinooks flying 800 miles at 100 feet at night on night vision goggles, having to land halfway, get gas, come into Khartoum where there's active combat going on.
But for U.S. civilians, an estimated 16,000, the military said it was too risky to get them out, but the White House vowed to do what it can to help. I'm Jackie Quinn.
The stocks are lower as Wall Street remains hesitant to make big moves amid questions about where the economy, interest rates, and corporate profits are heading. The Dow is down 49 points. The Nasdaq losing 98. More at townhall.com.
People ask me sometimes, Lance, I'm worried about my...
Breaking news, several news outlets, including Fox News, reporting that Tucker Carlson and Fox News have parted ways. No other information is available. Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson has announced intent to run for governor in 2024 at Ace Speedway in Alamance County. Did that over the weekend.
We need a public servant. Someone who's actually lived through the struggles of everyday North Carolinians.
Passengers on a flight that was about to take off from North Charlotte Douglas International Airport got a view that nobody wants to see when they look out the window. Flames shooting from the wing. Passenger Claire Dundon told WSOC.
Everyone was trying to panic, but it was like we couldn't go anywhere either. So I think that was the biggest scare.
No one was injured. There was a dramatic rescue of U.S. Embassy personnel from Sudan late Saturday night. Most other foreign governments have also reported having evacuated their staff from Africa's third largest country, which is engulfed in fighting right now. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken at a news briefing today.
Some of them have encountered problems, including robbery, looting, that kind of thing.
A wildfire is continuing to spread through the Croatan National Forest near Newbern. Heavy smoke, flames, and ashes falling have had effects from the fire. Public Information Officer with the Forest Service, Leah Parker, says.
I'd say at the moment, just really smoke is the biggest thing that they're going to be concerned about.
After months of warning, Bed Bath & Beyond has filed bankruptcy. Chapter 11 right now. CBS News business analyst Jill Schlesinger says the company has been struggling.
The only thing that could stop the process is if a bidder were to emerge. In that event, then maybe there could be a sale, but right now, not looking likely. Buyers are just waiting to pick up the pieces during liquidation.
You're listening to NCI News.
April is Fair Housing Month, and North Carolina's 56,000 realtors proudly honor our commitment to ensure everyone gets a fair chance in today's housing market. From the country crossroads to urban centers, realtors across North Carolina are working to open doors to anyone who is striving to attain the American dream of owning their own home. We believe fairness is worth fighting for because that's who we are. Paid for by North Carolina Realtors.
Do you know a high school senior or recent graduate who wants to make a difference? A career in law enforcement may be a good fit, and the state of North Carolina wants to support them. Until April 30th, aspiring officers can apply to the Criminal Justice Fellows Program. The program provides a 100% forgivable loan for a 2-year degree in criminal justice if the recipient serves 4 years in law enforcement in North Carolina. These guardians can keep us safe, and we'll help them get their career started. Learn more at ncdoj.gov/CJ Fellows.
A third person has filed a lawsuit against NC.
I'm Ella. And I'm Eva. We and everyone in our family are patients at Sandhills Weekend Dental. We love going to the dentist, especially to get our teeth cleaned. Katie, the hygienist, told our brother Ashton he needs to brush his teeth really well every day to get rid of the poop that the sugar bugs leave behind, or else he will get cavities, and he doesn't want that. We feel everyone should go to Sandhills Weekend Dental and eat, kiss, and smile better, except we don't kiss.
Make your appointment today. Call Sandhills Weekend Dental at 687-4423.
Pleasantly cooler temperatures will persist for this Monday. Keep in mind a few early sprinkles to the south and east will gradually clear out. We will see sunshine move in for this afternoon. Our highs will range in the mid to upper 60s today. Still going to be a nice one to get outside. Then tonight we're down into the upper 30s and lower 40s. Highs will be a touch milder tomorrow in the mid 60s and lower 70s. I'm meteorologist Peter Sherwood in the Weather Center.
1-0, all engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Hello, America. Welcome. It is Eric Erickson here across the nation. The phone number 877-973-7425. Should you wish to be on this here program, you can always text the word Eric, E-R-I-C-K, to 33777, and you can find all the social media links and the like. Well, Tucker Carlson out at Fox News. Breaking news happening now. This was Tucker Carlson Friday night at the Heritage Foundation's 50th anniversary gala in Washington, D.C.
You look around and you see so many people break under the strain, under the downward pressure of whatever this is that we're going through. And you look with disdain and sadness as you see people you know become Quislings, you see them revealed as cowards, you see them going along with a new thing, which is clearly a poisonous thing, a silly thing. saying things they don't believe because they want to keep their jobs. If there's a single person in this room who hasn't seen that through George Floyd and COVID and the Ukraine war, raise your hand. Oh, nobody? Right. You all know what I'm talking about. And you're so disappointed in people. You are, and you realize that the herd instinct is maybe the strongest instinct. I mean, it may be stronger than the hunger and sex instincts, actually. The instinct, which again is inherent to be like everybody else and not to be cast out of the group, not to be shunned, that's a very strong impulse in all of us from birth. And it takes over, unfortunately, in moments like this, and it's harnessed, in fact, by bad people in moments like this to produce uniformity. And you see people going along with this, and you lose respect for them. And that's certainly happened to me at scale over the past 3 years. I'm not mad at people, I'm just sad. I'm disappointed. How could you go along with this? You know it's not true, but you're saying it anyway? Really? You're putting your pronouns in your email? You're ridiculous.
That was Tucker Carlson at the Heritage Foundation on Friday night, maybe alluding to more there. There aren't a lot of reports about what's going on here. Everybody's got theories. This is actually really big news, Fox News and its star host parting ways. Tucker Carlson gets more viewers than anyone. And he, as of Friday, is done with Fox. No goodbye, no last show. His Friday show was it. I will speculate because it's my job. I at least have some informed speculation. I was at Fox for 5 years. I know Tucker. I don't know him well. He's one of the people who pushed me into fly fishing. He's a very nice guy. He did his show from Maine and from Florida. He was not in the building at Fox News. I don't think you can do anything other than draw a straight line from the $787.5 million verdict against Fox News, or the settlement rather, in Dominion, upcoming lawsuits as well. And what has happened, Dan Bongino, of course, out at Fox. They couldn't come to terms over a future for him, and now this. Fox has got to save some money, but Tucker Carlson made them money. And again, this is speculation, but it is informed speculation based on conversations with a lot of people currently employed there and people who used to be employed there. There is a good deal of love for Tucker Carlson inside the network, but there was one concern, and it came up repeatedly in conversations I've had over the last year or so. And it always started with the same phrase from everyone. This wouldn't have happened if Roger was there. People may not have liked Roger Ailes, but Roger Ailes was feared and respected within Fox News. Roger Ailes was in charge of Fox, and no one disputed Roger Ailes was in charge of Fox. Rupert Murdoch could be the absentee landlord and let Roger run the roost, and Roger had his flaws. But one of the things Roger did was force competition between the shows. If you're not in this business, you don't really appreciate this. It is the same at CNN, but even more ruthless at Fox News. At CNN, if you appear on Aaron Burnett's show at 7 p.m., you're not going to appear on Anderson Cooper's show later that night. At Fox News in the past, if you appeared on Sean Hannity's show once, you would never appear on Bill O'Reilly's show ever. When I moved from CNN to Fox, I was told very early on, you've got to pick. Do you want to be on O'Reilly or do you want to be on Hannity? O'Reilly's staff, bigger show, but more difficult to work with than Hannity. I was a Hannity guy. We were friends. I would be on Hannity. I appeared once on Bill O'Reilly's show in 5 years at Fox News. And I was always told because I appeared on Hannity's show, I would never appear on Bill O'Reilly's show. Roger Ailes allowed that competitive dynamic, and between those competitive dynamics, he was essentially allowed to be the dominant force at Fox News, and could be after he left. And younger managers replaced him after Bill Shine was pushed out. This, too, I think, would not have happened if Bill Shine were at Fox. Others advanced, and they're all good people, But over time, the talent became dominant. And when you had the ratings and brought in the money, you could. The reality, however, is the talent is still the employee. And the employee must listen to the employer. Rightly or wrongly, and I think probably wrongly, there was a perception of some within Fox that Tucker Carlson was the favored son of the Murdoch family, so to speak, and he could do whatever he wanted. And because he could do whatever he wanted, there was a reluctance of management to hold him accountable. And when the discovery came out in Dominion versus Fox, the discovery seemed to suggest in the text message correspondence with Tucker Carlson, Laura Ingraham, and Sean Hannity that they had a disdain for the news portion of Fox, that they believed they were working for a company that hated them, and they also believed they had a level of clout within the company given their ratings that they could get away with much. And I gotta think the discovery of those text messages would impact this. There were reports that Tucker Carlson believed he could ignore Suzanne Scott, the head of Fox News, and reports that Suzanne Scott was frustrated with the staff around Tucker Carlson being willing to ignore her. Both denied it, but now in light of this, perhaps those rumors were true. So what's next? I'll tell you that I'm old enough to remember when Bill O'Reilly was forced out of Fox, everyone said, well, this is it for Fox. They're done. Who's going to turn on to Fox now? There's nobody there. And then they brought in Tucker Carlson, and Tucker Carlson was bigger than Bill O'Reilly. Not only was Tucker Carlson bigger than Bill O'Reilly, Tucker Carlson did something for Fox News that you need to appreciate. He made the audience younger. Tucker brought in younger voices. He brought in a younger audience. He focused on cultural issues that others at Fox refused to engage with. Tucker Carlson focused on the transgender issue, a big issue among conservatives right now, and most of the people at Fox avoided it. And I can tell you from my time at Fox News, when I was there, it was no different than being at CNN. That issue was an issue that you avoided. Management did not like you to pursue those issues. Management tended to be more culturally progressive than you would think, even at Fox News. And Tucker Carlson engaged on those issues, and engaged on those issues in ways that put points on the board for the right. It made him a lightning rod for a lot of social progressives, but he was right. I don't know where Tucker Carlson goes now, but he's going to be successful wherever he goes. Listen, a lot of people, a very many people who I know who for years were better friends with Tucker Carlson than I ever have been, were convinced Tucker Carlson sold out, and I have never been convinced Tucker Carlson sold out. Tucker Carlson had championed the Iraq War and realized he had been lied to, and ever since became a great skeptic of everything government on all sides says. I don't think Tucker Carlson ever sold out. I think Tucker Carlson is one of those people who actually did change. He took his beliefs, realized he had been lied to, and fundamentally changed his beliefs based on having been lied to. And while I didn't agree with him on all things, I appreciated his willingness to fight for what he believed in, and in particular on the culture front, agreed very much with him and thought he was a good voice at Fox News. And Fox would be wise to replace Tucker Carlson with another voice who could bring in young voices, young viewers, and even be guided on those cultural issues. If I had one name I would recommend Fox News consider to replace Tucker, it would be Ben Shapiro. Ben would touch on those issues, cultural issues that gravitated so many people towards Tucker and built him an audience. But Ben is world-renowned for not having bought into the 2020 lies and wouldn't have put up with someone like a Sidney Powell or a Rudy Giuliani. As for Tucker, he's going to do well wherever he lands. He's a wickedly smart, with a great sense of humor, and behind the scenes, though you would not know it perhaps from his personality on TV, a deeply humble person. He's going to do fine. I'm more worried about what Fox does than what Tucker Carlson does. Tucker took a spot, and you got to remember this, when Bill O'Reilly left, people thought this is the end of Fox. No one will ever be as good as Bill O'Reilly. And I would argue, not just objectively, but subjectively on all the metrics, Tucker was better than Bill O'Reilly. And this is a shocking revelation to start a Monday. Tucker Carlson out at Fox News. He's done. He will not be back. There will be no goodbye. His show on Friday, while he was addressing the Heritage Foundation, his show was airing, and I got to think that he knew on Saturday or on Friday night that he was done. Maybe it was a weekend decision. We will find out. I do not think you can separate his departure from the Dominion lawsuit. I do not think you can separate it from the discovery revelations that appeared to show that hosts and talent, including Tucker, suspected that they had more influence and say and dominance of the network than perhaps management did, nor do I think you can dismiss the idea that management was concerned that that might be the case and they had to reset the balance. But I also think Fox News loses something in that Tucker Carlson brought in younger viewers and was willing to fight a cultural fight at Fox, a network that has tended to avoid these cultural fights, and he did so putting points on the board, and Fox would be wise to allow someone into that slot who will continue to focus on those cultural issues. In the middle of the debates we're having in this country, that would be worthwhile. But I wish Tucker nothing but the best. He's a great guy. He really is a great guy. And it's funny to have a lot of friends over the years who were friends of Tucker's who feel betrayed by him, who hate him or not. I think Tucker Carlson changed his views given what happened with the Iraq War and has been consistent to the change in the views. He wasn't a salesman. He wasn't doing some shtick. He wasn't just playing for the crowd to get ratings. It's who he is, whether you like him or not. And he will do just fine. I'm more concerned, again, as I said, with where Fox goes than where Tucker goes.
Want to be on the show?
Hello.
I love your show. Call Eric now at 877-973-7425.
Don't you want to do business with people who want to do business with you? That's why I like Patriot Mobile. One of the many reasons I like Patriot Mobile, because they're Christians and conservatives, and they want your business. They're a cell phone provider. They use the same cell towers everybody else uses, so you're not going to get inferior service. You're going to get the same great service. And if you don't believe me, go to patriotmobile.com/Eric. Not only do you get free activation, but you can see their detailed coverage map. You put in your home address, you can see all the way down to your home address. Do you get 5G, voice, data? How good's the quality of the service? Highly detailed maps. You can port your existing phone number to them or get a new phone number from them, and a portion of their profits go to the causes you care about, from the Second Amendment to life. The conservative movement is funded in part by Patriot Mobile's profits, and they use you as a customer to generate those profits. So you're working with a great company that shares your values and is committed to the cause and gives you great discounts. Go to patriotmobile.com/Eric, patriotmobile.com/ERICK, or call them 972-PATRIOT. Tell them I sent you. One of the things I try to do different from other talk radio show hosts is get you involved. So I'm not just telling you what to be upset about or what to be focused on, but also how, on occasion, you can fix it. That's why we have an army of activists nationwide. If you text the word ARMY to 33777, you'll be able to join the army of activists. Now, what is this? It's an email list. It's not for sale. On occasion, you'll get an email or a text message saying, hey, there's this thing happening in Congress or your state legislature you should be focused on, and here's how to let your state legislator or your congressman or senator know about it. All you have to do is text ARMY to 33777, and you'll become one of the most involved, engaged people in your community, letting your legislators know what you think about various issues around the nation. This isn't just for your nation, it's for your state. We're working with conservative activists around the country to make sure you stay informed.
With best-selling author Coach Pete DeRoto, Coach, how can you set up a safe withdrawal rate of retirement funds?
The most important thing you can do is have a lifetime income plan that has a financial fill-up strategy in there to make sure to take the worry out of living in retirement and give you the peace of mind you and your family deserve, that you never have to worry about money in retirement.
Next 10 to find out how to get that financial fill-up, call 800-661-7383, 800-661-7383, or go to financialsafari.com.
If you're like most folks, you love your home. You love your neighborhood and those that live around you. But when you go inside your home, you see that it is in need of a massive updating, especially those bathrooms, kitchen, and great room. You know that these areas need upgrading, but you also know what a task it is to do it yourself. Hi, I'm Steve Leader Adams, and I've built over 2,000 homes, and I and my partner Larry Postawade have over 70 years of construction experience and have our own remodeling business called Relive It Remodeling. We also pride ourselves on making remodeling jobs an easy and enjoyable process for our clients. We look after everything from permits to the last paint stroke. We also show up when we promise and stay until completion. And we also recycle any materials through the Wounded Warrior program. And here's one more promise. Nobody, and I mean nobody, does better quality work than we do. For your next renovation job, give me a call right here at WEEB at 692-7440 or check us out on the web at relivitremodeling.com.
From the WEEB Community Calendar.
Hot dogs, and more hot dogs. Hello, Moore County supporters. My name is William Lozer, president of the Moore County Shrine Club. Thanks to the courtesy of radio stations WEEB 990 AM and FM stations 104.1 and 97.3, helping the Moore County Shrine Club with our fundraising efforts for the hospitals. We will kick off a new season to raise money beginning on Friday, April the 7th, and each Friday thereafter, cooking our Shriner hot dogs from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. The hot dogs are $3 each, and customers will be able to drive by our fish fry trailer located on Highway 15501 at Roman Eagle Masonic Lodge in Aberdeen near Bernie's Hardware. The Shriners ask for community support with our Shriner hot dog program. Look for our giant waving hot dog directing you to our serving window for takeaway orders only. I think you will be surprised just how good these special hot dogs taste supporting a great cause. Just remember, we have hot dogs, and more hot dogs just for you.
The all-new Appliances and More is located at the old Sears location in Aberdeen. Hi, this is Katherine Phelps. Joe and I made the decision to invest in our community as an independent appliance store where we pride ourselves in creating relationships and help our customers make an informed buying decision. We have a lot of new changes coming and invite you all to visit our new Appliances and More in the Town and Country Shopping Center, Aberdeen.
Listen to us anywhere on your smartphone or tablet with the TuneIn app, free at your app store. Simply search for WEEB.
You can be live on Eric's show by calling 877-97-ERIC. That's 877-973-7425.
Breaking news, not the Tucker Carlson situation. Don Lemon fired by CNN. My goodness gracious, has someone unplugged cable news and blown in the cartridge and tried to plug it all back in and reboot it? What is going on here? Tucker Carlson out at Fox News and Don Lemon announcing via Twitter he has been fired by CNN. His statement, I was informed this morning by my agent I have been terminated by CNN. I am stunned. After 17 years at CNN, I would have thought that someone in management would have had the decency to tell me directly. At no time was I ever given any indication that I would not be able to continue to do the work I have loved at the network. It is clear that there are some larger issues at play. With that said, I want to thank my colleagues and the many teams I have worked with for an incredible run. They're the most talented journalists in the business, and I wish them all the best. Maybe Chris Lick can hire Tucker Carlson. That would be interesting. Listen, I was informed by my agent after 17 years, I would have thought someone in management would have had the decency to tell me, no. Given what we have learned in the past few weeks about Don Lemon's behind-the-scenes behavior, of course no one at management was going to touch this with a 10-foot pole. Of course they went through the agent. There's something else that I want to say here, and it's something I have to be mindful of as well. Occasionally when your ratings are good and you are on TV or radio, you can be very arrogant and think you can run roughshod over the people who work behind the scenes, that it's all about you. And in fact, you are still an employee. You get a paycheck from someone, and biting the hand that feeds you is a terrible idea. I have never understood the people who thought that they could badmouth their employer on air and somehow get by. At some point, the chickens do come home to roost in that stuff. You've got to be a team player with your employer. Sure, you may have strongly held opinions and stuff, but at the end of the day, if you are an employee, that means you have an employer, and your employer is also known as your boss. And you can't be a jerk to your bosses, whether you want to be or not. You got to know your place, and too many people in radio and TV, and I have been guilty of this myself, sometimes you forget your place. My job is to be the on-air host who keeps you entertained. It is not to be the manager of a management team of a corporation except my own. And everybody needs to remember stuff like that. Don Lemon forgot that lesson, and he is now out at CNN. Now, I want you to be in with Patriot Mobile, and all you have to do is go to patriotmobile.com/Eric today. Move your cell phone service to Patriot Mobile, and they give you guaranteed great rates. You're probably already using the same cell towers they are using. And when you move to Patriot Mobile, you get guaranteed great service. You're working with a company that shares your values. They give a portion of their profits to the causes you care about in the conservative movement. You grow the conservative movement by doing business with Patriot Mobile. It just makes so much sense. And I got to tell you, as a customer, you do get great service. Everywhere I go, I've never had a problem with it. I get great service, 5G, data, voice, you name it. You can take your existing phone number to them or get a new phone number. All you do is go to patriotmobile.com/Eric, or you can call them 972-PATRIOT. They have 100% U.S.-based customer service, 972-PATRIOT. Or patriotmobile.com. If you call them, tell them I'm sending you. They'll give you free activation. They give you great discounts if you're a veteran, a first responder, an NRA member, a teacher, need a lot of lines. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Eric or 972-PATRIOT.
WEEB, we've got you by the ears.
It's no surprise. Pinehurst Toyota has done it again, a third award. And this one is the Golden Carfax top-rated dealer, based on Toyota and Hyundai ability to consistently provide the best pre-owned vehicles and service. Pinehurst Toyota also has the Pilot Best of the Pines Service Department and the Sandhills Magazine Best Dealership in Moore County. The Pinehurst Toyota Advantage Plan is our goal to make you 100% satisfied with your visit to Pinehurst Toyota. The first 2 years or 25,000 miles are covered by the Toyota Care Program, and you get 5 years of roadside assistance regardless of miles. That's why with a major service at Pinehurst Toyota, you will receive a complimentary loaner for all qualified warranty repairs. Call Pinehurst Toyota at 910-692-2424. That's 910-692-2424. One of my favorite memories growing up was having strawberry shortcake. And nothing makes it better than fresh-picked, locally grown strawberries. Get your fresh strawberries today at White Hill Farms. Open 7 days a week. White Hill Farms is located on 15501 in Cameron at the Lee County line. So hurry and don't miss the peak of strawberry season. Can't get to the farm? You can find White Hill Farms at the Farmers Market in Pinehurst. To learn more, visit whitehillfarms.com. Air Specialties has the experience, knowledge, professionalism, and quality service you'd expect from a Lennox Premier dealer. This earned distinction means you receive outstanding installation, maintenance, and service on your home's heating and cooling system. We have special savings opportunities available today. We're offering up to $1,900 in rebates on a new Lennox Ultimate Comfort System. Or qualified buyers make no payments and incur no interest for 6 months when financing a new Lennox system. Call Air Specialties at 910-944-2526 today or visit us online online at air-specialties.com to learn more about how we can make your home's air perfect. Conditions apply. See dealer for details.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free.
Pride Plumbing is proud to serve Moore County with superior workmanship and dependable plumbing service, including 24/7 emergency service. Like the name says, we take pride in our work and your safety. Our employees must pass background and drug tests and share Pride Plumbing's reputation for quality service. From simple leaky faucets to new water heaters and sewer lines, backflow testing and installation, drain cleaning, plumbing repairs, and, if necessary, replacement and remodeling. A family business with over 50 years of prideful service. Go online to callprideplumbing.com and check out our 5-star customer reviews. We offer a 10% discount to all veterans and active military. Call Pride Plumbing of Moore County at 910-295-0152. 910-295-0152. Serving with pride since 1965.
If you're like most folks, you love your home. You love your neighborhood and those that live around you. But when you go inside your home, you see that it is in need of a massive updating, especially those bathrooms, kitchen, and great room. You know that these areas need upgrading, but you also know what a task it is to do it yourself. Hi, I'm Steve Leader Adams, and I've built over 2,000 homes, and I and my partner Larry Postawait have over 70 years of construction experience and have our own remodeling business called Relive It Remodeling. We also pride ourselves on making remodeling jobs an easy and enjoyable process for our clients. We look after everything from permits to the last paint stroke. We also show up when we promise and stay until completion. And we also recycle any materials through the Wounded Warrior program. And here's one more promise. Nobody, and I mean nobody, does better quality work than we do. For your next renovation job, give me a call right here at WEEB at 692-7440 or check us out on the web at relivitremodeling.com.
Hey, we've all been there. You're in the middle of something important. And then, boom, the power goes out. But what if it didn't? What if you skipped the candles and flashlights and just carried on with your day? With a Kohler generator, your power stays on, even when utility power goes out. So your food stays fresh, your home stays powered, and you stay happy.
Call Premier Power Generation at 910-295-3188.
A weak disturbance continues to move across the state. We will see a few sprinkles in our southern and eastern counties early and then gradual clearing into the afternoon. Highs today will reach the mid to upper 60s. Temperatures will be below normal for this time of the year. Tonight, we're down into the upper 30s and lower 40s. Tomorrow, temperatures will reach the mid 60s and lower 70s. I'm meteorologist Peter Sherwood in the Weather Center.
WEEB, we've got you by the ears.
He's got the courage to tell you the truth, even when it isn't popular. You're listening to The Eric Erickson Show.
Hello there. Welcome. It is Eric Erickson here. The phone number is 877-973-7425. Should you wish to be on the program now, finally, we've done the breaking news. If you're just tuning in, I've already covered it all for you. Tucker Carlson out at Fox News. Don Lemon fired by CNN. Very interesting statements between the two, frankly, is Tucker Carlson appears to, it was a mutual decision, I guess you could say. At the same time, he is out, and my suspicion is, based on the way the statements read, that it was more management than him, but also there was not a fight given his contract. Don Lemon, on the other hand, is out altogether at CNN, not of his choice, terminated by CNN, according to Don Lemon, which is interesting. It was bound to happen. It needed to happen, frankly, and thus it is. Now, having covered all that, I would like to cover the stuff I wanted to talk about today, because there's a lot of stuff going on out there. I wish to speak to you about the Ron DeSantis and the Donald Trump and the 2024 campaigns. because there's some panic that's setting in out there now in the DeSantis campaign world. Not the world necessarily, but their vocal supporters feeling like, oh my gosh, you got to do something. I had the pleasure of attending church yesterday in Atlanta, Georgia, at the Church of the Apostles. Dr. Michael Youssef is the senior pastor there. I was invited by Vice President Pence to be with him. He gave his testimony. Mike Pence's testimony was it was very moving. He's a great storyteller. My daughter went with me, and interestingly enough, my daughter's reaction, she loves the vice president, by the way, truly does. And Mac Powell of Third Day is the worship leader for Church of the Apostles, and my whole family are huge Mac Powell fans and Third Day fans. He's a very kind guy I've gotten to know over the years as well, and it was just great to be there with his music, although my kid is my kid. She's like, Dad, they don't have worship hymnals. They got the lyrics are on the wall. What's up with this? That is my child. We're very old school. But Church of the Apostles is this, if you've ever been through Atlanta, there's this massive, looks like a cathedral alongside of I-75, and that is the church. It is a wonderful church. Thousands of congregants go there on Sundays. Michael Youssef he was with me on Friday on the radio program. He's a brilliant theologian, wonderful pastor. He's got some fantastic kids, two of whom were friends of mine from seminary. And he's been a longtime friend of Mike Pence. And so he invited Pence. And again, my kid who loves Pence was like, I felt like politics in church. But she loved Pence. And his testimony really moved her as well. And he's just a good guy. He's a profoundly good guy. And what I would notice about Mike Pence and Mike Pence's team is there's no freak out about the future. None. You don't hear panic in his team's voices. There are some people out there, because Mike Pence is so not freaked out about 2024, there are some people saying, is he even running? He hasn't declared. Is he even running? I don't know. I guess he is. He's put a good team together. They've been building bridges with evangelicals, but there isn't this mass sort of panic. Now, the DeSantis people can look at this, and the Trump people can look at this and say, well, he's barely pulsing in the polls. Of course he's not panicked. He doesn't think he's going to win. I don't think that's it at all. The same holds true for Nikki Haley's team. Nikki Haley's team does not appear freaked out about Haley's standing in the polls. You talk to them and they say her fundraising is going well and it is early. She still has an opportunity and a time to shine, and she does. There's just not this mass freak out. And then you have the DeSantis team. The DeSantis team is not panicked. DeSantis' supporters, however, are. And now if all the people who trust him, he's got a plan or something, like, he's got to announce. He's got to announce. He's got to do it immediately. He must do these things. Have you seen the polling? I've run campaigns and allow me to pull back the curtain a little bit on campaigns. If you have a good team around you, which he does, build a plan. You contemplate your rollout and your announcement and what's going to happen between now and that time. You put together your money. I was talking to Ralph Reed at the Pence rollout, and he pointed out that DeSantis appears to be modeling his rollout very much on what George W. Bush did in 1999. Bush waited for the Texas legislative session, and then he only had 17 days after he made his announcement to show a lot of money. He showed like $33 million raised in those 17 days. The problem, Reed pointed out, is that Bush's legislative session was done at the beginning of March. DeSantis is just dragging on until May, and that puts him behind, and it allows time for the others to rough him up, and undoubtedly that is happening. The Trump team, the media pile on, the other candidates, everyone is launching their stories against DeSantis. DeSantis, for his part, says he's not even a candidate yet.
Governor, polls show you falling behind Trump. Any thoughts on that?
I'm not a candidate, so we'll see if and when that changes.
I'm not a candidate. We'll see if and when that changes. When you put together your campaign team, you anticipate these sorts of things. I have no doubt in my mind, if DeSantis' team is competent, and I believe they are, that they understood that it would become obvious he's going to run, and there would be this time, because he's made a conscious decision not to announce until the legislative session is over, that he's going to spend several weeks getting ruthlessly beat up. And some on the outside would panic. And that's happening. I'm seeing people who, for a very long time, were DeSantis stay the course, DeSantis do nothing, DeSantis do this. They're suddenly like, oh my gosh, he's got to do something. He's got to announce sooner rather than later. He's got to come out. He's got to throw punches. He's got to do something. Where's the super PAC? Y'all, I'm looking at my calendar. It's April 24th, 2023. The very first votes won't be cast till the end of January 2024 at best. I don't even know that Iowa's fully scheduled yet. You have other candidates who are going to get in the race as well later. We still don't know about Mike Pence. This idea that Ron DeSantis has lost 2024 because he's been beat up for a week in the press and hasn't responded as an undeclared candidate for president seems a little dumb to me. I mean, what do I know? I've only run campaigns for a living for a good portion of my life and a student of politics. The idea that he's going to, he's finished, I have a hard time believing that. I don't know that he's going to be the nominee. I don't know that anyone can stop Donald Trump. But the idea that that Ron DeSantis is finished before he starts because he's refused to throw punches back because he's an undeclared candidate, what happens, just hypothetical, what happens? Ron DeSantis, the Florida legislature goes home and Ron DeSantis declares he's running for president of the United States, begins an aggressive ad campaign, begins an aggressive pushback against Donald Trump, and when the disclosures come out, he's raised $30 million. Outpacing Donald Trump's fundraising, outpacing Nikki Haley's fundraising, outpacing Vivek Ramaswamy's fundraising, outpacing Tim Scott's fundraising, and then all the donors who have been waiting on the sidelines, they pour their money in too. All of a sudden, DeSantis turns the tables on the narrative. You got to think his campaign has thought about that. You got to think his campaign has been thinking along those lines. I would be stunned if they weren't. Meanwhile, Donald Trump is kind of, he's going back and forth on his attacks, and that's another red flag on the Trump side that people aren't paying attention to. 2 weeks ago, Donald Trump was attacking Ron DeSantis for having closed down Florida. Remember, it was local authorities in Florida who shut down their beaches. In fact, you should note, 3 years ago today, Donald Trump began his attacks on Brian Kemp for reopening the state of Georgia. It was actually yesterday that he began his attacks on Brian Kemp 3 years ago. Today, 3 years ago, he amplified those attacks, brought out Dr. Fauci to say why Brian Kemp was wrong. And Donald Trump was attacking Ron DeSantis 2 weeks ago for shutting down Florida. Now, this week, Donald Trump is attacking Ron DeSantis for not doing enough to shut down Florida. He went from 2 weeks ago attacking DeSantis for shutting down Florida to now attacking DeSantis for not shutting down Florida, blaming DeSantis for killing people in Florida, and saying what a poop hole country Florida has become. He's actually now attacking Ron DeSantis for running Florida into the ground. Does Donald Trump not realize he moved his residency to Florida after the White House? Does Donald Trump not realize he endorsed Ron DeSantis not once but twice and voted for him the second time? And suddenly he's going to trash talk Florida? That's actually a red flag if you're a candidate that Donald Trump doesn't know how to really attack DeSantis. He's just throwing everything out there possible in every which way, trying to figure out what sticks. Which says no one's yet aligned perfectly in an attack on DeSantis. I would again just note the Tim Scott campaign's not freaked out right now. The Haley campaign's not freaked out. The Pence campaign's not freaked out. In the polling averages, Ron DeSantis has never yet, in the total polling average, topped Donald Trump. In some polls he has, and at the state level he has, but in the national polling he hasn't. He's certainly gone down and Trump's gone up, but this also has to do with the indictment and rally around the flag and all of that sort of stuff. But the idea that his team should be freaked out because people on Twitter say he should do something, Elizabeth Warren and Kamala Harris nosedived their campaigns because they became so obsessed with winning the Twitter fight and what the people on Twitter were saying, they stopped paying attention to their campaign strategy and started paying attention to the Monday morning quarterbacks on Twitter. The moment DeSantis does that is the moment he's lost. Thus far, he's not doing that. So I'm not sure why there should be a freak out among DeSantis supporters. The man is not even a declared candidate for president of the United States yet. If he comes in and raises millions of dollars out of the gate, and suddenly his super PAC is firing on all cylinders, and by the way, the super PAC is going to run a ground game for him, offloading the burden of the DeSantis campaign to focus on the media strategy, I don't see why people are freaked out at this moment. It's still really early. Only the national press has convinced us that now is a late stage, that somehow now you must come out. Now, Mike Pence hasn't even announced yet. There are still other candidates who may get in. Chris Christie is at this moment weighing whether or not to get in. He's not in yet, and he's not panicked. There are fly-by-night supporters, I guess, for every candidate. The moment something goes south, they bail. This is Ron DeSantis and Donald Trump and Nikki Haley and Mike Pence and Tim Scott. They're playing a long game here. You got to play one, too, if you want to keep up, instead of turn into panic the moment you have a bad week in the press. And by the way, a bad week in the press is not necessarily completely a bad week with the voters either. You got to remember that. Keep your perspective. Keep your level head. I hope that the DeSantis team has less worrywarts than they've got supporters these days, because if the team is freaked out right now, and I don't think they are, they're going to sabotage their own potential success. But again, I think they've got a plan, and they're going to stick to their plan, and they think their plan works. From what I hear, and I don't have super inside sources, but I think they sat down and decided, we know we're going to get beat up. They're going to throw everything they have at us, and we're going to come out of it. We're going to announce we're going to have a lot of money, and that's going to offset all the attacks and actually will have helped them, because they've gone through the fire before he even declares his candidacy, and then he comes in with a war chest and begins to push back and change the narrative. Good for him. We'll see if it works. In the meantime, stop freaking out just because the man hadn't announced yet. It's coming. Now, while he's coming, I want to direct you somewhere else. VisionComputers.com. Are you tired of the long hold lines? You need tech support? Look no further than Vision Computers. The average hold time for Vision Computers, 15 seconds. So you're not going to be stuck on hold for hours waiting for assistance. That's not all. They have custom-built PCs. They come with 3-year parts and labor included, plus 1 year of managed service. That means you get peace of mind knowing your computer's covered for all potential issues. When you purchase your new PC from Vision Computers, you get printer, email, even general software setup assistance at no charge. That's right. They're going to help you get your new computer set up running smoothly, no extra charge, and that includes your printer and your email and all the general software support. But the support doesn't end there. If you're having PC-related issues, give them a call. They're here to help. Remember, 15-second average hold time. If you didn't purchase your PC from Vision Computers, you can still purchase their managed service for a low annual fee. With over 30 years in business, 5-star Google reviews, you can trust Vision Computers for all your computer needs. Y'all, 30 years in business. So you can be pretty sure with 30 years in business, you buy a PC from them, you custom build a PC for them, they're not going to go out of business tomorrow. They're still going to be around to help you. You need a reliable computer. So go to visioncomputers.com. You can call them anywhere nationwide, 404-COMPUTE. Speak to a live human being today. There's no press 1 for this, press 2 for this, press 3. Call them, 404-COMPUTE. Average wait time, 15 seconds. You're going to get a live human being. Choose Vision Computers. Don't let your computer issues hold you back. You need one for your parents, for your grandparents, and you need tech support because you don't have time for tech support. I'm telling you, Vision Computers, 404-COMPUTE. Call them nationwide, 404-COMPUTE. Let them build your PC and manage your PC. You can even allow them to remote in so you don't even have to carry your PC to them if there's a problem. Good people, great computers.
When the world seems crazy, he'll keep you sane. It's the Eric Erickson Show.
One of the things I try to do different from other talk radio show hosts is get you involved. So I'm not just telling you what to be upset about or what to be focused on, but also how, on occasion, you can fix it. That's why we have an army of activists nationwide. If you text the word ARMY to 33777, you'll be able to join the army of activists. Now, what is this? It's an email list. It's not for sale. On occasion, you'll get an email or a text message saying, hey, there's this thing happening in Congress or your state legislature you should be focused on, and here's how to let your state legislator or your congressman or senator know about it. All you have to do is text ARMY to 33777, and you'll become one of the most involved, engaged people in your community, letting your legislators know what you think about various issues around the nation. This isn't just for your nation, it's for your state. We're working with conservative activists around the country to make sure you stay informed. There are so many ways for you to be involved and to stay informed and to stay connected with the show. While you're traveling, while you're on vacation, wherever you are, we have a podcast, we have a 24/7 live stream, we've got social media. I'm on social media. You should follow me on Instagram. And it's real easy. All you have to do is text the word Eric, E-R-I-C-K, to 33777. You'll be able to stay informed, stay involved, and stay connected with me and the show. You know, I actually do engage with my listeners on occasion on social media. They don't like it when I say that, though, but it's true. All you have to do is text Eric, E-R-I-C-K, to 33777. You'll be able to get a link to my daily email that you should subscribe to. You'll be able to get a link to the live stream, the podcast, and all of my social media. It's very easy to stay connected with me and the show, whether you're traveling or I'm traveling. All you have to do, text Eric, E-R-I-C-K, to 33777 now.
Spend your afternoons with the Sean Hannity Show. Weekdays 3 to 6 here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB.
Hi, this is Rodney Swarms with Plumbing Night. We know that plumbing emergencies can happen at any time. In fact, they seem to happen at the most inconvenient times. And then inviting an unknown plumber into your home, that can add to the stress of the situation. The Plumbing Night wants to alleviate any stress about inviting a technician into your home by guaranteeing that we have not only the very best plumbers, but also the most knowledgeable plumbers. Before any of our employees are hired, all of the employees must undergo drug testing and a thorough background check. If they don't pass, they aren't hired. No exceptions. Once they're hired and part of the team, they receive continuous technical and customer training to ensure that they are the very best at their trade. This training is week after week, month after month, year after year. This training is what got us into community college to teach the plumbing trade. So the next time you have an emergency, call the Plumbing Night. They're known for extraordinary service and integrity.
Call the Plumbing Night at 639-5555, day or night, or on the web at theplumbingnight.com.
It's 1955, and a guitar-playing young man rides into a square little town in a square little state and changes everything and everyone he meets. In Temple Theater's final production of the 22-23 season, All Shook Up, on stage April 13th through the 30th. This hip-swiveling, lip-curling musical fantasy will have you jumping out of your blue suede shoes with classics like Heartbreak Hotel, Jailhouse Rock, Don't Be Cruel, and Hound Dog. The story is all singing, all dancing, loads of fun, and the hits are all Elvis. In Temple Theater's All Shook Up. Tickets are just $29 and available at templeshows.org. All Shook Up, on stage at Temple Theater, April 13th through the 30th. Sponsored by West Financial Strategies.
WEEB, we've got you by the ears. Want Eric's weekly recipes? They're super delicious. Text recipe to 33777 now.
When is MSNBC unveiling Lemon and Carlson tonight? I don't know. Or do we all have to get OnlyFans now to figure out where they're going? I don't know. In all sincerity, let me let me reframe this hour with the breaking news of Carlson out at Fox, Lemon out at CNN. It is sometimes when you're on air, and I find this in my own life, and I'll speak about it more personally, and I am small ball compared to either of them. But, you know, you can get a big head easily. I am fortunate in that I have a wife and kids and a team around me who don't let me get away with much. But you can. And you can sometimes think because your ratings are so good that you can get away with so much. And you can't really do that because you're still, at the end of the day, an employee. And if you don't want to be an employee, you position yourself in some way to be able to expand beyond the company that hires you and become your own boss. If you want to do that, Rush Limbaugh, for example, was his own boss. The only person who could cancel Rush Limbaugh really was Rush Limbaugh. But for most, myself included, you're an employee. You get a W-2. And that matters, and you got to keep yourself humble in some way. Now, Omaha Steaks, they've got an incredible deal for you right now, and you need to go take advantage of it. If you go to omahasteaks.com today, get great deliciousness delivered to your door. Incredible sales from Omaha Steaks. Go to omahasteaks.com, get the Burger Perfection Flight, and at checkout, if you put Eric in, E-R-I-C-K, you get an extra $20 off orders, $129 or more. Discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required. Order the Burger Perfection Flight today at Omaha Steaks. Put Eric in at checkout for an extra $20 off.
97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
Give your desk and your back an upgrade. Turn any old workstation into a sit and stand workstation with an Alera raised desktop from Sandhills Office Supply. With easy access levers for simple adjustments, this space-saving design is affordable too. Experience the benefits of an Alera lifting workstation with a demo at Sandhills Office Supply on US 1 in Southern Pines next to Smithfield's Barbecue.
Garage door broken? If it is, your home is not as safe as it could be. Call Superior Overhead Doors today. Whether you need repairs or full replacement, you can count on us. With over 20 years of experience, no job is too big. Active duty military receive $20 off repairs and $50 off installation. So call Superior Overhead Doors today at 910-992-6227 or visit us online at superioroverheaddoorsllc.com for a free estimate.
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sandhills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
Breaking news this hour from townhall.com. I'm John Scott. Fox News has parted ways with Tucker Carlson. The primetime host's last program aired on Friday. Carlson became Fox's most popular personality after replacing Bill O'Reilly in the Fox primetime lineup in 2016. And CNN announcing it was parting ways with morning host Don Lemon. Lemon had been with CNN for 17 years. U.S. Special Operations Forces successfully evacuating the American embassy in Sudan over the weekend.
After personnel were flown out of Khartoum on helicopters, the United States closed its diplomatic mission indefinitely. Thousands of private American citizens remain in Sudan, but U.S. officials say it would be too dangerous to carry out a broader evacuation operation.
White House correspondent Greg Cluxton. Military affairs analyst, retired Lieutenant Colonel Robert McGinnis, tells the Salem Radio Network the war in Sudan will likely have a ripple effect on the African continent.
The struggle in Sudan could have an impact on Chad to the west, Egypt to the north, and Ethiopia, which is already reeling from its own internal struggles to the east.
Lieutenant Colonel Robert McGinnis. Also at townhall.com, jury selection begins today in the federal death penalty trial of a man accused of killing 11 people at a Pittsburgh synagogue 4.5 years ago. Tree of Life congregation Rabbi Jeffrey Myers survived that shooting.
It's primarily to help my congregation community heal. To me, that's really the biggest one. But beyond it is to speak out, to be a voice to say, no, this isn't okay. It's not acceptable. It never was, and it can never be.
50-year-old Robert Bowers could receive the death penalty. On Wall Street, the Dow is ahead 5 points, but the Nasdaq is down 75. More at townhall.com.
Is the heavyweight champion of the
shake-up in cable news today as Fox News and primetime host Tucker Carlson agree to part ways. CBS News correspondent Scott McFarland reports.
Fox News says Tucker Carlson's final show aired this past Friday. No permanent replacement has been named, but this news comes less than a week after Fox settled a defamation lawsuit by Dominion Voting Systems, which had accused Fox and its hosts of giving voice to conspiracy theories after the 2020 elections.
Also breaking news, CNN and host Don Lemon have parted ways today. Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson announced his intent to run for governor in 2024 at a speedway in Alamance County over the weekend.
I have my detractors, but I really don't care. The reason why I don't care is because I look out across this crowd and I see a cross-section of America.
Organizers of the 3rd annual Asheville Hemp Festival which took place in downtown Asheville over the weekend, hope their event catches the attention of state lawmakers as legislators are actively deciding on whether to legalize cannabis in North Carolina. Jessica Painter, executive director of North Carolina NORML, told WLOS.
There's a lot of equity components to it. I think that's a huge part of it.
President Joe Biden ordered the evacuation of U.S. embassy personnel from Sudan over the weekend, but thousands of Americans remain in the war-torn country. CBS News' Nicole Sanga has more.
An estimated 16,000 American citizens remain behind in Sudan. The Biden administration says most are dual citizens who don't want to leave, but for those that do, they're being told now is not the time.
High Point is known as the furniture capital of the world. Now they have a new museum in Guilford County. Karen McNeil is CEO of the American Home Furnishings Hall of Fame.
Our museum is a reflection of that industry. There will constantly be changed, constantly revolving exhibits.
You're listening to NCN News.
Why? Just think about it. Why is the #1 selling brand of chainsaws not sold at Lowe's or the Home Depot? We can give you over 10,000 reasons. That's how many authorized local steel dealers you can find across the country. Visit one and you'll find a range of dependable gas and battery-powered tools, from trimmers to blowers. And you'll find service from experienced professionals. Real steel. Find yours at steelusa.com. Lowe's and Home Depot are trademarks of their respective companies.
Hi, Darcy the Cow here for Black Cow, the mature manure. It's time to start getting your flower and vegetable gardens off to a great start with Black Cow. Prepare new plant beds with a 1.5-inch layer of Black Cow in the area and then mix it in with the soil 6 inches deep. Black Cow is organic. Pick up the bright yellow bag and get growing.
Black Cow, the mature manure, Black Cow.
Attorney General Josh Stein is claiming Google has harmed.
In Moore County, you know how much it means to have neighbors you can count on, like the one who mowed your lawn and trimmed and raked your pine straw the week you were sick. Well, here's another good neighbor you can count on. I'm Ward Rowland, State Farm agent in downtown Southern Pines. My team and I are here to help life go right when you combine your home and auto insurance, which can save you money and time. So combine home and auto and start the savings rolling. Call me today, 910-725-0915. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Look for sunshine to break through the clouds this afternoon. Highs will head into the mid to upper 60s. Temperatures will be below normal for this time of the year. Tonight, we're down into the upper 30s and lower 40s. Some areas to the northwest could see patchy frost. No frost advisories in effect. Temperatures tomorrow will warm into the mid-60s and lower 70s. I'm meteorologist Peter Sherwood in the Weather Center.
97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
Tom Lemon story. It keeps getting better and better. Welcome. It is Eric Erickson here across the nation. You know, I haven't, my apologies. I haven't even looked at the phones yet. There's been so much news happening. I haven't even bothered to see whether or not there are people. I'm sorry. It's just the nonstop pace of news today. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry for those of you who waited on hold. I will get to you. I promise. There's just more breaking news that has literally just happened. Okay. So if you're just tuning in, a lot has happened this Monday. Can I just say, praise God, this is the first Monday in a while we have not had to start the show with mass shootings. It seems like every Monday that had become instead. Today we got the moment the show started, news breaking. Tucker Carlson was out at Fox News. At the bottom of the first hour, news broke that Don Lemon is fired from CNN. Don Lemon says he was informed by his agent. CNN decided to terminate him after 17 years. He wished he couldn't believe that no one in management had decency to talk to him. CNN, officially, CNN's PR team just put this tweet out. Don Lemon's statement about this morning's events is inaccurate. He was offered an opportunity to meet with management, but instead released a statement on Twitter. Ouch. And this is why, Don Lemon is a diva. Don Lemon has been a diva. Don Lemon got very, very arrogant in his role at CNN, despite not really having the ratings that justified the arrogance. And he is now fired from CNN. Fox News' language is that we parted ways with Tucker Carlson. We wish him the very best. We thank him for his time as a host and before that a contributor. CNN is Don's fired. No love loss between the network and Don Lemon. Chris Lick gave him enough rope, and Don Lemon decided to hang himself with it. It's no love lost there. All right, the phone number here, 877-973-7425. Steve, I'm going to go to you first today. Welcome to the show, Steve.
Hello, Eric. How are you?
Great. How are you?
I'm doing great. Sure, it has been a wacky, upside-down day in the world of media, huh?
My goodness gracious, yeah.
Which got me to thinking about something. It's going to be big shoes to fill at Fox. They're going to need someone who is intelligent, articulate, an ultra-conservative, and really, more importantly, is someone with a track record of drawing large audiences. My man, you check off all those boxes. First question, has the thought crossed your mind?
You know, I've gotten multiple text messages from friends today saying, why not you? I don't know that I have any ins at Fox News making it. I would gladly do it if I was offered. I do not expect to be offered a job at Fox. You know, I parted ways with them in 2018. I've kind of enjoyed doing my own thing, but I got to also tell you, Steve, listen, I really do appreciate the kind words and from all the people suggested it, but I want to do radio. I would do it. I wouldn't turn it down. I would love the opportunity to do it. And frankly, I think I could do a good job and also cover the cultural issues that Tucker Carlson covered. But when I decided I wanted to do syndicated radio, literally everyone other than Rush Limbaugh said, do a podcast. Podcasts are the future. You should do a podcast. And I did not want to do a podcast. I do not want to do a podcast. I do a podcast of this show. I take this show and turn it into a podcast. But I want to do radio. And I actually believe there are so many people rooting against radio, convinced that radio is dying, that radio is dead. I actually think I can save radio. And I know there may be a little arrogance in there, but here's the thing. There's breaking news happening today. Tucker Carlson is out at Fox. Don Lemon is out at CNN. And by the time you hear the podcast, the story could be multiple days old. I think if I don't just tell you my opinions about random news of the day, but actually cover the breaking news that's happening when it happens and do some analysis of that news for you and not just give you my opinion, but use my learning as a lawyer, my sources, all that you will tune into radio. And you'll tune into radio to get the latest news and have someone who can on the fly kind of dissect it for you, analyze it for you. And it has offended me. All the people say, you should just do a podcast, do a podcast. I want to do radio. I love this job. I get 3 hours with you to talk about whatever I want to talk about. Now, if I were offered Tucker Carlson's job at Fox, I would have to ask my wife first, and she may be hesitant to let me do it. But if we could do it, you're darn right. I actually would love to supplement this with a TV show at some point. But I don't think that's going to happen. And I think Ben Shapiro, if they offered it to him, would do a good job as well. But yeah, if I was offered it, yeah, I would absolutely take it, assuming I got my wife's permission to do it. It would be a lot of fun. Now, back to the phones. Rooster, welcome to the show.
Hey, Eric, I would have to agree with you on that part that, I think you do a great job on the radio because you get to talk with your audience and, you get feedback nonstop. And, I mean, sometimes you get criticized, too, from your audience.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely, yes. The hate mail from my audience is something.
So the thing that I was going to bring out, you were talking about, having to be, if you get a big head being on TV or on radio or whatever, and treating people however you want or whatever have you. I was going to bring out that happens with everybody from the smallest to the biggest is if you don't have accountability, you don't have anybody telling you a different version of what you see, then you can really, just mess everything up. And it doesn't matter if you're Christian or if you're atheist or you're what your race is or anything like that. You need people around you to keep you accountable and people that you can throw against. And the person that I'm thinking of the biggest is you look at Robbie Zacharias. Awesome guy, but he messed up because he didn't have accountability.
Yep, nobody around him who could do that. That's such a good point, Rooster. Thank you for that. Let me just speak on this for a moment, because and I gotta talk about Charlie for a minute here. When I got into radio, I didn't actually want to jump at it, and I was offered the job. I think most of you know I was not actually a radio show person. I wasn't a talk guy. Local host in Macon, Georgia, worked for the Cumulus, WMAC there. He had replaced a longtime friend of mine named Kenny Burgamy. Kenny Burgamy left. They brought in a new guy, and the new guy got arrested in a crack house. Not making that up. I believe there was no crack involved, just a lot of marijuana or something. Claimed he was making a rap label, and they fired him. I was on CNN at the time, and they said, hey, would you fill in for this guy for a day? And I did, and a day turned into the rest of the week, and then they fired him. And I did it for 3 months, 6 a.m. to 9 a.m., and I am not a morning person. I was getting up at 4:30 in the morning and was running redstate.com at the time, also was on CNN, and was doing radio for 3 months. I did it. I literally got paid in an expired gift certificate to Outback Steakhouse. If anyone from Cumulus is listening, if you ever want to make this up to me, you can put me back on in Macon where I started. I'm not on there right now. But when Cox Media Group offered me the job when Herman Cain was leaving, I reached out to Rush. I wasn't sure I wanted to do it. Rush had been a friend of mine for several years before then, before I was even radio was a contemplation of mine. And he told me I was going to do it or he was never going to talk to me again. He thought I was perfect for the job, that I should do it. And then he said, you've got to have, when you get this, I'll give you any advice you need. And he was good to his word. Till the day he died, if I emailed Rush about anything in radio, he would respond. But his very first piece of advice to me is you've got to have a designated, I'll say, a-hole on radio. And his point was not that I need someone who can be a jerk to other people, but someone who can be a jerk to me. And I fortuitously, providentially found Charlie, who has been with me ever since. And his primary job is to tell me when he thinks I'm screwing up. Because you do get to the point, this was Rush's point, radio is a very weird business. And a lot of talk radio is actually controlled by companies that aren't particularly conservative and don't particularly have any love for conservative radio. And they will pat you on the head and tell you you're flawless, grand, and glorious till the moment they cancel you. And they're going to cancel you when your ratings nosedive and stay in the gutter. And rarely will they actually, I actually am very blessed to work for the one company, Cox Media Group, that actually spends time doing research, studying, and trying to change things on shows if they've kind of had problems. Thankfully, I haven't had that issue yet. But Charlie's job, more than anything else, is to make sure I don't get too big for my britches. And I'm surrounded with people and my wife and kids who do that. And that is one of the hard things in fame. I am friends, I don't really ever talk about this, and I won't go into names, but I am friends with a very, very famous actor. All of you would know this actor. This actor's worth, at this point, probably billions of dollars. And we do not see eye to eye on anything. And I really shouldn't say we're friends anymore because he kind of got mad at me a few years ago and really hadn't talked to him a lot since. But we were talking about fame and stuff one time, and he was talking about how everyone in his life is aligned to keep him happy. And he finally had to get out of Hollywood because of it. He had a more humble upbringing than a lot of people in Hollywood. A lot of people in Hollywood, a lot of the actors their parents were directors or actors and stuff, and he came from a wild ride and became a very famous actor. And he said everything. You want drugs, people are there to give you drugs. You want women, people are there to provide you women. You whatever vice you want, they want you to stay with that vice if they can wring some success for you through that vice. If it's alcohol, if it's drugs, if it's sex, whatever it is, and they surround you and affirm everything you do and tell you you're good. And when your career blows up because you're suddenly an addict and have like a bunch of illegitimate kids and you don't know whether you're coming or going and life is terrible and your movies bomb, they all go away. They'll glum on to someone else. And the key to long-term success is being grounded enough to know you are not flawless, grounded enough to know you're not invulnerable, grounded enough to not be arrogant, grounded enough to be a grounded person. And part of that comes with enveloping yourself around other people, surrounding yourself with people who can tell you this isn't right, who can tell you and not lose their friendship or their job in telling you, you got to stop this. You got to stop these behaviors. These are destructive behaviors. And that is, I think, what separates success from failure long-term in the media is having people around you who are not yes men, but no men. People who will tell you no and also tell other people no. I struggle with telling people no. I hate to tell people no. I rope myself into things that exhaust me and tax me because people go around my assistant and my team and get straight to me, and I'm probably going to tell them yes. And I am struggling, getting better along the way, but struggling to tell people no. And it hurts my family, and it hurts my time, it hurts me. And as much as I need someone to tell me no, I've got to have other people to tell other people no. And these are just lessons that you have to learn along the way. And when you don't, you can ride too high in the saddle, and that doesn't just put a target on your back, but really makes no one want to actually have your back, particularly within your company. And at the end of the day, the bottom line is, if you're getting a W-2, you're someone's employee, and they can tell you what to do, and you got to respect them at the end of the day, whether you want to or not. You just got to keep that perspective in life.
When the world seems crazy, he'll keep you sane. It's the Eric Erickson Show.
It's back. The Eden Pure 3-pack for less than $200 at EdenPureDeals.com. And they got a new code. You used to go in and you put in Eric3. Don't do that anymore. You put in Eric, my name, E-R-I-C-K. Every time they got a different deal, you just use my name. And right now the deal is this. Get 3 Eden Pure Thunderstorms for less than $200. You save $200, you get them for less than $200, and you get free shipping. The website is EdenPureDeals.com. The discount code, just Eric, E-R-I-C-K, on the front page of that website. What is the Eden Pure Thunderstorm? It's an air purifier. The dust, the pollen, the mold, the mildew, it traps it all. It's filterless. You just wipe it out on occasion, but where it shines is an odor eliminator. Pet odors, litter box odors, smoke odors, musty odors, cooking odors, wipes them all out. You can get 3 of them for less than $200 at EdenPureDeals.com. EdenPureDeals.com. The discount code, ERIC, E-R-I-C-K. There are so many ways for you to be involved and to stay informed and to stay connected with the show. While you're traveling, while you're on vacation, wherever you are, we have a podcast. We have a 24/7 live stream. We've got social media. I'm on social media. You should follow me on Instagram. And it's real easy. All you have to do is text the word ERIC, E-R-I-C-K, to 33777. You'll be able to stay informed, stay involved, and stay connected with me and the show. You know, I actually do engage with my listeners on occasion on social media. They don't like it when I say that, though, but it's true. All you have to do is text ERIC, E-R-I-C-K, to 33777. You'll be able to get a link to my daily email that you should subscribe to. You'll be able to get a link to the live stream, the podcast, and all of my social media. It's very easy to stay connected with me and the show, whether you're traveling or I'm traveling. All you have to do, text ERIC, E-R-I-C-K, to 33777 now.
It's no surprise. Pinehurst Toyota has done it again, a 3rd award. And this one is the Golden Carfax top-rated dealer, based on Toyota and Hyundai ability to consistently provide the best pre-owned vehicles and service. Pinehurst Toyota also has the Pilot Best of the Pines Service Department and the Sandhills Magazine Best Dealership in Moore County. The Pinehurst Toyota Advantage Plan is our goal to make you 100% satisfied with your visit to Pinehurst Toyota. The first 2 years or 25,000 miles are covered by the Toyota Care Program, and you get 5 years of roadside assistance regardless of miles. That's why with a major service at Pinehurst Toyota, you will receive a complimentary loaner for all qualified warranty repairs. Call Pinehurst Toyota at 910-692-2424. That's 910-692-2424.
Here's Rodney Swarms of the Plumbing Night.
I'm sitting here with Brian Kunihiro at C12. Brian, I've heard a lot of great things about C12. Can you tell me a little bit about it?
Sure. Yeah, that's a great question. But first, I have a few questions for the business owners that are out there. Number one is, do you experience struggle between running your business and leading your families? 2, do you wonder what it looks like to live out your faith in your business? And what I mean by that is, are you the same person in the church pew Sunday morning as you are in the conference room? And lastly, do you have a network of like-minded business owners that you're accountable to? Well, C12, it's a network of results-minded CEOs and executives who are committed to building high-performing businesses that they use as platforms to impact the people around them. Faith is their foundation, and C12 members meet monthly here in Pinehurst to dig into challenges, share opportunities, develop strategic plans, and encourage each other.
If you have any questions, just reach out to joinc12.com.
Air Specialties has the experience, knowledge, professionalism, and quality service you'd expect from a Lennox Premier dealer. This earned distinction means you receive outstanding installation, maintenance, and service on your home's heating and cooling system. We have special savings opportunities available today. We're offering up to $1,900 in rebates on a new Lennox Ultimate Comfort system. Or qualified buyers make no payments and incur no interest for 6 months when financing a new Lennox system. Call Air Specialties at 910-944-2526 today, or visit us online at air-specialties.com to learn more about how we can make your home's air perfect. Conditions apply. See dealer for details.
Hey, honey, we need to update our patio. Isn't there a new patio shop in Pinehurst?
Yes, Olmsted Village Patio. It's a one-stop shop with patio furniture and accessories by all the premier manufacturers.
Oh, I know where that is. It's right next to Olmsted Village Hardware and Lowe's Foods. It's very convenient.
We can go today. I'll bring my patio wish list and meet you there after my class.
When outdoor living season begins, visit Olmsted Village Patio to transform your space from average to amazing. Learn more at olmstedvillagepatio.com.
WEEB. We've got you by the ears. Want to be on the show? Come on, be on the show. Call Eric now at 877-973-7425.
Don't forget to text data to 33777. Subscribe to my email where I can keep you up on all the news, even when I'm not on the air. Y'all, I actually had stuff I wanted to talk about today, and it's been blown up by all the breaking news. One of the upside downsides of doing news and not just talk is focusing on that. By the way, Bud Light has pushed out the 2 marketing executives who were responsible for the Dylan Mulvaney thing. And the question is, do they come back? If they come back, it is a sign that Anheuser-Busch thinks it can stay woke and just take a few steps to let things blow over while continuing to be woke. If they're gone, if they're fired, and the rumor is they actually are being pushed out the door, maybe companies will learn their lesson. Still not an excuse to go back to drinking trash beer, though. It's just not good beer. Hopefully those of you who gave it up expanded your horizons and discovered Coors Light and Miller Lite are far superior to Bud Light, and you'll never go back. Talk about damaging a brand, though. You get one woke employee in a powerful position, and they can destroy it all, which appears to be what happened with Bud Light. I tone deaf. My gosh, know your audience. What an embarrassing thing to have that happen. And I don't know that the brand will recover. Maybe it will, but the problem is that millennial and Gen Z beer drinkers were moving to IPAs and hard seltzers and things like that anyway. They were moving away from Bud Light. To try to bring the brand back by affiliating it with the trans movement was stupid to begin with, just from a demographic percentages issue. But what do I know? I just keep people company on the radio and know how to generate ratings. Okay, I gotta move on. And before I do, I am doing something for you guys, because I have been inundated in the past year from people who have reached out and they said, you got kids, trying to teach our kids age-appropriate financial management skills. Where do we go? And I've told everyone I would try to find something. I finally found something, and now they get to be an advertiser on the program, and I'm glad. It's called Sensibles. And the cents is spelled like dollars and cents, C-E-N-T. So CENTSABLES, Sensibles. BeSensibleSmart.com is the website. It is a great way for parents and grandparents to help their kids learn about finances. The Sensibles are a team of animated superheroes. They help kids age 6 through 12 develop smart money habits in a fun way. BeSensibleSmart.com was created to channel multimedia resources to kids everywhere. If you buy a subscription for your loved one, each and every month they'll get a Sensible kit in the mail and an entertaining DVD, comic book, activities. Digital subscriptions are available. It is very age appropriate for kids age 6 through 12 to start teaching them the financial management skills they're not getting in school. They'll be able to access an interactive website, a library of lessons, fun activities, and more. It's very age appropriate. And if you want 20% off a monthly subscription, visit BeSensibleSmart.com. Enter the promo code ERIC, E-R-I-C-K. It's the C-E-N-T, sensible thing to do. You go to BeSensiblesmart.com, BeCentSable smart.com, BeSensiblesmart.com.
This edition of the Zumwalt Zone is brought to you in part by Meadow Creek Tile, located on 15501 near Zaxby's. Call 910-693-7711.
Hello, I'm John Zumwalt, and you're in the Zumwalt Zone. I can't help but wonder how long John Nagy's going to be able to hang on to his job as the editor of the pathetic pilot. Our last school board was voted out. They weren't just voted out by a little, they were overwhelmingly removed, and that's true for the last 2 elections. That means that most of you are unhappy that half the kids in Moore County schools can't read the standard. That means you're not happy with the fortune and tax money that was wasted. It means that you're sick and tired of all the fights and all the assaults that occurred on campus. You hired this new board to fix those problems, and the board's fixing them. They're fighting this battle while also having to try to overcome the negative and frankly ignorant rants of John Nagy. Nagy's upset about every single move by this board. He's not happy that kids will now be required to read 4 books a year. 4 books. He says, let teachers teach. Nagy, are you that ignorant? Are you choosing to ignore that for at least a decade? That's what's been happening. And still, half the kids at any grade level can't read. Or Nagy, are you really not ignorant, but you just choose to ignore facts because you dislike anything at all that's done by a conservative board that kicked all your candidates' butts in the election? Why don't you try supporting education, Nagy? My guess is the less skilled a person is at reading, the more likely they are to take your 5th grade level newspaper. Anyway, I hope everyone has a wonderful day and a very safe one. from the Zoom Wall Zone.
My name's Tony Keith of Keith Hardware in Carthage, North Carolina. I'm the third generation of a family-owned business. We've been in business for 83 years. We sell live bait, crickets, minnows, and worms, fishing tackle, nuts and bolts and screws by the piece. You can still come in and get nails weighed out by the pound, or ones or twos, however you'd like.
The guys, they know what they're doing. You don't have to ask for service. You tell them what you need. If they ain't got it, usually they can conjure it up.
Keith Hardware has been a tradition in this town for as long as I've been in business, 42 years, and they run a good business and they're good people.
I came in with 2 pieces of plumbing. I handed it to this guy, and he took off the back, picked it up, and brought it back. Their knowledge is invaluable to me.
With Keith Hardware for 28 years. I rent the building from them next door, and Tony and Ginger are doing an excellent job. I'm proud of them.
Come visit Keith Hardware today at 207 Monroe Street in Carthage.
We're just an old-fashioned hardware store.
Garage door broken? If it is, your home is not as safe as it could be. Call Superior Overhead Doors today. Whether you need repairs or full replacement, you can count on us. With over 20 years of experience, no job is too big. Active duty military receive $20 off repairs and $50 off installation. So call Superior Overhead Doors today at 910-992-6227 or visit us online at superioroverheaddoorsllc.com for a free estimate. If there was a better way to handle your finances, when would you want to know? Tune in to White Horse Financial Solutions every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m. here on WEEB. Lee Christian School is now enrolling for preschool through 12th grade, an alternative to public schools. Lee Christian takes great pride in teaching quality academics while instilling biblical principles in students' lives. With a 16-to-1 student-teacher ratio and a 95% college acceptance rate, Lee Christian School is committed to your child's future. Tuition assistance is available, and for more information on enrollment, visit leechristian.org or call 919-708-5115 today.
Hey, we've all been there. You're in the middle of something important. And then, boom, the power goes out. But what if it didn't? What if you skipped the candles and flashlights and just carried on with your day? With a Kohler generator, your power stays on, even when utility power goes out. So your food stays fresh, your home stays powered, and you stay happy.
Call Premier Power Generation at 910-295-3188.
This Weather Center report brought to you by JB Short Carpet 1, Highway 1 North between Southern Pines and Vass. Or on the web at shortcarpet1.com.
Sunshine will move through for this afternoon. Highs will head into the mid to upper 60s. Tonight, we're down into the upper 30s and lower 40s, while a few spots in the 30s could see frost develop. No frost advisories are in effect. Tomorrow will be a milder day. Highs will head into the mid 60s and lower 70s. Temperatures will be below normal for this time of the year this week. I'm meteorologist Peter Sherwood in the Weather Center.
97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
Smart, fearless, and occasionally funny. You're listening to The Eric Erickson Show.
Hello there. Welcome. It is Eric Erickson. The phone number is 877-973-7425. Jim, I'm going to go to you next. Welcome.
Oh, thank you, Eric. Well, I never have, it's been a long time since I've gotten cable, so I don't watch Don Lemon and folks like that. But he actually showed that he can be a good journalist just a few months ago during the election when he confronted Senator Fetterman by saying, "Why are you supporting fracking?" And the guy said, "Well, environmental laws have changed and that sort of thing, so I support it now." I said, "Well, the environmental laws that you're talking about changed in 2016, but you didn't change your opinion on that till 2018. So what has changed since 2018 to change your mind?" It was just sort of swallowed hard, and Fetterman just said, "Well, I support fracking." I thought, Don, that was great.
Yeah.
if he did more of that, he'd probably be the favorite of Chris Licht and be saying, that's what I want. Good, hard-nosed journalism, done very politely, nice as he could have been, but confronted him and just let everybody get an earful there.
Yeah, and that was one of those wild moments where Don Lemon actually earned his salary, and usually he's saying stupid things like Nikki Haley is Pastor Prime and stuff like that. He couldn't control himself. My buddy Bobby Barack from Outkick just put this out on Twitter. It says, past year for Don Lemon, demoted from prime time, set industry lows in the morning, screamed at a co-host behind the scenes, called women over 40 past their prime, sentenced to anti-woman rehab. Karine Jean-Pierre refused to let him interview her, and then fired by CNN. Just not hitting all the right notes. Just bad day for him. Bad day for him. I got to move on because there's a story that I care about greatly, and I'm hoping I can make you care about this story. We had a lot of news today. There is news you need to know about, even though it is news you might otherwise gloss over or not care about. And it is Sudan. There are two generals, Abdel Fattah al-Burhan and Mohammed Hamdan Dagalo, who are fighting against each other. They joined forces in 2019, and they ousted Sudan's dictator Omar al-Bashir after months of popular protests. 2 years later, they toppled a civilian transitional government that was meant to lead the country toward democratic elections, and now they are fighting it out over who will reign supreme. In the process, a lot of Americans, hundreds of Americans, are stuck, and it's playing out like the situation in Afghanistan, where Joe Biden is extracting American personnel from the embassy, but leaving behind American citizens essentially to fend for themselves. They are, like they did in Afghanistan, denying they are doing this, but the reality is that's what's happening. Even our European allies are voicing concerns that the United States is abandoning Americans in Sudan, and these European allies are spending so much time trying to get their people out. They're prioritizing their people over our people, which you can expect to happen. These two generals are tearing up Khartoum, the capital of Sudan. By the way, I misspoke. There are 20,000 American citizens, a lot of them dual nationals, inside Sudan. 100 U.S. embassy personnel have been rescued by the Marines. But there are a whole lot of Americans who are fleeing to Port Sudan, a city about 500 miles from Khartoum, trying to get there, trying to be rescued. And the American military is not doing a good job, but not because they are incapable of doing a good job. It's because their commander-in-chief has tied their hands on how they can extract. Now, Dagalo, one of the generals, is an extremely wealthy man. In fact, he's the richest man in Sudan, you can imagine, because of gold mining. He's been hiring out his troops as mercenaries to fight in Yemen and Libya and elsewhere. The Russians are backing him. The Russians wish him to succeed. In fact, the Russians, the Wagner group, that is the mercenaries in Ukraine, are also going to help this guy in Sudan. Meanwhile, Egypt is trying to help General Burhan. He's received support from Egypt. It also looks like other Middle Eastern countries may come to his assistance against the other general. In large part, they want to support General Burhan against General Dagalo, who's backed by Russia, because Dagalo has aligned with Iran and Russia in Yemen and Syria and elsewhere. Here's why this matters to you, an American citizen. You live on the far side of the world from this situation. For those of you unfamiliar with it, Sudan is a very large country in Africa. It used to be a larger country, but through civil war, the southern portion of Sudan split off into South Sudan. This is, interestingly enough, one of those areas where George Clooney, to his credit, actually used money from deals and bought satellites to view human atrocities in Sudan years ago. He was doing Nespresso ads and other ads and sold the tequila company Casamigos, and he used the money to buy satellites to be able to monitor human rights abuses. There were massive human rights abuses in Sudan. And the country split apart. South Sudan is still contentious, still a border territorial issue. But here's the problem for you as an American. The Wall Street Journal and the Washington Post are both reporting that Afghanistan has become a terrorist hotbed again. That as we left and handed the country back to the Taliban are now allowing Afghanistan to become a place, a safe haven for terrorists to plot attacks against the West. Sudan has seen an infiltration of Al-Qaeda, which this administration promised was killed, and they're revitalizing in Africa. In Nigeria, in the Central African Republic, in the Democratic Republic of Congo, in Niger, in Sudan, in Ethiopia, in Libya, Al-Qaeda is growing again. Al-Qaeda wishes to kill us. If General Dagado, who is backed by the Russians and has supported Iran, if he is allowed to take over Sudan, Sudan potentially becomes a new hotbed for Al-Qaeda with the backings of the Russians and the Iranians. It's one reason the Egyptians are backing the other guy. The Egyptians are employing Joe Biden to get his hands dirty, but the one thing we've learned about Joe Biden is he does not like to get his hands dirty to preserve the integrity of our allies or ourselves if he views our allies as being strong men. President Sisi of Egypt is a dictator. We should not mince words about it. He is popular in Egypt. After the Mubarak regime fell, Egypt was taken over by the Muslim Brotherhood. General Sisi at the time rallied the Egyptian military, purged the Muslim Brotherhood, and took over. He is now a president, but he is not a democratically elected president in the sense you and I would think. And the reality is we need to back who the Egyptians are backing. See, the Egyptians just did us a solid that hasn't got a lot of media attention. The Egyptians just decided to back Ukraine. The Egyptians were going to back Russia. The Egyptians were going to send military hardware to the Russians. And they didn't. Because of us. Instead, they aligned with Ukraine. We now need to align with Egypt in Sudan. Sudan's northern border connects to Egypt and the Sahara. The Nile flows north out of Sudan into Egypt. Egypt is concerned about the Al-Qaeda spillover effects. The Egyptian economy is not doing well. It is ripe for terrorist incursion. It is ripe for Al-Qaeda to come in and destabilize the country. And it could begin in Sudan. 20,000 Americans are stranded. The Biden administration doesn't seem to have a plan to get them out. They were caught off guard. They were warned by the Egyptians this was coming. They were warned by the Saudis this was coming. They were warned by the Europeans this was coming. And yet again, the Biden administration dropped the ball. Yet again, the Biden administration is not allowing the U.S. military to rescue Americans. Yet again, the Biden administration doesn't seem to know what to do or who to support or who to back. Joe Biden, who claims to have these wonderful instincts honed over 50 years, has been a disaster on the world stage, and this is becoming yet another disaster. It seems very simple to me. You do not back the guy who is backed by the Russians and the Iranians. You back the guy who is backed by our ally, the Egyptians. That seems to me to just make a ton of sense. It seems to European leaders to make a ton of sense. It's what they're doing now. The Department of State has been telling Americans trapped in Sudan before the military evacuation today of government personnel they're trapped. They may not be evacuated. This just came to me. This is an email being sent by the Department of State. Thank you for reaching out to the Department of State expressing a need for assistance. The Department of State has suspended counselor services in U.S. Embassy Khartoum and will not be available to provide passport, visa, or routine counselor services. The embassy is providing only emergency counselor services as the security situation in Sudan permits. U.S. citizens are strongly advised to remain indoors and shelter in place until further notice. Due to the uncertain security situation in Khartoum and closure of the airport, there are no plans for U.S. government-coordinated evacuation. We have registered your interest for further communications and will continue to update you about the security situation as it develops. Please remain sheltered in place. Attempt to stay at the lower levels of your location. Remain away from windows and attempt to keep away from roadways. This is the American government telling citizens no help is coming for you. The Europeans are evacuating European citizens. Asian countries are evacuating Asian citizens. Our citizens are being told by our government, stay put. No rescue is coming for you. Yet another failure of the Biden administration. We still have Americans stranded in Afghanistan, and now we have 20,000 Americans stranded in Sudan. This government had noticed the situation was destabilizing and chose not to act. Ridiculous. This, of course, is going to have destabilizing effects on the global economy and global situation, which, again, is going to cause stock market turmoil and inflation turmoil, which is why you may want to consider precious metals to ease the ebbs and flows within your portfolio. Reach out to Advantage Gold, 800-450-2566. Talk to them. See if they can help you. 800-450-2566. If you call them, you're going to get a free gold IRA investment kit. 800-450-2566. They can answer your questions. They don't really do gimmicks. They just play it straight with you. There are rules you have to follow if you want to use precious metals in your IRA, your 401k, or even your general investment strategy. But if you really want it for your retirement portfolio, there's ways you have to store the physical gold and silver. You can't just leave it lying around your house, stuff like that. Advantage Gold has all the guides to help you get started if you want to use precious metals. If you don't worry them. But if you do, call them, 800-450-2566. Advantage Gold wants to be your partner in helping give you straight advice on how to use your portfolio balanced with gold and silver, other precious metals to deal with the crazy times we have out there. If you're at all interested, give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 800-450-2566. One more time, 800-450-2566.
He'll do the research and give it to you straight. Eric Erickson is live every weekday.
As a listener to this here radio show, you get a 15% discount on the annual rate for my daily email. Now, what is the daily email? Well, in particular, you get the stack of stuff. All the stuff that I talk about on radio features in the daily email. It comes out right when the show starts at noon Eastern time. All you have to do is text DATA to 33777. That very first link, you click it, and you'll get 15% off as a radio listener. 15% discount from the normal. It's $70 annually. You get a 15% discount. You will become the most informed person in your circle of friends. Again, everything I talk about on the show, and then all the stuff I don't have time to get to, it's all in the email that comes out at noon. Plus, you get all the freebie stuff everybody else gets, my daily commentaries, but you also get access to exclusive interviews. You get discounts to the annual conference. All you have to do is text DATA to 33777 and get involved now. There are a lot of fantastic groups in America. One that I am very passionate about is called Help the Persecuted. Help the Persecuted is based in Atlanta, Georgia. I went to seminary with my friend Josh Youssef, who's the head of the organization. Around the world, they help persecuted Christians, particularly in Asia, Southeast Asia, the Middle East, who are being persecuted because of their faith. Last year, around Easter time, they actually rescued a descendant of the Prophet Muhammad who converted to Christianity, and his family put out a bounty on him to have him executed for his betrayal. They were able to put him in a safe house in the Middle East and then rescue him from the country and help him set up a life elsewhere. And they did it with donations from people like you. All you have to do is go to htp.org/Eric, htp.org/ERICK, htp.org/Eric. Help the persecuted around the world by donating to Help the Persecuted.
Here's Rodney Swarms of the Plumbing Night.
I'm sitting here with Brian Kunihiro at C12. Brian, I've heard a lot of great things about C12. Can you tell me a little bit about it?
Sure. Yeah, that's a great question. But first, I have a few questions for the business owners that are out there. Number one is, do you experience struggle between running your business and leading your families? 2, do you wonder what it looks like to live out your faith in your business? And what I mean by that is, are you the same person in the church pew Sunday morning as you are in the conference room? And lastly, do you have a network of like-minded business owners that you're accountable to? Well, C12 it's a network of results-minded CEOs and executives who are committed to building high-performing businesses that they use as platforms to impact the people around them. Faith is their foundation, and C12 members meet monthly here in Pinehurst to dig into challenges, share opportunities, develop strategic plans, and encourage each other.
If you have any questions, just reach out to joinc12.com.
If you're like most folks, you love your home. You love your neighborhood and those that live around you. But when you go inside your home, you see that it is in need of a massive updating, especially those bathrooms, kitchen, and great room. You know that these areas need upgrading, but you also know what a task it is to do it yourself. Hi, I'm Steve Leader Adams, and I've built over 2,000 homes, and I and my partner Larry Postawait have over 70 years of construction experience and have our own remodeling business called Relive It Remodeling. We also pride ourselves on making remodeling jobs an easy and enjoyable process for our clients. We look after everything from permits to the last paint stroke. We also show up when we promise and stay until completion. And we also recycle any materials through the Wounded Warrior program. And here's one more promise. Nobody, and I mean nobody, does better quality work than we do. For your next renovation job, give me a call right here at WEEB at 692-7440 or check us out on the web at relivitremodeling.com.
Listen to us anywhere on your smartphone or tablet with the TuneIn app, free at your app store. Simply search for WEEB.
Get the podcast, live stream, email, and social media links by texting Eric to 33777 now.
This hour of the program brought to you by First Liberty Building and Loan. Wherever you are nationwide, you want your business to grow, FirstLibertyGA.com. Reach out to them. Tell them I sent you. If you need $750,000 or more because you're buying a building, buying a franchise, FirstLibertyGA.com. This one's going to get real personal here because you all know about my wife's situation with cancer. She's got scans coming up again in a couple of weeks. You know, it's actually commendable. Mike Pence went to church with him yesterday at Church of the Apostles, and he said, when's your wife's next scans? It's got to be in the next 3 weeks, isn't it? Because Karen and I pray for her all the time, and he like knew it's got to be in the next 3 weeks. I didn't even realize it was in the next 3 weeks until he told me then. Pulled out my calendar so I could tell him when. That's just, he's a profoundly decent guy. But so the part of the story I've never really told you guys is when Christy and I first got married, we were both 25, and she had to have a double mastectomy within 6 months of us getting married because she didn't have breast cancer but knew she was going to get it because every woman in her family died of breast cancer, including her mom. And she had the surgery. The plastic surgeon did not do a fantastic job. And after 3 or 4 reconstructive surgeries, finally went to a different plastic surgeon who essentially took her back muscle, cut it, pulled it around to the front of her body and stitched together to make a shell, essentially, into which to put implants for reconstructive surgery. And she has never had strong back muscles. She's never had strong chest muscles. And when she was diagnosed with the incurable form of lung cancer that she has, she kind of for about a year and a half or so, they told her she would have 2 years. And it mentally was taxing on her that she may not see either of her children graduate from high school. And now our daughter is going to be a senior next year, and 6 years later, the medicine that was only supposed to work 2 years is working still. And she got herself a motorcycle. She got herself a tattoo sleeve down her arm of a phoenix. And she has now started training for a strongman competition. My wife, training for a strongman competition. She could already kick my butt to begin with, and now she's going to be able to bench press me. She just swung by the office. She was on the way home from the gym. I said, watch this. She was pulling an 85-pound sled with a rope. Sitting down, pulling this thing, and you could see her back muscles in the video. Something it took her a very long time to regrow. I am so incredibly impressed with her and proud of her, essentially taking a death sentence and saying, you know what, screw it, I'm going to live. And she's living life amazingly well, and still taking care of all of us, keeping us humble, keeping us on our toes at home, helping the kids with homework. And she's going to make it to our daughter's graduation, and probably will make it to our son's graduation in a few more years, things that in 2016 she didn't think were possible. I think cancer is scared of her, which is a good thing. I got to share that. She just came by the office during commercial break to show me the pictures of her pulling the sled, and was just so excited. And I got to tell you, we live with the sword of Damocles hanging over us every 3 months. We go for these scans, waiting for the bottom to fall out, and assuming one day it will. But it's nice to see her so excited about doing something like that. My wife, of all people, doing something like that, just flabbergasting, and yet she's good at it and so excited by it, and I'm so proud of her. When we come back, we got to move on. I am so far behind on all the stuff I wanted to talk about today in light of all the other stuff. We'll try to catch up. I'll take your phone calls to 877-973-7425.
Want to create the bathroom or wine wall of your dreams? This is Amy from Main Street Glass, and every step of our process is tailored to your wants and needs. We specialize in residential and commercial glass, so whether you need a custom shower enclosure, wine room, storefront entry door, or custom mirror, we can do it all. So stop by Main Street Glass at 195 Pinehurst Avenue or call us at 910-639-6336 to schedule your free estimate today.
Want to add a little luxury to your kitchen and feel more like a chef? Right now, Monogram Appliances has a 1 for you, 1 for free rebate offer where you can receive up to 3 free eligible Monogram appliances. There are lots of eligible models to choose from, so head on down to your local appliance experts at Keys Appliance Center in downtown Aberdeen. Visit with any Keys sales associate for complete rebate details and a list of eligible models. Keys Appliance Center, located at 104 East Main Street in downtown Aberdeen.
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sandhills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
Breaking news this hour from townhall.com. I'm John Scott. Tucker Carlson has left Fox News. No immediate explanation from Fox about why Carlson was leaving. The network said in a press release the last program of Tucker Carlson Tonight aired on Friday. And longtime CNN host Don Lemon is out at the cable news network a little over 2 months after apologizing to viewers for on-air comments about Republican presidential candidate Nikki Haley. On the international front, what about the thousands of U.S. citizens who are still in warring Sudan?
About 16,000 people who hold U.S. citizenship are still in Sudan as fears grow that the fierce fighting there could lead to even more chaos. Over the weekend, U.S. Special Ops Forces used helicopters to get U.S. Embassy personnel out of the capital, Khartoum. Still in Sudan, those thousands of other U.S. citizens. What about them? The U.S. government has told them they need to figure this out for themselves. There will not be any mass evacuations. I'm Rita Foley.
Also at townhall.com, President Biden is looking for a new top domestic policy advisor. White House correspondent Greg Clugston reports.
The president announced that Susan Rice will leave her post next month. As director of the White House Domestic Policy Council, Rice's portfolio included health care, immigration, and racial inequality. In a written statement, Mr. Biden said there is no one more capable and more determined to get important things done for the American people than Susan Rice. Her last day on the job will be May 26th. Greg Clugston, Washington.
A minor magnitude 3.6 earthquake shook parts of upstate New York. No immediate reports of any damage from that earthquake on Sunday afternoon. The Dow is ahead 25 points, but the NASDAQ is down 39. More on these stories at townhall.com.
People ask me sometimes, Lance, I'm worried about...
Bruce Farrell, Fox News is parting ways with top-rated host Tucker Carlson days after the network reached a multi-million-dollar settlement with Dominion Voting Systems over its 2020 election coverage. Political analyst Larry Sabato says the timing of the announcement is significant.
It's hard to believe this wasn't tied to the $787 million judgment against Fox. That's a big penalty in anybody's book. And while there were quite a number of Fox hosts carrying Donald Trump's lies about election fraud, Tucker Carlson was right at the head of the pack.
The network says the last program of Tucker Carlson Tonight aired on Friday. Meanwhile, late word that CNN has parted ways with Don Lemon, who's been on that network for 17 years. Passengers on a flight that was about to take off from Charlotte Douglas International Airport got a view that nobody wants to see when they look out the window. Flames shooting from the wing. It happened on Thursday. Passenger Claire Dundon telling WSOC.
We're still trying to get there, but it's been, a day later and a lot of stress and headaches.
No one was hurt. The airline offering compensation to those passengers. A wildfire is continuing to spread through the Croatan National Forest near New Bern. Heavy smoke, flames, ashes falling are the effects of that fire. Public Information Officer with the Forest Service, Leah Parker, said the fire has burned more than 35,000 acres since last Wednesday.
So right now, the firefighters are on ground working. There is some containment lines that they're putting in.
The fire about 30% contained. Kim Potter, the Minnesota police officer who said she mistook her gun for a taser and killed Dante Wright in 2021, was released from prison early this morning. The Minnesota Corrections Department said Potter was released around 4 this morning out of an abundance of caution. The department confirming on Friday she would be released today. You're listening to NCN News.
If you pay your city or town for electricity, you live in a public power community. Public power communities provide electricity to families and businesses from a locally owned and operated system. Public power systems are not-for-profit and provide electricity at affordable rates with unbeaten reliability. Your local public power provider invests in your community, providing local jobs and supporting your local economy. Electricities of North Carolina is the energy behind public power. Learn more at electricities.com.
Did you know that Mayola milk hydrates better than water? With 8 grams of protein in every serving and 13 essential nutrients, Mayola is the perfect drink to stay hydrated, especially after a long day of hiking trails. This year, North Carolina is celebrating Year of the Trail, and with hundreds of trails across our great state, you can find a trail at greattrailsnc.com and support local sustainability while celebrating the outdoors.
Make the move to Mayola, the sustainable milk from around the corner.
President Biden ordering the evacuation of the U.S.
When I opened my business, I knew I needed insurance. How much, what kind, where to buy? No idea. A friend told me to call FCIG, First Casualty Insurance Group, Southern Pines. My FCIG rep told me what I needed, and she showed me how to save on my home and car insurance, too. I was really surprised to find out that they represent over 3 dozen companies. Wow.
Time to call FCIG, First Casualty Insurance Group, Southern Pines. 910-692-8303. 910-692-8303.
Look for sunshine to break through the clouds this afternoon. Highs will head into the mid to upper 60s. Temperatures will be below normal for this time of the year. Tonight, we're down into the upper 30s and lower 40s. Some areas to the northwest could see patchy frost. No frost advisories in effect. Temperatures tomorrow will warm into the mid-60s and lower 70s. I'm meteorologist Peter Sherwood in the Weather Center.
This hour was sponsored by First Casualty Insurance Group of Moore County. FCIG represents multiple insurance companies and can customize a plan to fit your needs.
America, welcome. It is Eric Erickson here across the United States of America, across the fruited plain. The phone number, 877-973-7425. Should you wish to be on my program, very happy to have you call in. I need to hijack my own show for a personal moment here, beyond talking about my wife. So, I'm texting a friend of mine, trying to find some information. Figures one of you in the Georgia region might be able to help me. My 17-year-old will be a senior next year. She would like to get some practical experience in an engineering shop this coming summer, and I just figured I should ask because, I might as well abuse my audience and say, listen, if anybody needs like a high school kid to like shuffle paper for you this coming summer, she just wants some practical experience. She wants to be an engineer. My kid really legitimately is a great artist, really is a good artist, but she wants to be an engineer. She tells her grandparents she wants to make the bombs we drop on China. That's her life plan, which I'm totally fine with that. But she's working on bringing her SAT score up. It's good, but I don't think it's Georgia Tech level necessarily, but add in some intern practical experience, and that goes a long way, and she's trying to find some, and I don't know who to ask. So I figure my audience is all knowing. Y'all might know. So now I've done my bit for family. I can move on to an important topic, one that's probably not going to get talked about a lot, and it probably should get talked about. Interestingly enough, the Wall Street Journal is running two separate stories that we should pay attention to. Who are the happiest people in America? The happiest people in America. In a Wall Street Journal poll, some people said they were very happy, some pretty happy, some not too happy. And there's been a vast shift in the people not too happy have now spiked 17.5%, and the people who say they're very happy have declined by 19.6%. 12% now people in America say they are very happy. Who are the people who are very happy in the United States of America? The people who go to church. They tend to be older, tend to be female, and they believe in God and go to church regularly. There's a separate story in the Wall Street Journal. A greater share of young adults say they believe in a higher power or God. 1/3 of 18 to 25-year-olds say they believe more than doubt the existence of a higher power, up from about 1/4 in 2021, according to a recent survey. The findings, based on December polling, are part of an annual report on the state of religion and youth from the Springtide Research Institute, a nonprofit, nonpartisan nonprofit. Young adults, theologians, and church leaders attribute the increase in part to the need for people to believe in something beyond themselves after 3 years of loss due to COVID. For many young people, the pandemic was the first crisis they faced. It affected everyone to some degree, from the loss of family and friends to uncertainty about jobs and daily life. In many ways, it aged young Americans, and they're now turning to the same comfort previous generations have turned to during tragedies for healing and comfort. Believing in God gives you a reason for living and some hope, says Becca Bell, an 18-year-old college student from Posta, Iowa. Older Americans who have faith in God, and I'm not necessarily talking the God of the Bible, I'm not necessarily talking Jesus Christ, although with older Americans that tends to be the case. And in fact, the more one is likely to believe in Christ, the happier they poll. But there is some despair out there, even among the churched. The people within church communities who are most likely to despair are the ones, pay attention to this, this is important. The people, let me segment it out this way. Americans who do not regularly go to church are more prone to depression and despair than Americans who go to church. Americans who go to church regularly tend to be the happiest Americans. People who regularly go to church tend to say they are very happy more than any other group. But people who regularly go to church and are highly involved in politics tend to be less happy than those who are not involved in politics. Now let me talk to all of you in this regard. Michael Youssef, the senior pastor at Church of the Apostles in Atlanta, was with me on Friday. Mike Pence, the former vice president, spoke at his church yesterday. I went, attended, sat with the vice president, and Michael Youssef on Friday said, you know, when the Bible talks about the end times, it talks about birth pangs, and what anyone who's had children knows is that the contractions become more and more frequent the closer you get to birth. And it seems like the contractions in this world are getting closer and closer. I mean, we went from, a decade ago, having same-sex marriage being the law of the land from the Supreme Court, to 5 years ago, it was nutty, the idea of boys being able to go in girls' bathrooms, to now suddenly, if you don't believe it, you're a bigot and you got to let it happen, to the Washington Post, or the New York Post, rather, the other day, to the story on a throuple in California that now wants to adopt kids, and the state's letting them legalize this union of 3 as opposed to 2. The world seems to be going ever madder at a quickening pace, and maybe that's a sign of the end times. I don't know. What I do know for sure is that we have no idea on what date Christ will come. Isaac Newton predicted the year 2050 would be the year. I don't know. What I do know is I, again and again and again and again and again, have a recurring encounter with people who have tried to weave their politics into their faith. You got a lot of people who believe in Christian nationalism. That's a concept that's going nowhere in this country. It's a waste of time, but young men on Twitter like to waste their time on these sorts of things. It's like the people who have these pseudo-intellectual debates all of the time. They're perfectly willing to argue about Christian nationalism, something that has no chance of doing anything in this country. It's just a waste of time. I encountered someone yesterday who was in despair about the state of this country. Literal despair. You could just see it on the person's face about the state of the world and the state of the nation, losing the nation. I used to get asked to preach, and I haven't in a while, and I get it. I'm a talk radio show host. In the same way, I don't really care for a lot of preachers who get hyper political. I'm sure there are a lot of people in churches who don't care for wouldn't want a political talk show host to come be their preacher on a Sunday. I enjoy preaching on occasion when I get invited, but it's few and far between these days for a lot of reasons. The whole reason I went to seminary was because I kept getting asked to preach on Sundays, and then I went to seminary, and a lot of these little independent Baptist churches that were asking me didn't really want a guy who went to a Calvinist Reformed theological seminary to be their preacher on a Sunday. I love the opportunities when they come, though they're few and far between. If I could stand in a pulpit and preach on a Sunday, I would preach a lot out of the book of Amos. Amos is my favorite book in all the Bible. And it was my seminary professor who taught me the prophets that got me to fall in love with the book. And one of the reasons I like the book is that, according to a survey from a number of years ago, the book of Amos is the least likely book to be preached in an evangelical Bible-believing church, because it is the book of the Bible that the progressive Christian social gospel people have embraced more than any other, because it preaches a social gospel. But it is so badly misinterpreted by so many of the progressives out there because it's preaching a gospel, a social gospel that tells you got to do things in this world and you will ultimately be held accountable in the next. And it begins with a judgment pronounced against all the nations of the world surrounding the tribes of Israel at the time before getting to Judah and Israel. And the point is that the God of the Old Testament is the God of everyone, whether they're with him or not. And everyone will ultimately be judged. And how you treat others in the world, the widows, the orphans, and the refugees, matters greatly. But there's more to it than that, and it is this. The people I find who are most miserable on this planet are the people who have substituted God for government. The people who have decided to make government their religion. The people who worship at the altar of politics. The people who believe they must save the nation. You can't save the nation. Now, let me be real clear here. I'm not telling you to abandon politics. You're an American citizen. You and I have the right to engage in politics. If I abandoned politics, I'd be out of a job. I'm not telling you that. But what I am telling you is that you have a greater job if you're a person of faith, which is to draw people to your faith. And I don't care what your faith is. Whether you're a Christian or a Muslim, Jewish, Buddhist, what have you. You should be spending more time trying to share your faith than share your politics. This country does not last forever. It's not a coincidence that young people during COVID, looking at disaster around them, have decided they need a belief in a higher power than themselves. They need to surrender. It gives you a meaning and a purpose beyond evolution, beyond an accident. It's not a coincidence that the people in this country who have decided they are very happy are the ones who go to church regularly and believe in a higher power. We are at weird, odd times in the history of this country. There are a lot of people who feel like the country is slipping away. The ones who have an eternal perspective, all the data shows, are happier than the ones who have a political perspective. The ones who are so busy trying to grit this nation to embrace Christian nationalism, there's some miserable, angry people on social media. They're not going to do it. They're going to fail. And in the meantime, how many souls are they going to let slip through? This nation is like a sand in an hourglass. You can't stop the hourglass from pouring out the sand and becoming empty. While souls are like scooping water from the sea, it seems futile. There's so much water, but every time you scoop them out and you let the sun shine on them, it turns to vapor, it lifts them, it leaves the impurities behind. You're saving souls more than you're saving nations. You can't save the nation. And the people who realize that they can save souls more than they can save the nation, they're the happy people in life. This isn't to proselytize. It's not to share the gospel on this news talk radio show. I'm just telling you, it's very curious. The Wall Street Journal has multiple pieces of data now. Young people are moving back to religion, and those who do find it more fulfilling and give them a better perspective on life, and they get over their depression and despair. And old people who embrace God over government and put eternity over the here and now tend to be the people who call themselves very happy. Neither is a coincidence. Both help you to learn there are things which you cannot control in life. And when you realize there are things you cannot control in life, you surrender yourself to the things that can be controlled and give up on the things that can't be controlled and let God handle them. And it changes your perspective, changes your life. And the data more and more is compelling that if you just let go and let God handle it, you're going to be a happier person.
Want to be on the show?
Hello? I love your show.
Call Eric now at 877-973-7425.
As if running a business wasn't hard enough, mix in a little talk of a recession and then see how choppy things get. It's Eric Erickson here. The first thing that happens is the big banks start to tighten up on lending, or actually just stop lending to small businesses altogether. So that's where I have a secret weapon for you. First Liberty Building and Loan and my friends, the Frost family. Let's say you need financing for construction of a new facility, or you see an opportunity to buy out a competitor or grow a franchise. First Liberty Building and Loan says yes when the big banks say no. So if you're looking for $750,000 or more in financing, and you either are getting the door slammed in your face or it's taking forever to get an answer, go to FirstLibertyBuildingAndLoan.com, fill out a simple form. You'll know within minutes if you're a fit for their program. First Liberty has backed hundreds of businesses, and they can be your secret weapon too. Go to FirstLibertyGA.com. That's FirstLibertyGA.com. My friends, the Frost family, can help your business become a big business. As a listener to this here radio show, you get a 15% discount on the annual rate for my daily email. Now, what is the daily email? Well, in particular, you get the stack of stuff. All the stuff that I talk about on radio features in the daily email. It comes out right when the show starts at noon Eastern time. All you have to do is text DATA to 33777. That very first link, you click it, and you'll get 15% off as a radio listener. 15% discount from the normal, it's $70 annually. You get a 15% discount. You will become the most informed person in your circle of friends. Again, everything I talk about on the show, and then all the stuff I don't have time to get to, it's all in the email that comes out at noon. Plus, you get all the freebie stuff everybody else gets, my daily commentaries, but you also get access to exclusive interviews. You get discounts to the annual conference. All you have to do is text DATA to 33777 and get involved now.
WEEB, we've got you by the ears.
Jared Kirk and Amy McBride of the First Casualty Insurance Group in Southern Pines talk about the benefits of being an FCIG customer.
Our agency has been in business since 1984. We are an independent agency, which means that we have numerous carriers. Having multiple carriers benefits our customers because it offers them more options for their coverage and price.
One of the most asked questions we get from our clients is how much do they need to insure their home for? Many clients think they should insure their home based on tax value or what they could sell their home for. Neither is correct.
Insurance carriers want to insure your home for the replacement value. Replacement value is what it would take to rebuild your home back to its current state in the event of a complete loss.
First Casualty Insurance Group of Southern Pines. Call them today at 910-692-8303 or find them on the web at fcignc.com.
Fields Plumbing and Heating and Air Conditioning customers include the military, federal, state, and local governments, hospitals, and school systems, as well as many independent businesses. We stand by our services and products, and as a result, we are proud that our business comes from repeat business and customer referrals. Fields Plumbing and Heating and Air Conditioning also serves many residents in Moore and surrounding counties, and we have been in business for 70 years. Call 910-949-3232. 910-949-3232.
At First Bank, North Carolina's largest independent community bank, we know your dream may be to make it possible for your child to achieve theirs. Whether you want to start saving for their education, to pay for a first tuition bill, or to help your student be a smart spender, First Bank offers a wide range of products and services to help you achieve your dreams. From student checking accounts to prepaid debit cards, savings accounts to home equity lines of credit, you'll find a great fit at First Bank.
Cooper Ford in Carthage has done it again. Your hometown dealer has won the prestigious President's Award from the Ford Motor Company for an unprecedented third year in a row. This exclusive award is given only to dealers who exemplify exceptional customer service and who exceed customer expectations. That's why Cooper Ford is the dealer of choice for new and pre-owned vehicles. Come experience for yourself why Ford Motor Company and thousands of more countyans choose the locally owned, award-winning Cooper Ford. Just off 15501 in Carthage or online at cooperford.net.
This is the perfect time of the year to bust out all your Echo tools and equipment from Beaver Equipment. Thanks to all the storms, my new Echo chainsaw from Beaver Equipment has been getting a good workout. Beaver Equipment is the place to go for rough and rugged Echo equipment for real men. They offer 5-year warranties and are locally owned and operated. So men, get out there and enjoy your Echo Power equipment from Beaver Equipment, Highway 211 in Aberdeen, 910-944-0402.
WEEB, we've got you by the ears.
Join Eric's Army of Activists. Text ARMY to 33777 now.
Greetings, America. It is Eric Erickson here, 877-973-7425. There's breaking news on the Tucker Carlson story. He has departed Fox News. The Los Angeles Times now reporting it was Rupert Murdoch himself who decided that Tucker Carlson had to go. All in the in light of the Dominion lawsuit. This from the Los Angeles Times. A Fox News representative had no other details on Carlson's exit. People familiar with the situation who are not authorized to comment publicly said the decision to fire Carlson came from Fox Corporation Chairman Rupert Murdoch. Carlson's exit is related to the discrimination lawsuit filed by Abby Grossberg, the producer fired by the network last month, the person said. Carlson's senior executive producer, Justin Wells, has also been terminated. Murdoch is also said to be concerned over Carlson's coverage of the January 6, 2021 insurrection at the U.S. Capitol, in which the host had promoted the conspiracy theory that it was provoked by government agents. Carlson had called Ray Epps, an FBI plant, without presenting evidence. Epps was interviewed Sunday on 60 Minutes, said he'd been subject to death threats as a result of Carlson's statements about him. The decision is not related to the Dominion lawsuit, according to a representative for Dominion. However, some of the comments that Carlson had made about management and communications that turned up in the discovery process for the case may have played a role. Interesting that they say Murdoch is the one who made the call. Carlson had been very high on Murdoch's list of people that he thought very highly of and had wanted him at the company. So the world changes. Murdoch, it's also kind of interesting. Murdoch's not throwing out management at Fox, going after the talent. Bongino was out. It apparently had nothing to do with any of this other than they just couldn't come to terms on a new contract. And now Carlson today. And then Don Lemon at CNN. CNN saying that they had no knowledge of the Fox situation. Fox saying they had no knowledge of the CNN situation. Some people were speculating they were done tit for tat. That's not true at all. And anybody who knows anything about the business obviously would know that's not the case. But it's just an odd dynamic here. And big changes coming to Fox. I don't know who they'll put in that position. And yes, listen, y'all were very kind, and I've gotten the emails. I guarantee you I am not on anybody's radar at Fox News. There is no way, shape, or form that would happen. They are. I would absolutely do it if my wife would let me, but I don't think that's going to happen. I do think Ben Shapiro would do a good job, though. He could keep the audience young like Tucker, focus on a lot of the cultural issues that Tucker focused on, but would steer clear of some of the Trump mania and stolen election stuff that probably got Tucker Carlson into trouble. What is clear also is that Carlson on Friday did not know this was coming. He on Friday said they would be back on Monday on his show, and people who were at the Heritage event he spoke at Friday said it was very obvious that he did not know this was coming, so it happened over the weekend. Very interesting. When we come back, I got a special guest for you, Dave McCormick, running for the Senate in Pennsylvania.
97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
Hi, this is Rodney Swarms with Plumbing Night. We know that plumbing emergencies can happen at any time. In fact, they seem to happen at the most inconvenient times. And then inviting an unknown plumber into your home, that can add to the stress of the situation. The Plumbing Night wants to alleviate any stress about inviting a technician into your home by guaranteeing that we have not only the very best plumbers, but also the most knowledgeable plumbers. Before any of our employees are hired, all of the employees must undergo drug testing and a thorough background check. If they don't pass, they aren't hired. No exceptions. Once they're hired and part of the team, they receive continuous technical and customer training to ensure that they are the very best at their trade. This training is week after week, month after month, year after year. This training is what got us into community college to teach the plumbing trade. So the next time you have an emergency, call the Plumbing Night. They're known for extraordinary service and integrity.
Call the Plumbing Night at 639-5555, day or night, or on the web at theplumbingnight.com.
It's 1955, and a guitar-playing young man rides into a square little town in a square little state and changes everything and everyone he meets. In Temple Theater's final production of the 22-23 season, All Shook Up, on stage April 13th through the 30th. This hip-swiveling, lip-curling musical fantasy will have you jumping out of your blue suede shoes with classics like Heartbreak Hotel, Jailhouse Rock, Don't Be Cruel, and Hound Dog. The story is all singing, all dancing, loads of fun, and the hits are all Elvis. In Temple Theater's All Shook Up. Tickets are just $29 and available at templeshows.org. All Shook Up, on stage at Temple Theater, April 13th through the 30th. Sponsored by West Financial Strategies.
My name is Tony Keith of Keith Hardware in Carthage, North Carolina. I'm the third generation of a family-owned business. We've been in business for 83 years. We sell live bait, crickets, minnows, and worms, fishing tackle, nuts and bolts and screws by the piece. You can still come in and get nails weighed out by the pound or ones or twos, however you'd like.
The guys, they know what they're doing. You don't have to ask for service. You tell them what you need. If they ain't got it, usually they can conjure it up.
Keith Hardware has been a tradition in this town for as long as I've been in business, 42 years, and they run a good business and they're good people.
I came in with 2 pieces of plumbing. I handed it to this guy, and he took off the back and picked it up and brought it back. Their knowledge is invaluable to me.
With Keith Hardware for 28 years. I rent the building from them next door. And Tony and Ginger are doing an excellent job. I'm proud of them.
Come visit Keith Hardware today at 207 Monroe Street in Carthage.
We're just an old-fashioned hardware store.
Lee Christian School is now enrolling for preschool through 12th grade, an alternative to public schools. Lee Christian takes great pride in teaching quality academics while instilling biblical principles in students' lives. With a 16-to-1 student-teacher ratio and a 95% college acceptance rate, Lee Christian School is committed to your child's future. Tuition assistance is available, and for more information on enrollment, visit leechristian.org or call 919-708-5115 today. This weather forecast is sponsored by American Water Treatment, a Platinum Pentair dealer and Rainsoft service agent. Call 944-3140.
We're talking to Ron and Donna Van Hoover from Pinehurst, happy customers with American Water Treatment.
We have been with American Water Treatment for years, probably since its inception, or at least 8 years of dealing with them. We've never had a problem. We engaged with them initially because we were looking for someone who could purify our water throughout our whole house. There's never been a complaint on our end, which is saying tons about nowadays how people do their jobs. Whenever we've had any dealings with either Paul or Marty, we have found them to be so friendly, courteous, personable, down to earth, always on time, and very professional.
And they are always spot on.
So if you need American Water Treatment, call 910-944-3140, 910-944-3140.
Sunshine will move through for this afternoon. Highs will head into the mid to upper 60s. Tonight, we're down into the upper 30s and lower 40s, while a few spots in the 30s could see frost develop. No frost advisories are in effect. Tomorrow will be a milder day. Highs will head into the mid 60s and lower 70s. Temperatures will be below normal for this time of the year this week. I'm meteorologist Peter Sherwood in the Weather Center.
WEEB, we've got you by the ears.
He's got the courage to tell you the truth, because the truth is what matters. You're listening to The Eric Erickson Show.
Welcome back across the nation. It is Eric Erickson here. The phone number, 877-973-7425. My hope is that next year we can pick up a seat in Pennsylvania. My hope is my next guest will do that. But before he heads down that road, perhaps, he actually has a new book out. Superpower in Peril, a battle plan to renew America. Now, you may think, well, candidates for office, they all write books. However, Dave McCormick was a U.S. Treasury Undersecretary for International Affairs, worked with the National Security Council, worked with the Department of Commerce, was the CEO of 2 publicly traded companies, was a chief executive of Bridgewater Associates. He graduated of the U.S. Military Academy, Army paratrooper, veteran of the first Gulf War. He's even got a PhD. He kind of knows stuff, which is why I think he'd be such a great asset in the Senate, but also an incredible voice for trying to get our country back on track. He joins me by phone. How are you?
Hey, Eric. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. So, it is very true, I think, that people who dabble in politics, that they write books. Many of them aren't often widely read, except you have this incredible background from the military to the private sector to being within the Treasury Department to kind of recognize we as a nation do seem to be in a state of decline that is by choice. And because it's by choice, we should be able to turn it around. And so many in Washington don't seem to want to do it. And yet you offer a plan to be able to do it.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm trying to do. I started writing the book before I ever decided to run for office. I started a couple years ago, and it was just for the same reason you said, which is that the economy is in decline, $31 trillion of debt, record high inflation. The ability to grow in terms of if you're born in the fourth quartile economically, the ability to sort of get the American dream and have your kids be better off than you is struggling now. We're challenged militarily with China and spiritually. The American spirit and basic principles that made America great, like merit and capitalism and things like that, are being challenged. And so we are in decline, but decline's a choice, and so is renewal. And that's what the book's about, is the plan for renewing America. And we can do that if we have the right policies and the right leadership.
Yeah, okay, so let's talk about the policies, because it has struck me for a while now. And your background in finance in particular, we can talk about this. I have a real concern that for the last decade, on a bipartisan basis in Washington, Washington has created a lot of moral hazard by continuing to prop up a lot of companies that probably should have gone bankrupt and allowed the creative destruction of the marketplace to pick up the pieces. And instead, we've just sustained whole industries and businesses. And now, whether you look at the Silicon Valley Bank situation or other things, there doesn't seem to be any recognition in the private sector that they may not get bailed out in the future, which then, of course, changes the decision-making processes and the acceptance of risk.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with that more. I mean, the plan I outlined basically says we got to do a couple big things right. We've got to educate our people. We got to confront China. We got to secure America. But I talk a little bit about just what you're saying, which is the basic ideas of business and that have made our economy the most vibrant in the world are being challenged and tested. And basic ideas of merit and fairness and incentives. And a good example is what's happening under the Biden administration. We saw this with the student loan debt forgiveness, where it essentially is encouraging this idea that you can borrow too much money and then you're not responsible for it. And right now, the Biden administration is putting in place a new rule on credit for home buyers, where they're essentially saying if you're a good credit risk, you're going to raise the price to subsidize less good credit risk. And again, basic principles of fairness. And that's what you're talking about. If the Silicon Valley Bank gets bailed out, well, what's happening? Well, the rich depositor with the $5 million house that lives down the road got protected. But the guy who cuts the lawn and who's a creditor of Silicon Valley Bank, he gets his the outstanding bill to him doesn't get paid. And all of us as taxpayers are ultimately going to pay for that insurance that the government gave all the banks, because it's going to cost more to do our banking business. So these seem like small things, but they're really big things because they're chipping away at basic principles of fairness and accountability and merit.
Now, let's talk about China, because it is a concern of mine that I remember when I was in high school, I got to hear Margaret Thatcher give a speech, and she mentioned that one of her great regrets was giving Hong Kong back to China. She had assumed that the British values and democratic system would essentially infect China, and instead what she saw was this creeping authoritarianism moving into Hong Kong, and I think that wound up being so. We have for so long thought we could, by trade with China, keep China away from this aggressive authoritarian global vision, and yet now we see President Xi does have this vision, from invading Taiwan to even disrupting our lives through computer hacks and the like. They don't seem to be an honest broker, let alone anyone we should be doing a lot of business with.
Yeah, it's absolutely true, and there's a bipartisan consensus 20 years ago that we should engage with China economically because we get access to Chinese markets, and that engaging with us would make them a more benign player, a potential force for good internationally, and maybe even become more democratic. It's been a completely opposite of that. And so what's happened is China has stolen the intellectual property from the United States, from U.S. companies. It has not been a fair deal for U.S. businesses, but China along the way has developed a techno-authoritarian capability to really challenge America around the world. And that's what I say in the book, Superpower in Peril. China has a plan for becoming the global superpower, and we do not have a plan. And there's a bipartisan consensus that started under President Trump, and we need to give him a lot of credit for this, that China is now an adversary, but there's really not a plan for dealing with it. And that's what I try to outline in the book, is we need to strategically decouple. We need to become less dependent on China for things like semiconductors and pharmaceuticals. It's madness that we've let that happen. We need to stop U.S. investors from investing in venture capital in firms based in China that do artificial intelligence work with the Chinese military or the Communist Party. We need to hold China accountable for things like COVID, the virus that started in Wuhan that we couldn't even because we got killed in the liberal press, we couldn't even say for 3 years that it probably came out of the lab in Wuhan that did research on such things. So we need a real posture for confronting China. But the other thing, Eric, that we need is we need to do muscle building at home. We've let ourselves become less capable with our lack of education system, the lack of school choice, the lack of smart investments on technology, the lack of protection for our data. So we need to do work at home, go to the gym at home, and also confront China abroad.
If you're just joining in, I am tuning in. I'm talking to Dave McCormick, who has written a new book, Superpower in Peril. If you'd like to order a copy of it, you can text the word data to 33777. I'll send you back a link so you can order a copy of his book. One of the issues regarding China and the world, I have been a big advocate lately, and I don't think I'm the first to use the term ally source, but instead of outsourcing or insourcing stuff, it does make sense that there are things that we can build cheaper abroad so that Americans aren't paying the price. But it just seems like maybe we should be investing in our allies like India and others, and even Mexico, to build things instead of being so dependent on China for our iPhones and the like. And it doesn't seem like this administration has any sort of clue of where to begin to start helping our allies that are in the third world build up the infrastructure to be able to take over capacity from China.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I mean, the way I think about it is think about concentric circles like a bullseye. In the center of the bullseye, there should be things that we need to have at home. We shouldn't trust anybody. Semiconductor capacity is one such thing. Some of the most advanced technologies that are critical to the military, artificial intelligence, we need to do that at home. But then the next concentric circle are key allies, where we can do some really sensitive things, even in technology. And the third concentric circle are economies that we want to bring into our sphere of influence, like India. And then the final circle would be countries like China. I think it'd be very difficult to completely stop economic activity tomorrow with China, because China is the second biggest economy in the world. But if China is going to manufacture things like sneakers, that's not a problem for me, at least in the foreseeable future. The things that we have to get out of China and out of China's sphere of influence, we can bring home, or we can bring into our close allies, as you say. And we have no strategy for doing that today. And that's a key part of the battle plan that I outlined in the book, and I couldn't agree with you more.
Okay, first of all, I got to commend you on your plugging the book because I interview people all the time who have books come out and they forget to reference the book. So well done on that, by the way. And folks, if you want to order the book, text DATA to 33777. I'll send you back a link. Now, I got to put you on the spot here for the future. I supported you in 2022, and unfortunately, it did not make it through that primary. I just think you're a compelling fit for the Senate, and I hope I can encourage you to seriously think about 2024 because your voice is so valuable.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for saying that. I mean, my family, my wife and I decided to run in 2022 because we thought the country was going in the wrong direction, and we felt privileged to do it. And when you lose there was 1.45 million votes cast. We lost by 900 votes. Oh. So when you lose by 900 votes, it's not like you wake up the next day and say, "Hey, I'm not interested in running anymore." It was just a moment in time. So I certainly want to try to find a way to serve. There's a Senate seat in 2024 in Pennsylvania, and I'm thinking hard about whether I should run for that. And my belief is that as Republicans, we need to put good candidates forward. Hopefully, I'd be a good candidate. But more than that, we need to put a positive vision for the future. We need to hold the progressive ideology of the Democrats accountable for the bad things that are happening in the country, but we need to show a vision for how we're going to fix the problems of Americans and working families in Pennsylvania, but around the country. And so that's what I'm looking at, is how I might be able to be a voice for taking the country in the right direction.
Well, I really do encourage you to do it. Count me in if you do. I wish you the best of luck. We need you in the Senate if we can get you there. And again, folks, if you want to get Dave McCormick's book, you text DATA to 33777. Thanks for spending some time with me. I know we hadn't met before. I was writing about you in 2022, trying to push people in Pennsylvania to get you over the line, and hopefully next time we can if you choose to run.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for having me. I spent a lot of time when I was in the Army in Georgia, where I think you are, and
yes,
hoping to come back for a visit.
Yeah, I would love to have you.
I spent my time at Fort Benning.
Oh, gosh, yeah. Yeah. Come in the fall, not the spring. The pollen will kill you. The fall is perfect.
Yeah, Fort Benning in July. It left a memory.
I bet so. Sure. Gosh, thank you so much. Dave McCormick, hopefully running again in the Senate in Pennsylvania, got his book out, Superpower in Peril. He would be a great guy to have in the Senate. He really, really would. And he only lost the primary by 900 votes, and only because Trump backed Mehmet Oz, who went down in flames. It was sure close. Okay, Eden Pure, their Thunderstorm. It is time to go get your 3-pack of the Eden Pure Thunderstorm at EdenPureDeals.com. You put Eric in on the page. I told you guys that when I was traveling to Louisville last week, I keep mine in my travel bag. They really are small. They're a little bit bigger than your hand. You can plug it into the wall or with a USB cord. And there was a Morgan Wallen concert. A lot of drunk people smoking in their hotel rooms. The people next to me were smoking in theirs. They got booted, but my hotel room smelled like cigarette smoke because of the people in the connecting room. And I had my Eden Pure Thunderstorm. I fired it up and left. I had like 15 minutes in the hotel room the entire day before I got back at midnight, but enough time to plug it in so none of my stuff stunk. I got back, completely wiped out the odors. It really does work. The Eden Pure Thunderstorm, you get 3 of them for less than $200 at EdenPureDeals.com. The discount code is ERICK. They're an air purifier, so they get rid of the dust, they get rid of the pollen, they get rid of all that stuff, but where they really shine is in odor elimination. Smoke odors, pet odors, litter box odors, cooking odors, musty odors. They just eliminate them, and it sure did help me last week in Louisville. EdenPureDeals.com is the website. Eden, like the Garden of Eden, pure as the driven snow. EdenPureDeals.com. The discount code on the front page is just my name, Eric, ERICK. Get 3 Eden Pure Thunderstorms for less than $200.
When the world seems crazy, he'll keep you sane. It's the Eric Erickson Show.
Text recipe to 33777, and I will occasionally, I try to do it every week, sometimes I'm busy, send you a new recipe. Why? Because we live in a world of perpetual existential crisis where everyone's freaked out about everything, and really you shouldn't be. And I have found over the years one of the best ways to calm people down and build relationships is to break bread together. So I specialize in doing some pretty easy recipes every week I get together with friends and we try out new recipes. And then I try to send them to you guys to break bread. Sometimes it's dessert. Sometimes it's put it in your smoker or grill it, put it in the oven, cook it on the stove. But a recipe, listen, if I can do it, you can do it. But break bread with other people. Build some relationships. All you have to do is text recipe to 33777. Whether it's my gumbo recipe or just a chocolate chip cookie or my ham sandwich sliders, which are actually really good, you'll get it. Easy to do. All you do is text recipe to 33777. Every day on the Eric Erickson Show, we try to do something a little different from a lot of conservative talk radio. We try to focus on what actually matters, not what's going to get you anxious, not what's going to get you outraged, but what's the actual big story of the day. Sometimes I got to focus on the thing I don't even want to focus on because it actually is the big news of the day. But it's because I believe you need to be informed and not worked up into existential frenzy all the time. There are some people in conservative radio who used to not be conservative and now are, or now say things are conservative that never have been. I just want to point to true north. I believe truth matters most, and that's what I try to do every day is bring you the truth, bring you what matters, bring you the headlines, and keep you informed. To be informed, all you have to do is text Eric to 33777. Stay with us. Follow me on social media. Click that top link if you text Eric to 33777. Get my daily email. Be informed, be engaged, and also, let's not waver from our principles.
It's 1955, and a guitar-playing young man rides into a square little town in a square little state and changes everything and everyone he meets. In Temple Theater's final production of the 22-23 season, All Shook Up, on stage April 13th through the 30th. This hip-swiveling, lip-curling musical fantasy will have you jumping out of your blue suede shoes with classics like Heartbreak Hotel, Jailhouse Rock, Don't Be Cruel, and Hound Dog. The story is all singing, all dancing, loads of fun, and the hits are all Elvis. In Temple Theater's All Shook Up. Tickets are just $29 and available at templeshows.org. All Shook Up, on stage at Temple Theater, April 13th through the 30th. Sponsored by West Financial Strategies.
My mom's home is 9 rooms and 56 years of memories. Everything that's important to her happened under this roof. She's slowed down a little and needs help. Nothing too difficult, just a hand with everyday chores. Someone to look after her when I can't. My mom loves her home. There's no place she'd rather be.
If your mom wants to stay in her home, call me, Bob Bonville at Griswold Home Care Pinehurst, 910-420-2360. That's 910-420-2360. We've been keeping the heart at home since 1982.
Air Specialties has the experience, knowledge, professionalism, and quality service you'd expect from a Lennox Premier dealer. This earned distinction means you receive outstanding installation, maintenance, and service on your home's heating and cooling system. We have special savings opportunities available today. We're offering up to $1,900 in rebates on a new Lennox Ultimate Comfort system. Or qualified buyers make no payments and incur no interest for 6 months when financing a new Lennox system. Call Air Specialties at 910-944-2526 today or visit us online at air-specialties.com to learn more about how we can make your home's air perfect. Conditions apply. See dealer for details.
WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
Want Eric's weekly recipes? They're super delicious. Text recipe to 33777 now.
Hi there, welcome. It is Eric Erickson here. This was not the day I expected. I got so much, well, you know, the nice thing is maybe tomorrow will be a slow news day, and we'll be able to focus on more stuff tomorrow. Goodness gracious. You got the Tucker Carlson thing, we got the Don Lemon thing, and then we got more Don Lemon, and then we got more Tucker Carlson. Just non-stop news. I'm just looking at all the stuff that has been left on the cutting room floor for today. There is one I do want to mention to you. Americans are going deeper into debt as they use buy now, pay later apps for groceries. This is really dangerous, y'all. This is really, really, really a terrible trend that a lot of businesses, from Target to your local grocery store, are allowing you to use buy now, pay later apps. So you do layaway payments essentially for your groceries. Faith Smith was already stretching her $500 monthly grocery budget as far as it could go. Then her phone lit up with an imperfect solution. She got a notification that Target would allow her to use buy now, pay later apps, which let consumers pay for goods in chunks over the course of several weeks or months. Smith was all too familiar with the buy now, pay later process. The 34-year-old administrative assistant was already using it to buy clothes and school supplies for her younger daughter. I can't just buy groceries out of pocket like I used to. She maxed out her credit on buy now, pay later, such as Afterpay, Klarna, and PayPal. It helps for a week or two, but then you're stuck with the grocery bills for a couple of months. It's a terrible idea. You should not do this for anything if you can help it, but particularly groceries. You know, I mentioned our new advertiser, Sensible. You really, I mean, it's a low fee. You can get a subscription for your kids and start teaching them financial literacy. Be Sensible Smart, and it's CENT for Sensible. BeSensibleSmart.com. You got to, whether it's this or Dave Ramsey or something, getting your kids on a financial track young, because right now so many companies are out there trying to convince you to indebt yourself. As interest rates have gone up, they have every incentive to get you indebted to them. And buying now, paying later for groceries is insane, and yet people are doing it. I feel so sorry for this woman, but what a mess you get yourself in. You max yourself out. Share of users surveyed who report using buy now, pay later loans to make purchases. 46% for clothes and shoes. 34% for furniture and appliances. 27% for technology. 26% for beauty, body, and hair products. 21% for groceries. 18% for concerts, sports, games, and events. 16% for fitness equipment, 13% for toys, 13% for dining out, 11% for travel. I would have thought travel, technology, and furniture would be high, but no, the top is clothing and shoes. What the heck are you people buying that you got to buy now and pay later? That's horrible. Horrible. You're putting yourself in debt for shoes. You got to get your Air Jordans. Oh my gosh, what a disaster for Americans, that it has become so easy to do this. It's such a terrible idea. Do not do buy now, pay later. And kids, when you go to college, do not get the credit card. I say this as someone who took forever to pay off his. Don't repeat my mistake. Do not get that credit card. Don't do it. There's your Ramsey moment of the day from me.
WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
It's no surprise. Pinehurst Toyota has done it again, a third award. And this one is the Golden Carfax top-rated dealer, based on Toyota and Hyundai ability to consistently provide the best pre-owned vehicles and service. Pinehurst Toyota also has the Pilot Best of the Pines Service Department and the Sandhills Magazine Best Dealership in Moore County. The Pinehurst Toyota Advantage Plan is our goal to make you 100% satisfied with your visit to Pinehurst Toyota. The first 2 years or 25,000 miles are covered by the Toyota Care Program, and you get 5 years of roadside assistance regardless of miles. That's why with a major service at Pinehurst Toyota, you will receive a complimentary loaner for all qualified warranty repairs. Call Pinehurst Toyota at 910-692-2424. That's 910-692-2424.
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sandhills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM, WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
Breaking news this hour from townhall.com. I'm John Scott. An evacuation of the American embassy in warring Sudan over the weekend. U.S. officials say American forces swept in and out of the capital, Khartoum, on Chinook helicopters. Secretary of State Blinken says it's hard to know exactly how many Americans are in Sudan, since they're not required to register.
We do know, of course, the number of Americans who have registered with us and with whom we're in very active communication. And of those, I would say some dozens have expressed an interest in leaving.
During the American Embassy evacuation, no shots were fired and no major casualties reported. 2 explosions at a counterterrorism police facility in northwest Pakistan, killing at least 7 and wounding 45. The Pakistani Taliban has claimed similar attacks recently. Also at townhall.com, Americans continue to have access to the abortion pill mifepristone following the Supreme Court's Friday night announcement. Correspondent Mark Sherman reports the Fifth Circuit Court will be the next venue to take up the Texas case that questions FDA approval of that drug.
It has scheduled arguments for May 17th. There's no timetable for when it might issue a decision. And then it's entirely possible that the losing side in the Fifth Circuit will go to the Supreme Court. That wouldn't happen probably until late summer at the very earliest, and it could be months after that before the justices even decide whether to hear the case.
Correspondent Mark Sherman. 2 moves by cable network news stations. Tucker Carlson has left Fox News, and longtime CNN host Don Lemon is out at that cable news network. The Dow ahead 26 points, but the NASDAQ is down 39. More at townhall.com.
Sleep Financial Group is not a law firm. This story is...
A prosecutor says Proud Boy leaders charged with plotting to use violence to keep Donald Trump in power saw the far-right extremist group as the former president's army. A jury today began hearing closing arguments for the trial of former Proud Boys national chairman Enrique Tarrio and 4 lieutenants. Defense attorneys have said there's no evidence or a conspiracy or a plan for the Proud Boys to attack the Capitol that day. Big shakeups in the world of media as 2 well-known hosts at 2 different networks are out. Here's CBS News correspondent Matt Piper.
Don Lemon tweeted that he was fired by CNN and that, quote, after 17 years, I would have thought that someone in management would have had the decency to tell me directly. But CNN tweeted back, that's inaccurate. He was offered an opportunity to meet with management, but instead released a statement on Twitter. That all comes moments after Fox News.
Good evening and welcome to Tucker Carlson Tonight.
Announced that host Tucker Carlson is out. He's been peddling this about the 2020 election.
As of tonight, tens of millions of Americans suspect this election was stolen from them.
Matt Piper, CBS News.
A wildfire continues to spread through the Croatan National Forest near Newbern. Heavy smoke, flames, and ashes are falling. Effects of the fire. Public Information Officer with the Forest Service, Leah Parker, says the fire has burned more than 35,000 acres.
They are out there assisting the other local fire departments. I would say right now, smoke in the general direction. Right now, I know that it's covering a little bit of Newbern with smoke, and the Highway 70 is a little bit covered as well.
The fire about 30% contained. Investigation continuing after an autopsy is now out in the 2022 shooting death of a Western North Carolina motel owner. Chief medical examiner ruling that Lambert Wilson died on October 20th last year from gunshot wounds he sustained at the El Camino Motel in Cherokee, which he owned. The 68-year-old Bryson City resident was a teacher and principal for 31 years in Swain County schools, but he retired in 2006 and also served on the Board of Education. You're listening to NCN News.
Alternative Power knows when a storm causes your power to go out, life is disrupted. Now is the time to prepare. A Generac automatic standby generator from Alternative Power guards the home against blackouts caused by weather of all types. And with hundreds of units in stock, you can have your generator installed in a matter of weeks, not months. Gain peace of mind with a Generac automatic standby generator. Alternative Power, North Carolina's Generac experts. See more at alternativepower.com.
As the high school spring sports season starts, we remind you that April is Distracted Driving Awareness Month. Whether it be on the phone or to others in the car, setting your navigation, adjusting what you're listening to, drinking coffee, applying makeup, or texting and driving. By driving distracted, you are robbing yourself of seconds that you could need to avoid a close call or a deadly crash. Need to text? Designate your passenger as your designated texter, or just pull over. This message is brought to you by the North Carolina High School Athletic Association and the Governor's Highway Safety Program.
Auto dealers have been on a markup binge of late.
The all-new Appliances and More is located at the old Sears location in Aberdeen. Hi, this is Katherine Phelps. Joe and I made the decision to invest in our community as an independent appliance store, where we pride ourselves in creating relationships and help our customers make an informed buying decision. We have a lot of new changes coming and invite you all to visit our new Appliances and More in the Town and Country Shopping Center, Aberdeen.
Look for sunshine to break through the clouds this afternoon. Highs will head into the mid to upper 60s. Temperatures will be below normal for this time of the year. Tonight, we're down into the upper 30s and lower 40s. Some areas to the northwest could see patchy frost. No frost advisories in effect. Temperatures tomorrow will warm into the mid-60s and lower 70s. I'm meteorologist Peter Sherwood in the Weather Center.
This hour of the Sean Hannity Show is brought to you by Premier Power Generation. Call 910-295-3188 for all your generator needs.
It is my testimony that the border is secure, and we are working every day, day and night, to increase its security.
Thousands of children are in physical danger because of what you are doing. You should have resigned long ago. And if you cannot change course, you should be removed from office.
You're now paying $35 instead of $500 a month for that insulin. God love you, man. 8 EIGH%.
Freedom is back in style. Welcome to the revolution.
Yeah, we're coming to your city. Gonna play our guitars and sing you a country song.
Sean Hannity. The new Sean Hannity Show. More behind-the-scenes information on breaking news and more bold, inspired solutions for America.
All right, thank you, Scott Shannon, and thanks to all of you for being with us. Toll free, our number is 800-941-SEAN. If you want to be a part of the program, it's very, very hard. My phone's been blowing up all day about the news that Tucker Carlson and the Fox News Channel have parted ways, and the hard part for me is I don't have a clue. I don't know what happened. I don't know anything about it. I can't comment on something. I can comment on it and just tell you the truth, which is that I have no idea. I don't know. Was it Tucker's decision? Was it Fox's decision? Was it a mutual agreement that they had? I don't know. I know that I talked to Dan Bongino. He said they left on amicable terms. There was no issue. And you know, he didn't want to work 6 days a week. And by the way, I don't really blame him. He works really, really hard. He's always been a dear friend of mine. And he said all of that publicly. So it's not anything that was not in the public sphere. I've not seen any comments yet from Tucker. And I guess people think because I've been there the longest that I would have some knowledge or understanding of what went on. I just don't. And like everybody else, I am an employee there. I have a little different business relationship with radio, but I know it might be frustrating to some of you thinking that you were going to get answers from me today that I can't give. I will say this, that no matter what the reason is, my strong guess would be, I mean, we have all throughout my career, and I started radio in 1987, and I started at the Fox News Channel in October of 96. And if you would have told me that I would have survived as long as I have, knowing how tough this business is, I wouldn't have believed it. I always worked under the assumption that I was probably doing my last show. I never had the confidence that I would survive in such a competitive industry. TV was never in my plans. I originally just wanted to be a radio talk show host, and I got very blessed. I call it an undeserved life. I got to do both. It's hard to do two shows, but I've been blessed to be able to do it for 27 years. And I'm grateful to everybody who's helped me along the way and been a part of it. And I'm most grateful to you, this audience, because you make it possible by listening and by watching. but I've also watched massive shifts in the media in both radio and on television, and it's evolving even at this very minute. Things are changing constantly. And for example, if you go back to 1988, Rush Limbaugh came on the scene. Prior to FM radio, everyone got their music from AM radio. And then all of a sudden, FM sounded better and people wanted to hear music on FM, and AM started a decline. And then along comes this guy named Rush Limbaugh, and he saved single-handedly the AM band. And then that led to the explosion of talk radio. I think at the time when he started his syndication on radio, I think there were about 200 talk radio stations in the country. Now there's thousands of them. Then you can add to that satellite radio. And then you can add to the fact, which also has had an impact and changing winds of how people, listen in the car or whatever they listen to, podcasting, or people choosing their own music and plugging in their phone and playing DJ themselves and playing their favorite music that they want to hear and not waiting for the DJ to play the song that they most want to hear. The same thing with TV. TV, we have watched an explosion in television. When I started on television, people are like, Fox what? Fox News who? And I remember when I left Atlanta, nobody had ever heard of Fox News, and they're like, well, you're making the dumbest decision of your life, and it turned out to be one of the best decisions of my life. And there is, and I've watched this in both my radio and TV careers, a lot of people make a lot of shifts and a lot of changes in the course of their careers, and I've been fortunate to be able to continue to do what I love in both radio and TV with the same partners. But the landscape is also changing. Look at the popularity, for example, of Joe Rogan's podcast and other people's podcasts. And I don't think that my success in any way is predicated on other people's failures. What I do know about Tucker is he has a big following, and that I have no doubt that he's going to have many options available to him moving forward in his career, and his fans will be able to hear him and see him. We've seen Bill O'Reilly, do it. He's a regular on this program, and so many others as well. If I started listing them, I'd miss too many names. With that said, I'm sure we'll learn more in the hours, days, weeks, months ahead. And if, for people that think that I should know, I don't own the channel. I don't know. If I knew, I would tell you. I have a pledge to be honest with my audience, and so many people asking me what happened. My honest answer is I don't know. And all of us, we at different times you have like competitive, rivalries going on. There were years me and Bill O'Reilly really didn't get along. And anyway, one day we had a sit down together, and Brian Kilmeade was there, Geraldo was there, and we just were brutally honest with each other about, why we had this kind of schism between us. It was, everybody knew about it. It was not a secret. And we ended up that day putting our differences aside. And I just am a person that wants to get along with people if I can. If they don't want to get along with me, I understand. And I want to forgive, and I don't want to spend the rest of my life angry at anybody. I don't believe in any way that any success I have is predicated on anybody else's failure. I believe actually just the opposite. I believe a rising tide lifts all boats. If you have a good lineup on either a radio station or a TV station, it's good for everybody. And so that's my take on it. I don't think you've heard the last from Tucker unless he wants to not be on the air. He will have as many options as anyone would expect to do it. The media landscape is changing. People, look at, for example, the choices at night. Amazon, Netflix, Hulu, Prime. There's so many options out there, which means that's kind of why you have to work really hard at doing the best shows you can do, because people do have other options, and I don't want people tuning away from my show. So, so I'm sure in the days and weeks to come that we'll find out more information about it. And at that point, we can make our decisions. Anyway, later on, we'll talk more about it later in the program. I got a lot of news, though, that I do want to get to today. There is now rumors running rampant. Now, we know that Joe Biden is expected to announce, even though nobody wants him to make this announcement, but we expect that he's going to announce that he is running for a second term. I mean, even fake news CNN is saying that the polling is very, very clear that Biden's age is a massive challenge. ABC is out there reporting that Biden's reelection or even being on the ticket, most Americans do not want to vote for him or an 81-year-old man for president. Even MSDNC points out in their poll that 26% of Americans, only 26% think he should run for reelection. The country sees what's happening. Economically, we all are feeling what's happening. On the foreign policy side, we know there that, it's a disaster. We are witnessing the evolution of a new axis of evil with China, Russia, and Iran, and it is beyond bewildering to people. By the way, one last point on the media thing, and I'll get to this later in the show. I don't want to talk about it now, is Don Lemon was fired at CNN after 17 years, and he's pretty pissed off about it. He's out there tweeting about it. So he says he's stunned. He put out a statement. It was kind of bitter. But you could see that coming. That to me was not a surprise in any way. Nobody watched him, number one. The comments about Nikki Haley being past her prime was probably, and him not getting along with his co-host was probably the end of it. He had said a lot of outrageous things over the years. I have stuck with my policy of never supporting a cancellation or a firing or a boycott of anybody, anytime, any place, anywhere, and I'm never going to go there. But we're going to learn a lot. The issue really before us now there are a lot of rumors running around that the possible indictment of Hunter Biden is very real, and that meetings are expected to take place as early as today, tomorrow, Wednesday, as it relates to Hunter. Here's where I think this is going, and I think this is all rooted in this fact. You have this IRS whistleblower out there and suggesting that Merrick Garland may have lied under oath. We'll get to that later. But this IRS whistleblower is saying that there is not equal treatment under the law as it relates to Hunter Biden and the treatment of the IRS of Hunter Biden versus, say, conservatives. Then we've got other issues involved in this. And that has to do with the suspicious activity reports that were discovered by James Comer. And then we have these new LLCs that were discovered by James Comer and his committee and that have become very revealing. And this has now brought this entire Biden family syndicate issue to the forefront. And last week we were able to report to you that there were 9 Biden family members that were benefiting from these foreign business dealings of Hunter Biden. We now can say with certainty that Joe Biden lied when he repeatedly said that he had never had a single discussion with Hunter about his foreign business associates. That we can tell you. The question is, was this an influence peddling scheme? And now that we got these corporations, these SARS reports, now we're following money. Then you find where the money came from. And we know a lot of deals were made with China. I'd like to get a final figure. How much money did the Biden family do with the communist Chinese? What did Joe know, and when did Joe know it? Forget about Hunter. The same thing would go with our number 2 geopolitical foe. If China's our number 1 geopolitical foe, how much money did the Biden family do in business with Russia? How much money did they do with Burisma and Ukraine? Why did Joe leverage that billion taxpayer dollars to get a prosecutor investigating his son fired? All of this is now beginning to hit because of the investigation into the House Government Reform and Oversight Committee. So we're going to find out. Later on, we'll have Eric Schmidt on the program, senator from Missouri. But at the time, he was running this case in Missouri. And anyway, he had told the Washington Examiner that he's focusing on the relationships, especially with Twitter. But in the lawsuit that was filed, you have you have certain pieces that we learned from Schmidt in a lawsuit in a partnership with Louisiana's Attorney General in an attempt to hold the agencies accountable. Now the question is, why did Joel Roth, the Twitter integrity site head at the time, talk about these weekly meetings that the FBI had with big tech companies and warning, according to Joel Roth, warning that there might be a Russian hack and leak operation, in other words, a disinformation campaign targeting social media, and that they've got to be on the lookout for that. And Joel Roth admitting that they said it might be a misinformation about Hunter Biden. Now, remember, the guy that headed this up for the FBI was the guy by the name of Elvis Chan. That's the guy that wrote the thesis in college that Trump colluded with Russia to win the 2016 presidential election, which we all know is completely untrue. And on top of that, you want to talk about election interference, we now know that, thanks to the testimony of Mike Morrell, that in fact Tony Blinken led up the effort to get 51 former intel officials to sign a letter saying, oh, no, the Hunter laptop story looks like a Russian hack and leak operation or a misinformation campaign, and you can't trust it. Well, not only did that result in big tech censoring the information, but secondly, it created doubt in the minds of the American people. They thought it was all BS, when in fact all of it was true. Now, if that's not interfering, and then here's another question. Did Tony Blinken get rewarded for leading up that effort? Because Joe Biden got on a campaign debate stage and quoted that letter as his defense that it didn't happen, that the Hunter Biden laptop was not real, when in fact it was very real. And then you raise the question, why did the FBI have it since December of 2019 and do nothing with it? All right, we'll never forget what happened on 9/11/2001. 2,977 people lost their lives, and people are still suffering and dying from 9/11-related illnesses. We have a whole generation that knows little to nothing about what happened on 9/11/01. Only 2 states in our country mandate K-12 learning, and that's why the Tunnel to Towers 9/11 Institute gives educators access to nonfiction resources for K-12. They have full curriculum units built around first-person accounts with scripted social studies lessons, activities, and backgrounds for teachers. Plus, they have their Discovering Heroes series of books and their accompanying curriculum units, a speakers bureau with access to 9/11 responders, survivors, loved ones. They have their 83-foot tractor-trailer mobile exhibit. It's 1,100 square feet. It's an interactive museum with 9/11 artifacts. They have their Russell F. Siller Memorial Scholarship. That's given to children of program recipients who are exemplary high school students preparing for college. But anyway, they're asking all of us, join Team Hannity and commit to $11 a month to help these heroes that laid it all out on the line for us. Anyway, go to their website, the letter T, the number 2, the letter T.org, the letter T, the number 2, the letter T.org for the Tunnels to Towers Foundation.
Come on, man. It's taken me 47 years to perfect doing nothing. I had to become president to show you I could do that better than anybody.
Joe Biden, the most dangerous man in America.
This is the Sean Hannity Show.
You know, the thing about all things MyPillow products, they just work. I fall asleep faster, I stay asleep longer, and guess what? Mike Lindell, MyPillow, they have just made their pillow, MyPillow, the original, that much better with MyPillow 2.0. The MyPillow 2.0 has the patented adjustable fill of the original MyPillow, but it now has brand new exclusive fabric that is made with temperature-regulating thread. The MyPillow 2.0 is the softest, smoothest, and coolest pillow you're ever going to own. You're going to love it. When you go to MyPillow.com, click on the Sean Hannity Square, and if you buy one MyPillow 2.0, you get another one absolutely free. The MyPillow 2.0 is made with the temperature-regulating technology, 100% made in the U.S. The pillow comes with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day unconditional money-back guarantee. You can get it by calling 800-919-6090, use the promo code Hannity, or simply go to MyPillow.com, click on the Sean Hannity Square, buy one, get one free, the all-new MyPillow 2.0.
I've told you about my lower back pain and how kneeling in church on Sunday was becoming nearly unbearable. Sebastian Gorka here. I've also told you about how Relief Factor has helped almost eliminate my pain. Now, let me tell you what Robert in California says about his experience with Relief Factor. Robert writes, I didn't think Relief Factor was working until I ran out mid-month. After about 3 days, the pain was back to where it started. It was a great test for me to see how much Relief Factor really works. 3 weeks from now, you could be doing the things you enjoy doing and living the life you love. Your first step to becoming pain-free from aches and pains from daily living could be just to order the 3-week quick start for only $19.95. After trying Relief Factor, over 500,000 people have gone on to order more. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 800-4RELIEF to find out about this offer. That's ReliefFactor.com or call 800-4RELIEF. Feel the difference with Relief Factor.
You've changed thousands of diapers, cut off hundreds of crusts, played hours of peekaboo and duck duck goose because you'd do anything for your kids. That's why it's so important to protect them with life insurance from State Farm. I'm State Farm Agent Ward Rowland, and I'll make it easy and affordable to help you protect your family no matter what the future holds. Because for people you do anything for, life insurance could mean everything. Call me today. I'm Ward Rowland, your local State Farm agent. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Serving more people, more places, 24/7. If your AC breaks down, we'll restore your indoor heaven. Installation or repair, one call, we'll be there. It's your family, don't delay. Comfort's just a call away. We're Comfort Services. Comfort Services.
Come to Comfort Services in Aberdeen to get a free estimate on a new Carrier system or heat pump, and you may qualify for a rebate up to $1,800 from Carrier. Get in on the savings and purchase a qualifying heating or cooling product before the Cool Cash rebate ends May 26th. You may also qualify for financing options as well. Stop into Comfort Services on Highway 5 near the Habitat store in Aberdeen, or call 910-695-2665. Carrier and Comfort Services, a great team.
Comfort's just a call away. Comfort Services.
Sandy Ridge Memory Care provides all the amenities of home while providing personalized resident care and a dedication to a safe, secure, and comfortable environment for your loved one. Providing care for dementia and Alzheimer's population has been our specialty for over 20 years. Research has proven that a loving, structured, and intimate home environment successfully fulfills the needs of both the one affected by dementia and Alzheimer's, as well as the family caregivers. As one of the largest memory care facilities in North Carolina, we feature 3 separate secure units within our community. Each wing is designed for individual needs and preferences. Call for an appointment or just drop in to tour our facility and discover for yourself the care that sets us apart. Located only minutes from Moore County and surrounding areas, Sandy Ridge Memory Care is the right place at the right time. On Bowman Road in Candor or online at sandyridgeliving.com. Call 910-974-6000. Did you know 80% of Americans think pre-planned funeral arrangements are a good idea? At Pines Funerals, we encourage our community to have a plan in place to take care of those you love so that your final wishes are observed. Call 910-947-2224 or visit us at pinesfunerals.com today to request free planning information and see why more families prefer Pines. Pines Funerals, in association with Fry and Prickett, Kennedy, and Powell Funeral Homes, serving Carthage, Robbins, Southern Pines, and surrounding communities.
WEEB, we've got you by the ears.
Interesting MSN reporting today. White House strategists are preparing, what a shocker, for a weekend at Bernie's re-election campaign plan for Biden. Former White House officials basically telling the Telegraph that Biden is being handled by consummate communication micromanagers determined to control the narrative, which means him not saying very much at all. Rather than a speech, his re-election campaign is expected to be announced in a pre-recorded video this week, and that announcement comes amid increasing signs that the media access to Biden, already the oldest serving president, is being limited. They're going to hide him in the basement, What a shock. I am shocked at that news.
Thanks for help bringing the economy back. One local purchase at a time.
Kind of uplifts you and you feel better.
It's the greatest comeback of all time. With Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
Jared Kirk and Amy McBride of the First Casualty Insurance Group in Southern Pines talk about the benefits of being an FCIG customer.
Our agency has been in business since 1984. We are an independent agency, which means that we have numerous carriers. Having multiple carriers benefits our customers because it offers them more options for their coverage and price.
One of the most asked questions we get from our clients is how much do they need to insure their home for? Many clients think they should insure their home based on tax value or what they could sell their home for. Neither is correct.
Insurance carriers want to insure your home for the replacement value. Replacement value is what it would take to rebuild your home back to its current state in the event of a complete loss.
First Casualty Insurance Group of Southern Pines. Call them today at 910-692-8303 or find them on the web at fcignc.com.
My name is Tony Keith of Keith Hardware in Carthage, North Carolina. I'm the third generation of a family-owned business. We've been in business for 83 years. We sell live bait, crickets, minnows, and worms, fishing tackle, nuts and bolts and screws by the piece. You can still come in and get nails weighed out by the pound or ones or twos, however you'd like.
The guys, they know what they're doing. You don't have to ask for service. You tell them what you need. If they ain't got it, usually they can conjure it up.
Keith Hardware has been a tradition in this town for as long as I've been in business, 42 years, and they run a good business and they're good people.
I came in with 2 pieces of plumbing. I handed it to this guy, and he took off the back, picked it up, and brought it back. Their knowledge is invaluable to me.
With Keith Hardware for 28 years. I rent the building from them next door, and Tony and Ginger are doing an excellent job. I'm proud of them.
Come visit Keith Hardware today at 207 Monroe Street in Carthage.
We're just an old-fashioned hardware store.
John Cole's Plumbing Professionals wants to remind you about the importance of knowing where your shutoff valve is. Whether you're buying a new home or have lived in the same place your entire life, knowing where the shutoff valve is and maintaining it can help you avoid a catastrophe in the long run. To find your shutoff valve or to have it inspected, call the John Cole's Pros today at 910-639-4933.
John Cole's Plumbing Professionals.
This is the perfect time of the year to bust out all your Echo tools and equipment from Beaver Equipment. Thanks to all the storms, my new Echo chainsaw from Beaver Equipment has been getting a good workout. Beaver Equipment is the place to go for rough and rugged Echo equipment for real men. They offer 5-year warranties and are locally owned and operated. So men, get out there and enjoy your Echo Power equipment from Beaver Equipment, Highway 211 in Aberdeen, 910-944-0402.
Wilkinson Chevrolet Buick GMC in Sanford has been selling and servicing Buicks in Moore, Lee, Chatham, and Harnett counties for 70 years. Just a short drive from anywhere in the Sandhills, Wilkinson Chevrolet Buick GMC currently has 36 new Buicks available for purchase. To see the full list of new Buicks or to schedule your service appointment, visit wilkinsoncars.com or call 919-775-3421. We are professional grade. For more than 30 years, Kubota of Sanford has offered sales, service, and parts for all your needs. Come join them at their spring open house, April 14th and 15th. See their wide selection of Kubota and Gravely tractors, mowers, utility vehicles, construction equipment, and trailers from brands like Big Tex, Master Tow, and Diamond Cargo. That's April 14th and 15th at Kubota of Sanford, located at 4217 Jefferson Davis Highway in Sanford, or call them at 919-292-6464.
Your local weather forecast is brought to you by Sunbelt Service Pros. For professional service, call 910-944-2044. Anytime, day or night.
Sunshine will move through for this afternoon. Highs will head into the mid to upper 60s. Tonight, we're down into the upper 30s and lower 40s, while a few spots in the 30s could see frost develop. No frost advisories are in effect. Tomorrow, Tomorrow will be a milder day. Highs will head into the mid-60s and lower 70s. Temperatures will be below normal for this time of the year this week. I'm meteorologist Peter Sherwood in the Weather Center.
97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
Show the mainstream media loves to hate. This is the Sean Hannity Show.
25 to the top of the hour. Thank you for being with us. You know, over 60 million lives lost at the hands of abortion. I've always said abortion's a heart issue. And what's great is our partnership with preborn.com/Sean, S-E-A-N. You can donate to this group. They don't get money from any government, the federal government in particular, because they're not Planned Parenthood, I guess. And anyway, what they're doing at these preborn network clinics is they are showing expecting moms that may be considering abortion. They're using the science of ultrasound imaging, which has become so sophisticated today, where they have an opportunity for free, because it's only because of your donations they can do this. They give women free ultrasounds, and that science is convincing them to choose life. And it's incredible. I'll give you one case. Victoria, perfect example, found out she was pregnant, and an internet search led her to a preborn network clinic where she would decide the future of her baby. She saw the baby, with 4D imaging. Now you can see, fingers and toes and facial features, and you hear the heartbeat, and she's now expecting a baby boy. For $28, you can sponsor what is a life-changing ultrasound. And donations of any size go a long way to saving babies, and they also care for the mothers. They offer free counseling before and after birth. They offer, baby formula, diapers, food, whatever's needed. They step up and try and help as much as they can. They can only do it if you're willing to donate. I recently decided to do it myself. I don't say it to brag. I like to keep donations private and secret, but I think it's important that I wanted to pay for two of the machines, because I know they have a need for as many as they can, and those ultrasound machines, that technology is not inexpensive. But whatever you can donate, every penny goes right to the cause. Dial pound 250 on your cell, say the keyword baby, pound 250, keyword baby. Their website is preborn.com/Sean, S-E-A-N, preborn.com/Sean, S-E-A-N, and you can go from there. I'll tell you, when you think that things just can't get any worse with the Biden administration, especially in terms of foreign policy, Joe Biden has just checked out. And China is now on the move to become the dominant world sole superpower. This axis of evil I keep talking about is real. Not making it up. It's real. And that is China, Russia, Iran. The Chinese brokering a deal with the Saudis and the Iranians, it is beyond historic. It's dangerous. I mean, these are two countries. You're dealing with a Shia country and a Sunni country. They hate each other and have hated each other. And now they're in the process of negotiating, again led by the Communist Chinese and President Xi, a deal with China and Syria. Now, this is a real, clear, present danger to the free world and the world in general. And you're talking about, I would assume at some point North Korea becomes a part of this coalition. And all of that is dangerous to everybody. And then on the economic front, I don't think things could get any worse. With 2/3 of the country now living paycheck to paycheck, that's a dangerous scenario for everybody in the country. And gas prices now are rising rapidly because ever since the alignment of Saudi Arabia, they've chosen sides. They're betting the Communist Chinese are going to win this battle with Joe Biden as president, so they don't want to be on the losing side of this battle. And the same with the UAE. We see that, we've learned that they partnered with Putin and Russia. We see Egypt now is providing arms to the Russians. That's not good either, because we did have a coalition under Donald Trump that included the U.S., Israel, Egypt, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, the Emirates, against Iranian hegemony. Now the Iranians are getting bolder and bolder and working harder and harder to get nuclear weapons, and those nuclear weapons, coupled with their really twisted ideology, That's a danger for the entire world. And if I was China and I was Russia, I wouldn't be helping the Iranian mullahs get nuclear weapons because they could turn on them just as quick. But then back to the economic front, we got, much to the delight of Beijing, they're getting all the oil they want from Iran. They're getting all the oil they want, all the energy they need from Russia. But we have an administration that is just hell-bent on no domestic energy production. Windmills are great. The problem with windmills is the technology does not exist to replace the lifeblood of the world's economy. That's fossil fuels. That's oil, gas, coal. And now we learn that the Biden administration is now finalizing a proposal that is going to force fossil fuel-fired power plants to curb their emissions or utilize costly carbon capture technology. You know what that means? That means they're raising the price of energy yet again because they just taxed oil, gas, and coal. They just taxed your pensions. They just raised taxes on corporations. So now they're even taking it to another step. Who do you think is going to pay for all of this requirement, all these requirements, to now retrofit all, coal, natural gas-fired power plants to cut and capture the vast majority of the carbon dioxide emissions? Who do you think is going to pay for that? You're going to pay for that technology. You're going to pay for that upgrade, unless they follow the example of California, where now your utility bill is going to be based on what your income is. It's pretty unbelievable. So now they're preparing this major crackdown on power plants. Well, those power plants fuel our nation's power grid. All those electric vehicles that they want you to buy are, put in a charging station. That charging station uses the power grid, 90% of which is fossil fuel related. It's pretty bad. This push now for the communist Chinese to replace the U.S. dollar as the world's currency, that's real too. That's a real clear present danger as well. We've got to get to the bottom, though. And now that we know, last week we learned there were 9 members of the Biden family. We originally only thought 3. Now we know there are 9 members of the Biden family that benefited financially from Hunter Biden's foreign business dealings. We know that Hunter implicates his own father in his own laptop that was very real, that the FBI was telling big tech companies is likely not real, even though they had it in December of 2019, and that was an influence on the election. Sad state of affairs. I told you about the fact Hunter Biden had a baby. He claimed it wasn't his baby. They had a paternity test. Turns out it was his baby. And Grandma and Grandpa Biden want nothing to do with their own grandchild, which to me is pretty pathetic. And if any Republican ever acted this way, I think that the scorn would be incalculable. Anyway, so the individual, lawyers for the former girlfriend of Hunter Biden, London Roberts, asked an Arkansas court Friday to jail the first son for failing to step up and provide his financial records as required in her lawsuit over support payments for their 4-year-old daughter that's named Navy. Roberts claims that Hunter is flaunting the dignity and authority of the court by failing to provide one single item or word of discovery. Quote, the court should incarcerate the defendant in the detention center until he complies with the court's orders, because he's trying to lower the payments. I guess these foreign business deals have been cut short because of all the scrutiny. And we're learning more and more each day. Now it's not 3 members, it's not 9 members, but apparently 12 members, according to James Comer, of the Biden family that benefited from his business dealings. Anyway, so Hunter's ex-girlfriend is literally now being sued by Hunter's, some wealthy Hollywood lawyer, according to Miranda Devine, named Kevin Morris. That's the same guy that generously paid off Hunter's $2.8 million IRS bill, which is also part of a federal criminal investigation by the U.S. Attorney in Delaware, David Weiss, into the first son's overseas business dealings. There's been a lot of rumblings all weekend about a possible meeting followed by a possible indictment of Hunter this week on tax issues and on the fact that he lied on his gun application. That's getting louder and louder every day. I can't say for sure, but it's looking more and more like that's going to happen. To me, that's the low-hanging fruit in this entire scandal. I think the real questions are, how much money did the Biden family do in business with China? How much money did they put in their pocket? What did Joe know, and when did Joe know it? The same questions apply to Russia. Those same questions then apply to Ukraine and the dozens of other countries that Hunter Biden was doing business with. How much money did they take in? How much money did Pops really get? What did Joe know, and when did he know it? Because that would be called influence peddling. And that's at a time when he's the vice president of the United States, and it also blows out of the water his excuse, his lie that he had never talked to his son about his foreign business dealings. Then we got the issue of the IRS whistleblower. It looks like implicating Merrick Garland as being responsible and lying to Congress and being responsible for slow-walking the entire investigation. We need to hear from this whistleblower. Those whistleblower protections need to be put in place. We're also hearing that Hunter's lawyers are going after the whistleblower, and I don't know how that's going to end up, at some point. And we got the question of, Tony Blinken and his role. According to Mike Morrell in his testimony before Congress, it was Tony Blinken that got the 51 former Intel officials to sign on to this letter saying that the Hunter Biden laptop, had all the markings of a Russian hack and leak operation or misinformation campaign. Then we need an answer as to, even though the fact that the FBI had the laptop of Hunter Biden, why didn't they authenticate it? And why would they then allow their own agents to have weekly meetings with big tech companies and warn them about such a misinformation campaign in the lead up to the 2020 election, and that misinformation may be about Hunter that resulted in big tech censorship of the very real Hunter Biden laptop story broken by Emma Jo Morris in the New York Post, just weeks before the 2020 presidential election, that likely played a big role in all of this. But the IRS whistleblowers exposing political influence, and whether or not that influence was used to protect Hunter Biden. We need answers to all of this. On the issue of Blinken and the 51 former Intel people, we're now learning that his campaign helped gin up the disinformation. In other words, it was Tony Blinken working on behalf of the Biden campaign. Then it raises a question, did he get this cushy job as Secretary of State? It's considered one of the most prestigious jobs to get in any administration. Did he get it because he was the one that helped Joe win by getting 51 people to comment about something that they knew nothing about and ruin their credibility in the meantime? As Matt Taibbi pointed out, media disinterest in Hunter Biden's laptop letter scandal shows that we're becoming the USSR, the former Soviet Union, with lies and no news. Lawyers representing Hunter Biden now are scheduled to meet with the U.S. attorney and career DOJ officials this week to discuss the investigation into Hunter Biden, and the whistleblowers claiming that the probe into the younger Biden is being mishandled. And I'm told that it could be even a possible indictment as early as this week, because I think they see. I think what they're going to do is if they do charge Hunter Biden, they're going to do it for low-hanging fruit. They're not going to want to get to the real questions here. And that would be Tony Blinken. That would be the IRS whistleblower. That would be Merrick Garland's role. That would be the full extent of the business dealings abroad. And then the question of what Joe knew, when Joe knew it, and whether this was a full-on influence peddling scheme that benefited the entire family. I think it's getting easier, not harder, for investigators, because they had to fight hard to get the SARS reports, suspicious activity reports, and they had to work hard to track down all of these LLCs, some of which they had no idea ever existed. So it runs a lot deeper than we ever thought that it ran. It's pretty unbelievable in the end. But Joe Biden's planning to run his campaign a weekend of Bernie's re-election campaign. Joe is going to hide, say next to nothing at all, and that's how he's planning to run. In other words, let's run the way we did in 2016, except we don't have COVID as an excuse. By the way, Vice President Harris, got to give her a lot of credit. She credited a non-existent federal agency for approving the abortion pill. I mean, the Federal Drug Administration may seem to be likely to break down the acronym for the FDA. That would be the Food and Drug Administration. Maybe somebody can inform her of that. Not the worst gaffe she's made. At least she wasn't giggling at the time she said it, so you got to give her credit for that, too. Wall Street Journal editorial board says Biden should not run in 2024. His cognitive decline is clear. Why does it take people so long to catch up with this program on that issue? By the way, Joe Manchin, rightly so, feels betrayed by Chuck Schumer and by Joe Biden. Remember, he was against the Inflation Reduction Act, and then they did a modified version of it that also included energy production that would have benefited his constituents in West Virginia. They seem to be reneging on that. And I don't blame him for being mad. He's also critical Joe Biden won't meet with Kevin McCarthy. And Joe Manchin will be on Hannity tonight, so that's going to be pretty interesting. Ron DeSantis is in Japan. He'll join us tonight as well. We have an audience show. If you haven't joined one of them yet, I hope you will. We have it's like a raucous, it's a party atmosphere in there. You should see what's going on during the breaks. It's fun. We're throwing footballs all over the place. I have boxes of footballs I throw out every single night. It's fun. Anyway, the tickets are free. If you want them, you can go to Hannity.com and get them. But I think because of all this pressure between the Jim Jordan Judiciary Committee and the James Comer House Oversight Government Reform Committee, I think we're getting to a place where we might start getting answers to really important ethical questions involving the Biden family syndicate. Hey, you've heard me talk about Henry Repeating Arms. Look, they have 200 rifles and shotguns, and you can't make a mistake getting any one of these. This is a great company. It's an American Patriot company. Every one of their products is made in America or not made at all. I have a number of Henry in my collection, Henry rifles. I love them. Henry makes their line of tribute edition rifles. You got to check these out. They honor the unsung heroes in this great nation: farmers, truckers, oilmen, coal miners, and active duty military and vets. They're perfect to cherish yourself as a gift, and you can check them out at henryusa.com/tribute. Then there's the Henry Deluxe Engraved Limited Edition rifles, which are the crown jewels of any collection, masterfully engraved, the finest wood stocks available, and once an edition sells out, it's gone forever. Anyway, henryusa.com. When you go there, get free decals. You get a free catalog and a list of dealers where you are. That's henryusa.com. You're going to love this company.
Bold, inspired solutions for America. Sean Hannity is on.
From the paranormal to aliens among us, it's Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. Overnights here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM, WEEB.
From start to finish, we get the job done right. Professional and caring, you're comfortable day or night. We're the local family, you can count on us. Right there, right on time, the ones you come to trust. 4 seasons, heating and air. Get comfortable with us.
4 Seasons in West End on Highway 211, 910-235-0606.
I'm Ella.
And I'm Eva.
We and everyone in our family are patients at Sandhills Weekend Dental.
We love going to the dentist, especially to get our teeth cleaned.
Katie the hygienist told our brother Ashton he needs to brush his teeth really well every day to get rid of the poop that the sugar bugs leave behind.
Or else he will get cavities, and he doesn't want that.
We feel everyone should go to Sandhills Weekend Dental and eat, kiss, and smile better. Except we don't kiss.
Make your appointment today. Call Sandhills Weekend Dental at 687-4423.
Pines Funerals, Fry and Prickett, Kennedy, and Powell Funeral Homes, serving Carthage, Robbins, Southern Pines, and surrounding communities. Have you thought about pre-planning your final arrangements? At Pines Funerals, we're here to guide and assist our community's families through the pre-planning process. Visit pinesfunerals.com today to schedule a no-pressure, no-obligation appointment to ensure all of your questions are answered. That's pinesfunerals.com to see why more families prefer Pines.
Everybody knows that Mac's Breakfast Anytime is the best spot to eat breakfast or lunch in Moore County. And now Mac's is serving dinner on Friday and Saturday evenings. Enjoy a great meal and check out the classic cars at their cruise-in every third Friday evening of the month. All military receive a 10% discount. All first responders receive a 50% discount. And there's a discounted menu for seniors. Mac's is open every day from 6 to 3 and until 9 p.m. Friday and Saturdays. Dine in or take out. That's Mac's on US 1 North in Aberdeen.
Wilkinson Chevrolet Buick GMC in Sanford has been selling and servicing Buicks in Moore, Lee, Chatham, and Harnett counties for 70 years. Just a short drive from anywhere in the Sandhills, Wilkinson Chevrolet Buick GMC currently has 36 new Buicks available for purchase. To see the full list of new Buicks or to schedule your service appointment, visit wilkinsoncars.com or call 919-775-3421. We are professional grade. Is it finally time to upgrade that aging PC? Visit veteran-owned Silver Knight PCs. Bring in any old PC component to trade in for credit towards the purchase of a new component. Is doing it yourself too hard? Purchase any new pre-built computer from Silver Knight PCs and a 3-year warranty is included. They also offer diagnostic and repair for any PC or Mac. Contact Silver Knight PCs at 910-500-0015 or online at silverknightpcs.com for all your computer needs.
As seen on the Tar Heel Traveler, J.R. Moore & Son is an original country store with something for everyone. Locally owned since 1935, J.R. Moore & Son has general hardware, plumbing, and gardening supplies. They also offer a large selection of clothing and footwear from brands like Arat, Carhartt, Wolverine, Wrangler, and more. Open Monday through Saturday, you can visit J.R. Moore & Son at 865 Thrift Road in Gulf and enjoy what this local historic business has to offer today.
97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
We got a lot coming up today. 800-941-SEAN. Eric Schmidt, the former AG of Missouri, got a comment from Yoel Roth, the former integrity site lead at Twitter, as it relates to what the FBI was telling big tech in the lead up to the 2020 election. We'll check in with him. He's now a senator from Missouri. Later on, we'll talk media. I don't know what you want. I don't know the answer to any of your questions about what's going on at Fox, but certainly Don Lemon deserved to get fired.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
My name is Tony Keith of Keith Hardware in Carthage, North Carolina. I'm the 3rd generation of a family-owned business. We've been in business for 83 years. We sell live bait, crickets, minnows, and worms, fishing tackle, nuts and bolts and screws by the piece. You can still come in and get nails weighed out by the pound, or 1s or 2s, however you'd like.
The guys, they know what they're doing. You don't have to ask for service. You tell them what you need. If they ain't got it, usually they can conjure it up.
Keith Hardware has been a tradition in this town for as long as I've been in business, 42 years, and they run a good business and they're good people.
I came in with 2 pieces of plumbing. I handed it to this guy, and he took off the back and picked it up and brought it back. Their knowledge is invaluable to me.
with Keith Hardware for 28 years. I rent the building from them next door. And Tony and Ginger are doing an excellent job. I'm proud of them.
Come visit Keith Hardware today at 207 Monroe Street in Carthage.
We're just an old-fashioned hardware
Chaos
store.
is in Gulf Sudan as two rival generals fight for control. Amnesty International's Abdullah Hassan says the UK, the US, and other foreign countries have evacuated their embassy staff over the weekend.
We also received reports of attacks on foreigners, including diplomatic personnel. We have had reports of the EU ambassador to Sudan getting attacked. We've also seen reports of US diplomatic convoy getting attacked.
And after personnel were flown out of Khartoum on helicopters, the United States closed its diplomatic mission indefinitely. Also at townhall.com, Russian-appointed authorities in Crimea say the military has fended off a Ukrainian strike on the port of Sevastopol, while a drone was allegedly found in a forest near Moscow.
An official in Sebastopol says the military has destroyed a Ukrainian sea drone that attempted to attack the harbour, adding that another drone blew up without inflicting any damage. The attacks, the latest in a series of attempted strikes on the city, the main naval base in Crimea that Russia illegally annexed in 2014. Russian news reports also claim a Ukrainian exploding drone was found in a forest east of the capital Moscow. While it didn't explode, the incident underscores Kyiv's capacity to reach deep into Russia. I'm Charles de Ledesma.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis in Japan to meet with Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida. It's part of a four-nation trade mission. And one person dead and a suspect in custody after a shooting at a two-year college in Midwest City, Oklahoma. And that shooting on the campus of Rose State College. Stocks finished mixed, the Dow up 67, the NASDAQ down 35. More at townhall.com.
NCN News, I'm Bruce Farrell. The United States is evacuating embassy personnel and citizens wishing to leave Sudan as fighting continues between paramilitary forces. White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan stressed this is not meant to be permanent.
We have only temporarily suspended operations at the U.S. Embassy in Sudan. We fully intend to resume those operations as soon as it is safe to do so. We remain deeply committed to the Sudanese people and to their future.
Several other countries also evacuating their citizens and diplomats over the weekend. More than 400 people have died since fighting broke out between the government, military, and the Rapid Support Forces group on April 15th. A woman in Sharpsburg now facing murder charges for stabbing her boyfriend. Here's Nate Saunders.
Police say on Sunday at around 10:30 p.m., sheriff's deputies were sent to a home on Martin Luther King Jr. Circle and found 47-year-old Quentin Dortch dead. He was stabbed in the chest. Officials arrested Tammy Etheridge, Dortch's girlfriend, and charged her with first-degree murder. She's being held in the Wilson County Jail without bond. I'm Nate Saunders.
Passengers on a flight that was about to take off from Charlotte Douglas International Airport got a view that nobody wants to see when they look out the window. Flames shooting from the wing. Frankie Leggington shared video of the incident and spoke with WSOC.
We were taking off like normal. You know, when the wheels go up, you feel a little bump, and then all of a sudden you hear an explosion.
No one injured. That happened on Friday, the airline offering compensation to passengers. Jury selection underway in the federal death penalty trial of a truck driver accused of shooting to death 11 Jewish worshipers at a Pittsburgh synagogue in the deadliest anti-Semitic attack in U.S. history. Robert G. Bowers from the Pittsburgh suburb of Baldwin facing 63 counts in connection with the attack on October 27, 2018 that took place during Sabbath activities. You're listening to NCN News.
Ground-shaking forces return to Z-Max Dragway for the Circle K NHRA 4-Wide Nationals this weekend with breakout stars
Tony Stewart Racing has entered the history books
and racing legends.
John Forrest collects his 155th career victory.
Don't miss this action-packed event when 4 lanes of nitro rev up in Charlotte. Kids 12 and under are free in general admission. Get your tickets today at charlottemotorspeedway.com for the Circle K NHRA 4-Wide Nationals this weekend.
Hi, Darcy the Cow here for Black Cow, the mature manure. It's time to start getting your flower and vegetable gardens off to a great start with Black Cow. Prepare new plant beds with a 1.5-inch layer of Black Cow in the area and then mix it in with the soil 6 inches deep. Black Cow is organic. Pick up the bright yellow bag and get growing.
Black Cow, the mature manure. Black Cow.
Want to create the bathroom or wine wall of your dreams? This is Amy from Main Street Glass, and every step of our process is tailored to your wants and needs. We specialize in residential and commercial glass, so whether you need a custom shower enclosure, wine room, storefront entry door, or custom mirror, we can do it all. So stop by Main Street Glass at 195 Pinehurst Avenue or call us at 910-639-6336 to schedule your free estimate today.
Well, our computer model suggests that the bulk of the rain this week will come on Friday. We will see some showers, light showers on Wednesday and Thursday. Overnight tonight, though, look for mostly clear skies, a low of 42. Then for Tuesday, partly cloudy nights, high of 68. Tuesday night, partly cloudy, 49. Wednesday, mostly cloudy, few scattered showers, high of 68. Thursday, partly cloudy, a few more scattered showers, high of 70. And Friday, mostly cloudy, good shot of rain with a high of 70. I'm Steve Leader Adams in the Weather Center.
Hi, this is Catherine Phelps. My husband Joe and I are the owners of Appliances and More in the Town and Country Shopping Center, and we are pleased to sponsor this hour of the Sean Hannity Show.
City. Gonna play our guitars and sing you a country song. We'll all be flying higher than a jetliner. And if you want a little bang in your yin-yang, come along.
It is my testimony that the border is secure, and we are working every day and night, to increase its security.
Thousands of children are in physical danger because of what you are doing. You should have resigned long ago. And if you cannot change course, you should be removed from office.
You're now paying $35 instead of $500 a month for that insulin. God love you, man. 8 EIGH%.
Freedom is back in style. Welcome to the revolution.
Yeah, we're coming to your city. Gonna play our guitars and sing you a country song.
Sean Hannity. The new Sean Hannity Show. More behind-the-scenes information on breaking news and more bold, inspired solutions for America.
All right, hour 2, Sean Hannity Show. Toll free, it's 800-941-SEAN if you want to be a part of the program. So we're now hearing that the fate of the Biden family is hanging in the balance this week. Now, Joe Biden's expected to announce that he's going to run for re-election. That's point number one. But point number two is apparently there are negotiations going on with prosecutors on the issue of Hunter Biden. But everything I'm hearing is about low-hanging fruit, tax issues. It's things like he on his gun application and he wasn't honest, things like that. Those are the types of things that I'm hearing. But there now are big controversies that have emerged that we as a country better pay very close attention to, because these are very real, clear, present danger controversies. Now, I will say this, that did the Attorney General commit perjury? And we've gone into that issue in great specificity and great detail. Did Tony wink and blink, and did he have a quid pro quo, considering he was the one that was organizing the former intel officials, the 51 of them, to sign on to this letter that Joe Biden then used in a debate about, whether in fact, whether or not Joe had any inclination on any of these issues that we're talking about. 51 people, Hunter Biden's laptop is disinformation. No, it's not disinformation. Anyway, remember, let's go back to Matt Taibbi talking about and testifying to the relationship between the government and Twitter, and because this gets to the heart and soul of how is it they censored this important laptop. Then we'll be joined by Senator, then Attorney General Eric Schmidt, who did a case in Missouri that we have referenced often, and we want to get to the bottom of this. Let me play this first.
The original promise of the Internet was that it might democratize the exchange of information globally. A free Internet would overwhelm all attempts to control information flow, its very existence a threat to anti-democratic forms of government everywhere. What we found in the files was a sweeping effort to reverse that promise and use machine learning and other tools to turn the Internet into an instrument of censorship and social control. Unfortunately, our own government appears to be playing a lead role. We saw the first hints in communications between Twitter executives before the 2020 election, when we read things like flagged by DHS or please see attached report from FBI for potential misinformation. This would be attached to an Excel spreadsheet with a long list of names whose accounts were often suspended shortly after. Again, Ranking Member Plaskett, I would note that the evidence of Twitter-government relationship includes lists of tens of thousands of names on both the left and right. The people affected include Trump supporters, but also left-leaning sites like Consortium and Truthout, the leftist South American channel Telesur, the Yellow Vest movement. That, in fact, is a key point of the Twitter files. That is neither a left nor right issue.
I mean, pretty amazing testimony. Anyway, Eric Schmidt is with us. He's now the senator from the great state of Missouri, but he was the attorney general in that state, and there was a related matter. And Yoel Roth, who was the site integrity head of Twitter at the time under oath, mentioned and said that the FBI, with these weekly meetings with big tech companies, and it was all the big tech companies, that they were specifically warned by FBI agents that there might be a misinformation campaign, and that misinformation campaign may include information about Joe Biden and Hunter Biden. Anyway, Senator, welcome back to the program. Thanks for being with us.
Great to be with you again, Sean.
Okay, so you said that your new position, if you can scrutinize big tech. We know this is the timeline that I have, and please correct me if I'm wrong. December of 2019, the FBI has a copy of Hunter Biden's laptop, correct?
Correct.
All right. Secondly, the FBI in the months leading up to the 2020 election met weekly with big tech companies. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you had an opportunity to get testimony from Yoel Roth, who was the Twitter integrity site head at the time. Is that correct?
Well, actually, so Yoel Roth, in a sworn affidavit to the Federal Election Commission, because someone had alleged essentially that Twitter was giving in-kind contributions to the Democrats, he, in a sworn affidavit, states that the issue of the Hunter Biden laptop came up. In our lawsuit, which when we filed it a year ago, Sean, people were calling it a frivolous lawsuit. They're not calling that anymore because we uncovered all these, first of all, these avenues in which the government was colluding with big tech to censor speech, the way it was happening with the coronavirus, origins of COVID, all those things came to be true. And then also on this Hunter Biden laptop piece, because what we were able to do was take the deposition of Elvis Chan, who was worked for the FBI, who was the one calling these monthly, then weekly meetings with Facebook, with Twitter, and telling them to be on the lookout for these, what he called Russian, quote-unquote, hack and leak up.
And by the way, wasn't this the same guy that wrote a thesis, Elvis Chan, that was heading up this effort for the FBI, that wrote a thesis in his final year in school suggesting that Trump and Russia did, in fact, collude to win the election in 2016, when we now know that is all absolutely false?
Well, here's the other thing, Sean. I mean, this is, again, why this stuff is so concerning, beyond concerning, is also you had the general counsel for the FBI in the 20s during the 2016 election was a guy by the name of James Baker, who then is the general counsel for Twitter in the 2020 election, who is then telling Twitter, you can't run with this Hunter Biden laptop story, even though there were some folks in Twitter even who were saying, we can't, this doesn't feel right. And so the interconnectedness of all of this between 2016 and even 2020, again, is beyond concerning. But yes, the FBI, knowing they had the laptop, knowing that the laptop was real, knowing that they had authenticated it, was then going out and telling these big tech platforms, be on the lookout for a Russian hack and leak operation involving the laptop. And then, of course, you've got the Blinken revelation from Jim Jordan's committee just last week that he's the guy that was actually running interference and got 51 intelligence agents to say that this was bogus too. And so, I mean, the level of deception here is something that ought to be.
Well, let me put your AG hat back on and slightly give you a little bit of a demotion here, even though being the AG of a state like Missouri is a great honor, but you're a senator now. But I want to use your legal mind. When you see that the FBI they had every opportunity to authenticate Hunter Biden's laptop, which they had in 2019, in December of 2019, I assume they probably did. I may be wrong, but if they didn't, they would have been able to do it within, 48, 72 hours? I mean, they've got to have some of the best and brightest computer minds in the world working for the FBI. I would assume that. So then they have this plan to go out and meet weekly with big tech companies and warn them that this, quote, misinformation campaign, you may be a victim of it, to be on the lookout for it. In other words, a Russia hack and leak operation. And they're specifically mentioning, didn't Yoel Roth at least sign an affidavit or swear that, in fact, that Hunter's name, that this hack and leak operation may be about Hunter Biden?
That's correct. Yep, that's when you start connecting these dots, how troubling it really is. Absolutely.
Okay, and if it's about Hunter, so all of a sudden the New York Post breaks the story about Hunter's laptop, and you have two things happening simultaneously. One is big tech was already warned that this could happen, even though the FBI could have verified the authenticity of that laptop at any point that they wanted. Now, the second side of this is now we've learned that Tony Blinken headed up an effort, according to Mike Morrell and Mike Morrell's testimony before Congress, that it was the now Secretary of State got 51 former intel people to sign off that this was likely a Russian hack and leak operation, had all the markings of it, and none of them had any firsthand knowledge at all whatsoever that would be the case. But they signed off, didn't they? Because they just didn't like Donald Trump and they wanted Joe Biden to win. And Joe Biden then used that letter in the debate against Donald Trump to say, I'm really innocent of all of this, that laptop is BS.
Right. And then Blinken, of course, is rewarded with becoming perhaps the most coveted cabinet position, right, which is Secretary of State. And, listen, this reaches to the highest levels of government. You also have now the potential of this whistleblower who's come forward of the IRS, who's at the IRS, who now they're trying to intimidate him, potentially coming forward and saying, according to reports now, that Merrick Garland is actually still in charge of, or they need sign off from Merrick Garland for this investigation to move forward of Hunter Biden. And what all of this combined, as you laid out the case, Sean, is, look, Richard Nixon went down for Watergate, and that was wall-to-wall coverage. It was, in 1974 was all anybody could see if they turned on the television or read the newspaper. The mainstream media doesn't cover this at all. And Joe Biden is the most compromised president we've had in modern political history. There's no question about it. And this is one aspect of it. But, of course, I think the central piece here is this laptop. The contents of that must be so damaging that they are willing to go through all of this. And again, we are not.
Well, even the low-hanging fruit is damaging. We know that Joe Biden lied when he said he never had a conversation with any of Hunter Biden's business partners. We have photographic evidence. We have evidence of specific meetings of Joe Biden meeting foreign business associates of Hunter Biden. We have the head of Rosemont Seneca, or one of the heads, the VP, going to the Obama-Biden White House 17 times. We have meetings in restaurants that took place. So there were a ton of meetings which proved that Joe Biden, in fact, lied to the country when he said he never one time spoke with Hunter about these foreign business dealings. Then the laptop itself, Hunter implicates his own father. He does it by complaining that half his income, quote, has to go to Pops. He complains about paying for the home repairs at Joe Biden's home. He complains bitterly. Well, he didn't complain in this instance, but he talks about, putting aside 10% for the big guy. We all know the big guy, according to testimony, was Joe Biden. Doesn't that indicate that the entire Biden family, and we learned last week that 6 more Biden family members were beneficiaries of these foreign business deals?
Yeah, and add on top of that, by the way, Sean, that the top secret documents that are discovered at Joe Biden's residence, that home was owned by Hunter Biden. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, you're dealing with a very compromised individual, Hunter Biden, who, as you mentioned, was also traveling to places like China. He was on this Ukrainian energy board. I mean, I think this is one of those situations that we need to continue that oversight in those investigations, because you start to pull the yarn out here and you never know where it's going to go.
Quick break more with Senator Eric Schmidt of Missouri, formerly the AG of Missouri. Very important, critical information as it relates to the FBI campaign to prepare or indoctrinate even big tech companies about Hunter Biden's laptop before the 2020 presidential election. This is blown wide open now. First, I love this company, Legacy Box. So honored to be partners with them. If you go to legacybox.com/Hannity, you're going to get their best sale ever for Mother's Day, and that's 60% off. Now, the great thing about Legacy Box is if you and your family just walk through your house, it's simple. Go through closets, go through the basement, go through your garage, go through your attic, find anything you can find in terms of old pictures, family photos, VHS tapes, camcorder tapes, even reel-to-reel tapes, and their team will hand digitize everything right here in the U.S. You'll get your originals back, and then you will preserve in perpetuity all these great family memories on a thumb drive or a cloud. It's just like magic. Can you imagine maybe your grandma passed away, hearing her voice again? How cool would that be? Or can you imagine generations from now, people hearing your voice, seeing what you look like? How cool will that be for them? Anyway, it's the best Mother's Day sale they've ever had. Go to legacybox.com/Hannity, 60% off, and you send it all in when you're ready. Legacybox.com/Hannity. It's a great gift for the entire family.
Hannity Watch. Keeping an eye on Chuck and Nancy and their minions. Sean Hannity.
All right, when is the last time you checked the legal title to your home? Now, what if your home's title, that's the legal document that proves you own your home, is in some criminal's name? Well, if it is, that's called home title theft. Everybody's home title is online, and we have criminals all over the world that will forge your signature, and basically it's a race against time to stop them before they take out loans against your home, or even worse, sell your home. Now, my partners at Home Title Lock, they demonstrated how criminals can do it. Now, they found the title to Linda's home online, forged her signature, stating that she sold them her home when she did not. Now, some criminal was now the owner, and that's the reality. So how do you know some criminal hasn't taken over the title to your home? Well, you can find out for free with sign-up when you use the promo code Sean, S-E-A-N, and go to HomeTitleLock.com. That's HomeTitleLock.com, promo code Sean, and your first 30 days of protection are free. Do it today. HomeTitleLock.com, promo code Sean.
David in Pennsylvania writes in to tell us about his experience with Relief Factor. I tried Relief Factor for hip pain and was surprised that it also helped relieve my shoulder and foot discomfort. After taking it for a month, I stopped. And sure enough, the pain returned. So I started taking Relief Factor again, and within a week, the pain was relieved. I'm now taking Relief Factor daily. Well, thank you, David. You know, I've heard your story before. People stopping and then starting again because it works. As you all know, I had trouble with aches and pains, and climbing steps was brutal. Your first step to living the life you love, free from aches and pains, could just be to order the 3-week Quick Start for the highly discounted price of $19.95. After trying Relief Factor, over 500,000 people have gone on to order more. Try it for yourself and see what all these people are talking about. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 800-4RELIEF to find out more about this offer. That's 800-4RELIEF. Live your best life and feel the difference with Relief Factor.
Bet you've passed the Village Design Group Home Center sign thousands of times. But did you know it's a 12,000 square foot showroom with everything for home decor? Fabric, wallpaper galleries, carpet, flooring, furniture, and cabinetry. You could easily get overwhelmed. That's why our 10-member design team is there to offer friendly advice and professional guidance. Stop by Monday through Friday 10 to 4 and Saturday 10 to 3. Take advantage of the best design services anywhere. Located on 15501 South next to Zaxby's or on the web at villagedesigngroup.com.
John Cole's Plumbing Professionals has been voted Best Plumbing Company in the 2022 Best of the Pines competition, making them the area's best plumber for the 4th year in a row. And they'd like to sincerely thank each and every person who voted. They'd also like to renew the promise of exceptional customer service, quality workmanship at a fair, on-the-level price. That's the winning formula at John Cole's Plumbing Professionals.
John Cole's Plumbing Professionals.
Skateboarding isn't just a sport, it's an art form and a lifestyle. And now skaters of all ages have a place to unite at Into Flow Skateboards and Arcade in Southern Pines. Find the decks, wheels, bearings, trucks, grip tape, protective gear, skate shoes, and apparel for that skater in your life. And it's not just for skaters. Check out Into Flow's Classic Arcade in the back, or their collectible Funko Pops for sale. Open 6 days a week. Find Into Flow online at flowskateboards.com and get your flow on.
Did you know 80% of Americans think pre-planned funeral arrangements are a good idea? At Pines Funerals, we encourage our community to have a plan in place to take care of those you love so that your final wishes are observed. Call 910-947-2224 or visit us at pinesfunerals.com today to request free planning information and see why more families prefer Pines. Pines Funerals, in association with Fry and Prickett, Kennedy, and Powell Funeral Homes, serving Carthage, Robbins, Southern Pines, and surrounding communities.
Appliances and more, now open at the old Sears location in Aberdeen. Hi, this is Catherine Phelps. Joe and I are the owners of Appliances and More. We're creating relationships and helping you make an informed buying decision is our business. All home appliances are up to 20% off, and we have an in-stock Take It Home Today program. We also offer delivery and installation. So please come by and see the new changes at Appliances and More in the Town and Country Shopping Center, Aberdeen.
Contractors, stop wasting time looking for tile. Go straight to the local experts, the ones who have it all. Meadow Creek Tile. They've got upscale porcelain, ceramic, glass, stone, marble. It's your one stop for materials. And they offer special services for contractors. No more running all over town dealing with amateurs. Meadow Creek Tile, start to finish for any job. Located on 15501 next to Zaxby's. 910-693-7711.
We continue with Missouri Senator Eric Schmidt. At the time, he was the Attorney General in Missouri when this entire issue involving Hunter Biden came up, and how the FBI went to all these big tech companies weekly, warning them that, this information might be about Hunter Biden. Be careful. It might be a Russian hack and leak operation. Is it possible now, with the amount of money we're talking about, that the Biden family did in business with China, Russia, Ukraine, and a dozen other countries, is it possible that Joe Biden, our president, is compromised because of these business dealings? Is it possible that he profited while vice president in some type of influence peddling scheme?
Yes, that's very possible, which is why this should not be, these investigations need to move forward. The American people deserve to know if the President of the United States is compromised. I sit on the Armed Services Committee, Sean, and I'm telling you, the threat that China poses the United States, an existential threat, it's real, and we better take it serious, and serious like a heart attack. Serious.
Senator, I've been saying it daily. This new alliance with China, Russia, Iran, and our allies being peeled off one by one, and China brokering a deal between the Iranians and the Saudis and the Syrians, and the UAE now aligning with Putin, and Egypt aligning with Putin. None of this is good, and it's all because we have a president that's MIA.
That's right, and you can go back to the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan as the initial signal to the world of how weak this president is. And everything else flows from that. And we're seeing it. Look, China's trying to do everything they can to get their allies off of the U.S. dollar, to trade, in currency that's not the U.S. dollar. This is serious stuff. And you have a president now who's not only asleep at the wheel, but also, as I said, I think the most compromised president we've had, certainly in my lifetime.
All right, really appreciate you, as always, Senator Eric Schmidt. This information you got as AG is very pivotal to all of this. Appreciate your time, sir.
Anytime, Sean. Talk to you soon.
All right, 800-941-SEAN if you want to be a part of the program. We'll get to your calls coming up. 800-941-SEAN if you want to join us. At the top of the next hour, our friend Joe Concha, Carol Roth, will be with us. We've got a lot of information. We got an audience show tonight on Hannity. If you'd like tickets, just go to Hannity.com. The tickets are absolutely free. We got a great lineup tonight. Joe Manchin will be on. He's very angry with Joe Biden and the Democrats and Chuck Schumer, as he should be. Ron DeSantis is on tonight. We got a great lineup. 9 Eastern. Set your DVR.
This is Chuck from Sunbelt Service Pros. Are you just not feeling it anymore with your AC service provider? Are you calling those guys because that's what you've always done, or because there's a sticker on the thermostat with an old phone number on it? How about this? Take a chance and you'll be thrilled to find that you're getting real value for your heating and cooling dollars. When you call Sunbelt Service Pros, you are dealing with a professional and reliable service provider. Our technicians are highly trained and certified and can quickly address any issues. Our customers find our technicians and office staff courteous, friendly, and professional throughout the whole process. We're doing something right here. You need to check us out, find out what you've been missing, and call us today. Sunbelt Service Pros at 910-944-2044 or go online to sunbeltservicepros.com.
You look out the window. It's dark. You lock the doors. Maybe you set an alarm. You take every precaution. Do whatever it takes to keep your home safe. But it's not. In fact, termites may be destroying your home right now. You may not see them. You may not hear them. But by the time you see the damage termites cause, it may be too late. So don't wait, because now there is something new. Introducing Termidor, the unique treatment that wipes out 100% of the termites in your home in 3 months or less. They'll never see it coming. But you can't get it from any store. So ask for Termidor by name from your pest control company. Because if you're not asking for Termidor, you're asking for trouble.
Termidor is available at Aberdeen Exterminating. Call 944-2474. For service, that's 944-2474.
It's no surprise. Pinehurst Toyota has done it again. A third award. And this one is the Golden Carfax top-rated dealer, based on Toyota and Hyundai ability to consistently provide the best pre-owned vehicles and service. Pinehurst Toyota also has the Pilot Best of the Pine Service Department and the Sandhills Magazine Best Dealership in Moore County. The Pinehurst Toyota Advantage Plan is our goal to make you 100% satisfied with your visit to Pinehurst Toyota. The first 2 years or 25,000 miles are covered by the Toyota Care Program, and you get 5 years of roadside assistance regardless of miles. That's why with a major service at Pinehurst Toyota, you will receive a complimentary loaner for all qualified warranty repairs. Call Pinehurst Toyota at 910-692-2424. That's 910-692-2424.
From start to finish, we get the job done right. Professional and caring, you're comfortable day or night. We're the local family, you can count on us. Right there, right on time, the ones you come to trust. 4 Seasons Heating and Air. Get comfortable with us.
4
Four Seasons in West End on Highway 211, 910-235-0606.
Sandy Ridge Memory Care provides all the amenities of home while providing personalized resident care and a dedication to a safe, secure, and comfortable environment for your loved one. Providing care for dementia and Alzheimer's population has been our specialty for over 20 years. Research has proven that a loving, structured, and intimate home environment successfully fulfills the needs of both the one affected by dementia and Alzheimer's, as well as the family caregivers. As one of the largest memory care facilities in North Carolina, we feature 3 separate secure units within our community. Each wing is designed for individual needs and preferences. Call for an appointment or just drop in to tour our facility and discover for yourself the care that sets us apart. Located only minutes from Moore County and surrounding areas, Sandy Ridge Memory Care is the right place at the right time on Bowman Road in Candor or online at sandyridgeliving.com. Call 910-974-6000.
Right now, our computer model suggests we'll see a few light showers on Wednesday and Thursday and the bulk of the rain on Friday. That may change, so stay tuned. Mostly clear tonight, a low of 42. Then for Tuesday, partly cloudy with a high of 68. Tuesday night, partly cloudy, 49. Wednesday, mostly cloudy, chance of light showers, high of 68. Same for Thursday with a high of 70. And then for Friday, mostly cloudy, scattered showers, some may be heavy. Look for a high near 70. I'm Steve Leader Adams in the Weather Center.
97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to take a second to hear the immortal Bob Grant's thoughts about the world today.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, it's sick, and it's getting sicker.
Now, back to the Sean Hannity Show.
All right, 25 now till the top of the hour. Thank you for being with us. 800-941-SEAN if you want to be a part of the program. Joe Manchin now has made very, very public comments as it relates to the deal that he made with Chuck Schumer and President Biden. He'll discuss these on Hannity tonight. Also, the need to be fiscally responsible, which is at odds with a big portion of his party, and the issue of negotiating with Kevin McCarthy. He's been outspoken about that. He's agreed to do Hannity tonight. We look forward to that. Also tonight, Ron DeSantis is abroad. He will join us. He's in Japan, I believe, tonight. One of the things Democrats, it seems like they're speaking in one voice. I'm going to play a few cuts for you here, where you have the CNN White House correspondent saying it's very clear that Biden's age is a steep challenge because of his low polling. Democrats don't want him to run. Or over at ABC, Terry Moran saying that Biden's reelection, they're saying people don't want to vote for an 81-year-old man for president. The same thing over at NBC. Only 26% of Americans think that Joe Biden should run for re-election. Listen.
The president is facing serious headwinds when it comes to the public perception about whether or not he should run. And chief among those concerns are the president's 80-year-old age. Now, if you take a look at a recent poll that was out from NBC News, the majority of the American public does not believe Biden should seek a second term. And within his own Democratic Party, half of Democrats do not believe the president should run for re-election. Now, if you look at the concerns that these voters have, nearly half of them say that his age is a major issue. President Biden is 80 years old. He would be 86 at the end of a second term if he were to win. But his advisors believe that they can overcome these concerns about his age. His allies have pointed to his records and say the voters ultimately will side with him when they look at the alternatives. But it's very clear that these questions about his age will present a very steep challenge for the president as he tries to get voters on board with the second term.
My own sense is that most Americans don't want to vote for an 81-year-old man for president. And neither do they really want to vote for a 77-year-old man for president. They'd like to go to the next generation. And I think part of the modesty is the Biden and White House operation aware that people are uneasy with his age.
Check this out. We asked folks in this poll, do you think Joe Biden should run for re-election? Look at this. Only a quarter, 26%, said they think he should run for re-election. Age, a big concern. He'd be 82 upon being sworn in for a second term.
I mean, I think that's a pretty loud chorus of people saying they don't want this announcement tomorrow. Then the very real possibility, rumors are running rampant, that there is a pending indictment of Hunter Biden on some low-hanging fruit. That would be the gun application issue and the tax issue. We may find out this week. It may be even imminent. The understanding I heard is there's going to be a big discussion sometime tomorrow or Wednesday. Tomorrow, however, is the day that his father is making, his announcement that he's running for a second term. Anyway, 800-941-SEAN if you want to be a part of the program. Let me remind you first about rush tax resolution. I know it was tax week last week. The IRS, look, they want to hire 87,000 new agents. You know what that means? They will all be under tremendous pressure to show results. Who are they going to be going after? All of you listening to me. That's who. In other words, you'll all get the Hannity treatment. Oh, Hannity, pull the return every year. I just assume that happens. Look, if you're in trouble with the IRS, I promise you it's not if, it's when they will catch up with you. Don't wait until they levy your bank account or garnish your paycheck in some way. You can get the expert help that you need. Call my friends at rushtaxresolution.com. They are A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, the only tax relief firm that I trust and recommend. I know a lot of my listeners over the years have taken my advice. They've gone to rushtaxresolution.com, and guess what? Their tax nightmares are over. RushTaxResolution.com has been coming to the rescue of individuals and businesses that have tax problems, IRS problems for years. And here's the best part. They will tell you upfront and for free if they can help you. And they will not take your case, unless they know that they can help you. I mean, so you have no risk making this call. 800-299-8077. 800-299-8077. Or go to the website, rushtaxresolution.com. All right, let's get to our busy telephones here as we say hi to Adam in Utah. Adam, hi, how are you? Glad you called.
I have no complaints. How about yourself, Sean?
I'm good. So, well, I always have complaints. You really want me to hear them? Not really. People ask all the time, how are you doing? You know what the worst thing somebody can do when you ask that question? Start answering, my life sucks, my life's this, my kids are driving me crazy, I got to deal with this, stress at work is out of control, I'm tired. You're like, why did I ask the question? But anyway, I'm doing fine. I hope you are as well.
I have, like I said, I have no complaints. You've been talking about China a lot and how the Biden syndicate is basically in bed with them. But you haven't talked about the balloon at all. And as I recall, that had happened very long ago. The fact that it was allowed to fly across the entire country before it was shot down.
Adam, I talked about the balloon ad nauseum. I've been talking about it forever. I'm also talking about one thing that nobody else is talking about that I know of. Why are we allowing Chinese nationals to buy up all of our farmland and ranch land, thousands and thousands of acres, and a lot of land near military installations? If I'm president, I'm telling you right now, I'm taking back every acre, every inch of property, and maybe if I was in a good mood, I'd let them have their money back. But maybe I just tell the Chinese government that it's their responsibility to pay these individuals back, considering they're the ones that inflicted COVID on the entire world.
I'd buy that.
Yeah, somebody's got to get tough with China, because it's certainly not going to be Joe Biden. Anyway, Adam, go get yourself a Crown Burger today on me, okay?
Sounds good. I'll send you the bill.
You got it, buddy. Thanks for being out there. Appreciate it. Jen in Pennsylvania. Jen, how are you? Glad you called.
Hi, Sean. Thanks for having me on. I'm good. My heart's a little troubled. I moved here about 5 years ago from South Jersey. I'm originally from Tennessee.
Right.
Very conservative Republican. Grew up in a home that was very conservative Republican. And what I see up here in Pennsylvania, to me, is very disappointing, especially with Fetterman. I was shocked when he won. I thought we would get maybe some new life into our local government, but with Fetterman, and he's just not up to the job, and I just feel like we have no voice where I live. I kind of live in an Amish area, very country, picturesque farmland. Slowly that's being built up. All the farms are being taken over by companies and fast food chains. And
yeah, I hate to hear that. I mean, we produce enough food to not only feed our entire country, but we're so good at the science of farming, the science of agriculture, that we're able to feed most of the world too. We're amazing at it. We're great at it. We can't keep giving up, hundreds of thousands of acres of it because it sustains all of us. And we've gotten really good at it. I agree with you. I hate to see farms being sold for development as much as it happens, but at some point it'll stop naturally, is my guess, because I believe in freedom and free markets.
Well, with that said, though, we can't. A lot of our companies are already, a lot of our restaurants are collapsing because no one wants to work. So these companies are coming in here, taking over all this farmland, building on all this farmland, only to close, a year or two later because there's nobody that wants to work.
Well, if they don't want to work, it's difficult to run a farm if you don't have enough people working it, right? So you've got to probably downsize at some point. The other big challenges that farmers are facing, and they call us and they tell us, it's the only reason I know, is that the cost of fertilizer has tripled if you can get it and if you can afford it, and the cost of seed is more than doubled, and the cost of repairing very sophisticated equipment that they used and is a necessity to, manage thousands of acres of land, they can't get spare parts for. So it's been very troubling in terms of the job of farming because of all those reasons and others. And the Biden economy is not helping. So we've got to help our farmers out, I think. That is needed immediately, and we haven't done it.
Well, I don't think Fetterman's going to be of very much help.
No, and I tried to warn everybody about Fetterman, didn't I?
You did, yeah.
And I'll tell you one other thing. I will tell this to the Republican parties. I'm pro-life, believe in the sanctity of life. It is not a sustainable position for Republicans to be, against exceptions for rape, incest, or the mother's life. Now, the governor, or the Republican gubernatorial candidate, Doug Mastriano, didn't allow for those exceptions. And Shapiro, your new governor, won by a record percentage of the vote, the largest record for a non-incumbent candidate since the early 1940s because of abortion. I would argue the same thing hurt in this latest election in Wisconsin for the Supreme Court nominee. The same thing happened to Tudor Dixon, who I'm very fond of, in Michigan. There's got to be a middle ground here. 55% of abortions now take place with a pill. Abortion, to me, is a heart issue. And that's why I kind of like this partner we now have, Preborn, because Preborn is saying, hey, we're not going to get any money from the federal government, and the best thing that we can do is use the science of ultrasound, which has become so sophisticated today, to convince people and appeal to their hearts that what is growing inside them is miraculous and is of great worth and great value. And women change their minds. They're not going to have an abortion after they see facial features and fingers and toes and hear a heartbeat.
Right. And you did say this is politically morality. It's more political than it is.
I'm giving you my political take on the country. The country is not at no exceptions for rape, incest, the mother's life. The country is not about in the position that it wants to ban abortion. It is a political reality that if Republicans don't take the right position and they're that rigid, they will lose. Mathematically, it becomes impossible for them to win. That's the political equation.
But something else I don't agree with you is the early voting, because the corruption, to me, is at such a level that we don't have a grasp on corruption, and until you can get control of this corruption
I say Republicans got to embrace early voting with checks and balances, and that means chain of custody control. For example, any early vote in any precinct should be put in a room where voters can monitor that room 24/7 and record that room 24/7 so nobody can go in and tamper with them.
Right.
Okay? But if we continue to resist early voting and mail-in voting, if we resist legal ballot harvesting I'll give you an example. Your own state of Pennsylvania. By the time Oz and Fetterman debated, there had been almost 1 million votes cast.
Mm-hmm.
And in the interim, Fetterman was hiding, so nobody knew how bad his health condition was. And by that point, if you start out election night 1 million votes down, good luck to you, because catching up on election day is not going to be easy.
Well, you don't feel like maybe China has our voter rolls? You don't feel like they have?
I've not heard that allegation. I hope not. That would not be good.
And then one more thing I wanted to bring up is...
All right, I've given you a lot of one more things. I got to move on to another call. Is that okay?
All right, the GPT-3 chat nobody's talking about.
I'm talking about it, and it's fascinating on the one hand, and it's scary on the other hand. I love Chat GPT. I've been playing with it, and it is amazing. And it's scary at the same time. All right, summer's coming. You have your hammock, check. You have your Arizona Iced Tea Arnold Palmer, check. You have your motorized solar shades. Yes, please. You're definitely going to want that. Now, look, you can get your home and your patio spring ready with brand new custom window treatments from our friends at Blinds.com. Now, with Blinds.com, it's the easiest, best, simplest way to upgrade your home with window treatments. And you can even stay in your hammock while Blinds.com is handling the installation. All you have to do is click installation in the upper right-hand corner when you check out. No matter how many you order, installation is always one low cost. It's amazing. Anyway, if you need free professional design consultation, that's always offered to any customer. They have over 25 million windows that they've covered, and that's why they are by far the #1 online retailer of custom window treatments. They have over 40,000 five-star reviews, over 40,000. They make it so simple, easy, no guesswork, no hassle, no multiple trips to the store. Anyway, right now go to Blinds.com, save 45% off selected products. Blinds.com, 45% off selected products. Tell them your friend Sean Hannity sent you.
Final Hour Roundup is next. You do not want to miss it. And stay tuned for the Final Hour free-for-all on the Sean Hannity Show.
Lee Christian School is now enrolling for preschool through 12th grade, an alternative to public schools. Lee Christian takes great pride in teaching quality academics while instilling biblical principles in students' lives. With a 16-to-1 student-teacher ratio and a 95% college acceptance rate, Lee Christian School is committed to your child's future. Tuition assistance is available, and for more information on enrollment, visit leechristian.org or call 919-708-5115 today.
Jump into the fire at Brick's Wood Fire Pizza in the Cole Shopping Center and enjoy your famous wood fire pizzas and the Brick's Wood Fire wings in several flavors. New menu items and fresh food is made daily. A fun place for family and friends. Dine in or sit on the outdoor patio. So jump into the fire at Brick's Wood Fire Pizza, Kohl's and Hobby Lobby Shopping Center in Southern Pines. Brick's Wood Fire Pizza is open every day at 11 a.m.
You can jump into the fire.
Serving more people, more places, 24/7. If your AC breaks down, we'll restore your indoor heaven. Installation or repair, one call, we'll be there. It's your family, don't delay. Comfort's just a call away. We're Comfort Services. Comfort Services.
Come to Comfort Services in Aberdeen to get a free estimate on a new Carrier system or heat pump, and you may qualify for a rebate up to $1,800 from Carrier. Get in on the savings and purchase a qualifying heating or cooling product before the Cool Cash rebate ends May 26th. You may also qualify for financing options as well. Stop into Comfort Services on Highway 5 near the Habitat store in Aberdeen or call 910-695-2665. Carrier and Comfort Services, a great team.
Comfort's just a call away. Comfort Services.
I'm Ella. And I'm Eva. We and everyone in our family are patients at Sandhills Weekend Dental. We love going to the dentist, especially to get our teeth cleaned. Katie, the hygienist, told our brother Ashton he needs to brush his teeth really well every day to get rid of the poop that the sugar bugs leave behind, or else he will get cavities, and he doesn't want that. We feel everyone should go to Sandhills Weekend Dental and eat, kiss, and smile better, except we don't kiss.
Make your appointment today. Call Sandhills Weekend Dental at 687-4423.
Skateboarding isn't just a sport, it's an art form and a lifestyle. And now skaters of all ages have a place to unite at Into Flow Skateboards and Arcade in Southern Pines. Find the decks, wheels, bearings, trucks, grip tape, protective gear, skate shoes, and apparel for that skater in your life. And it's not just for skaters. Check out Into Flow's classic arcade in the back, or their collectible Funko Pops for sale. Open 6 days a week. Find Into Flow online at flowskateboards.com and get your flow on.
Hey, we've all been there. You're in the middle of something important. And then, boom, the power goes out. But what if it didn't? What if you skipped the candles and flashlights and just carried on with your day? With a Kohler generator, your power stays on, even when the utility power goes out. So your food stays fresh, your home stays powered, and you stay happy.
Call Premier Power Generation at 910-295-3188.
Gibbon Just here from Sandhills Trailer Sales, formerly Dobie Trailer. We sell
trailers.
We're located at 438 White Hill Road in Sanford off of US 1 and 15501, where we sell
trailers.
Whether you need an enclosed, gooseneck, ATV, or equipment trailer, we have them all. We are veteran-owned, so stop by and see us or call us today at 919-776-9624. Sandhills Trailer Sales for all your trailer needs.
And did I mention we sell trailers?
Listen to us anywhere on your smartphone or tablet with the TuneIn app, free at your app store. Simply search for WEEB.
Go back to our busy telephones. Bill in Florida. Bill, you're on the Sean Hannity Show.
Hey, Sean.
What's going on?
Well, first of all, I'd like to tell you I love you and I thank you for this program.
Thank you.
I'd like to get a couple opinions of this. Number one, do you think we are at a point where there could be a deal broker between the Democrats and Trump? We could drop all investigation into the Bidens if they would just pull back off of Trump and let him be?
You know, you're asking me something. You're not the first person to mention this to me. The only way that could happen, basically what you're saying is, okay, Joe Biden says, I don't want my son to go to jail. James Comer now says it's not even 9, that there are 12 members of the Biden family involved in this, syndicate, and the amount of money that they took in and the number of LLCs that were kind of phony that they discovered is really real. This is real influence peddling. So the theory goes, and the suggestion goes, that Biden would pardon himself and his entire family, and simultaneously pardon Donald Trump and his entire family. Now, to the extent that that would make all of Donald Trump's legal troubles go away, I don't know. He would have to want to accept it, and I know that at the end of his administration, when it was suggested, he was very adamant that he was not going to pardon anybody in his family because he felt nobody needed a pardon. And it could have been a broad, sweeping pardon for them. The power of the pardon is absolute. But, as we see in the Steve Bannon case, they can go after you on state charges even though you've been pardoned federally. So, that's out there. Could the case be made? I'm doing this for the good of the country. We cannot be going after each other and criminalizing political differences. Do I think that could happen? Sure, it could happen. Will it happen? Probably not. Anyway, appreciate the call, my friend. I just got to roll here.
Listen.
The last time the economy looked like this, the stock market tanked 50%. The U.S. dollar lost 46% of its value, and the price of oil quadrupled. Yet while the U.S. economy collapsed and inflation ran through the roof, the price of gold shot up 1,300%, and silver rocketed over 2,400%. So if history repeats itself, we could see it happen again. Can you afford to miss what could be the biggest gold and silver rush of our generation? That's why I want you to call Goldco at 855-815-GOLD, because when you do, you'll not only get the chance to protect your retirement savings with gold and silver, you could get up to $10,000 in free silver just for doing it. This is a rare opportunity, so don't miss what could be your best opportunity to protect your retirement savings. Call 855-815-GOLD. That's 855-815-GOLD.
Spend your afternoons with the Sean Hannity Show. Weekdays 3 to 6 here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB.
Garage door broken? If it is, your home is not as safe as it could be. Call Superior Overhead Doors today. Whether you need repairs or full replacement, you can count on us. With over 20 years of experience, no job is too big. Active duty military receive $20 off repairs and $50 off installation. So call Superior Overhead Doors today at 910-992-6227 or visit us online at superioroverheaddoorsllc.com for a free estimate.
When you're ready for your next painting project, there's only one place to go for high-quality products. JB Short Carpet 1 in Southern Pines carries premium Benjamin Moore paints for any type of project. Benjamin Moore offers unmatched color and durability, so color will last for years to come. And when you shop JB Short Carpet 1 in Southern Pines, you're not just improving your home, you're supporting a local business too. Benjamin Moore for everything that matters. JB Short Carpet 1, Highway 1 North between Southern Pines and Bass, or on the web at shortcarpet1.com.
To escape the chaos that has engulfed their country as two rival generals fight for control. Military Affairs Analyst retired Lieutenant Colonel Robert McGinnis told the Salem Radio Network the war in Sudan will likely have a ripple effect on the African continent.
The struggle in Sudan could have an impact on Chad to the west, Egypt to the north, and Ethiopia, which is already reeling from its own internal struggles to the east.
Despite the evacuations and a truce called for by a Muslim holiday, the army and the rival paramilitary force continued to clash Monday in Khartoum. China policy expert Elbridge Colby says it's imperative the U.S. understand and prepare for the threat of war with China.
The issues are so here and now. We're a sense in the window of vulnerability. I'm not saying that China's going to invade Taiwan tomorrow, though it's not impossible. But in terms of the levers that we have to pull, they're all right now, if not yesterday.
Colby says the goal should be to avoid a war with China by projecting strength enough to deter an attack on Taiwan. He was interviewed by the Salem Radio Network. Fox News has agreed to part ways with Tucker Carlson less than a week after settling a lawsuit over the network's 2020 election reporting. And longtime CNN host Don Lemon is out at that cable news network a little over 2 months after apologizing to viewers for on-air comments about women over 40, and in particular, Republican presidential candidate Nikki Haley. On Wall Street, the Dow up by 66 points, the Nasdaq dropped 35. More on these stories at townhall.com.
NCN News, I'm Bruce Farrell. Within a half hour or so, early Sunday morning, U.S. Special Forces evacuated American embassy personnel and remaining family members in the capital of Sudan amid a civil war pitting two generals raging in that capital city. The legal case against the man accused of the deadliest anti-Semitic attack in the U.S. is underway in Pennsylvania. CBS News correspondent Naomi Ruckham.
Lawyers arrived at the federal courthouse in Pittsburgh Monday for jury selection in the trial of accused gunman Robert Bowers. The 50-year-old is facing the death penalty for the 2018 shooting at the Tree of Life Synagogue, which killed 11 people. The attack happened while members of 3 Jewish congregations held Sabbath services in the building. A day ahead of the trial, members of the Tree of Life congregation held a special ceremony outside the building as it undergoes renovations.
We'll be back again.
The building will be turned into a memorial to the victims and an education center to combat anti-Semitism. Naomi Ruckham, CBS News.
That wildfire continues to spread through the Croatan National Forest near New Bern. Heavy smoke, flames, and ashes are falling all effects from that fire. Public Information Officer with the Forest Service, Leah Parker, said the fire had burned more than 35,000 acres and is still burning.
So right now, the firefighters are on ground working. There is some containment lines that they're putting in.
The fire is about 30% contained. The investigation continues after autopsy results have now been released in the 2022 shooting death of a motel owner in western North Carolina. Chief Medical Examiner ruled that Lambert Wilson died October 20th of last year from gunshot wounds sustained at the El Camino Motel in Cherokee, which he owned. The 68-year-old Bryson City resident was a teacher and principal for 31 years in Swain County Schools. After he retired in 2006, he continued to serve as a member of the Board of Education for 12 years. You're listening to NCN News.
Ground shaking forces return to Z-Max Dragway for the Circle K NHRA 4-Wide Nationals this weekend with breakout stars
Tony Stewart Racing has entered the history books
and racing legends.
John Forrest collects his 155th career victory.
Don't miss this action-packed event when 4 lanes of nitro rev up in Charlotte. Kids 12 and under are free in general admission. Get your tickets today at charlottemotorspeedway.com for the Circle K NHRA 4-Wide Nationals this weekend.
Hi, Darcy the Cow here for Black Cow, the mature manure. It's time to start getting your flower and vegetable gardens off to a great start with Black Cow. Prepare new plant beds with a 1.5-inch layer of Black Cow in the area and then mix it in with the soil 6 inches deep. Black Cow is organic. Pick up the bright yellow bag and get growing.
Black Cow, the mature manure, Black Cow.
The all-new Appliances and More is located at the old Sears location in Aberdeen. Hi, this is Katherine Phelps. Joe and I made the decision to invest in our community as an independent appliance store where we pride ourselves in creating relationships and help our customers make an informed buying decision. We have a lot of new changes coming and invite you all to visit our new Appliances and More in the Town and Country Shopping Center, Aberdeen.
Well, our computer models suggest that the bulk of the rain this week will come on Friday. We will see some showers, light showers on Wednesday and Thursday. Overnight tonight, though, look for mostly clear skies, a low of 42. Then for Tuesday, partly cloudy nights, high of 68. Tuesday night, partly cloudy, 49. Wednesday, mostly cloudy, few scattered showers, high of 68. Thursday, partly cloudy, a few more scattered showers, high of 70. And Friday, mostly cloudy, good shot of rain with a high of 70. I'm Steve Leader Adams in the Weather Center.
This hour of the Sean Hannity Show is sponsored by First Casualty Insurance Group of Moore County. FCIG represents multiple insurance companies and can customize a plan to fit your needs.
It is my testimony that the border is secure, and we are working every day, day and night, to increase its security.
Thousands of children are in physical danger because of what you are doing. You should have resigned long ago. And if you cannot change course, you should be removed from office.
You're now paying $35 instead of $500 a month for that insulin. God love you, man. 8 EIGH%.
Freedom is back in style. Welcome to the revolution.
Yeah, we're coming to your city. Gonna play our guitars and sing you a country song.
Sean Hannity. The new Sean Hannity Show. More behind-the-scenes information on breaking news and more bold, inspired solutions for America. Stay right here for our final news roundup and information overload.
All right, News Roundup, Information Overload Hour. Toll free, it's 800-941-SEAN if you want to be a part of the program. A lot of media news today. My phone's been blowing up for the better part of the day. And at the news this morning that Tucker Carlson and my lead-in at Fox and Fox News have parted ways. I don't know, and I don't have an answer. I mean, that's my. I know a lot of people are saying, "What happened? What happened? What happened?" I don't have an answer. Followed by the news that Don Lemon was let go at CNN. There, I think you can give a pretty good rationale and reason as to why. Let me give you some of Don Lemon's finest moments on Fake News CNN.
If you voted for Trump, you voted for the person who the Klan supported. You voted for the person who Nazis support. You voted for the person who the alt-right supports. I'm not a political person. I'm a person who lives in reality. I'm a journalist. I can see and I can hear and I can think. And there is no reason to believe that the Republicans are going to start playing fairly and are going to start operating as a party of sanity. If you are selfish, quite frankly, and you don't get the vaccine, then you are putting a strain on the resources at the hospital. The people who have to work there, some of those people have been there 9 days. And then you go into the hospital and you take resources from people who are actually doing the right thing, who are getting the vaccine, and who are not inundating the hospitals. What is it about President Obama that really gets under your skin? Is it because he's smarter than you, better educated, made it on his own, didn't need daddy's help? His wife is more accomplished? Better looking? I don't know. What is it?
Donald Trump couldn't find Ukraine on a map if you had the letter U and a picture of an actual physical crane next to it. He knows that this is, an administration defined by ignorance of the world. And so that's partly him playing to their base and playing to their audience, the credulous boomer Rube demo that backs Donald Trump, that wants to think that Donald Trump's the smart one and y'all elitists are dumb.
This whole talk about age makes me uncomfortable. I think it's the wrong road to go down. She says people, politicians or something are not in their prime. Nikki Haley isn't in her prime. Sorry. When a woman is considered to be in her prime in her 20s and 30s and maybe 40s.
What are you talking? Wait.
That's not according to me.
Prime for what?
It depends. I mean, it's just like prime. If you look it up, if you Google when is a woman in her prime, it'll say 20s, 30s, and 40s. I don't necessarily.
40s. Oh, I got another.
I'm not saying
decade.
I agree with that. So I think she has to be careful about saying that politicians aren't in their prime.
You need to qualify. Are you talking about prime for like childbearing, or are you talking about prime for being president?
What the facts are. Google it. Everybody at home. When is a woman in her prime? It says 20s, 30s, and 40s. And I'm just saying Nikki Haley should be careful about saying that politicians are not in their prime, and they need to be in their prime when they serve, because she wouldn't be in her prime according to Google or whatever it is.
All right, joining us now to discuss, Carol Roth, entrepreneur, author of The War on Small Business, Joe Concha, author of Come On, Man, anyway, and a bestseller, Fox News contributor, and guys, maybe you know Joe Concha more than I do. I don't know or understand what happened with Tucker. I have no idea, and I just can't comment on something that I know nothing about. I've been in this business. I started in radio in 1987. I've been on Fox since the beginning in 27 years. When I tell you that I don't know a thing, I mean I don't know a single thing about what happened with Fox and Tucker and why they parted ways today. It was a shock to me.
And Sean, you're not alone. None of us saw this coming. I was in the building at the time, and it was just an earthquake. It was one of those you'll remember where you were type of moments when just like your phone, my phone blew up. It must have been 30 or 40 messages within 3 minutes of this happening. So I'm like you. I can't comment on something that I don't know, and I don't want to speculate in this regard either, because I'll just be guessing, and we do too much of that, I think, sometimes in cable news and on radio. So I'm going to plead the fifth here until I can talk to more people and gather more information. But this was definitely an earthquake, while Don Lemon was more of a tremor.
I wouldn't even say a tremor. I think it was basically waiting for the right moment. I may be wrong. My guess is they saw the Tucker news and said, you know what, this is our opportunity to do it right now. I think it's something they probably have wanted to do for a long time. Do you agree?
Yeah, the news cycle is solely focused on Tucker. Tucker's ratings warrant that, obviously. Don Lemon was the lowest-rated host on CNN, both in primetime and in morning, which is a very impressive thing to do in the same year.
By the way, I mean, he should get an award for that. That sounds like the New York Times getting a Pulitzer, you know.
Precisely. But yeah, I mean, the only thing we missed in that beautiful montage that you guys put together was back in 14, and CNN for months, I'm not exaggerating this, months, it's in my book, covered the Malaysian Airlines Flight 370. That's the plane that crashed and no one knew exactly where it was or what happened to it. And he asked the question of an air expert, and he said this: I know it's preposterous, but is it preposterous if this plane was swallowed by a black hole? A black hole?
I mean,
the entire Earth.
By the way, I actually have that cut. Let me play it because it's worth playing.
What if it was hijacking or terrorism or mechanical failure or pilot error? But what if it was something fully that we don't really understand? A lot of people have been asking about black holes and on and on and on and all of these conspiracy theories. Let's look at this. Noah says, what else can you think about? Black hole, Bermuda Triangle. And then Deji says, just like the movie Lost. And of course, they're also referencing the Twilight Zone, which is a very similar plot. That's what people are saying. I know it's preposterous, but is it preposterous?
I mean, you can't make fun of it. You just can't make this stuff up that these people over at these news networks say and get away with things that conservatives would never get away with. I actually said last week, I said, you know, it looks like Don Lemon has passed his prime. Little did I know that all this would occur. Carol, let's get your take. I know people have been blowing up my phone all day, and I don't have an answer for anybody. I don't know. I do know that this business of media is very complicated, way more complicated than people know. Navigating through tough times and troubled waters are very hard, and I've done it a long time, and I don't often have answers or reasons or whys or wherefores on a lot of these things, and people look to me for the answer. I'm like, if I had it, I'd share it with you. I don't know.
Yeah, it's always challenging when there's breaking news and you know that there's potentially more to the story. You just kind of want to wait for all of the facts and the information to come out, and I certainly think that's the right thing to do. In terms of Don Lemon's situation, it was actually the opposite. He put out a statement on Twitter. He actually said that he was not given any indication by management, or that he thought that management would have the decency to tell him directly, and he was not given any indication that he wouldn't be able to continue. Funny enough, Sean, it was the first time that CNN has actually fact-checked Don Lemon. Their communications Twitter handle said that Don Lemon's statement about this morning's events is inaccurate. He was offered an opportunity to meet with management, but instead released a statement on Twitter. So I guess that if you drop your lemons, that at that point you can then go ahead and fact check them.
You know, and Joe, you know this because you've watched media with me, and I think you should have your own media show on Fox, and I hope that day comes. Because you are by far the most honest media analyst out there, and I don't say that because we're friends. We became friends because of it, to be honest.
That's true.
And this is just a business where longevity's kind of hard to get. If I promise everybody, and I say this before I do my audience shows, and we have one tonight, I often will tell people, we're now the longest running primetime cable news host in the history of cable news. But I promise everybody can go Google some of my early shows in '96. You would never have bet that I'd survive this long. I was horrible at it. And I remember asking Roger Ailes at the time, who was the head of Fox, why didn't you fire me? He goes, well, nobody was watching, and number one, and number two, I knew you'd eventually get it because you were a broadcaster.
Oh, that's amazing. And he saw your potential, right, and he stuck with you. It's kind of like when somebody goes to the big leagues for the first time and they strike out the first couple of bats. You don't, send them off back down to the minors. You stick with them and hopefully give them some good pointers, and they move along the way. But, yeah, talk about longevity. I mean, think about where Fox was just 5-6 years ago, right, in terms of primetime, the people around you. Bill O'Reilly at 8. You had Megan at 9. You were at 10. Greta was at 7. It's only you now, right? And now it's changing again. So that's the thing in this business. My father always tells me when you talk about that having my own show, and that's always the goal. It's the goal of any contributor. It's the goal of anybody who just appears as a guest. Oh, maybe I could quarterback this hour one time or full time for that matter. He keeps telling me the same advice over and over again. He goes, the only constant in life is change. things change constantly. You will get your opportunity eventually. Now, I'm not saying I'm taking the 8 o'clock at Fox. That's not how it works exactly. But that's the thing. There is so much, particularly in media lately, so many changes. If you look at all the networks and all the newspapers out there and all the editor changes and so on, it's obviously something that's in transition right now, and some unpredictable things are going to happen. And again, I'll let Carol fill in the rest of the blanks, but it's a tough business, that I can tell you.
It really is. Quick break, more with Carol Roth and Joe Concha on the other side. Then your calls, 800-941-SEAN, our number if you want to be a part of the program. Look, we just passed tax season. I hope you didn't get hit with a big tax bill, but Joe Biden's economic and energy policies are hurting everybody. Inflation is out of control. People are hurting for money. 70% of the country now suffering, the pressure of living paycheck to paycheck. And you have to find ways to save money, and've got a way that you can save money and not sacrifice service at all, and that is making the switch to my cell phone company, Pure Talk. Now, by the way, you're probably paying $80 a month per line with Verizon, T-Mobile, or AT&T. Well, the great thing about Pure Talk is they use the same cell towers, the same 5G network as the big carriers. They offer you plans and you pay a lot less for the same exact coverage. For example, you get blazing fast 5G data, the same data you get from the big carriers, unlimited talk, unlimited text, and it's only $30 a month, and you don't have to even sign a contract, and you have 100% money-back satisfaction guarantee. Anyway, it's simple to make the switch. It's a veteran-owned company. They have a U.S. customer service team. They'll make your switch very easy. Just dial pound 250, say the keyword save now, and start saving now. Pound 250, keyword save now. Almost $1,000 a month families are saving. That's real money in your pocket for the same exact service from Pure Talk.
Broadcasting coast to coast, border to border, and all over America. This is the Sean Hannity Show.
Hey, Sean Hannity here from my friends at Lone Star Transfer. If you felt like booking your timeshare was difficult in the past, it's recently been almost impossible. Now, most clients are shocked to learn that their timeshare is now available to the public, and that severely limits booking options. Now, many owners have also reached out, and they're upset that their yearly dues have nearly doubled during the maintenance fee season. Now, for well over a decade, our friends at Lone Star Transfer, a family-owned company, they have had the pleasure of helping thousands and thousands of people legally and permanently get out of their never-ending timeshare fees. Now, Lone Star Transfer guarantees the release of all liability to your timeshare in writing and in a specific time frame. Call my good friends for a free, no-obligation consultation. Write this down. Call today, 833-594-0075. 833-594-0075. They're online at LoneStarTransfer.com.
Inflation is pushing up the cost of just about everything: food, gas, clothing. But life insurance, which thanks to inflation you need now more than ever, actually costs less today than it did a few years ago. Now is the time to get the insurance you need at a price you can afford. Call Select Quote now and we'll help you save more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With Select Quote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, same-day coverage with no medical exam. That's right. Get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam in under an hour.
Call Select Quote now at 1-800-339-5533. That's 1-800-339-5533. Or go to SelectQuote.com now and get up to $2 million in instant same-day coverage with no medical exam. That's 1-800-339-5533. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials. Commercials.
I'm Ella. And I'm Eva. We and everyone in our family are patients at Sandhills Weekend Dental. We love going to the dentist, especially to get our teeth cleaned. Katie the hygienist told our brother Ashton he needs to brush his teeth really well every day to get rid of the poop that the sugar bugs leave behind, or else he will get cavities, and he doesn't want that. We feel everyone should go to Sandhills Weekend Dental and eat, kiss, and smile better, except we don't kiss.
Make your appointment today. Call Sandhills Weekend Dental
at 687-4423.
Skateboarding isn't just a sport, it's an art form and a lifestyle. And now skaters of all ages have a place to unite at Into Flow Skateboards and Arcade in Southern Pines. Find the decks, wheels, bearings, trucks, grip tape, protective gear, skate shoes, and apparel for that skater in your life. And it's not just for skaters. Check out Into Flow's Classic Arcade in the back, or their collectible Funko Pops for sale. Open 6 days a week. Find Into Flow online at flowskateboards.com and get your flow on.
Pines Funerals, Fry and Prickett, Kennedy, and Powell Funeral Homes, serving Carthage, Robbins, Southern Pines, and surrounding communities. Have you thought about pre-planning your final arrangements? At Pines Funerals, we're here to guide and assist our community's families through the pre-planning process. Visit pinesfunerals.com today to schedule a no-pressure, no-obligation appointment to ensure all of your questions are answered. That's pinesfunerals.com to see why more families prefer Pines.
Looking for ideas to update your home's tile work? Come to Meadow Creek Tile in Southern Pines. They are a locally family-owned business that's been here for over 35 years. Call and set up an appointment or come in and browse their showroom from 9 to 4, Monday through Friday, and select from the finest ceramic, marble, glass, and stone tile materials in hundreds of styles to suit your taste and budget. They're located on Highway 15501 South near Zaxby's. That's Meadow Creek Tile, 910-693-7711.
For more than 30 years, Kubota of Sanford has offered sales, service, and parts for all your needs. Come join them at their spring open house, April 14th and 15th. See their wide selection of Kubota and Gravely tractors, mowers, utility vehicles, construction equipment, and trailers from brands like Big Tex, Master Tow, and Diamond Cargo. That's April 14th and 15th at Kubota of Sanford, located at 4217 Jefferson Davis Highway in Sanford, or call them at 919-292-6464. Looking to buy or sell military uniforms, tactical gear, boots, or bags and packs? Then head to Black Sheep Surplus, where they have a wide selection of turning gear and packing list items. Awarded a certificate of appreciation from the 1st Special Forces Warfare Training Group for their support of the military in Moore County. Black Sheep Surplus is your destination for all things military surplus. Check out Black Sheep Surplus on Facebook or visit them at 125 Murray Hill Road in Southern Pines and mention this ad to receive 10% off your purchase.
All right, we continue our media analysis with Joe Concha and Carol Roth. You know, one of the things that everyone has to understand, too, I mean, the media landscape has changed a lot over the years. Now, let's go back, for example, to music radio days. And people would listen to music on AM. And then they switched over to FM. And then AM radio for a long time struggled. And then along came this guy called Rush Limbaugh and almost single-handedly saved the AM band. That's why I am apoplectic and furious at the notion that there are car companies contemplating not putting AM radios in cars, even though we're on 725 stations, many AMs, many FMs. That's not the point. AM radio is where the emergency alert system, that's where people would go to. If there was any type of outage elsewhere, then guess what? People would go to AM radio in a heartbeat. I don't think it's good for the safety of the country in the end, to be honest, if God forbid it's a bad day like 9/11 or something worse, which could happen, especially with this new axis of evil. But back to my point, then music radio changed, and then people had the ability to pick their own songs, plug in their phone, and play whatever they want, and that then created, another opportunity for people in the car to listen to something else. You know, now people have it at their homes. They have their general cable package, but then they also have Netflix and Amazon Prime Video, or they have Hulu, or all of these options, or Discovery Plus. I've been watching the Chosen, which is a series on Jesus Christ. I can't stop watching it. And I had to fight hard to find season 3, and now I'm in the middle of season 3, and I love this series. It's amazing. about the life of Jesus. It's incredible. Carol, I mean, so we have more choices than we've ever had before.
Yeah, and it's not only more choices, Sean, it's the pace of change, which is accelerating. You know, you've talked about the shift and back when AM and FM, kind of came about and all of the shifts that happened there. But with technology, the pace of change is just happening so rapidly. All the things that you've mentioned, plus, the Spotifys of the world and the social media and the different access points for people to get their news. And when something new pops up, how quickly they're able to amass millions and millions of eyeballs. And so that makes it really challenging for everybody who's involved in media, whether you are legacy or an upstart, to shift and to change and to try to keep up with things. And I think that pace is just going to continue to get more hectic.
The only thing I would say about any talent, Joe Rogan, maybe Joe Concha is a good example. Any really talented person out there, there are more opportunities than I think I've ever seen in my lifetime. There's more chances of people. I think the media landscape is being transformed before our eyes.
Oh, completely.
And I've lived through all of it.
That's right. I mean, 27 years on Fox alone. Obviously, you were in radio before that. But here's the thing. I'm in my home studio right now. I'm the original Joe in his basement, all right? I'm in my basement. I have my camera in front of me, background. Whenever I join your show, if we don't do the in-studio show, I do it from my home. And that's the thing. You could start up your own channel, more or less, from the comfort of your own home. You don't have to buy studios. You don't have to buy huge amounts of employees and staff and resources and technology. It's become so cheap to broadcast yourself to the world. And if you are popular enough and you go viral, it pays for itself and then some. So, yeah, that's where it's changed now. It's just like people don't have to go to the office anymore to use a conference room or a fax machine, because those are the things that you have to survive in terms of doing well within a company. Now people can work from home. It's why so many people are leaving New York and California for places like Florida, Texas, Tennessee, North Carolina. You could work from almost anywhere now, and your employer won't even know the difference, and you'll be happier for it. So that's why we're seeing such a migration out of those big tax states to those other states I just mentioned, because the flexibility is there from a work perspective, Sean.
Just crazy times. I know we'll get the answer at some point. Tucker's too talented not to land on his feet. I think the biggest opportunities, and I'm saying this as somebody that has lived through a lot of change in media, both on radio and TV, is probably in the entrepreneurial realm, and people have a little more freedom there as well. Anyway, I appreciate it. Thank you both, Carol Roth, Joe Concha. 800-941-SEAN, our number if you want to be a part of the program.
WEEB, we've got you by the ears.
Jared Kirk and Amy McBride of the First Casualty Insurance Group in Southern Pines talk about the benefits of being an FCIG customer.
Our agency has been in business since 1984. We are an independent agency, which means that we have numerous carriers. Having multiple carriers benefits our customers because it offers them more options for their coverage and price.
One of the most asked questions we get from our clients is how much do they need to insure their home for? Many clients think they should insure their home based on tax value or what they could sell their home for. Neither is correct.
Insurance carriers want to insure your home for the replacement value. Replacement value is what it would take to rebuild your home back to its current state in the event of a complete loss.
First Casualty Insurance Group of Southern Pines. Call them today at 910-692-8303 or find them on the web at fcignc.com.
Cooper Ford in Carthage has done it again. Your hometown dealer has won the prestigious President's Award from the Ford Motor Company for an unprecedented third year in a row. This exclusive award is given only to dealers who exemplify exceptional customer service and who exceed customer expectations. That's why Cooper Ford is the dealer of choice for new and pre-owned vehicles. Come experience for yourself why Ford Motor Company and thousands of more countyans choose the locally owned, award-winning Cooper Ford. Just off 15501 in Carthage or online at cooperford.net.
My name is Tony Keith of Keith Hardware in Carthage, North Carolina. I'm the third generation of a family-owned business. We've been in business for 83 years. We sell live bait, crickets, minnows, and worms, fishing tackle, nuts and bolts and screws by the piece. You can still come in and get nails weighed out by the pound, or ones or twos, however you'd like.
The guys, they know what they're doing. You don't have to ask for service. You tell them what you need. If they ain't got it, usually they can conjure it up.
Keith Hardware has been a tradition in this town for as long as I've been in business, 42 years. And they run a good business and they're good people.
I came in with 2 pieces of plumbing. I handed it to this guy, and he took off the back, picked it up, and brought it back. Their knowledge is invaluable to me.
With Keith Hardware for 28 years. I rent the building from them next door. And Tony and Ginger are doing an excellent job. I'm proud of them.
Come visit Keith Hardware today at 207 Monroe Street in Carthage.
We're just an old-fashioned hardware store.
Garage door broken? If it is, your home is not as safe as it could be. Call Superior Overhead Doors today. Whether you need repairs or full replacement, you can count on us. With over 20 years of experience, no job is too big. Active duty military receive $20 off repairs and $50 off installation. So call Superior Overhead Doors today at 910-992-6227 or visit us online at superioroverheaddoorsllc.com for a free estimate.
When you're ready for your next painting project, there's only one place to go for high-quality products. JB Short Carpet 1 in Southern Pines carries premium Benjamin Moore paints for any type of project. Benjamin Moore offers unmatched color and durability, so color will last for years to come. And when you shop JB Short Carpet 1 in Southern Pines, you're not just improving your home, you're supporting a local business too. Benjamin Moore, for everything that matters. JB Short Carpet 1, Highway 1 North between Southern Pines and Vass, or on the web at shortcarpet1.com.
American Water Treatment has grateful customers, and this is one of them, Allison Burlingame in Southern Pines. Allison, what was the problem that caused you to call American Water Treatment?
After a water analysis purchasing our farm, they were able to give me an economical and corrective solution to adjusting the water quality at my home.
So how did that work out?
Great. The water quality in my home is better than the bottled water from the store. My laundry is cleaner, my skin and hair is softer. I've even become a bit of a water snob because I prefer to bottle my own water at home, which saves me time and money. I would not hesitate to recommend American Water Treatment to anyone who has issues with their water.
Call American Water Treatment at 910-944-3140 and ask for the Water Guys, or check the yellow pages under water. 910-944-3140.
Right now, our computer model suggests we'll see a few light showers on Wednesday and Thursday and the bulk of the rain on Friday. That may change, so stay tuned. Mostly clear tonight, a low of 42. Then for Tuesday, partly cloudy with a high of 68. Tuesday night, partly cloudy, 49. Wednesday, mostly cloudy, chance of light showers, high of 68. Same for Thursday with a high of 70. And then for Friday, mostly cloudy, scattered showers, some may be heavy. Look for a high near 70. I'm Steve Leader Adams in the Weather Center.
WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
Sean Hannity talks to the people involved in the top stories of the day, every day. Sean Hannity is on.
All right, 25 down to the top of the hour, 800-941-SEAN if you want to be a part of the program. I'm going to get to your calls here in a second. I just want to remind you of why Mayorkas should be impeached, along with a lot of other people. But the person that's really making the call to not enforce the laws at our border and keep our nation safe, that's coming straight from the top. That's coming from Joe Biden. But Mayorkas grilled over the death of the 7-year-old and his grandmother near the border and, gives the same dumb answers every single time he's up on Capitol Hill, that the border's secure and it's Donald Trump's fault, which is stupid. And then, by the way, Josh Hawley grills him about how he should be removed from office. Let me play those both for you.
They're sitting right behind you. They came here today because they want answers. They came here today because of the failures of you and your leadership. They came here because they want closure. They deserve answers. Mr. Mayorkas, will you turn around and offer them your condolences and an apology for the failure of your administration that led to the death of their loved ones? They're right there. They're standing right there. Congressman. Mr. Secretary, they're standing there, and I think they deserve an apology from you. Mr. Mayorkas, do you disagree with the head Border Patrol agent when he said that our border is not secure?
Congressman, I have testified to that issue.
So you do disagree with him? You disagree with your chief of Border Patrol?
I respectfully do in that regard.
Why have you permitted 345,000 children to come into this country unaccompanied? Why have you permitted thousands of them to be abused and exploited?
Senator, what we do is we enforce the law. But let me just say this.
You're not.
It is stunning to me, stunning, to hear you say that the prior administration reunited children with their parents.
Oh, I see. So this is their fault?
When in fact,
but you're not going to take any responsibility for the indentured servitude and exploitation of children that is happening on your watch. A moment ago, you were crowing about the fact that you treated children so well, and yet we find tens of thousands of children who are forced to work as slaves because of your policies, and you turn around and blame a prior administration. Mr. Secretary, this is par for the course for you. You do it every time you appear before this committee. You do it every time you appear before Congress. I, for one, am sick and tired of it, and thousands of children are in physical danger because of what you are doing. You should have resigned long ago, and if you cannot change course, you should be removed from office.
He should be removed from office. It's that simple. Anyway, 800-941-SEAN is our number. Want to remind you about our favorite college. This is, graduation time for colleges, universities, and there's one place in America that is a bright light. They give the best classical liberal arts education in America. In other words, when kids go to our favorite college, Hillsdale College, they have studied the great books that every child should read, every student should read. They've studied the history of Western civilization. They've studied the history of our great country. They've studied the meaning and history of our great Constitution. Hillsdale, founded in 1844 to offer the kind of education that is necessary and needed to preserve civil and religious liberty, and it holds true to that mission today while refusing to accept even a single penny of taxpayer funding, not even indirectly in the form of student grants and loans. Now, Hillsdale students also abide by their honor code, which ensures a unity of purpose and fosters lively, civil, and intelligent debate. And the best part, you can learn from Hillsdale for free. They have a monthly speech digest. It's called Imprimis. And you can also take their free online courses on American history and C.S. Lewis and the Constitution. Over 30 subjects to choose from. Just go to their website. It's all for free, SeanForHillsdale.com. That's SEANFOR Hillsdale, one word, SeanForHillsdale.com today. And you're not going to regret it. All right, let's get to our busy phones. Let us say hi to Bob in Minnesota. Bob, hi. How are you? What's going on, sir?
Hi, Sean. How you doing?
I'm good. What's going on?
I'm going back to last week. You were talking about the Biden syndication, which it is, and I had a thought thinking that they drilled Nixon for just spying on his competition and forced him to resign. So I hope the Republicans really put the hammer down, but I don't think they have the, to do it.
Well, listen, I'm going to tell you right now. If they don't do it, then we might as well take that document known as our Constitution. That Constitution is foundationally it's the foundation for every law that we have in this country. And if you're only going to enforce laws you like, or only enforce laws on some people and not other people, then you really don't have a constitutional republic anymore, do you?
No, I agree.
And that is the problem, and that is the danger that we are now experiencing. You have one set of rules for one group of people and another set of rules for another group of people. Now, with all that said, this IRS whistleblower has an awful lot to say, and it might implicate the Attorney General, Merrick Garland. We'll have the latest on all of this tonight on Hannity. And I'm telling you right now, it's a big deal. Tony Blinken, did he get rewarded with the prestigious position of Secretary of State because he got in contact with 51 former intel people to get them to sign on to a letter saying this was likely a misinformation campaign, Hunter Biden's laptop, when none of them knew a single thing about it, none of them whatsoever. And then he uses it in a debate against Donald Trump to exonerate him. And meanwhile, the FBI should have verified it within days and authenticated it within days. They didn't. And they had it almost a full year before that election, 11 full months. So it's very troubling to me. These are troubling times. And then now we're up to a dozen, according to James Comer, up to a dozen Biden family members making money from this syndicate. And the question that we need answered, main questions we need answered is, okay, how much money did they do in business with the communist Chinese? How much money did they do in business with Russia? Anyway, I got to run, man, but you're right. It's a big danger.
And let it play out.
Well, I think it is playing out. I mean, yeah. I'm hearing reports left and right that the possible indictment of Hunter Biden is here, and that there's meetings going on about that very specific issue. My fear is they're going to try and go easy on him, and they're going to hope that it placates the public. They'll go after him on tax issues. They'll go after him on, lying on a gun application. They'll probably give him a slap on the wrist and hope it goes away. This goes so much deeper than that. The issue is, was the family involved in an effort? In other words, with all that happened, was this an influence peddling scheme? How deeply involved was Joe? How much money are we talking about? What did we learn from the suspicious activity reports? What did we learn about these new LLCs that seem to be shell companies, according to James Comer? And listen, until we get that information, once we know that Joe Biden was involved in it up to his ears, that is an impeachable offense. He should be impeached. If we had any sense of fairness in this country, he would be impeached. That would reach the very high bar of high crimes and misdemeanors, in my view. Anyway, appreciate it. 800-941-SEAN, our number. Big time, AJ, Houston, Texas. What's going on, baby? How are you?
Big time Sean Hannity. Hey, my boy Tucker, I ain't worried about him. He going to be just fine. I already know he going to be fine. But, Sean...
By the way, I don't know anything about it, as I said, but I totally, completely agree with you. I mean, he's too talented. The media landscape has changed. I don't know if he'll go the entrepreneurial route or maybe the more traditional route. I'm not sure. But I think that he has a strong enough following that whatever he decides to do next, he'll be successful at. I will tell you this. Everyone thinks that on-air people all hate each other. We actually all got along great. And there were times, Bill O'Reilly and I, we were at each other's throats for a number of years, and then we settled our differences, and you hear Bill O'Reilly on the show.
Yeah.
And I'm going to say one other thing, big time. I'm going to tell you that life's too short. I don't want to go through this life angry. I don't want to go through this life mad at people. I don't feel that somebody else's failure is a predicate to any success that I have. I believe a rising tide lifts all boats. I don't know the details at all. Nobody consulted me. I don't own the channel. And I know everybody would think that I must know something, and I'm like, no, I actually don't know a thing.
But, Sean, I want you to stay angry till after the 2024 election, because we're going to be angry, because when that Joe Biden deal come down, I want you to hit me like a bad habit, because doggone it, they would do us that way, Sean. And we know this crooked CNN and all them, they know what they did wrong. They know it all. So we got to hold them accountable and be on them like a bad habit.
I would call that righteous indignation, and there's a difference, right? When Jesus threw the money traders out of the temple, people would say, well, Jesus was angry. I don't think so. I think it was righteous indignation.
Exactly, and we're going to throw him out, too, just as well in 2024. And I hope the fans just join him instead of fighting with him. We got to have it.
Yeah, I don't like the fighting either. I'll be honest with you. I don't.
Yeah, exactly. We don't want them fighting, Sean, so we got a country to save, man. So doggone it, let's get ready. Hey, Sean, as we say, let's pull our bootstraps up and let's get ready for this fight. And real quick, I want everybody, when this thing come down to everybody, we going to sit over and count the polls with them. We won't let them kick us out of there no more. We got to be ready, Big Daddy. I love you, man, and keep up the good work.
Appreciate it big time, AJ. Houston, Texas. Can't live without AJ. John in Florida, the free state of Florida. What's up, John? How are you? Glad you called.
Sean, how are you, my friend?
I'm good. What's going on?
Good. The free state of Florida. Got my chickens, raising them. Just had the first dozen eggs laid in my yard.
Oh, slow down a second. You just bought a bunch of chickens for the first time?
Sean, I'm originally from New York. Moved down here quite a few years ago. Got about an acre over here.
Okay.
Florida, bought some little chickens in December. Raised them in my bathtub. Got 7 of them. They're old enough to go outside. They're outside now. They just started laying eggs last week.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Eggs.
How good are do the eggs taste better in your view?
Absolutely. I'm calling them my freedom chicks. My freedom egg.
Let me ask you the next question.
Freedom egg. Freedom egg.
Are the yolks more orange than yellow?
Yes, sir. They're so fresh. I literally hear them buck, 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 buck in the yard. They just laid another one. And then I go out, and I'm a Marine Corps veteran.
Semper Fi.
Absolutely. Raising them. Freedom eggs. That's what I'm calling them. And they're fresh. And
so I either have like 4, 5, 6 egg whites a day or 3 scrambled eggs a day. I eat a very high protein diet because I work out a lot. And that's awesome. I'm very happy for you. I mean, that sounds actually fun, too. I don't know why. I like the idea of Sean Hannity raising chickens in my backyard. I wonder if probably in New York, there's an ordinance preventing it.
Well, God bless you, Sean, for everything that you do. Thank you.
Thank you, my friend. Good luck with your chickens, all right?
Thank you. Yep, buddy. Yep.
I appreciate the call. Doug, California. What's up, Doug? How are you?
Hi, Sean. Appreciate you taking my call. What I am calling about is I've been paying close attention to commentators and so forth all through this Joe Biden fiasco, and it comes to me that I've got a copy of all of the amendments to the Constitution, and I've talked to a number of people on it. There's nowhere in the Constitution or the amendments that addresses getting rid of an administration that is so corrupt and so dishonest. And now the 25th Amendment deals with an old guy up there who can't function anymore, and that's one thing. But there's nothing specifically that deals with this kind of corruption. And
high crimes and misdemeanors is very broad, and the way they used it to apply it to Trump was very different. The only thing that I unfortunately can tell you is, let's say they impeach him, which would be the right thing to do if you follow the law, and you have, assume if we find out that Joe Biden was involved and knew everything about Hunter Biden's foreign business dealings and benefited from it himself financially, which Hunter himself implicates his own father in his own laptop from hell. If we find that out, that would be an impeachable offense in my mind. Now, you might impeach him in the House, but in the Senate, I doubt they'd ever find him guilty. Then you have to ask a tough question. Is it worth putting the country through it? We know what the Democrats would do, but we don't know what Republicans would do.
Well, look what Joe Biden's putting our country through right now. It seems to me we're at a position right now that we ought to be able to deal with just about anything that comes down the pike.
I only have to run for the constraints of time, so forgive me for running. But Doug, we appreciate you being with us, my friend. Thank you. Now you have all helped MyPillow.com into the great company it is today. You've trusted Mike Lindell to help give you a great night's sleep. And one of Mike's latest incredible deals is on his Giza Dream Sheets. Now, these sheets are made from the world's best cotton Giza, ultra soft, breathable, extremely durable. And right now, Giza Dream Sheets are at the lowest price ever, coming in as low as $29.98 when you go to the Sean Hannity Square at MyPillow.com. Anyway, they come in multiple colors, sizes, styles, and now's the time to upgrade your bedding, enhance your sleep more. The softest sheets you'll ever sleep with. I love it myself. Anyway, MyPillow products, they all have a 10-year warranty, 60-day unconditional money-back guarantee. Just go to MyPillow.com, click on the Sean Hannity Square, check out this sale on Giza Dream Sheets, and you'll also find great deals on other incredible MyPillow products. Anyway, or you can call and mention my name, 800-919-6090, for these great limited-time specials. MyPillow.com, Sean Hannity Square.
All the breaking news with the analysis to help you make sense of it all. This is the Sean Hannity Show.
Garage door broken? If it is, your home is not as safe as it could be. Call Superior Overhead Doors today. Whether you need repairs or full replacement, you can count on us. With over 20 years of experience, no job is too big. Active duty military receive $20 off repairs and $50 off installation. So call Superior Overhead Doors today at 910-992-6227 or visit us online at superioroverheaddoorsllc.com for a free estimate.
When you're ready for your next painting project, there's only one place to go for high-quality products. JB Short Carpet 1 in Southern Pines carries premium Benjamin Moore paints for any type of project. Benjamin Moore offers unmatched color and durability, so color will last for years to come. And when you shop JB Short Carpet 1 in Southern Pines, you're not just improving your home, you're supporting a local business too. Benjamin Moore, for everything that matters. JB Short Carpet 1, Highway 1 North between Southern Pines and Vass, or on the web at shortcarpet1.com.
Hey, there are hundreds of restaurants in Moore County. Some are unique, but only one has Zaxby's. Zaxby's on 15501 in Southern Pines. Zaxby's has the most chicken options in town, whether you want it hot or not. Zaxby's can do it all. Their vast menu has something for everyone, no matter if you're dining in or driving up to take it home. Zaxby's has the cure for your chicken craving. Located on 15501 in Southern Pines near Holiday Inn Express.
Are you interested in protecting your assets from market volatility, rising taxes, and economic uncertainty? Then tune in to Retire 360 with Dwight Mejan to learn how you can protect and grow your hard-earned money. Retire 360, Sundays at 3 p.m. right here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. Protect your hard-earned money today at Retire360show.com.
Gibb and Jess here from Sandhills Trailer Sales, formerly Dobie Trailer. We sell
trailers.
We're located at 438 White Hill Road in Sanford off of US 1 and 15501, where we sell
trailers.
Whether you need an enclosed, gooseneck, ATV, or equipment trailer, we have them all. We are veteran-owned, so stop by and see us or call us today at 919-776-9624. Sandhills Trailer Sales for all your trailer needs.
And did I mention we sell trailers?
Hi, this is Rodney Swarms with Plumbing Night. We know that plumbing emergencies can happen at any time. In fact, they seem to happen at the most inconvenient times. And then inviting an unknown plumber into your home, that can add to the stress of the situation. The Plumbing Night wants to alleviate any stress about inviting a technician into your home by guaranteeing that we have not only the very best plumbers, but also the most knowledgeable plumbers. Before any of our employees are hired, all of the employees must undergo drug testing and a thorough background check. If they don't pass, they aren't hired. No exceptions. Once they're hired and part of the team, they receive continuous technical and customer training to ensure that they are the very best at their trade. This training is week after week, month after month, year after year. This training is what got us into community college to teach the plumbing trade. So the next time you have an emergency, call the Plumbing Night. They're known for extraordinary service and integrity.
Call the Plumbing Night at 639-5555, day or night, or on the web at theplumbingnight.com.
Looking to buy or sell military uniforms, tactical gear, boots, or bags and packs? Then head to Black Sheep Surplus, where they have a wide selection of turning gear and packing list items. Awarded a certificate of appreciation from the 1st Special Forces Warfare Training Group for their support of the military in Moore County. Black Sheep Surplus is your destination for all things military surplus. Check out Black Sheep Surplus on Facebook or visit them at 125 Murray Hill Road in Southern Pines and mention this ad to receive 10% off your purchase.
Listen to us anywhere on your smartphone or tablet with the TuneIn app, free at your app store. Simply search for WEEB.
All right, Hannity Tonight audience show. Don't forget free tickets, Hannity.com if you'd ever like to come. We are loaded up. We have Joe Manchin, who's livid and apoplectic about the Democratic Party. Joe Biden, Chuck Schumer, also wants a deal that saves the country money and wants Kevin McCarthy to be able to negotiate with Joe Biden. And Joe Biden keeps saying no. We'll get his take on it. Governor DeSantis will join us tonight. He is in Tokyo, believe it or not. We've got Tulsi Gabbard on tonight, Jimmy Fela, Kayleigh McEnany, Kellyanne Conway. I mean, we're just loaded up. 9 Eastern, set your DVR, Hannity, Fox News. We'll see you tonight, back here tomorrow, and thank you for making this show possible.
You've heard me discuss how my everyday aches and pains were affecting my daily life before I started taking Relief Factor. You've also heard me talk to you about how my friends and family have found relief from their aches and pains with Relief Factor. Well, let me tell you about Gary from California. Gary says, I cannot thank you enough. I am 62 years old and have just started taking Relief Factor. I've never felt better and will recommend Relief Factor to all my baby boomer friends. Well, thanks for writing, Gary. 3 weeks from now, you could be doing the things you enjoy doing. Your first step to living the life you love, free from aches and pains, could just be to order the 3-week Quick Start for only $19.95. After trying Relief Factor, over 500,000 people have gone on to order more. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 800-4RELIEF to find out more about this offer. That's ReliefFactor.com or call 800-4RELIEF. Live your best life and feel the difference with Relief Factor.
97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
When it comes to insurance, you should always think First. First Casualty Insurance Group, that is. At First, we represent over 3 dozen outstanding companies and can provide you with the coverage you need at a price that makes sense. Have us do a top-to-bottom review for you. It won't cost you a cent. Stop by or we'll come to you. There's no obligation. Always, the coverage you need at a price that makes sense. And all you have to do is give us a call, 910-692-8303. We've been in the peace of mind business for over 30 years. First Casualty Insurance Group, Southern Pines, 910-692-8303.
From start to finish, we get the job done right. Professional and caring, you're comfortable day or night. We're the local family, you can count on us.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Keith Peters reporting. Most Americans don't want to see President Biden run for re-election in 2024. White House correspondent Greg Clugston reports.
An overwhelming 70% of those surveyed in an NBC News poll, including 51% of Democrats, don't think the president should seek a second term. Nearly half of those respondents cite his age as a major concern. The president, who is 80, is expected to announce his re-election bid this week. The poll also shows that voters are not enthusiastic with the idea of a 2020 rematch between Joe Biden and former President Trump. Greg Clugston, Washington.
The United States evacuated its diplomatic mission in Khartoum, but what about the thousands of U.S. citizens who are still in warring Sudan? Correspondent Rita Foley reports.
About 16,000 people who hold U.S. citizenship are still in Sudan as fears grow that the fierce fighting there could lead to even more chaos. Over the weekend, U.S. Special Ops Forces used helicopters to get U.S. Embassy personnel out of the capital, Khartoum. Still in Sudan, those thousands of other U.S. citizens. What about them? The U.S. government has told them they need to figure this out for themselves. There will not be any mass evacuations. I'm Rita Foley.
Fox News has agreed to part ways with Tucker Carlson less than a week after settling a lawsuit over the network's 2020 election reporting. And longtime CNN host Don Lemon is out at that cable news network a little over 2 months after apologizing to viewers for on-air comments about women over 40 and, in particular, Republican presidential candidate Nikki Haley. On Wall Street today, the Dow Jones Industrial Average up by 66 points. The NASDAQ Composite Index dropped 35, with the S&P 500 advancing by 3. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Relief Factor, pain relief that's natural, pain relief that works, and pain relief that attacks the source of the pain. That's the experience of tens of thousands of Americans who are taking Relief Factor right now. See their incredible video endorsements at relieffactor.com and then order your 3-week quick starter pack for just $19.95. That's less than $1 a day. Find out if it can work for you like it works for me by ordering your 3-week quick starter pack today. relieffactor.com, relieffactor.com. Be the next success story.
Foreman is the heavyweight champion of the world.
On April 28th, experience the movie based on the miraculous story of George Foreman.
George Foreman ain't no new champ. He is the new chump. 4 minutes now.
I'm not going to box anymore. I'm going to follow God. It's the greatest comeback story of all time.
There's only 2 things I know how to do. Box and preach. And preaching won't pay the bills.
Foreman's 45 years old. The risk isn't losing. It's surviving.
How can you beat that man? I'm going to do this my way. Big George Foreman, exclusively in movie theaters, April 28th. Rated PG-13. May be inappropriate for children under 13.
Here's the Wall Street Business Report.
Stocks drifted ahead of reports that could offer clues on questions that have kept Wall Street at a standstill, including on where the economy and corporate profits are heading. More than 170 companies in the S&P 500 are scheduled to report their earnings this week. The majority have top forecasts so far, but expectations are low. A report this week will also show how strong the economy was in early 2023, one of the final pieces of data before next week's meeting of the Federal Reserve on interest rates. The Dow up 66 points to close at 33,875. The NASDAQ lost 35 to 12,037. The S&P 500 gained 3 points to 4137. New York oil rose 89 cents to $78.76 a barrel. For the Wall Street Business Report, I'm John Scott.
News and analysis at townhall.com. I'm Keith Peters. Bed Bath & Beyond has filed for bankruptcy protection following years of dismal sales and losses.
The retailer, which has 360 stores as well as 120 Bye Baby stores, anticipates closing by June 30th. According to the bankruptcy filing, the company employed 14,000 workers. Bed Bath & Beyond also said it expects to process returns and exchanges until May 24th for items purchased prior to Sunday. Gift cards, gift certificates, and loyalty certificates will be accepted through May 8th, but those coupons the retailer is known for no longer valid after this Wednesday. Julie Walker, New York.
A growing number of developers are considering converting empty office towers into housing as part of an effort to revive struggling downtown business districts that emptied out during the pandemic. More on these stories available at townhall.com.
Want to create the bathroom or wine wall of your dreams? This is Amy from Main Street Glass, and every step of our process is tailored to your wants and needs. We specialize in residential and commercial glass, so whether you need a custom shower enclosure, wine room, storefront entry door, or custom mirror, we can do it all. So stop by Main Street Glass at 195 Pinehurst Avenue or call us at 910-639-6336 to schedule your free estimate today.
Well, our computer model suggests that the bulk of the rain this week will come on Friday. We will see some showers, light showers on Wednesday and Thursday. Overnight tonight, though, look for mostly clear skies, a low of 42. Then for Tuesday, partly cloudy nights, high of 68. Tuesday night, partly cloudy, 49. Wednesday, mostly cloudy, few scattered showers, high of 68. Thursday, partly cloudy, a few more scattered showers, high of 70. And Friday, mostly cloudy, good shot of rain with a high of 70. I'm Steve Leader Adams in the Weather Center.
WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
Deep in the bowels of a hidden bunker, somewhere under the brick and steel of a nondescript building, we've once again made contact with our leader, Mark Levin.
here. Hold on, let me look. Yes, I'm here. Our number, 877-381-3811. 877-381-3811. I have no information whatsoever, inside, outside, public, or anything else, on what happened with Tucker Carlson. Zero. So there's nothing for me to discuss. We're not going to take any questions. When we know more, we'll be here, but I don't know anything. Which is understandable. I'm a host. I'm not part of management. So there is that. What else is there on that front? I don't think there's anything else. I think my brother Dan Bongino, who is a very good and close friend, I think he's explained his situation at great length. He did it, I believe it was Thursday. And and that speaks for itself. You don't need an interpreter. That's where we are. As far as I know, I'm not going anywhere. But you never know, do you? We have a brand new 3-year contract with the Blaze, which I signed, I guess, 6-8 weeks ago. We have a brand new 4-year extension with Fox. But who knows about these things? Now, as for the interview with President Trump, I hope you liked it. The radical kook Marxist media did not like it. And they didn't watch it. They regurgitated what Senator Grassley had to say about Hannity, Tucker, and me interviewing Trump. But they didn't watch it. And these sites are really pathetic anyway. I was gushing over Trump. Here's the thing. Whether it's my TV show or wherever it is, I've said 1,000 times, I do not view my role as attacking the guest. That's what journalism has become, and that's why you hate it. And that's why my show Sunday night is the #1 show Sunday night. Because I'm respectful, we have long-form interviews, and you can draw your own conclusions. Now, what really upsets them is what I said at the end of the interview, and I meant it. I spent 2 hours with President Trump. You can't tell that from the show because the show was substantively 40 minutes. And we went from subject to subject to subject to subject. He was, as you could tell, very presidential, very relaxed. None of the stuff you see on True Social and that sort of thing, attacking DeSantis or anyone else for that matter. Very, very substantive. Joe Biden could never sit down for an interview like that, and never would. He hides from the very press that keeps promoting him. I don't do this show for reprobates, for low IQ Democrats, for the corrupt Marxist media. I don't do my show for them, and they didn't watch it. So Senator Grassley puts out a tweet, and they get all excited. What is with these guys at Fox? I'm interpreting. Hannity, Tucker, and Levin. Why don't they ask Trump about his future ideas rather than the history of his presidency, something to that effect? And you know what I thought, Mr. Producer? Trump puts out a video, if not every day, every other day, every third day. I think it's from Mar-a-Lago, where he speaks on subject after subject after subject and what he plans to do should he be reelected president. They're all over the internet. They're everywhere. I even linked to some of them. Now, Senator Grassley has a taxpayer-financed staff. I assume he has people in his office who know how computers work, who go on the internet. I assume he does. He was on Twitter. Guy's on Twitter. If he's so concerned about what Trump has to say about what he wants to do in the future, why isn't he linking to Trump's clips? There must be 15 or 20 of them out there by now on every subject you can imagine, and more to come. So, Senator Grassley, Senator Grassley. First of all, I want to congratulate you. I didn't even know you were awake at 8 p.m. Eastern Time on Sundays. That's a major achievement. That's number one. Number two, why don't you know something about what you decide to tweet about before you tweet and humiliate yourself? If you give me your email address, Senator Grassley, I will send you a score or more of Donald Trump's positions on his videos, which actually reaches more people than my show on Fox. If you're really interested in that, Senator Grassley, but you're not really interested in that. And I don't view it as my job. You've been in Washington a long time as a politician, you know. I'm not a politician, Senator Grassley. But I don't view it as my job to tell the guest what to say. No, I only want to know about their future. No. You can watch Meet the Depressed, Deface the Nation, and all the other shows that you might like. I'll ask the questions, I'll wait for the answer, and the guests will answer as they wish. Now, a better question would have been, Senator Grassley, why doesn't Mark have liberals on his show? Because they won't come on the show. We've tried AOC, we've tried Bernie Sanders, we've tried Elizabeth Warren, we've tried Bob Iger, we've tried Raskin, we've tried, I can go down the list over and over and over. We can't get them. Why don't you tweet about that? That might be interesting. Actually, it's not interesting at all. Not interesting at all. There is a delegate, not a full-blown congressperson, woman, birthing person. There is a delegate by the name of Stacey Plaskett from the Virgin Islands, Democrat. And she is, of course, a disgrace. She has attempted to sabotage one hearing after another. And she has, in some ways, succeeded in trashing one hearing after another, because she seems to think what she stands for and what she says is so damn important. She's a thug. She's the thug with the mindset of a tyrant. From Joseph Wolfson at Fox News, journalist Matt Taibbi threatened with prison time for perjury by top Democrat over Twitter files testimony. So he gets one of these alphabet soup agencies confused with another. And so Stacey Plaskett, if that is her name, the ranking member on the House Judiciary Select Committee, Subcommittee on the Weaponization of the Federal Government, sent a letter to Taibbi regarding a comment he told lawmakers, which she alleged included an error that was previously propped up by MSNBC host Mehdi Hassan. Mehdi Hassan, I believe, is on at 8 p.m. on Sunday. Isn't he, Mr. Producer? And I kick his ass. Kick his ass. He has no ratings. The error was a specific reference to CISA, the government's cybersecurity and infrastructure security agency, when he meant to refer to CIS, the Center for Internet Security. Now, you can see he corrected the error later in his reporting. But she wants to throw him in prison. Plaskett does. And she claims he committed perjury under 18 U.S.C. 1621. She claims he made a false statement under 18 U.S.C. 1001. I've had to explain this before about false statements and perjury. They not only have to be material, they have to be intentional. They have to be purposeful. That's what the statute says. So I don't know if this thug has a law degree or not, but that's the rule. Taibbi didn't lie under oath about anything. And now we have Democrats in the House threatening him. And we have Mehdi over there. Mehdi, what's his name? Eddie Mehdi. I don't know what the hell his name is. What is it? Mehdi Mahan. Hassan, all right. Mehdi Hassan. Excuse me. Pushing the perjury and the false statement crap. Fox News sought a comment. Neither Taibbi nor Plaskett's office immediately responded, but Taibbi was on TV discussing it. But this is where we are now, folks. And, of course, the media that circled the wagons for CNN and that big mouth over there who was disrupting the President Trump's press conferences, they say nothing about this. Not a word. Why is that? We have a non-voting moron from the Virgin Islands. I can remember it was a very vicious assault on Taibbi by her, trying to shut him down. A so-called journalist. Remember she called him that? And she insisted that he reveal his sources for his Twitter files reporting. This is a person that does not respect freedom of the press, the First Amendment, is perfectly happy with Twitter under the old ownership, monitoring many of you, monitoring people with whom they disagreed, and, of course, putting the scarlet letter on them. So we're going to keep an eye on Plaskett because she appears to be a very terminal cancer in the body politic of this country. When she's calling for the imprisonment of a journalist because he confused one agency with the other, CISA with CIS, and even though he corrected it shortly thereafter. I'll be right back.
Mark Levin.
Looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Look no further than my friends at CarShield. I know that auto repairs can be a headache, especially when they come out of nowhere. That's why my family relies on CarShield. We don't have to worry about the rising cost of car repairs. Plus, we've locked in my price. It'll never go up. That's a big deal. With plans for every budget. CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car is 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, CarShield is dedicated to protecting what you drive because it's just a matter of time before you need repairs. Don't wait until it's too late. Get coverage like I did. Call CarShield today at 800-898-6155 to save 20% on your plan. Lock in your price. It'll never go up. That's 800-698-6155, 800-698-6155, or visit carshield.com/Levin. You'll save 20% either way.
You found it, your dream home. The perfect square footage on a quiet street. The midtown condo with the amazing roof deck. The country house on some acreage. Or maybe it's a little bungalow on the beach. Whatever your dream looks like, First Bank offers personalized loan programs. Great rates and exceptional service every time for everyone. Dreams happen at First Bank. Learn more by visiting a local branch or go to localfirstbank.com/mortgage.
Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Don't have a family member in the insurance business? Call us first. First Casualty Insurance Group. We represent over 36 outstanding companies and can provide you with the right insurance at a cost that makes sense. Let's have a look. We'll do a top-to-bottom review and it won't cost you a cent. Your place or ours, there's no obligation. Get the coverage you need at a price that makes sense. Just call 910-692-8303. For over 30 years, our customers know where insurance is concerned, you should always think first. First Casualty Insurance Group, Southern Pines. 910-692-8303.
Lee Christian School is now enrolling for preschool school through 12th grade, an alternative to public schools. Lee Christian takes great pride in teaching quality academics while instilling biblical principles in students' lives. With a 16-to-1 student-teacher ratio and a 95% college acceptance rate, Lee Christian School is committed to your child's future. Tuition assistance is available, and for more information on enrollment, visit leechristian.org or call 919-708-5115 today. It's no surprise, Pinehurst Toyota has done it again, a third award. And this one is the Golden Carfax top-rated dealer, based on Toyota and Hyundai ability to consistently provide the best pre-owned vehicles and service. Pinehurst Toyota also has the Pilot Best of the Pines Service Department and the Sandhills Magazine Best Dealership in Moore County. The Pinehurst Toyota Advantage Plan is our goal to make you 100% satisfied with your visit to Pinehurst Toyota. The first 2 years or 25,000 miles are covered by the Toyota Care Program, and you get 5 years of roadside assistance regardless of miles. That's why with a major service at Pinehurst Toyota, you will receive a complimentary loaner for all qualified warranty repairs. Call Pinehurst Toyota at 910-692-2424. That's 910-692-2424.
This is the perfect time of the year to bust out all your Echo tools and equipment from Beaver Equipment. Thanks to all the storms, my new Echo chainsaw from Beaver Equipment has been getting a good workout. Beaver Equipment is the place to go for rough and rugged Echo equipment for real men. They offer 5-year warranties and are locally owned and operated. So men, get out there and enjoy your Echo Power equipment from Beaver Equipment, Highway 211 in Aberdeen, 910-944-0402.
Sandy Ridge Memory Care provides all the amenities of home while providing personalized resident care and a dedication to a safe, secure, and comfortable environment for your loved one. Providing care for dementia and Alzheimer's population has been our specialty for over 20 years. Research has proven that a loving, structured, and intimate home environment successfully fulfills the needs of both the one affected by dementia and Alzheimer's, as well as the family caregivers. As one of the largest memory care facilities in North Carolina, we feature 3 separate secure units within our community. Each wing is designed for individual needs and preferences. Call for an appointment or just drop in to tour our facility and discover for yourself the care that sets us apart. Located only minutes from Moore County and surrounding areas, Sandy Ridge Memory Care is the right place at the right time. On Bowman Road in Candor or online at sandyridgeliving.com. Call 910-974-6000.
Listen to us anywhere on your smartphone or tablet with the TuneIn app, free at your app store. Simply search for WEEB.
Mark Levin is back on your radio.
Is it me, or does this administration always seem a day late and a dollar short? So a civil war breaks out in Sudan, and this has been going on for a long time. We have to send the special forces in at night to get our people out of our embassy. But there's 16,000 Americans, some with dual citizenship, some not, who are still in the Sudan. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of Americans in Afghanistan. And we don't have the muscle to set the rules. We don't have the muscle to make the threats, to create fear, to get our people home. Now, I'm glad that we got our embassy staff out and other diplomatic bureaucrats. That's good. But what about American citizens who are not working for the federal government, who are not diplomats, maybe even not dual citizens, just American citizens? What are we going to do about them? I'll tell you what we're going to do about them. Next to nothing. Here's Tony. Well, we don't have time for this. After that, I want you to listen to these people. Tony Blinken. And then John Kirby. These are real propagandists. And at the same time, we want to thank Mr. Comer. We want to thank Mr. Jordan. They are getting to the bottom of a lot of these scandals. People say, what are they going to do? Well, unfortunately, the criminal side of the house is controlled by the people who are involved in the scandals, or the people they work for. That's why you have special counsel. And that's precisely why they will not appoint a special counsel to investigate Joe Biden. Because they know where that leads. We all know where that leads. I watch these attacks on Clarence Thomas. The billionaire bought property from this one or that one, and